Chapter 1. The Marriage of Noble Clans and the Protagonist's Quest for Vengeance. In the land of Zhongzhou, amidst the illustrious immortal dynasty and the numerous sacred realms, the Jiang family stands as a paragon, for they are the true descendants of great emperors, possessing an extraordinary heritage. Today, the Jiang family estate is a spectacle of grandeur. Dragon carriages and phoenix chariots converge, the sounds of roaring beasts fill the air, and an atmosphere of joy and harmony prevails. For today marks the auspicious day of Jiang Mingyu's marriage. Envoys from various sacred realms and dynasties arrive, bearing gifts to witness the occasion. The gathering of numerous exceptional talents in this place offers a feast for the eyes of onlookers. But the focal point of attention is predominantly on a young man, surrounded by a circle of prodigies, akin to stars surrounding the moon. He possesses a graceful demeanor, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, and his gaze is indifferent, reminiscent of a sovereign high above the masses. Even when he restrains his cultivation, he emanates an aura as formidable as a celestial prison. He is none other than the heir of the prison suppression king, the favored son-in-law of the Jiang family Yan Wuxia. At this moment, the unparalleled prodigy Yan Wuxia lowers his head, calmly sipping his tea, yet a flicker of panic unexpectedly surfaces in the depths of his eyes. What is happening? Have I traversed into another world? Yan Wuxi's mind is in a daze, but he forcibly suppresses his confusion. How did I suddenly arrive at this place? What is this title of the prison suppression king's heir? As memories surge forth, Yan Wuxia meticulously contemplates, and gradually, he comprehends the nature of his current predicament: sacred realms, dynasties, emperors, cultivation, and marriage. With a long sigh, Yan Wuxia feels a sense of lamentation. Indeed, he has crossed over into a realm of high martial fantasy. Furthermore, his identity after the transition is anything but ordinary. He is not like other transmigrators who start as orphans, but is instead an extraordinary prodigy with living parents and an astonishing lineage. It appears he is also destined to marry a divine maiden, thus stepping directly onto the pinnacle of life. However, after deep contemplation, a wave of unease rises within Yan Wuxia. It seems that his betrothed does not harbor feelings for him. Rather, she is enamored with an orphan prodigy named Xiao Chun, whose parents have both passed away. Moreover, this Xiao Chun appears to possess exceptional fortune. The original host, upon learning of Xiao Chun's existence, had dispatched several subordinates to eliminate him, only to have them fail miserably and even face his counterattack. Ultimately, when the original host confronted Xiao Chun, he was on the verge of defeating him, yet was persuaded by Jiang Qiushui to establish a 3-year agreement with this Xiao Chun. During this 3-year period, Xiao Chun experienced continuous fortunate encounters, rapidly advancing in cultivation and befriending numerous hidden masters. At this thought, Yan Wuxia could not help but curse inwardly. Isn't this just gifting experience points to the protagonist? He seems to have grasped his own position. A character with significant roles, exceptional talent, yet ultimately reduced to a mere background figure for the protagonist. And Xiao Chun is indeed that protagonist. What to do now? Having stolen the protagonist's beloved, he has unwittingly adhered to the first ironclad rule of the villain. The villain must perish. At this moment, a thunderous voice reverberates through the skies. Yan Wuxia, the 3-year agreement has arrived. Come forth to meet your demise. At the Jiang family estate, which stretches across the heavens, numerous islands abound, with silver waterfalls cascading from floating islands, a magnificent formation laid by the Jiang family's formidable beings. Now, with the roar echoing, the distant waterfall trembles, and a terrifying aura surges forth. The elders of the Jiang family feel a slight alarm. This formation has been inherited for ages without such tremors. Though the aura is powerful, it should not disturb the formation. Thus, it is likely that the visitor carries an extraordinary treasure that has inadvertently triggered the formation's inscriptions. Who comes? A powerful figure from the Jiang family snorts coldly, inquiring. Xiao Chun. His voice booms like thunder, and a young man's figure subsequently appears before the crowd. Tall and imposing, with a countenance like jade and an expression radiating extreme arrogance. Many female cultivators' eyes gleam upon his arrival. This Xiao Chun actually came, the unparalleled prodigy from Nanling, rumored to have a close relationship with Jiang Mingyue. What brings him here? What is this 3-year agreement? I have heard that he once battled Yin Wuxia for Jiang Kushui's affection, ultimately defeated by Yin Wuxia, and thus established the 3-year agreement. 3 years ago? It seems he only began rising to prominence in the last 2 years. Clearly, being defeated by Yin Wuxia has spurred his rapid growth. The elders of the Jiang family observe Xiao Qin's daring entrance without permission. And though the formation has only partially released its power due to the multitude of guests, they still feel a sense of humiliation. However, a wave of unsettling energy emanates from Xiao Chun, compelling one elder to inquire. What brings you here? Xiao Chun, with a proud smile, proclaims, his words resounding like thunder across the sky. I have come to visit the Jiang family and to slay Yin Wuxia. A hush descends upon the crowd, followed by an uproar. This prodigy from Nanling is audacious enough to declare his intent to eliminate Yin Wuxia. It is well known that Yin Wuxi's imperial demeanor is not merely talk, it is a reputation forged by overpowering the entire younger generation of the North Mirror. Moreover, Xiao had previously been defeated by Yin Wuxia. What could possibly be his justification? At this time, the 9 living ancestors of the Jiang family, along with Jiang Qiushui, emerge, their gazes landing upon the proud figure of Xiao Qin suspended in the air. Jiang Qiushui, who had initially worn a troubled expression, brightens upon seeing Xiao Qin, her eyes filled with emotion. Xiao Qin, you truly came? From his lofty position, Xiao Qin also spots Jiang Qiushui, grinning as he replies. Qiushui, I have arrived. A man and a woman stand at a distance, their eyes reflecting an unspoken tenderness. The onlookers shift their gaze to the true protagonist, the calm Yin Wuxia, who is quietly sipping his tea. Yet within Yin Wuxi's heart, a quiet murmur unfolds. In this world, martial prowess is categorized into 10 tiers. Initial Xian Realm, Entry Xian Realm, True Xian Realm, Spirit Xian Realm, Earth Xian Realm, Heaven Xian Realm, King Xian Realm, Divine Xian Realm, Saint, and Emperor, each tier divided into 5 ranks. Xiao Chun, having just entered the Earth Xian Realm, pales in comparison to Yin Wuxia, who has already broken through to the 2nd rank of the Heaven Xian Realm. What could he possibly rely on to assert that he can slay him? This represents a significant disparity. It is essential to note that those below the Heaven Xian Realm remain mere cultivators, while those above stand on the precipice of transcending humanity. The gap between the two is as vast as the heavens themselves. While some exceptional talents may engage in battles across ranks, they typically do so against weaker foes. Yin Wuxia, nearly invincible within his tier, has forged his reputation through might. Does Xiao Qin not comprehend this? Ding! Detection of the protagonist template. Child of Destiny activated villain fortune system engaged. Yin Wuxi's heart jolts, and he immerses his consciousness into his mind, where a virtual interface emerges before him. Host: Yin Wuxia. Identity: son of the Prison Suppression King, inheritor of the ancient Chaos Emperor. Cultivation: 2nd rank of the Heaven Xian Realm. Physique: Sacred Bone of the Devil's Heart. Cultivation techniques: Prison Suppression, Immortal Scripture, Ancient Chaos Emperor Art, Devil's Heart Secret Repository, Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Villain value: 500. Fortune value: 90 black. Yin Wuxia furrows his brow. It appears he is indeed a mere background villain, specifically designed to serve as a foil for the protagonist. With even his fortune value being black, does this mean he will choke on his meals? Chapter 2. The Graceful Gentleman and the Power of Reason. Ding! The fortune value of an ordinary person typically ranges from 1 to 100, while those with a protagonist template can exceed this limit. However, upon provoking the protagonist and becoming a villain, the fortune value transforms into black, signifying misfortune. Yin Wuxia lowers his gaze, surveying his surroundings. With the help of the system, he perceives the fortune values of everyone present, confirming the system's assertion. Xiao Qin possesses a staggering 2,000 points. Even Jiang Qiushui boasts a fortune value of 900. She is undoubtedly the heroine. Ding! In response to Xiao Qin's provocation, publicly striking back at him will cause Xiao Qin's fortune value to diminish by 100 points, while Yin Wuxi's villain value will increase by 1,000 points. Yin Wuxia inwardly curses. Xiao Qin has clearly come prepared. Can he truly defeat him? so easily? The original host was quite the fool, allowing the protagonist time to develop. Why not eliminate him before he even had a chance to grow? Yet upon reflection, it seems that striking back does not necessarily mean engaging in direct combat. Gently setting down his teacup, Yin Wuxi's eyes narrow, a terrifying aura sweeping across the vicinity. The attendees are taken aback. Yin Wuxia has actually broken through. The second rank of the Heaven Xian realm allows him to look down upon even lesser sacred realm masters. Had he not just broken through to the Heaven Xian realm a year ago? How could he advance so swiftly? It is indeed said that he is a prodigy who has dominated the entire northern region. Xiao Chun, standing high above, also changes countenance but seems to recollect something, regaining his previous demeanor. Meanwhile, Yin Wuxia, who has been observing Xiao Chun, secretly smirks evidently. He possesses some form of backing, as he remains unfazed even in the face of Yin Wuxi's breakthrough to the second rank of the Heaven Xian realm. At this moment, Yin Wuxi's gaze turns icy, though not particularly grand in stature. He exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure, captivating the hearts of those present as he surveys the crowd, declaring, "What is the meaning of this Jiang family? Allowing an insignificant ant to traverse the formation and boast here? If Jiang family lacks capable individuals, I shall step forth to lend my aid." The voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of everyone present. Under the terrifying enhancement of the second rank of the celestial realm, no one would dare to question Yin Wuxi's words. Xiao Chen's expression shifted, and the members of the Jiang family also wore grim visages. For a prominent imperial lineage, to have their revered formation breached by someone merely at the earthly realm was indeed a matter of deep embarrassment for the Jiang family. With a cold snort, the silver waterfall suddenly radiated an overwhelming brilliance, its terrifying power erupting instantaneously. Silver runes manifested, directly pressing down upon Xiao Chun, who resided high in the heavens. The activation of the imperial lineage's formation could suppress even a sage, let alone Xiao Chun, who was merely at the earthly realm. Xiao Chun, radiant with splendor, could not withstand the onslaught of the silver waterfall for even a brief moment. He was directly suppressed and fell from the skies, his body instantly drenched in blood. An aged voice echoed, "Do not trouble yourself. Young friend, a mere insect, can easily be suppressed by my Jiang family. Cards not played do not count as cards." Observing Xiao Chun, who had just moments ago been brimming with arrogance, now reduced to the state of a lifeless dog, crashing to the ground and creating a deep pit, Yin Wuxia secretly smirked. Did he think I would charge at him like those foolish youths, only to be outmaneuvered and become his stepping stone? Young and naive. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slapping the face, earning 1,000 villain points, and reducing Xiao Chen's fortune by 100. With villain points exceeding 1,000, the system store is now open. The cultivation assistance system is activated. As they watch Xiao Chen plummet to the ground, a suppressed chuckle escaped from the crowd. The contrast was simply too stark. Xiao Chen had made a grand entrance, boldly declaring he would slay the second rank of the celestial realm, Yin Wuxia. Yet, without Yin Wuxia even lifting a finger, he had already collapsed. What sort of affair was this? No one present doubted that Yin Wuxia would be unable to defeat Xiao Chun. When Yin Wuxia was still at the first rank of the celestial realm, he had once engaged in a battle with a master of the divine realm, ultimately resulting in a draw. That was a remarkable feat. Now that Yin Wuxia had broken through to the second rank of the celestial realm, could he possibly struggle against someone at the initial stage of the earthly realm? His reluctance to act was merely to save face for the Jiang family. After all, they were the hosts. If an outsider were to assist the Jiang family in teaching Xiao Chen a lesson, it would truly be the Jiang family's face that would be lost. System, can I take this opportunity to eliminate Xiao Chun? Yin Wuxia quietly inquired within his heart. He did not care whether others would accuse him of dishonorable conduct. A true villain must eradicate danger at its inception, lest he be left to wait for Xiao Chun to collect his own corpse later. Moreover, even if he did manage to eliminate Xiao Chun, it was unlikely anyone would criticize him. In the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Chun had no chance of victory. Besides, it was Xiao Chun who had first boasted of slaying Yin Wuxia. even attempting to woo Jiang Qiushui before everyone. For Yin Wuxia to directly eliminate such a person was hardly excessive. When the fortune of the Child of Destiny has not yet diminished to its lowest point, the host may not necessarily be able to kill him, and it may trigger a series of unforeseen changes. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yin Wuxi's brow furrowed. The Child of Destiny was indeed formidable. Attempting to kill him would be quite troublesome. However, gazing at the newly opened system store and cultivation assistance system, a sly smile crept across Yin Wuxi's face. If I cannot kill him, then so be it. Being a supporting character in cultivation is also quite agreeable. Yin Wuxia was confident that with the aid of the system, he could gradually outmaneuver this so-called Child of Destiny. The system store boasted countless wondrous treasures and techniques, all redeemable with villain points. Moreover, there was a cultivation assistance system with sufficient villain points. One could elevate their martial arts mastery and even their own cultivation level. And these villain points, after all, must come from these so-called Children of Destiny. Yin Wuxia gazed at the fallen Shao Chun, his eyes flickering enigmatically, before calmly returning to his seat, his terrifying aura retracting. Cough, cough. Accompanied by a series of low coughs, the fallen Shao Chun slowly rose. His body was drenched in blood, clearly gravely injured, yet he still managed to stand with effort. After casting a fierce glare at the composed Yin Wuxia, he swiftly retrieved a pill that shimmered with precious light and exuded a fragrant medicinal aroma, swallowing it whole. As the pill entered his body, Shao Chen's injuries began to heal rapidly. Someone in the crowd gasped. This medicinal aroma, it seems to be the resurrection pill from the Medicine King Valley, which is produced only thrice every decade. How does he possess it? Is it not exclusive to the direct lineage of the Medicine King Valley? I have heard that this Shao Chun is somehow related to the missing Elder Mingyu of the Medicine King Valley. Could he be the disciple of that great elder? Chapter 3. The beautiful mentor at hand, sowing discord. Mingyu from the Medicine King Valley. Was she not supposed to have perished, her spirit and form extinguished, following a failed breakthrough to the Saint Realm? There had been no mention of her having any disciples. Thus, where did this returning heaven pill originate? The spectators murmured amongst themselves, their gazes toward Shao Chun tinged with astonishment. As they listened to the discussions, Yin Wuxia felt a flicker of surprise within. This, Medicine King Valley, the Grand Elder, Mingyu, could it be the esteemed Elder Yao? Soon enough, Yin Wuxia indeed discovered an ancient ring on Shao Chen's finger, its design reminiscent of feminine adornments. Under the meticulous scrutiny of his martial Dao heavenly eye, he discerned a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation of spiritual energy. Even an average Saint King would likely fail to notice such a nuance without their own martial Dao heavenly eye. A beautiful mentor at hand. Could it be that she is instructing him in alchemy? Truly, one cannot help but marvel at the protagonist's fortune. As Shao Chun was directly suppressed, a worried expression etched across Jiang Qiushui's face. Her mind only slightly at ease. She was subsequently brought to Yin Wuxia's side by the 9 ancestors of the Jiang family. Jiang Chun, the second ancestor, gazed at the white-clad Yin Wuxia, his eyes deep and indifferent, and sighed, truly deserving of the title of the Prince of the Prison King, to have achieved a breakthrough to the second tier of the celestial profound realm at such a tender age. You are indeed worthy of the title of Emperor. It makes this old man feel somewhat ashamed. Yin Wuxia chuckled lightly. You flatter me, ancestor. The title of Emperor is merely a superficial accolade bestowed by the masses. I, Wuxia, am but fortunate to have stumbled upon a breakthrough to the second tier of the celestial profound realm. His tone was calm and unassuming, exuding a humility that naturally endeared him to others. The 9 ancestors of the Jiang family could not help but secretly commend Yin Wuxia's remarkable demeanor. It said that this prince of the prison king, despite his formidable prowess, tends to be somewhat arrogant. It appears that such rumors are indeed unreliable. Jiang Chun then cast a glance at the still observant Jiang Qiushui, his brow furrowing slightly. Qiushui, have you not yet greeted young Master Yin? Do not bring shame upon our Jiang family. Jiang Qiushui bit her silver teeth, but still murmured, Young Master Yin, may you fare well. Yin Wuxia regarded the somewhat reluctant Jiang Qiushui, smiling as if unconcerned. There is no need for such formality, Qiushui. After all, I have come to discuss matters of engagement. Once today passes, you shall be my future partner, that it would be better for us to be a bit more familiar. Jiang Qiushui's expression darkened, her head slightly inclined. Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke. I notice that your countenance seems less than favorable. Qiushui, is it perhaps due to an insignificant insect marring the scenery today? I shall have this insect removed from your sight immediately. Hearing the gradually chilling tone of Yin Wuxia, Jiang Qiushui's expression turned pale, her eyes wide as she looked at him. No, before she could finish. Jiang Chun interjected. This matter is due to our Jiang family's oversight. There is no need for young Master Yin to intervene. A mere insect of the earth, profound realm dares to be so brazen. Does it truly think my Jiang family is made of paper? As his words fell, several guards of the Jiang family hastened toward the meditating Xiao Chun. Intent on subduing him, a deep sigh echoed. Is this the Jiang family's hospitality? Accompanying the sigh was an overwhelming aura. Yin Wuxia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, it had arrived. Reveal your hidden trump card too early, and it no longer remains a trump card. Dear brother, a phantom appeared beside Xiao Chun, graceful and resplendent, adorned in a flowing red gown that danced without wind, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Yin Wuxia was momentarily taken aback. Elder Mingyu. He had expected an elderly woman, yet what stood before him was a breathtaking beauty, truly befitting of a protagonist. How fortunate to have such splendid misfortune. It was indeed Mingyu, of the Medicine King Valley. She was alive. The 9 ancestors of the Jiang family rose in astonishment. Although they had previously speculated upon seeing Xiao Chun consume the returning heaven pill, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. Elder Mingyu was undeniably a person of extraordinary talent. Her rapid advancement in cultivation was primarily attributed to her genius in medicine and alchemy, just over 30 years of age. She had authored the renowned Compendium of Medicinal Herbs, alleviating the suffering of countless souls. The 9 ancestors of the Jiang family owed her a great debt of gratitude, a fact known throughout the realm. As the phantom materialized, a tidal wave of overwhelming force swept across the area, rendering the guards attempting to capture Xiao Chun as if they were lifeless, collapsing to the ground, unable to move an inch. Even in her diminished state, Mingyu's half-step saint-level prowess remained terrifyingly formidable. The nearby elite struggled to withstand the deluge of energy, which surged like an unstoppable tide. Among those present, the older generation, with their considerable strength, fared somewhat better, appearing outwardly calm despite the shock. However, the younger generation, though gifted and formidable, were left in a state of panic, some drenched in cold sweat and pale as death, while others succumbed to unconsciousness under the weight of the immense energy this the power of a saint. It seems that the outcome of today's battle is far from certain. With her soul refined to such perfection, she is but a step away from the saint level. Should she restore her physical form, with the resources of the Medicine King Valley, she would undoubtedly become a saint. Heavens, no wonder this young man is so audacious. He has such a formidable figure backing him. The crowd below buzzed with speculation, for while it was true that the Jiang family boasted 2 or 3 ancestors nearing saint-level prowess, and their current patriarch had reached the pinnacle of the divine profound realm, it was not impossible for them to subdue these 2 should it come to a contest of strength. However, in the Central State, personal strength is not the sole determinant. Background holds paramount importance. Setting aside Elder Mingyu's immense kindness toward the Jiang family's ancestors, the sheer power of the Medicine King Valley, a behemoth in its own right, meant that few sects across the Central State would dare to provoke this moment. All eyes turned to Yin Wuxia, seated within the Grand Hall, their gazes laden with profound implications. This would surely be a spectacle to behold. Indeed, the Jiang family now found themselves in a precarious position. One could only wonder how Yin Wuxia intended to navigate this situation. He was now contending not merely with a trivial Xiao Chun, but rather with the entirety of the Medicine King Valley. The crowd below engaged in fervent discussions, but Yin Wuxia remained composed, leisurely sipping his tea, his dark eyes betraying a demeanor of disdain for the masses. As if everything were firmly under his control, the prince of the prison king. How could he venture outside without a couple of exceptional guardians to ensure his safety? After all, prodigious talent does not equate to formidable strength. Necessary protection is paramount. Yin Wuxia gently closed his eyes. He had already discreetly contacted two guardians, one of whom was securing the Yin family's resources in this region, while the other concealed themselves within the crowd for his protection. Chapter 4. Defying the odds, playing with pearls. The peak strength of the divine profound realm was sufficient to ensure his safety. Yet Shao Chun, as the child of destiny, with a hidden trump card that consisted solely of a beautiful mentor, dared to challenge him. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Yin Wuxia rose, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "No wonder you possess the audacity to court death. It turns out you have Elder Mingyu backing you." The Prince of the Prison King, Yin Wuxia, had met Elder Mingyu. He had shown due respect to Elder Mingyu, which forced the previously confrontational elder to retreat. Her momentum dissipated. Such politeness stirred a flicker of warmth in Mingyu, who had grown weary of Shao Chun's disparaging words regarding the Prince of the Prison King. Finally, Shao Chun, who had suffered greatly, saw a glimmer of hope. Frustrated by his unsuccessful schemes, he tore away the tattered hem of his garment, revealing his robust physique, and pointed his massive ruler at Yin Wuxia, bellowing, "Enough of your nonsense. Today I shall cleanse this place and take Xiushui away from this peril." Ding. Mingyu's favorability increased. Shao Chun's fortune diminished by 10 points, and the villainous value surged by 100 dirham. This is quite interesting. Yin Wuxia's heart leaped with joy, already devising a plan to isolate Shao Chun from his allies. Upon hearing Shao Chun's declaration, the 9 ancestors of the Jiang family felt their dignity affronted. "What concern is it of yours if our Jiang family wishes to marry off our daughter?" The array of the imperial clan emitted an unsettling wave, the silver patterns swirling ominously, signaling an impending activation, causing Shao Chun, who had previously been subdued, to turn pale with fear. "Humph. You old fools, when you sought my aid for medicine, you did not display such arrogance. Do you truly believe that prior to suppressing me, these insignificant Jiang family members could survive even a moment?" Elder Mingyu raised her head and called out, and in an instant, the silver patterns in the heavens dissipated entirely. "Quickly take this young man away. From this moment forth, our debts are settled." From the heavens, an ancient voice resonated, accompanied by a formidable pressure, which promptly lifted the restrictions. The direct descendants of the Jiang family exited in an orderly fashion, while the previously hesitant 9 ancestors of the Jiang family moved to form a semicircular formation, their intentions unmistakable. "Begone!" As the prospect of retreat began to dawn upon Shao Chun, Yin Wuxia, of course, would not allow this auxiliary tool for cultivation to slip away. That if he were to depart, where would he go to amass villain points? Moreover, he was not foolish enough to permit a child of destiny to develop steadily. Who could predict what monumental opportunities the other might encounter? "Shao Chun, hiding behind a woman hardly qualifies you as a man. I shall grant you a chance to compete with me on equal footing. If you emerge victorious, I shall unilaterally reject this marriage proposal. What say you?" Yin Wuxia stepped forward, gazing down at Shao Chun as he spoke. "Is that truly the case?" "Very well," Shao Chun replied, his face alight with excitement, already advancing towards Mingyu to prepare for battle. Yet he was abruptly halted by Mingyu, who furrowed her brow and cautioned, "Chun'er, Yin Wuxia possesses a composed nature. His sudden request must carry ulterior motives. You must not act rashly." Before she could finish her warning, Shao Chun shrugged off her grasp and strode purposefully towards Yin Wuxia. How could he cower when he saw his beloved gazing at him? Sensing his scheme taking effect, a barely perceptible smile crept across Yin Wuxia's face. "So, you have hidden cards, do you? I eagerly await their unveiling." With a slight bend of his knees, Yin Wuxia effortlessly soared into the air, descending gracefully upon the square like a white lotus. Upon witnessing Yin Wuxia's entrance, Shao Chun raised his colossal ruler, leaning forward slightly, a fierce murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Yin Wuxia, when heaven offers a path, you refuse it. When hell presents no door, you insist on entering. Allow me to escort you on your journey." A faint azure energy coalesced beneath his feet, and his figure vanished from sight like a specter before the onlookers could react, only to reappear behind Yin Wuxia, hefting the heavy ruler and bringing it down forcefully towards Yin Wuxia's head. The ruler, charged with formidable energy, sliced through the air, warping the surrounding space due to its immense power. "Shao Chun is striking with lethal intent right from the start," exclaimed the crowd. "Such astonishing speed. Without energy perception, one could never hope to discern this velocity with mere eyesight, though still at the earth-profound realm. His terrifying strength was a testament to his status as a prodigy of Nanling. The onlookers marveled. Meanwhile, Yin Wuxia showed no sign of defense, whether due to surprise or a deliberate choice to refrain from action. Just as Xiao Qin's colossal ruler was about to make contact with Yin Wuxia's body, a sudden whoosh reverberated as a thick cloud of dust erupted from where Yin Wuxia had just stood. Xiao Qin's ruler crashed down upon the ground, shattering the bluish stone tiles laid across the square. That moment, Xiao Qin's heart leapt in alarm, but he was aware that his earlier movement utilized the Thunder Escape technique, an intersect secret art of the Thunder Escape School, bestowed upon him as a token of gratitude after his master, Ming Yu, rescued an elder of the school. It was silent, swift, and ghostly, and without a formidable energy perception. It was impossible to track his movements, let alone react in time. Chinner, be wary of what lies behind you. Ming Yu's urgent voice pierced his ears, and Xiao Qin instinctively raised his weapon to block. But even so, he felt a numbing impact as if a boulder had struck him from behind. Xiao Qin flipped in midair, planting his foot against the ground to stabilize himself, yet the surface beneath him bore deep scars, resembling the aftermath of a fierce skirmish, revealing the earth beneath the thick layer of bluish stone. Regaining his footing, Xiao Qin glanced towards his previous position, where Yin Wuxia stood, his right hand clasped behind him, the left clenched into a fist, enveloped in a layer of crimson energy, regarding Xiao Qin with palpable disdain. From this single exchange, the disparity between the earth-profound and the heaven-profound realms became glaringly apparent. Why did I not sense his presence earlier? Xiao Qin pondered in astonishment. Yin Wuxia's sudden disappearance had felt as if he had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Xiao Qin was aware that his energy perception was acknowledged even by the revered Yao Lao. No speed or subtlety could escape his acute awareness. Yet, why had he failed to detect this particular instance? Slowly rising, Xiao Qin understood that he faced a formidable opponent in Yin Wuxia, that a moment's carelessness could very well lead to his demise. Chapter 5. Meticulously crafted schemes. The celestial prison in the grand hall above the square. Jiang Qiushui observed the unfolding battle with bated breath. Though her exterior remained composed, her heart was fraught with concern for Xiao Qin's safety. Constrained by her status from expressing her anxiety. "Please be cautious, Xiao Qin," she silently implored. Having quickly assessed the situation, Xiao Qin stowed his colossal ruler within his spatial ring. It seemed impossible to achieve a decisive blow against Yin Wuxia. Thus, he clenched his fists, inhaled deeply, and bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged from within. He leapt into the air, harnessing the overwhelming momentum to strike down upon Yin Wuxia once more. The Thunder Escape technique was employed again, and he appeared instantly before Yin Wuxia, fists raining down like a torrential downpour, each punch laced with a chilling wind. Yin Wuxia, unperturbed, deftly evaded the onslaught while casually deflecting Xiao Qin's powerful blows with ease. The formidable strikes dissipated against Yin Wuxia's casual parries, as if they were landing upon soft cotton. The square became a maelstrom of energy and howling winds, with the ground around the two combatants upheaved. Bricks scattering like bullets. Many young spectators, overwhelmed by the sheer force, broke into a cold sweat, instinctively shielding themselves from the oncoming gales. These two youths, seemingly of comparable age to the gathered crowd, exhibited an inconceivable disparity in strength. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would dare believe that such terrifying power resided within these young individuals. Given time, their prowess would surely transcend what this humble central continent could contain. Indeed, the adage rang true. A golden is not a mere creature of the pond. When encountering a storm, it transforms into a dragon. At that moment, even the three ancestors of the Jiang family could not help but voice their bewilderment. How curious! It seems young Master Yin has yet to exert his full strength. With his capabilities, dispatching Xiao Qin should be as effortless as slaughtering livestock. Why does he hesitate to strike hard? Third, must you always speak so much? Jiang Qin shot a glare at the third ancestor. In response, the third ancestor of the Jiang family could only lower his head in silence, chastened. Your Highness, the elders of the Yin family from the northern borders have arrived, bringing their clan's elite warriors, and now await your command in the Jiang family's back mountain. came the whispered transmission from Ming Lao to Yin Wuxia that a sinister smile graced Yin Wuxia's face as he returned the secret message. Establish the locking immortal formation. Not only Xiao Chun, but also his master, Ming Yu of the Yao Wang Valley, must be captured. We cannot allow their souls to escape. Understood. This old servant shall proceed immediately. Ming Lao acknowledged. Humph. Whether you are a child of destiny or an elder of the Yao Wang Valley, all shall remain here today. Yin Wuxia continued to engage Xiao Qin in battle, awaiting news from Ming Lao. At this moment, Xiao Qin sensed an oddity. It appeared Yin Wuxia had not yet unleashed his full potential, as if he were merely testing Xiao Qin. Yet Xiao Qin had already expended 9/10 of his strength. Despite this, his opponent seemed able to counter every move, giving the impression that Xiao Chun was perpetually on the offensive, that in truth, Yin Wuxia's attacks bore a mere fraction of their intended force. It was then that Xiao Chun recalled his master's warning. Never engage in prolonged combat. Yin Wuxia likely harbored some ulterior motives. In light of this realization, a cold sweat broke out upon Xiao Qin's brow. This adversary was unlike any he had faced before, calm, ruthless, cunning, and possessing overwhelming power while remaining exceedingly cautious. Xiao Qin's sense of unease deepened. Yin Wuxia loomed like an abyss, gradually consuming him. Suddenly, an overwhelming energy surged forth, akin to that of a demonic deity, sending a chill through Xiao Qin's spine. Just as he attempted to defend himself, an excruciating pain struck him, rendering him breathless, and he felt the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. In a stark contrast to his earlier imposing demeanor, Xiao Chun was now akin to a broken kite, hurtling away with tremendous force, crashing into the ground and creating several deep craters before finally coming to a halt at the periphery of the square. I apologize, but I have lost patience for this charade, Xiao Chun. In the eyes of Yin Wuxia, a murderous intent was revealed. Chapter 6. Heaven sealing, earth locking, the hidden card emerges that in the vast expanse of the Jiang family square stood a young man clad in white. His sword-like brows and starry eyes framed a handsome visage, yet the tranquility and depth in his gaze surpassed that of his peers. The pale, blue, long robe fluttered in the wind, while his figure stood resolute like a sharp sword. That person was none other than Yin Wuxia. In the distance, a wretched figure lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling from his mouth, the wind tousling his blood-stained hair and revealing countless bruises upon his body. The one who now resembled an ant lying on the ground was none other than Xiao Chun, who had moments ago been invincible. The spectators in the square were utterly astonished by this scene. Just moments prior, Xiao Chun had been unleashing his full strength in a relentless assault, forcing Yin Wuxia to retreat repeatedly, only to collapse on the ground, nearly on the brink of death. Such a spectacle left not only the younger generation of the Jiang family wide-eyed, but also rendered the family patriarch speechless. His mouth agape, at a loss for words that moment, the square was enveloped in a stunned silence. The air seemingly congealed, as if time itself had come to a halt. What just transpired? A gasp from an unknown individual shattered the deadly stillness. This is utterly terrifying. One single punch brought the opponent to the ground. Though there was a disparity of realms between the two, it was hard to fathom such a catastrophic outcome. Moreover, young master, Yin only a single punch. The square erupted into a cacophony of chatter, as everyone had anticipated the outcome of this battle, which would undoubtedly see Yin Wuxia triumph over Xiao Chun. However, they had never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. In the grand hall, Jiang Qiushui furrowed her delicate brows, biting her crimson lip, her slender fingers gripping her clothing tightly, her face etched with urgency. Had her father not been by her side, Jiang Qiushui would have likely rushed onto the square herself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slapping the protagonist's face. The protagonist's fortune value has decreased by 100 points, while the host's villain value has increased by 1,000 points. The system's notification chimed in Yin Wuxia's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the protagonist. The protagonist's fortune value has decreased by 100 points, while the host's villain value has increased by 1,000 points. I didn't expect to unlock 2 achievements at once. A faint smile crept onto Yin Wuxia's lips. It seems that reducing the protagonist's fortune value is not as difficult as I imagined. Within less than half a day, I have already reduced Xiao Chun's fortune value by 500 points. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun felt as if his internal organs were about to burst from that punch. Fortunately, During his cultivation, Mingyu had diligently prepared medicinal baths with precious herbs to refine Xiao Chun's body. For Xiao Chun, minor external injuries could heal within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, and in close combat, the opponent's attacks would be significantly weakened. Had it not been for this, Yin Wuxia's earlier punch could have very well sealed Xiao Chun's fate. Struggling, Xiao Chun fished out a pill glowing with a faint green light from his bosom and swallowed it with all his might. His complexion gradually regaining some color. Qi Tiandan. In the Grand Hall, Jiang family's fourth ancestor exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Jiang Chun, the second ancestor, inquired in confusion, "Old Four, how can that pill be so miraculous?" It allowed Xiao Chun, who was just moments away from death, to stand once more. After all, the Jiang family is a prestigious clan in the Central State, and as the wielders of power, they possess an expansive worldview. Rare treasures, miraculous elixirs, exquisite beasts, and divine weapons are among the many collections within the Jiang family. However, Jiang Chun had never heard of this Qi Tiandan. This pill is a supreme-grade elixir throughout the entire continent. Only the Medicine King Valley can produce it. The fourth ancestor of the Jiang family paused, stating, "It is important to note that even within the Medicine King Valley, only a handful of individuals can concoct this Qi Tiandan. This pill is a pinnacle-grade elixir. As long as you still draw breath, it can bring you back from the brink of death. Even if your body suffers severe injury, consuming this pill will restore your physical form." In the past, our ancestor was on the verge of death due to toxic energy entering his body, and it was only thanks to the elixir sent by Mingyu that he was able to survive. This is also the reason why our entire Jiang family owes a debt of gratitude to Ming Yu at this moment. Xiao Chun felt a chill sweep through him. After all, the Qi Tiandan was something he had intended to use only as a last resort. Yet now, due to Yin Wuxia's single punch, he was compelled to consume this ninth-grade elixir prematurely. As Xiao Chun pondered, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and in an instant, the once clear sky was obscured, with fierce winds howling, carrying with them a mournful wail. "Your Highness, the Locking Immortals array is ready." At this moment, not only Xiao Chun, but also the faces of the onlookers in the square, including the ancestors of the Jiang family, revealed signs of unease. What is this? Such an overwhelming sense of oppression. It's an array. When was it set up? A wave of panic swept through the crowd in the square. Everyone need not panic. This is merely an array set up by Yin to prevent Xiao Chun from fleeing. That IT serves only to seal off the area and will not harm anyone. Please rest assured. Upon hearing Yin Wuxia's words, the restless crowd gradually calmed down. However, Xiao Chun's expression was far from relaxed, and no wonder I felt that Yin Wuxia hadn't exerted his full strength during our confrontation. It turns out he was secretly laying down this array to prevent my escape. Everything that just transpired was merely a feigned struggle. Realizing this, Xiao Chun was filled with regret, wishing he had heeded Mingyu's advice to leave this place early. Now, not only could he not escape, but he had also inadvertently trapped his master here. Truly, youth is often marked by impulsiveness, leading to future regrets. Gazing at Xiao Chun, who lay there like a struggling insect, Yin Wuxia slowly spoke. "Xiao Chun, no matter how you struggle now, it is merely the fight of a cornered beast. Surrender quietly." At this moment, Xiao Chun found himself cornered, his face a mask of unwillingness and helplessness. "Chun'er, it seems you can only use that move now." The previously silent Mingyu's voice resonated once more in Xiao Chun's ears. Xiao Chun's face revealed a flicker of shock, a bitter smile forming within. He then took a deep breath, steadying himself, fixating his gaze on Yin Wuxia in the distance, his eyes brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, he scoffed, "If it were so simple to die here, would I dare to make this appointment today? Yin Wuxia, if you wish to chew on this tough bone, you better have a good set of teeth." Chapter 7. Xiao Chun's defeat, Mingyu captured. Xiao Chun clasped his hands before his chest, a cherry-red energy gradually materializing, intensifying in hue until it formed a tangible flame. Surrounding the flame were tendrils of lightning-like energy, seemingly weak, yet radiating a pulse of energy that sent shivers down one's spine. Source divine fire. Upon recognizing the flame, the ancestors of the Jiang family instinctively took a step back. Fear flickered in their eyes, a rare sight for those who had weathered many storms. At this moment, The younger generation of the Jiang family looked on in confusion as they observed the panic-stricken expressions of their ancestors. Why were the venerable elders so shaken by the flame conjured by this junior? Could it be that this flame harbored hidden mysteries? Even the usually unflappable Yin Wuxia could no longer maintain his composure as he gazed at the flame in Xiao Qin's hand. This source divine fire is a spirit flame that was born alongside heaven and earth, a true anomaly in existence that emerged during the initial chaos of the mystic realm, having existed for millennia. Continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, that has long since developed its own consciousness, and the energy it contains is boundless. The TOB scorched by this flame would not only destroy the body, but also obliterate the soul. What is most terrifying about this flame is that whether one is a novice in the initial mystic realm or at the pinnacle of the divine mystic realm, as long as one is not a sage, contact with this flame will inevitably lead to their soul being burned to ashes. Thus, it is no wonder that the Jiang family ancestors were retreating in fright. Source divine fire? I never expected Xiao Qin to possess such a hidden card. Even the son of the prison king might find it challenging to withstand such an attack. This young man, with such formidable strength and an abundance of rare treasures, holds an unimaginable future ahead. Xiao Qin paid no heed to the clamor of the crowd. Indeed, this source divine fire was powerful, but he lacked the full capability to wield it. One must understand that this sentient spiritual fire possesses wisdom that far surpasses that of humans. How could it be easily subdued? Throughout history, countless individuals have desperately sought the traces of this divine fire, yet most have been led in circles, hearing its voice but never seeing its form. Even if one manages to find the trace of this divine fire, very few have succeeded in taming it, and a momentary lapse could result in being devoured by the divine fire, leading to the annihilation of both body and soul. In the beginning, Xiao Qin was under the protection of Mingyu, spending a full 3 months barely managing to subdue this divine fire within the depths of the Yellow Springs Abyss. During this time, he nearly exhausted half of the top-tier elixirs accumulated within Mingyu's spatial ring. Now, observing Xiao Qin, his eyes glinted with a murderous intent akin to that of a malevolent spirit, his fierce battle spirit causing cold sweat to bead on the brows of all present. Yin Wuxia, today I shall repay you in kind for the humiliation and suffering you have inflicted upon me. With that, Xiao Qin secretly gathered his energy beneath his feet, his figure vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, he appeared above Yin Wuxia like a hawk, plummeting downwards. Xiao Qin's left palm harbored earth-shattering energy, the source of the divine fire in his hand, resembling ghostly flames from the underworld. As if merely gazing upon them would result in the loss of one's soul, in the plaza of the Jiang family, all eyes widened in astonishment. Everyone understood that should Xiao Qin's divine fire make contact, even those at the celestial profound realm would surely face obliteration. Xiao Qin had never intended to leave Yin Wuxia alive. As Xiao Qin wielded the divine fire towards Yin Wuxia, it drew ever closer, until the crimson glow illuminated Yin Wuxia's visage. However, just as the flames were about to touch Yin Wuxia's body, they inexplicably vanished. Yin Wuxia raised his palm, intercepting Xiao Qin's strike, then bent his left leg slightly while lunging forward, forcefully slamming Xiao Qin into the ground. Xiao Qin's eyes turned white as blood erupted from his throat, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. It must be noted that this strike had been his final trump card. Yet it faltered at the decisive moment. This juncture, Xiao Qin found himself at the end of his wits. His body and spirit had reached their limits, collapsing to the ground, as lifeless as a discarded husk. The wind howled fiercely through the plaza, laden with dust. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how Xiao Qin, who had just revealed his trump card, now lay defeated. Moreover, the previously fearsome source divine fire had vanished without a trace. Among the crowd, only Yin Wuxia grasped the unfolding events. The martial Tao heavenly eye, the innate divine ability of the original body. Although this technique lacks substantial harm, it can perceive the flow of energy and the fluctuations of one's aura. Xiao Qin's hidden movement and short-range spatial traversal techniques were as transparent to him as a torch blazing in the dark of night. The source divine fire, while terrifying, was not difficult for several semi-saint elders of the Yin family to control and gather, especially given that the divine fire was currently weakened under Xiao Qin's suppression. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the protagonist and delivering a face slap. The protagonist's fortune value has decreased by 500 points, while the villain value has increased by 500 points. Yin Wuxia's heart surged with elation, relishing the opportunity to reap the benefits from such a naive player. How delightful it was to have such a vegetable to harvest, effectively assisting him in accumulating experience. Thinking to be an experience booster and a stepping stone on the protagonist's path to greatness, it would not be so simple. At this moment, Mingyu reappeared, determined to protect Xiao Chun, even at the cost of her own soul. Yet before she could act, several dark chains descended from the sky, coiling around her semi-transparent form like black vipers, rendering her immobile. A few figures clad in black robes slowly descended from the heavens, surrounding Mingyu. There is no need to struggle, Elder Mingyu. These chains are specifically forged to suppress souls, designed for remnants like you who have fallen. A chilling voice emanated from within the black robes, reminiscent of vengeful spirits from the depths of the netherworld. This battle, Xiao Chun, ends in defeat. Chapter 8. System Marketplace, Breakthrough in Cultivation, Renowned Through Battle. Since the fierce confrontation between Yin Wuxia and Xiao Chun in the Jiang family's plaza, Yin Wuxia's reputation spread throughout the central state. Now, the entirety of the central state was aware of the arrival of a young man of terrifying strength within the Jiang family, not only boasting exceptional personal power, but also a formidable background. Even the elder Mingyu of the Medicine King Valley had been subdued by him. Most frighteningly, even the Source Divine Fire, capable of obliterating beings at the peak of the celestial profound realm, had proven ineffective before him. Such overwhelming power, coupled with a powerful backing, made Yin Wuxia's youth all the more astounding that in the vast expanse of the central state, few could match his prowess. This battle served as a resounding declaration of the Yin family's strength to the entire region. Naturally, Yin Wuxia reaped significant rewards from this encounter, having thoroughly vanquished his nemesis, Xiao Chun, and acquired a wealth of villain points. The items available in the item marketplace were highly coveted, with even a single item fetching frenzied bids in the black market. Some high-tier items were priceless to this moment. Yin Wuxia sat in his study, eyes closed as he contemplated the marketplace interface that heavenly-tier martial techniques, cultivation experience, talent restoration, rare treasures, nuclear bombs, fighter jets. The system's marketplace offered an array of diverse items. And although Yin Wuxia's current villain points were limited in terms of what he could exchange, they were sufficient for his needs. What is this? Suddenly, Yin Wuxia's gaze was drawn to a particular item in the marketplace. Fragments of parallel dimension seeds. What is this? Driven by curiosity, he opened the item description. Fragments of parallel dimension seeds, derived from the splitting of complete parallel dimension seeds. Collecting all fragments will yield a complete seed, which can take root and sprout within the host, forming an internal world. This world is impervious to external interference and is entirely under the host's control regarding time and material space. In simple terms, it can create a realm fully governed by the host. This was an exceedingly rare treasure, and Yin Wuxia's heart swelled with joy. He had heard tales of such artifacts within his family, but only as whispers. That it was said that many powerful individuals had poured their fortunes into acquiring such treasures, that in critical moments, this item could indeed save one's life. At the very least, it would make escape a viable option. Without the strength of a sage or emperor, it would be impossible to tear through space to find him. The elder Mingyu of the Medicine King Valley had managed to preserve a trace of her soul by utilizing such a treasure before her physical form was destroyed, allowing her to transfer to an internal space to await the opportunity to reconstruct her body. Checking the price, he found it to be 5,000 villain points. A bit pricey, but such a treasure is worth the cost. He clicked to exchange. With his remaining villain points, Yin Wuxia exchanged for several powerful life-saving techniques, reserving the last of his points for cultivation experience. The Tao of Heaven's Sacred Cannon, one of the secret methods utilized by Yin Wuxia for cultivation. With this technique, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. This method, even in the upper realms, was coveted by many. Now, Yin Wuxia had reached the 6th layer, standing out among his peers. Although the original body possessed extraordinary talent, it had been stuck at this level for nearly half a year. Since villain points could enhance his cultivation, why not lend himself a hand and break through this barrier? With this thought, Yin Wuxia commanded the system, Allocate all remaining talent points to my cultivation experience. As his voice echoed, a clear and pure energy began to flow from Yin Wuxia's lower abdomen, gradually spreading throughout his body. Yin Wuxia felt as if every cell in his mind was being revitalized. The various aspects of the Tao of Heaven's sacred canon flashed before him as his cultivation broke through another minor boundary. Suddenly, Yin Wuxia's body trembled that a surge of vigorous energy erupted from him, radiating outward that a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the palace as an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area. The vicinity of the hall fell into silence. While the guards on duty wore expressions of terror, the two exchanged fearful glances. What was that terrifying energy just now? Within the hall, it felt as though a demonic deity had emerged. The oppressive force seemed to signify a breakthrough to the second tier of the celestial profound realm. Could it be that esteemed figure, such terror at such a tender age, to have already attained such peak prowess? Within the grand hall, Yin Wuxia emitted a jubilant laughter. Power, overwhelming power, ultimately commanding everything, a force that scorns all living beings. At this very moment, his internal organs felt as though they had been tempered, crystalline and translucent, pure and formidable. Although he had experienced some fatigue over the past few days, after his breakthrough to the second tier of the heavenly profound realm, he felt not the slightest weariness. Instead, he felt as refreshed as if he had just awakened from slumber and enjoyed a soothing bath. However, a hint of gravity soon returned to Yin Wuxia's expression. Currently, he was merely at the second tier of the heavenly profound realm. Though he could indeed stand alone, within the vast expanses of the profound realm, there were still many places beyond his reach. Despite having the system to aid him, the consumption required for enhancing his techniques was still far too immense. Merely advancing a single realm had exhausted all his villain points that it appeared that. Besides intensifying his cultivation, he would need to seek out more children of destiny to reap the benefits. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yin Wuxia intended to peruse the unblocked items in the marketplace, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Yin Wuxia asked coldly, "Who is it?" "It is I, Jiang Qiushui. May I enter, young Master Yin, to speak a few words?" The voice of Jiang Qiushui wafted in like a spring breeze from outside the door. Slowly opening his eyes, Yin Wuxia revealed a faint smirk. Without needing to say more, he could surmise Jiang Qiushui's purpose. She must have come to plead for Shao Chun. Otherwise, given his fearsome reputation as a dark overlord, Jiang Qiushui would surely be avoiding him rather than approaching him so boldly. Regardless, it would be interesting to see if their relationship could be eased. After all, Jiang Qiushui could be considered a beauty of her generation. Who could resist the allure of a pretty girl? With this thought, Yin Wuxia spoke softly, his tone noticeably gentler. "Ah, it is Miss Qiushui. Please, do come in." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiushui gently pushed the door open and entered. "What brings the Saintess Qiushui to my chamber?" Yin Wuxia inquired, his handsome face adorned with warmth and a hint of a smile, a truly fitting demeanor. This unexpected remark left Jiang Qiushui somewhat flustered. She had always perceived Yin Wuxia as a cold-hearted, merciless fiend, yet at this moment, the youth before her appeared gentle. Chapter 9. The disturbance of beauty. At this instant, Jiang Qiushui found it impossible to maintain her previous calm. As an indescribable sensation rippled within her heart, that it must be said that Jiang Qiushui's beauty was indeed difficult to find fault with. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her eyes like autumn waters, and her brows were painted like a masterpiece. Her red lips curved in a semblance of a smile, and her slender fingers resembled delicate green onions. Adorned in a pale azure robe, her outstanding figure could not be concealed. With each step, she moved like a lotus, and beneath her skirt, her long, jade-like legs occasionally peeked through the gaps. She was truly a heavenly beauty. Few men could maintain their composure before such a figure. And even Yin Wuxia had to concede this truth within himself. Yet compared to Yin Wuxia, it was Jiang Qiushui's heart that was more tumultuous, fluctuating with unease. Since her earliest memories, countless suitors had sought to win her favor. Even Shao Chun, in her presence, appeared like a child, floundering and awkward. However, Yin Wuxia stood as an exception. Not only did he maintain an air of indifference before her, but even on the night her father delivered her to his chamber, he had not laid a finger on her. It was as if she held no allure for this man at all. Women, after all, are drawn to those who can conquer them, the ones who vie for their attention. despite offering everything, often find themselves viewed with disdain in their hearts. Saintess. A voice rich with magnetism jolted Jiang Qiushui from a reverie. The Saintess has yet to answer my question. Jiang Qiushui's face revealed a touch of embarrassment, her eyes avoiding Yin Wuxia's gaze as she softly replied, I have come to apologize for what transpired a few days ago. Yin Wuxia opened his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and asked with an air of calm. Oh, what do you mean? What fault does the Saintess believe she bears? The matter concerning Xiao Chen originated from me, yet it has caused you distress. This is truly inexcusable that I hope you can overlook past grievances and forgive my ignorance. Jiang Qiushui explained, recounting how she had met Xiao Chen and his affections for her. To conceal the truth in front of someone who knows all was a foolish endeavor, not only placing oneself in the role of a fool, but also treating the other as one. Therefore, it was wise to be candid and leave nothing unspoken. That it must be said, Jiang Qiushui possessed a remarkable emotional intelligence. Such a thoughtful, clever, and spirited woman earned Yin Wuxia's admiration, compared to those mere vessels of beauty. It was women like her who captured men's hearts. Yin Wuxia wore an intrigued expression. This woman is rather interesting. That in the previous battle, Yin Wuxia had already demonstrated his overwhelming power to the Jiang family, along with the terrifying force backing him, that if he could strike Xiao Chen down from the heavens, he could certainly sweep away any opposing force that displeased him, including the Jiang family. Should Yin Wuxia become a pillar of support for the Jiang family, their standing in the central continent would thereafter be unshakable. In contrast to the impulsive and hot-blooded Xiao Chen, Jiang Qiushui was far more cautious about offending the man before her at this moment. Yin Wuxia regarded Jiang Qiushui with a measure of appreciation, albeit purely platonic admiration. And yet there lingered a certain temptation. Ding! Jiang Qiushui's change in disposition elevated her favorability towards the host, while Xiao Chen's fortune value diminished by 100 points. And the host's villain points surged by 1,000 as the system's voice echoed in his ears, prompting Yin Wuxia to narrow his eyes. The system never lied. Thus, it seemed Jiang Qiushui no longer harbored such aversion towards him. However, mere improvement in sentiment was far from sufficient. A palm and a piece of candy. Only such gestures could secure a woman's unwavering heart. That a smirk played upon Yin Wuxia's lips as he said with playful mockery, You say so much in hopes of piquing my interest and then requesting that I spare Xiao Chen for your sake. His words were sharp and unrelenting, although Jiang Qiushui had anticipated Yin Wuxia's attitude. She was unprepared for such directness. Her complexion paled as she quickly rose from her seat, offering an apology. That I know I am but a vain person with a delicate figure, and I dare not hope to catch your discerning eye. Yet, all that I say is sincere. I implore you to see it clearly. Xiao Chen has risked defending the entire Jiang family's clan for your sake, even tearing his face with me. Now, trapped in that dungeon, his fate remains uncertain. Is it not a bit unjust to disregard his heartfelt devotion? Yin Wuxia's words stirred a tumult of emotions within Jiang Qiushui. How could she remain unaffected? She could certainly feel Xiao Chen's genuine affection for her. Yet at this moment, the safety of the Jiang family rested upon her shoulders. How could she afford to indulge in personal feelings? In the face of clan and sect, all else is but fleeting clouds. One could sense the discomfort that accompanied Jiang Qiushui as she spoke those words. Observing her expression, Yin Wuxia maintained a calm smile. Though inwardly, he reveled in amusement. To capture the heart, one must first seize the mind. Judging by her demeanor, Jiang Qiushui was already bowing to him in her heart. Ding! The sentiment of submission appeared within Jiang Qiushui, reducing Xiao Chen's fate value by 50 points, while the host's villain points increased by 500. Thus, tallying it all, Xiao Chen's fate value had already diminished by over 3,000 points. Yin Wuxia's formidable presence often left others feeling perplexed, unlike Xiao Chen, who was like a blank canvas. His affections were straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives. Yet intriguingly, women often found themselves drawn to the enigmatic allure of men like Yin Wuxia. You arrive at my chamber in the dead of night. Are you not afraid I might do something to you? Yin Wuxia feigned an expression of inscrutable intent, locking his gaze on a Jiang Qiushui. Jiang Qiushui, however, remained remarkably composed, responding with poise. I have faith in your character, young master. This statement elicited a laugh from Yin Wuxia. Character. Merely the labels others affix to us at critical moments. Who knows what actions one might take? Words can often betray one's true intentions. Yin Wuxia scoffed lightly. Jiang Qiushui merely pressed her lips together in silence. Outside, the sound of bamboo swaying in the gentle breeze mingled with the occasional chirp of a cricket. The hour grows late. Saintess, you should take your leave. Yin Wuxia rose from his seat, brushing past Jiang Qiushui, and positioned himself at the doorway. Chapter 10. Longline Fishing. The female protagonist is infatuated. Yin Wuxia stood by the door, embodying the demeanor of one devoted to cultivation, shunning the allure of women to this moment. He found himself somewhat admiring his own acting prowess. The beauty was right before him. Yet his heart remained unperturbed. He understood the art of seduction through feigned indifference. After all, how else could one secure unwavering devotion? Young Master Yin. This action of Yin Wuxia left Jiang Qiushui at a loss. Her previous words had been spoken from the heart, devoid of any deceit, yet for some reason, Yin Wuxia, upon hearing them, seemed to harbor a prejudice against her rather than seeking to mend their relationship. The room fell into an unusual silence, with Jiang Qiushui casting her gaze downward, occasionally stealing glances at Yin Wuxia. The man before her was so enigmatic that it was no wonder she found herself constantly pondering how to engage with him. With each fleeting moment, her focus on Yin Wuxia intensified. I know you still hold him in your heart. Rest assured, I shall not impose upon you. I am willing to wait. Finally, Yin Wuxia's words shattered the stillness between them. Hearing this, Jiang Qiushui was taken aback, left momentarily speechless. What did this mean? A confession. The notoriously aloof and inscrutable young master, Yin, was now uttering such sentiments to her. Just a few words stirred a tempest within her. This moment. A faint flush crept across Jiang Qiushui's fair complexion, her mind swirling with thoughts, unsure of how to respond. Yin Wuxia, standing there, did not direct his gaze towards her, as if his previous words were but a soliloquy. I like you, yet I am aware that you cannot forget him, that I, Yin Wuxia, am not the sort to force my desires upon you, and I hope you will not feel compelled to force yourself either. Yin Wuxia continued softly, his tone shifting from its usual coldness to one imbued with warmth and a hint of tenderness. Though Jiang Qiushui was known for her icy beauty, she found herself unable to regain her composure in this moment. Yin Wuxia's seemingly ambiguous declarations left her at a loss for how to react. Young master, are you speaking to me? She managed to inquire, suppressing the tumult within her heart. Only then did Yin Wuxia turn towards her, gradually approaching her side, lowering his gaze to meet hers. Do you believe there is a third person in this room? At his words, Jiang Qiushui hastily rose, her hands retreating into her sleeves as she bowed her head and spoke. Thank you for your kindness. Young master, I do not dare to misinterpret your affection and hope for your understanding. Yin Wuxia remained unruffled, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Why so flustered? I merely wish to express my feelings. Misinterpretations are my concern. You need not add to your own burdens. The room fell silent once more, the night breeze lightly swaying the candlelight, casting flickering shadows upon the walls. Young master, were your words sincere? Jiang Qiushui broke the silence this time. Did I ask the sun and moon bear witness? Yin Wuxia replied softly. Though merely 4 words, they set Jiang Qiushui's heart ablaze with tumultuous emotions. Who was this man before her? The heir of the prison king, destined to lead the Yin family, someone whom the entire mystical realm regarded with utmost respect. Despite his usual disinterest in women and his profound thoughtfulness, he was now revealing his true feelings to her. Here, I possess a token your father once entrusted to me. Take it. With this token, you can grant a special pardon to Xiao Chen. As he spoke, Yin Wuxia removed a jade token edged in gold from his waist and placed it into Jiang Qiushui's hands. I have misunderstood you, young master. I did not expect you to be so benevolent. From now on, I shall dedicate myself to serving you wholeheartedly and sever all ties with Xiao Chen. Here, I vow that if I utter a single falsehood, may my soul be scattered. Observing the resolute demeanor of the young woman before him, Yin Wuxia could only offer a wry smile as he reached out to gently tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, saying nothing further. You should rest early, young master. I shall take my leave now. After bowing, Jiang Qiushui exited. Once outside the garden, she found herself devoid of the initial anxiety that had gripped her, for reasons unknown. Her heart felt remarkably lighter, no longer shrouded in the oppressive gloom that had previously engulfed her. The radiant moonlight draped over the jade-paved floor like a delicate veil, prompting a surge of reflection within Jiang Qiushui. In retrospect, it seemed that Yin Wuxia had committed no wrongdoing from the outset. He was merely passing through the central continent at the behest of her clan's patriarch, requested to remain within their family. Even the engagement between them had been orchestrated by her father, and yet, Yin Wuxia had not directly acquiesced to the marriage. Later, when Xiao Chen learned of their situation, he had confronted Yin Wuxia violently. Yet, Yin Wuxia had refrained from retaliating, instead establishing a so-called 3-year agreement. Throughout those years, he had sent no one to pursue Xiao Chen, nor had he engaged in any inappropriate behavior towards her. Recently, her father had even sent her to Yin Wuxia's quarters, and he had not shown the slightest inclination to acknowledge her. Considering this, it appeared that it was Zhang's family that had persistently sought to align themselves with Yin Wuxia as a pillar of support. Throughout, he had indeed committed no errors. Although Yin Wuxia often appeared taciturn, with a keen intellect and deep insights, as the heir of the prison king, he was undoubtedly well-versed in the teachings of his family. Did she not also keep her own thoughts closely guarded? Moreover, knowing that Xiao Chen harbored feelings for her, he still chose to bestow the token upon her, granting Xiao Chen a pardon. Such magnanimity was indeed worthy of respect. Was it possible that she was developing feelings for him? A voice, both tender and chilling, echoed in Jiang Qiushui's mind. "You talk too much. Do you not know what I am thinking?" She replied dismissively. "Of course you are me, and I am you. There are no secrets between us." This voice had lingered in her ears since her birth, a secret known only to her, an intertwined existence. Even her father had never been privy to this knowledge. It seemed that young Master Yin was not as devoid of emotion as the legend suggested, merely a bloodthirsty fiend. Indeed, he appears aloof, yet his heart is quite upright. Jiang Qiushui responded, "For reasons unknown." She felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she reflected on her preconceived notions of Yin Wuxia. Ding! Jiang Qiushui's perspective of the host has shifted, increasing her destiny points by 100 and her fortune points by 20. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Yin Wuxia's ear that a hint of helplessness and a wry smile crossed his face that in the brief span of a single night. While he had said little, Jiang Qiushui had already conjured a grand drama within her heart. Of course, Yin Wuxia's earlier charm had been but a performance, aimed at easing the misunderstandings between him and the female protagonist, as well as creating a rift between her and Xiao Chen, thereby diminishing Xiao Chen's fortune points it appears that women are indeed complex beings. Contemplating this, Yin Wuxia queried the system. Does this count as her taking the initiative? Would I incur divine retribution under such circumstances? The female protagonist's fortune points still exceeded those of the host. If they were to engage forcefully, he might still face divine retribution, with significant uncertainties looming. Upon hearing the system's response, a black line appeared on Yin Wuxia's forehead. So, unless she completely submits to me, as long as her fortune points are higher, I will remain at risk. I am no paragon of virtue. Even sages have acknowledged the nature of humanity. How much less am I than a sage? If not for the myriad constraints placed upon me, why must I always lament at critical junctures? Very well, I shall wait a while longer. As Yin Wuxia pondered these thoughts, a rift in the void appeared behind him, from which an elderly man emerged, kneeling before Yin Wuxia with one knee on the ground. This man was none other than the venerable Ming Lao, who had been secretly safeguarding Yin Wuxia all along. "May the young master be well," he intoned. Yin Wuxia waved his hand, signaling for him to rise. "How did the task I entrusted to you fare? Is everything satisfactory?" Reporting to the young master, Xiao Chen remains unconscious in the dungeon, and the Mingyu from the Medicine King Valley has yet to appear. Continue to monitor him closely. Remember, under no circumstances are you to intervene. Simply report to me." After Ming Lao bowed and accepted his orders, he withdrew. Yin Wuxia sat beside the tea table, idly toying with an object in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I care not whether you are a child of fortune or a child of destiny. Even with the heavens shielding you, being crushed beneath their weight is merely a matter of time. I end the stillness of the night." Yin Wuxia, after loosening his garments, reclined upon the bed with closed eyes, nurturing his spirit while contemplating the uncertainties that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, having suffered a profound blow to both mind and body after his defeat, remained ensnared within the damp and dark confines of the dungeon. oblivious to the passage of time. Mingyu, previously suppressed by a specially crafted iron chain designed to restrain souls, found her essence exceedingly frail. For an extended period, she had relied on Xiao Qin's vital energy for sustenance. But with him now in a state of unconsciousness and extreme weakness, any attempt to absorb his energy could potentially cost him his life. Thus, she was left to await his awakening within the ancient ring. Chapter 11. Trapped in a Quandary. The heartless beauty after several days and nights of confinement. Xiao Qin's aura finally began to stabilize. Moreover, as Mingyu had refrained from consuming his vital energy during this time, his recovery progressed relatively swiftly. He struggled to rise, pain still echoing in his head, and surveyed his grim surroundings, filled with the foul stench of decaying corpses and adorned with copper walls etched with runes. Confirming his current predicament, kneeling on the ground, Xiao Qin's eyes were hollow, his visage haggard. 3 years, a grueling 3 years. During this period, he had endured countless hardships, teetering on the brink of life and death time and again. Yet, fueled by his unwavering resolve, he had repeatedly traversed the gates of hell, all for the purpose of personally slaying Yen Wuxia. Yet, he had been felled by what seemed merely a mundane strike. And now he found himself shackled, reduced to a captive. The desire for retribution had devolved into a farcical joke, a bitter humor that he could not help but find amusing. Yen Wuxia, a terrifying killing intent flickered in Xiao Qin's eyes as he clenched his teeth and growled the name from his throat. The mere thought of Yen Wuxia's disdainful demeanor, viewing all as mere ants, ignited an unnamed fury within him. A gentle voice resonated in Xiao Qin's ear. It was Mingyu. Master, you finally spoke. I thought you were upset with your disciple and would never acknowledge me again. At that moment, tears unexpectedly brimmed in Xiao Qin's eyes, cascading down his cheeks. That in such dire circumstances, the presence of someone unwaveringly by his side brought immense joy, a sentiment only those who had endured similar trials could comprehend. Ah, Qin'er, why must you put yourself through this? There was no need for Mingyu to elaborate. Xiao Qin understood her words all too well. Had he heeded her advice to retreat swiftly following the battle with Yen Wuxia, avoiding unnecessary entanglements, he would not have found himself in such a wretched state. Now, not only was his own life in jeopardy, but even his beloved master, who had bestowed upon him immeasurable kindness, had been dragged into this plight. Revealing his true form before others would be tantamount to declaring to the world that Mingyu was alive, should there be any ill-intentioned individuals harboring designs against powerful souls. The consequences would be unimaginable, not to mention the enmity of his foes. Master, can we escape from this place? Yet the only response he received was a heavy sigh. The answer was all too evident. The talismans inscribed here were specifically augmented to suppress souls, and judging by the marks upon them, they had likely been inscribed not long ago. Mingyu's voice remained as gentle as a spring breeze. Yet it bore an undercurrent of sorrow. Had it not been for these suppressive measures, leaving this place would indeed have been relatively simple. That it was clear that the Jiang family had taken precautions due to Mingyu's exposure. Just as Xiao Qin prepared to speak again, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to collapse onto the ground, feigning unconsciousness. The soft patter of light footsteps traversed the damp stone floor, followed by a familiar voice that startled Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, are you all right? It was Jiang Qiushui. She had come. Elation surged within him as he sprang to his feet and rushed to the bars. Qiushui, how did you come here? Did they imprison you as well? Have they harmed you in any way? Xiao Qin questioned eagerly, filled with concern and joy. However, Jiang Qiushui offered no reply. Instead, she produced a silver key and unlocked the door, freeing Xiao Qin from his shackles. But he did not inquire further. It was clear to him that Qiushui had secretly taken the key to rescue him. This indicated that she still cared for him. Otherwise, she would not have risked herself by venturing into such a perilous situation. That alone was enough for Xiao Qin. He grasped Qiushui's wrist, intent on escaping together, only to find his grasp met with resistance. Qiushui, seeing Jiang Qiushui withdraw her wrist, Xiao Qin was bewildered. What is this, Xiao Qin? Do not misunderstand that I did come to save you, but I will not leave with you, Jiang Qiushui replied coldly. In that instant, Xiao Qin felt as though an invisible, thick wall had arisen between them. What did you say? He was taken aback at this moment. Qiu Shui was both familiar and foreign, that I understand. They must be forcing you into this. Right. Did you agree to some sordid condition with that scoundrel, Yin Wuxia, to save me? Xiao Chen struggled to believe it, his words seemingly directed more at himself than at Jiang Qiu Shui. Young Master Yin is not such a person. He is a man of integrity. Xiao Chen, please abandon your prejudices. Yin Wuxia is a man of integrity. This was, without doubt, the most ludicrous statement Xiao Chen had ever heard in his life. Yet this declaration came from the very lips of the girl who had once sworn eternal allegiance to him. Qiu Shui, if you are facing difficulties, just tell me, and I will save you, Xiao Chen implored, stepping forward to grasp her hand once more. Yet he found himself halted, or rather, compelled to halt, as a long sword was pressed against his chest, held by none other than Qiu Shui herself at that moment. Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered. What had transpired during his days of unconsciousness? Why had the girl who once accompanied him beneath the moonlight become so estranged and frigid? Xiao Chen, I shall say this once more. I will not leave with you. Jiang Qiu Shui declared coldly. No-one is forcing me. Young Master Yin has not compelled me in any way. From beginning to end, it has been your one-sided affection. As she spoke, she tossed a token from her sleeve, landing it before Xiao Chen. This token was given to me by young Master Yin. He disregarded past grievances and sent me here to release you. I hope you can learn to regard others with an open heart and abandon your biases. With that, she sheathed her sword, turning to leave with resolute determination, leaving behind a desolate Xiao Chen, slumped within the cold, damp dungeon. Indeed, Xiao Chen had just sensed that Qiu Shui was not jesting. The chilling aura of rejection she exuded was genuine. A farce. He was the fool. Xiao Chen gazed heavenward, a bitter smile etched upon his face. For so many years, had he truly been deluding himself in his affections? Was this the truth? Jiang Qiu Shui was merely a woman swayed by power. And he, having been vanquished, was deemed unworthy to stand by her side. At that moment, a tumult of thoughts and emotions surged through Xiao Chen's mind like a tidal wave. His head throbbed painfully, compounded by the injuries he had sustained and the lingering weakness within him. Suddenly, he tasted blood. A warm rush erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the ground as he succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Chapter 12. Strolling with the Beauty, the Art of Deception. The male and female protagonist's hearts have diverged. The protagonist's destiny points have decreased by 200, while the antagonist's value has surged by 2,000. Within the study, Yin Wuxia's hand, holding a teacup, paused momentarily before a look of realization spread across his face. It seems that Jiang Qiu Shui has not disappointed me after all, with the aid of the system. Yin Wuxia was acutely aware of the unfolding events. It appeared that Jiang Qiu Shui had indeed pledged her allegiance, even at the cost of severing ties with Xiao Chen. This development brought him a measure of reassurance, as he had previously harbored doubts regarding her true intentions, whether her fealty was genuine or merely a performance for his benefit. Now, however, the answer was abundantly clear. Young Master, Xiao Chen has been released by Jiang Qiu Shui. He is likely still within the Jiang family's sphere of influence. Should I pursue him? A rift opened in the air behind Yin Wuxia, revealing a man clad in black robes, the old man of the underworld, who had been tasked by Yin Wuxia to secretly monitor Xiao Chen. No need. Let him go. Yin Wuxia casually remarked, Your Highness, although Xiao Chen is merely an ordinary mortal and poses no threat, he is backed by the illustrious Mingyu of Yaowang Valley. In the future, this may indeed become a significant concern. A hint of anxiety crept into Ming Lao's voice as he spoke. For over the course of 3 years, this young man had made astonishing progress that if left unchecked, he could very well become a formidable adversary. Yin Wuxia smiled slightly, idly toying with a potted bonsai. Ming Lao, one must cast a long line to catch a great fish. Patience is key. Ming Lao knelt on one knee, understanding Yin Wuxia's intent. Your Highness is indeed wise. He then faded into the void, continuing to safeguard Yin Wuxia's safety from the shadows. Knock, knock. A gentle tapping at the door broke the silence. Who is it? Yin Wuxia inquired coldly. It is I, Qiu Shui. Her voice, seemingly calm, betrayed a hint of unease. Yin Wuxia, ever perceptive, noticed this. Oh, please enter. Jiang Qiu Shui pushed the door open, today donning a delicate pink attire that contrasted with her usual white garments. Her originally fair and pure visage was accentuated by the soft hues, rendering her even more enchanting. Did I ask this what they call a woman dressing to please her beloved? Yin Wuxia mused inwardly. If it weren't for the backlash of fate, how could any man remain composed in the presence of such a celestial beauty? Yet, until her fortune diminishes to a certain extent, I must persist in my role as the unassuming sage. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yin Wuxia replied, "The spring scenery is splendid today. Seeing that you have some leisure these past few days, would you do me the honor of accompanying me to the back garden to enjoy the blossoms?" Jiang Xiao Shui bowed slightly, tentatively posing her suggestion. Martial arts heavenly eye. Yin Wuxia silently activated his powerful technique, utilizing it to locate Xiao Qin's whereabouts. Under the system's enhancement, this technique transcended its basic function of sensing spiritual energy. Within a 50-kilometer radius, a vast 3D map unfurled in Yin Wuxia's mind, revealing not only flora and fauna, but also living beings in real time that A.S. anticipated. Xiao Qin was indeed still within the Jiang residence, interestingly concealed in the back garden. Likely aware of Jiang Xiaoshui's intent to invite him to view the scenery, "It seems I have interrupted your tranquility, young master," Jiang Xiaoshui said, noticing Yin Wuxia's silence. Fearing he did not wish to accompany her and hurriedly prepared to take her leave. However, just as she turned, her wrist was gently grasped, sending a shiver through her heart. Turning her head, she found Yin Wuxia mere inches from her face. "With spring in full bloom and such a beauty by my side, how could I possibly refuse?" A mixture of fondness, wicked charm, and an ineffable tenderness graced Yin Wuxia's expression, his strikingly handsome features rendering the air between them palpable. Jiang Xiaoshui's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with warmth, feeling as though her very breath had ignited. The normally aloof boy, who occasionally revealed his gentle side, was a rare gem for any girl. Observing Jiang Xiaoshui's bashful demeanor, Yin Wuxia smiled softly before stepping out of the room. Such distance and nuance indicated he was no novice in matters of the heart. Indeed, in this day and age, the term scoundrel would aptly describe him. Together, they traversed the corridor and arrived at the garden, which was grand and resplendent. The Jiang family's garden boasted an array of exotic plants and rare herbs, encapsulating the beauty of nature within its confines. With the company of such a fair maiden, Yin Wuxia felt an urge to abandon his role as the villain and return to a simpler life. As he admired the scenery, he suddenly felt warmth in his hand. Looking down, he was surprised to find Jiang Xiaoshui's delicate hand, as gentle as jade, in his grasp. "Ding, congratulations, host. The female lead has developed feelings for you." Host's destiny value increases by 100 points. A surge of joy filled Yin Wuxia's heart upon hearing the system's notification. "At last, I have won over the female lead. All those years of courting have not been in vain." From the nearby thicket, a pair of ferocious eyes, akin to those of a predator, fixated intently on the dude. It was Xiao Qin. Indeed, after leaving the dungeon, he had not immediately fled the Jiang family's domain, but had instead intended to seek out Jiang Xiaoshui for clarity. He had fortuitously overheard the maid's chatter about her plans to join Yin Wuxia in the garden. Concealing his presence, he hid among the bushes, clinging to a shred of hope that perhaps Jiang Xiaoshui was coerced and that her earlier words were insincere. However, the scene before him dispelled any such illusions. No one was forcing her. It was Jiang Xiaoshui who had taken the initiative to grasp Yin Wuxia's hand. Despicable. The Jiang family is filled with opportunistic wretches. In his days as the intersex top disciple, Jiang Xiaoshui had once smiled upon him. Now, having suffered defeat, she immediately sought to ingratiate herself with that scoundrel. Yin Wuxia. Xiao Qin clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, subconsciously rubbing the storage ring on his hand, preparing to confront Yin Wuxia once more. "Qin'er, do not act impulsively. You are gravely injured, and your resolve is shattered. Rushing in would only lead to your demise," Mingyu admonished urgently, witnessing Xiao Qin's fiery demeanor. Indeed, disregarding the fact that his injuries were not yet fully healed, even at his peak, his opponent was unfathomably powerful, nothing short of a formidable existence. Should he charge in recklessly, fortune would not favor him as it had previously. That a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Yin Wuxia. I shall remember this dead. With that, he concealed his presence and vanished into the dense underbrush. Chapter 13. Like shadows following light, East Wilderness Divine Medicine Ding. The male lead harbors extreme animosity towards the female lead. A rift is imminent. The protagonist's luck value decreases by 200 points. Host's villain value increases by 2,000 points. He can actually restrain himself. Yin Wuxia scoffed inwardly. Even he was slightly taken aback by Jiang Qiushui's initiative, while Xiao Qin's restraint could likely be attributed to Mingyu's counsel from behind the scenes. Very well. If the cat tires of playing with the mouse, and an experienced novice has emerged, I shall extract every ounce of value from him. A smile crept onto Yin Wuxia's lips. Jiang Qiushui felt a bead of sweat forming in her palm. And upon seeing Yin Wuxia's smile, she assumed he was mocking her boldness. Hastily retracting her hand and lowering her head, her cheeks ablaze. Young Master Yin, what are you laughing at? Yin Wuxia smiled subtly, taking her hand once more and said, It is nothing. I was merely reminded of how much you have experienced in a single day, and I thought you might be feeling unwell. Would you allow me the pleasure of taking you out for a breath of fresh air? As Jiang Qiushui felt the warmth emanating from Yin Wuxia's hand, ripples of emotion stirred within her heart, a stark contrast to the feeling when she had held his hand earlier. What do you think? She replied, blushing. That might not be appropriate, especially with the Emperor's mausoleum about to open. Not to worry, Yin Wuxia replied, leading Jiang Qiushui towards the elder's courtyard of the Jiang family. We shall return before the appointed time. Master, ahead lies the East Wilderness Forbidden Zone. Is it truly possible to find a divine medicine that can reshape your corporeal form? Xiao Qin inquired, gazing at the desolate landscape before them, where wind-eroded rocks and dust painted a picture of a lifeless hell that I have only heard whispers. Mingyu's gentle voice echoed from within the storage ring. It is said that within the East Wilderness lies a sacred site, known as the Yaoguang Sacred Land, where a divine medicine exists, capable of not only reshaping the body, but also greatly enhancing one's cultivation. Yet, it is uncertain if the medicine still remains. Upon hearing this, hope rekindled in Xiao Qin's heart as if a dying ember had been reignited by dry kindling. Clenching his hands tightly, fervor ignited in his gaze. Enhancing my cultivation. This is splendid. With this, I can exact my vengeance on Yin Wuxia and that wretched girl. Mingyu's voice interjected, her tone a mixture of concern and reprimand. Let your hatred fuel you, but do not allow it to blind your judgment. Sighing, she continued, moreover, based on your previous encounters, in terms of both cultivation and temperament, you are worlds apart from him. Until I have reshaped your body, you must refrain from seeking revenge. Hearing Mingyu's words, the fire within Xiao Qin flared anew, as if doused with fresh oil. Even my master says I am inferior to that scoundrel. I refuse to accept this. The divine medicine, is it? I must obtain it. At that time, I will ensure that those two wretched souls meet their end. Xiao Qin forcefully kicked a stone pile at his feet, sending shards scattering in all directions, while he turned his back and strode deeper into the eastern wilderness. Sigh. Within his divine consciousness, a gentle sigh echoed. Days later, at the Yaoguang Sacred Land, several elders stood lined up on either side, awaiting the slow approach of a distant carriage. The carriage was flanked by several servants, each walking effortlessly as if treading on air, clearly skilled individuals of exceptional caliber. The heir of the Jinyu King has arrived. The elders promptly bowed their heads, exclaiming, The Yaoguang Sacred Land welcomes the esteemed presence of the Jinyu King's heir. As the carriage came to a halt and the curtain was drawn back, a figure emerged. It was Yin Wuxia. That he slowly raised his arm and reached into the carriage, where a delicate hand rested upon his arm, followed by Jiang Qiushui's resplendent figure gracefully descending from the vehicle. Are you tired? Yin Wuxia gently inquired, patting the back of Jiang Qiushui's hand. That you've already asked that 7 times. Jiang Qiushui replied with a slight smile. Though I may not match your prowess, I am still a genius of the Jiang family. Not someone weak and frail. It's merely a few days spent in a carriage. I'm not tired. Yin Wuxia finally revealed a smile, having pursued Xiao Qin under the guise of surveillance. He had journeyed to this eastern wilderness, fully aware that Xiao Qin sought a rare divine herb. This was fortuitous, as it would allow him to both hone his experience and acquire treasures. A double benefit. Seeing this, an elder hurried forward, bowing and saying, Your Highness, after your long journey, a banquet has been prepared. Please allow me to escort you to our estate for some rest. Yin Wuxia nodded slightly, softly replying, I appreciate your hospitality. The elders, already aware of the Jinyu King's heir's formidable reputation, felt a mixture of awe and trepidation. Yet, upon encountering Yin Wuxia's courteous demeanor, they were pleasantly surprised and eagerly rushed to lead him. Soon, that disciple became a standout in our clan's new generation, though naturally, he paled in comparison to the heir. With the heir's arrival, even a few pointers would be of immense benefit to them. Not at all. Along the way, Yin Wuxia deftly deflected the introductions from the elders, his mind occupied with thoughts of Xiao Chen's astonishment and wrath upon their next encounter. He could hardly contain his anticipation. With Jiang Qiushui in hand, Yin Wuxia followed the elder to the grand reception hall, that as soon as he entered, his gaze brightened. A figure was glaring at him with palpable intensity. It was Xiao Chun. What is he doing here? Jiang Qiushui, having also noticed Xiao Chen's fiery gaze, furrowed her brow slightly. Yin Wuxia, however, could not help but smile, feigning ignorance of Xiao Chen's presence, and boldly led Jiang Qiushui forward, undeterred by the latter's murderous glare. Which one of you is the Yaoguang Saint Child? Yin Wuxia pretended to search the room, his eyes briefly landing on Xiao Chun before swiftly moving on. Igniting a surge of anger within Xiao Chun. One individual stepped forward from the assembly, bowing to Yin Wuxia. I pay my respects to the Jinyu King's heir. Yin Wuxia glanced at the individual, assessing his earthly profound realm cultivation. Quite commendable. Indeed, the Yaoguang Saint Child is truly a dragon among men, possessing an extraordinary presence, he remarked with a smile, noting the distinct aura that set him apart from the others present. His words were, of course, directed at Xiao Chun. The Yaoguang Saint Child sighed. Your Highness flatters me that if we speak of extraordinary presence, I might lay some claim, but to overshadow the crowd, I would not dare. Not to mention the strength of these esteemed elders, there exists among our generation one who rivals me. The Yaoguang Saint Child then turned to address another, Yang Qian. Come forth to greet the Jinyu King's heir. Yin Wuxia smiled at this individual, but a sudden message resonated within his mind, causing his heart to race. Ding, detected a child of fortune. Spending 500 villain points allows you to view his past. Yet another child of fortune. Yin Wuxia's heart soared with joy. Xiao Chen's fortune had yet to be fully extracted, and now Yang Qian had appeared right before him. Knowledge of self and enemy ensures victory in every battle. This 500 points was well spent. Ding, child of fortune, Yang Qian, once an ordinary disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land, accidentally gained the possession of a powerful being from another realm, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Currently, he is in a state of fragmented soul and requires a strong life force to restore his strength. So, he was possessed by a being from another realm. Judging by his strength, he was merely at the earthly profound realm, hardly a cause for concern. However, Yang Qian's need for a strong life force to restore his strength caught Yin Wuxia's attention. Seeing Xiao Chun and Yang Qian together, it seemed they had established some connection. Could it be that he was eyeing the Mingyu? Yang Qian pays his respects to the Jinyu King's heir. Yang Qian approached and bowed, but as Yin Wuxia extended his hand to assist, he felt a surge of energy emanating from Yang Qian. Testing me? Yin Wuxia thought with a smirk, surreptitiously channeling his own hidden power in response that in an instant, their energies collided, engulfing the surroundings. Yang Qian, do not show disrespect to the heir, an elder from the Yaoguang sacred land exclaimed. Clearly alarmed, urging others to intervene, but a shadowy figure swiftly blocked their way. Such youthful arrogance is of no consequence. Yin Wuxia smiled slightly, exhaling forcefully, lifting Yang Qian's bowed form, dissipating the charged atmosphere surrounding them. Yang Qian's complexion paled slightly as he murmured, Your Highness possesses remarkable skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully slapping Yang Qian's face. Yang Qian's fortune decreases by 100, host's villain points increase by 1,000. The Yaoguang Saint Child shot a glare at Yang Qian, promptly interjecting, Yang Qian lacks propriety. I beg the heir to overlook this. It is of no concern. As cultivators, it is only natural to engage in contests of strength with formidable opponents. Yin Wuxia waved his hand dismissively, turning to the Yaoguang Saint Child. Saint Child, the Yaoguang sacred land truly boasts an abundance of talent. After the banquet, might you escort my fiancé, and me for a tour? Certainly. The Yaoguang Saint Child, relieved that Yin Wuxia was not angered, breathed a sigh of relief. Offending this harbinger of death would yield no good fortune for the Yaoguang sacred land. He quickly beckoned everyone to sit. and Yin Wuxia instinctively glanced at Xiao Chun, only to find him seething with rage, fists clenched tightly, even trembling slightly. Fiancé. The mention of this word ignited a wildfire of fury in Xiao Chun's heart. Despicable! Despicable! Chun'er, do not act impulsively. You have only just connected with Yang Qian. Prioritize obtaining the divine herb first. Xiao Chun struggled to contain his wrath, turning to the now retreating Yang Qian, murmuring, Brother Qian, how do you find the situation? Profoundly unfathomable. Yang Qian replied solemnly. Although Yin Wuxia's cultivation is merely at the heavenly profound realm, the pressure he exudes is far beyond that. Even if we join forces, we would likely struggle to surpass him, especially with so many guards by his side. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, his voice icy. As long as I obtain the divine herb, I will surely take down Yin Wuxia and that wretched woman in one fell swoop. Yang Qian nodded, yet couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at the ring on Xiao Chun's hand. All of this was vividly clear to Yin Wuxia through the system's detection. The banquet table was not particularly large. And despite being a guest of honor, Yin Wuxia was less than 3 meters away from Yang Qian. The subtle exchanges between them were easily observable without the system's assistance. That it seemed Yang Qian's target was indeed the Mingyu within the ring, providing a perfect opportunity for Yin Wuxia to strategize his next move, pushing Xiao Chun closer to the abyss. At that moment, Jiang Qiushui beside him suddenly sighed. Yin Wuxia turned to her, softly asking, What troubles you? Jiang Qiushui shook her head, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she softly murmured, I never expected to encounter him here. Yin Wuxia chuckled, gently squeezing Jiang Qiushui's hand. The world is but a small place. What are the chances of not meeting? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiushui looked at Yin Wuxia, her eyes reflecting surprise. That statement hardly seemed like the words of someone seasoned in battle. The Dou harbor no resentment towards him. Jiang Qiushui asked, filled with curiosity. Resentment? With a being of such experience, I would rather cherish him. I have faced countless battles. If I were to hold hatred for every opponent, I would be buried in resentment for a lifetime. Yin Wuxia said with a smile. Life is fleeting. Why should I cling to grievances born from the actions of mere passersby? Jiang Qiushui lowered her head, softly repeating Yin Wuxia's words to that moment. She finally understood the carefree and unburdened nature of this Zhenyu King's heir. Xiao Chun, witnessing the intimate exchange between Yin Wuxia and Jiang Qiushui, felt an uncontrollable surge of rage and abruptly rose, declaring, Yaguang Saint Child, Brother Qian, esteemed elders, I am feeling unwell and must take my leave. The holy son of Yaguang furrowed his brow slightly, about to speak, when he noticed Xiao Chun had already left the table without a backward glance. He then cast a cold gaze towards Yang Qian and remarked, Yang Qian, your friend possesses quite the arrogance. As the sole heir of the Yaguang Holy King, he had previously humbled himself before Yin Wuxia for the sake of the Yaguang Holy Land. Yet he had been repeatedly humiliated by Yang Qian and his companion. How could he not feel anger? Yang Qian stood up, smiling as he said, My friend is injured. It may be an old wound acting up. I kindly ask the young master and the holy son not to take offense that I shall fetch him at once. With that, Yang Qian hurried after Xiao Chun. Seeing him depart, Yin Wuxia furrowed his brow and inquired, What is the nature of their relationship? The holy son of Yaguang replied candidly, To be frank, Yang Qian saved the severely injured and unconscious Xiao Chun in the eastern wilderness. After Xiao Chun, who possesses medical skills, recovered sufficiently, he treated my father's long-standing ailment. That it was only then that my father was able to break through in seclusion and entrusted the governance of the Holy Land to me. I intended for him to stay here to recuperate before leaving, yet who would have thought he would turn out to be such an impudent individual? Yin Wuxia nodded in understanding, grasping the situation's context. After fleeing the Jiang family, Xiao Chun had come to the eastern wilderness in search of divine medicine, but had been gravely injured and unconscious, rescued by Yang Qian, who coveted the luminous soul within Xiao Chun's ring. Thus, he planned to save Xiao Chun first before seizing the opportunity to obtain the soul. Contemplating the fortune of protagonists, Yin Wuxia suddenly wondered who would benefit if he chose not to intervene. However, it was not in Yin Wuxia's nature to let curiosity hinder his own affairs. His mind was already formulating an almost perfect plan to use Yang Qian's hand to sow discord between Xiao Chun and the luminous soul. In the end, whether it be the beautiful master or the divine medicine, whether it be the fortune of protagonists or the values of the wicked sex, It was a child's game of choices. Yin Wuxia would seize all. Chapter 15. Pretense and Deception. Concealed blades beneath soft words after a hearty meal. Yin Wuxia finally stood and expressed, I am grateful for the hospitality of the Holy Son of Yaoguang. I intend to take a stroll with Qiu Shui and shall not trouble the Holy Son further. That cannot be. The Holy Son of Yaoguang promptly responded. You two are esteemed guests. How could I be so negligent? There is no need for such formality. Yin Wuxia smiled. We are of similar age, and if not for your title, I would call you brother. There is no need to be so polite. I merely wish to take a walk with Qiu Shui and share a few whispered words. The Holy Son of Yaoguang sighed in relief, saying, Then I wish you both an enjoyable outing. By the way, should the young master wish to stroll, please remember to avoid exiting through the eastern gate of the Holy Clan. Proceeding further leads to the true forbidden land of the eastern wilderness, where fierce beasts roam. Even those of the celestial profound realm would find it perilous. Yin Wuxia smiled. The divine medicine lay within the forbidden land of the eastern wilderness. How could he not venture there? He led Jiang Qiushui through the Yaoguang Holy Land, yet they remained within a few hundred meters of Shaochun. Although the Yaoguang Holy Land was situated in the eastern wilderness, it was also a place of strategic advantage, boasting unique scenery. However, Jiang Qiushui remained troubled throughout their stroll. Are you still thinking about Shaochun? Yin Wuxia inquired with a smile upon noticing her melancholy demeanor. Jiang Qiushui appeared flustered, about to deny it, but upon meeting Yin Wuxia's gaze, she could not help but nod in affirmation. Are you upset? Yin Wuxia asked, gently taking her hand, that if you were to conceal your thoughts from me, I would indeed be upset. But if you are honest with me, how could I bear to be angry with you? Do you know why I did not allow the Holy Son to accompany us? Jiang Qiushui looked at him with a hint of confusion. That Yang Qian seems to have ulterior motives regarding Shaochun. Yin Wuxia stated earnestly that M.Y. family's heart technique and martial arts vision can discern the weaknesses within a person's body. That Yang Qian's soul appears to be damaged. Such soul injuries can only be remedied by a powerful living soul. Yin Wuxia turned his gaze to Jiang Qiushui and continued, and Shaochun possesses a living soul. Jiang Qiushui's heart jolted at his words, and she exclaimed, You mean the luminous soul? Precisely. Yin Wuxia replied solemnly that if my suspicions are correct, the luminous soul resides within Shaochun's ring. Yang Qian's target is likely that very ring. Panic crossed Jiang Qiushui's face as she hurriedly asked, What should we do? Silly girl. Yin Wuxia chuckled, tapping her forehead. Since I've shared this information with you, do you not understand the implication? Seeing the shock on Jiang Qiushui's face, Yin Wuxia feigned a sigh. There is animosity between Shaochun and me. He harbors deep misunderstandings towards me. If I were to confront him directly, it would likely lead him to suspect my intentions, thinking I aim to sow discord. However, if you were to speak with him, the outcome would be different. Jiang Qiushui squeezed Yin Wuxia's hand, her eyes softening as she replied, I did not expect Shaochun to repeatedly clash with you. Yet you still consider his well-being. Just this one trait of yours surpasses Shaochun by far. At a time like this, you still address me as young Master Yin? Yin Wuxia feigned anger and sighed. Jiang Qiushui smiled slightly, a glint of mischief in her gaze as she teased. If you wish for me to call you husband, we shall discuss it after our wedding. Just as Yin Wuxia was about to respond, he heard a voice in his mind from the system. Ding, congratulations, host. Female lead's affection increased. Fortune value increased by 100. Yin Wuxia's heart leapt with joy. He had not anticipated that his spontaneous idea of having Jiang Qiushui remind Shaochun would instead increase her fondness for him. Noticing Yin Wuxia's momentary distraction, Jiang Qiushui's lips curled into a smile, her cheeks flushing as she lightly scolded, What wicked thoughts are you entertaining? What you think about, I think about too. Yin Wuxia replied with a smile. Now, enough of this. You should go and remind Shaochun. I fear that delays may lead to complications. Jiang Qiushui nodded, sighing in relief. Waving goodbye to Yin Wuxia before turning to leave, that a secret smile crept across Yin Wuxia's face. Young master, should we follow her to monitor her? The dark guard inquired telepathically that there's no need. Shaochun replied with a smile that if you get too close, it will alert the luminous soul, which would be counterproductive. I already know the consequences, unbeknownst to Jiang Qiushui. At that moment, her standing in Shaochun's heart was nearly on par with Yin Wuxia's. Her attempt to remind Shaochun would only serve to increase his resentment. making it all the easier for him to execute his schemes. And no wonder the villain system sought me out. Xiao Chun mused with a secret grin that I truly possess a knack for villainy. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiushui, guided by the disciples of the Holy Land, finally encountered Xiao Chun and Yang Qiyun as she had desired. Upon seeing Jiang Xiushui, Xiao Chen's brows knitted tightly, and he sneered, "Oh, isn't this the fiancée of the king of Jinyu? What is your intent in coming here?" A chill ran through Jiang Xiushui, her brow furrowing as she replied solemnly, "Xiao Gongzi, I have something to discuss with you. May I have a moment?" Yang Qian was about to rise when Xiao Chun abruptly seized him, casting a cold glare at Jiang Xiushui as he declared, "Yang, do not move, that I have no private matters to discuss with such a wretched person." Xiao Chun, Jiang Xiushui, initially mindful of their past camaraderie, felt her heart harden. Gritting her teeth, she coldly retorted, "If you refuse to listen now, do not regret it in the future." With that, Jiang Xiushui turned to leave. "Wait," Yang Qian interjected, standing up, "Brother Xiao, harmony is of utmost importance. Is there not a way to discuss matters calmly? I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now." Before Xiao Chun could respond, Yang Qian gracefully departed, that as he insisted on leaving. Xiao Chun fixed a cold stare on Jiang Xiushui and said, "If you have something to say, speak quickly." Jiang Xiushui scoffed, "It's nothing significant, that I merely wanted to warn you that Yang Qian seems to have intentions regarding the soul of the luminous saint. I thought it prudent to advise you to be cautious. Such a narrow mind." Xiao Chun dismissed her with disdain. "When I was gravely injured and unconscious, if he truly coveted my master's soul, he would have stolen the ring long ago. Why would he bother to bring me back to heal? And what of his incomplete soul? Has he mentioned that to you?" Jiang Xiushui retorted with a cold smile. "How do you know he has an incomplete soul?" Xiao Chen inquired. Just as Jiang Xiushui was about to respond, she recalled Yan Wuxia's warning and quickly changed her tone. "In any case, be vigilant." However, Xiao Chen slammed his hand on the table, fury radiating from him as he shouted, "Did Yan Wuxia tell you this? I should have realized he was deliberately trying to sow discord between us. You two really are a pair of treacherous lovers. Get out. I never wish to see you again." Chapter 16. Complete break. Delving into the forbidden land. Jiang Xiushui was consumed with rage, despite her good intentions in coming to offer a warning. Regardless of whether her words were right or wrong, he ought not to have spoken to her in such a manner. Reflecting on the remnants of her past affections, which had now turned to ashes, she suddenly found that even her anger had dissipated, leaving only disdain and contempt in her heart. Coldly regarding Xiao Chun, she remarked, "I truly misjudged you. Not only do you lack the prowess of young Master Yin, but your breadth of mind and generosity are also worlds apart from his, that I genuinely regret having waited for you for 3 years." Having spoken, Jiang Xiushui swept her sleeves and departed, not wishing to lay eyes on Xiao Chun for another moment. Xiao Chun, meanwhile, was seething with fury. With a forceful slap, he shattered the stone table into smithereens. "Chun'er, calm down," Mingyu reminded him within his mind. "Master, I cannot calm myself." Xiao Chen's eyes were ablaze with red, unable to restrain himself as he drew out his enormous ruler and swung it fiercely, smashing the stone platform and chairs into fragments, exclaiming angrily, "How dare she treat me this way?" Mingyu sighed, channeling his spiritual energy to condense a calming spell which finally stabilized Xiao Chen's emotions. "That I apologize, Master," Xiao Chen murmured as he retracted his ruler. "Jiang Xiushui's words do carry some truth," Mingyu said. "Yang Qian did not steal the spatial ring simply because he currently lacks the ability to surpass me and extract my soul from it." "Master, do you also harbor doubts about him?" Xiao Chen inquired. "One must always be vigilant," Mingyu replied, "that if I had not foreseen it, it would be best left unmentioned. Regardless, if Yan Wuxia suspects Yang Qian, perhaps there is indeed something amiss. With his experience, he should not be mistaken in his judgment." Yan Wuxia again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun was filled with resentment. Ever since his defeat at the Jiang residence, Yan Wuxia had not only won Jiang Xiushui's heart, but had also become a frequent reference for Mingyu to chastise him. Yan Wuxia loomed in Xiao Chen's mind like a relentless specter, that he may be perceptive, but I am not lacking in insight either. Xiao Chen sneered, "I shall prove it to you. Brother Yang is certainly not the person you claim him to be. I will have him take me to find the divine herb to restore Master S' physical form." Saying this, Xiao Chen turned and left. Mingyu, understanding Xiao Qin's temperament, could only sigh deeply. Ding. The male and female leads have completely severed ties. Protagonist's fortune decreases by 500, antagonist's value increases by 5,000. Ding. The female lead returns to her heart. Host's fortune value increases by 200. Yin Wuxia was seated in the courtyard, cradling a cup of tea. When he observed Jiang Qiuxue return in silence, that he smiled slightly, for the developments had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, even exceeding his expectations. What is it? Yin Wuxia feigned curiosity. Nothing. Jiang Qiuxue shook her head and replied. I just feel somewhat disappointed. Alas. Yin Wuxia sighed. It seems he did not believe your words. However, since you have already conveyed them, we have done our utmost. What follows is merely a matter of his own fortune. Jiang Qiuxue nodded, but then Yin Wuxia shifted the conversation, smiling as he suggested, let us not dwell on such sorrowful matters. How about I take you to hunt in the Forbidden Grounds to vent some frustrations? Isn't that place rather dangerous? Jiang Qiuxue exclaimed. Yin Wuxia seized Jiang Qiushue's hand, drawing her into his embrace, exclaiming, What is there to fear? You have me. Jiang Qiushue's face flushed crimson, her delicate hand pushing against him as she protested. Don't do that. Yin Wuxia laughed, releasing her and assuring, Fear not, for I am the son of the king of hell. Mere exotic beasts pose no threat to me. Besides, we will have the underworld guards accompanying us. However, we should avoid being seen by those from the Holy Land, lest complications arise. Finally, Jiang Qiuxue nodded and followed Yin Wuxia as they soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin sought out Yang Qi, who had already prepared everything and was pondering how to approach Xiao Qun. Naturally, he welcomed Xiao Qin's arrival with enthusiasm. The two gathered a few belongings before departing the Holy Land, heading straight for the Eastern Wilderness Forbidden Grounds. Beyond the Holy Land, the true desolation lay ahead. The weathered landscape resembled a ferocious beast, exposing its gaping maw to every intruder. Occasionally, the wind howled, echoing like the cries of ghosts, striking fear into the hearts of all who ventured forth. This forbidden ground was home to numerous exotic beasts, far surpassing those outside in terms of cultivation. For instance, the rattlesnake rock serpent outside the forbidden grounds would at most reach the true mysterious realm. While within, there existed those of the earth mysterious realm and even the heaven mysterious realm. As they walked, Yang Qian explained, the most ferocious of the exotic beasts in this forbidden ground is undoubtedly the Rock King. It is said to be a giant eagle of the king mysterious realm, with wings as large as 3 to 5 houses. Such a colossal beast cannot possibly go unnoticed, Xiao Qin remarked. That is indeed my thought as well, Yang Qian replied. However, there is reportedly a heaven mysterious realm beast guarding the divine herb. At that time, it may be challenging for the two of us to contend with it. Rest assured, Xiao Qin said confidently, with my master present, a mere heaven mysterious realm beast is nothing to fear. That is reassuring, Yang Qian exclaimed, glancing at the spatial ring in Xiao Qin's hand. After walking for a while longer, they arrived at the entrance of a half-weathered stone forest. Yang Qian cautiously approached the stone forest, stating, We have arrived. The divine herb is within that stone forest. This is the territory of the heaven mysterious realm beast. For now, we shall only gather the herbs and must not awaken the beast, and if we do, we will surely not survive the stone forest. Xiao Qin nodded in agreement. The two adhered closely to the towering cliffs and weathered stone trees of the stone forest, meticulously observing their surroundings. However, aside from the occasional gust of wind and scattered stone trees, they found nothing. After nearly circling the entire stone forest, they had yet to discover the whereabouts of the divine herb. Just as Xiao Qin was about to lose hope, Mingyu's voice echoed in his mind. There is a fragrance of herbs nearby. Xiao Qin's spirits lifted, and he eagerly scanned the area, only to hear Mingyu instruct. Look up! Upon looking up, Xiao Qin saw a peculiar plant growing beneath the crown of a stone tree nearly 6 meters high, resembling withered grass, hanging upside down from the treetop. Cactus herb. It truly is the divine herb, Xiao Qin exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Mingyu replied, equally elated. The cactus herb matures only once every 1,000 years, judging by its appearance. It has likely been ripe for quite some time. We have arrived at the perfect moment. That moment, however, Yang Qian voiced his concern. Wait, where has the beast guarding the divine herb gone? Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently. the shattered stones and soil rising and falling like ocean waves. And even the stone forest seemed to be uprooted by a tempest, collapsing to the ground. Only the stone tree bearing the cactus herb remained standing. Not good. It's beneath us, Xiao Chen shouted in alarm. Leaping into the air, that he witnessed the sand and stones below swirling like a vortex. And then a massive, dark, armored body emerged from the debris. Chapter 17. Conspiracy Unveiled. Xiao Chen's retreat. The beast was clad in pitch-black scales. Its back adorned with thick rock patterns, and its enormous pincers bore razor-sharp edges, while a long, slender, venomous stinger glimmered with a blue light at its tail. That it was a giant scorpion nearly 6 meters in length. This is terrible. It's the heaven mysterious realm beast, the black rock venom scorpion. Yang Qian cried out in alarm. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and said solemnly, Brother Yang, I will hold it off. You go and retrieve the divine herb. With that, Xiao Chen drew out his massive ruler and leaped down to strike. The ruler radiated waves of heat, akin to glowing iron. If it struck, even the hardest stone would be reduced to powder. However, when the giant ruler struck the black rock venom scorpion, sparks flew, and the beast seemed entirely unharmed, effortlessly swatting Xiao Chen away with its massive pincers. Beast, witness my flame-extinguishing ruler, Xiao Chen shouted, reigniting the heat waves on his ruler, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy at the black rock venom scorpion. Yet the scorpion waved its pincers, sending sand and stones flying several meters high, forming a wall of debris. Simultaneously, the sand beneath Xiao Chen's feet became exceedingly loose, quickly engulfing his legs in the shifting soil. Brother Yang, are you done yet? I can barely hold on. Xiao Chen called out desperately that he saw Yang Jin perched on the last remaining stone tree, holding the cactus herb, exclaiming, I got it. Xiao Chen, hurry and flee. Just then, the black rock venom scorpion erupted in fury, its strength transforming into a gale that swept through the sand and stones, hurling debris in all directions. With the various-sized stones crashing down upon the two men like heavy fists. Moments later, Xiao Chen found himself completely buried in the sand, with only his head and hands visible. Yang Qian fared little better, having fallen to the ground directly beneath the pincers of the black rock venom scorpion. The scorpion advanced menacingly, its poisoned tail swaying ominously as it prepared to slice Yang Qian in half. In that instant, Xiao Chen shouted, Master! At that moment, the spatial ring in Xiao Chen's hand blazed with light, and a sharp force erupted, manifesting as countless blades of energy that scattered in all directions. The black rock venom scorpion froze in place, its hard black scales shattering with a thunderous sound, and it let out a wretched cry as it writhed upon the ground, rolling in agony until it finally succumbed to death. Master, Xiao Chen, having narrowly escaped danger, was instantly filled with joy. He saw Mingyu raise her hand and pull him up from the debris with a firm grip, her voice gravely admonishing. Chun'er, from now on, do not act recklessly. You have lost your original divine fire. Attempting to challenge stronger opponents is nearly impossible. Yes. Chun'er acknowledges his mistake. Xiao Chen replied with a smile as he stood up, just as he was about to speak when he noticed that there was no one left where Yang Qian had fallen. Oh, where has Brother Yang gone? Before he could finish, Mingyu suddenly staggered, seemingly overwhelmed by immense pressure, and half-kneeled on the ground. 4 stone pillars abruptly rose from the earth, inscribed with intricate runes, and then several lightning-like chains sprang forth from the pillars, binding Mingyu tightly, leaving her helpless to escape despite her struggles. Master! Xiao Chen's heart sank at the sight. He rushed forward to free her from the chains, only to be met by a forceful energy that struck him, leaving a gruesome wound on his left arm. Standing atop the stone pillar, Yang Qian held a prickly sand vine, grinning as he said, Brother Xiao, I apologize, but I must resort to this to regain my strength. Rest assured, once I am restored, I will personally help you take revenge. That mere son of the prison king is of no consequence. Even his father would be powerless. Xiao Chen looked at Yang Qian with a wave of regret washing over him, mixed with a surge of anger. He was furious. Furious at Yang Qian for exploiting him. Furious at himself for not heeding Jiang Qiushui's words. Furious that once again, he had been bested by Yin Wuxia. The anger surged to his head, and with bloodshot eyes, he drew his enormous ruler and bellowed, Yang Qian, you shall pay the price. Divide flame/wave ruler. the massive ruler gathered waves of heat, ready to unleash its might, when suddenly Yang Qian leaped down in a flash, appearing beside Xiao Chun and delivering a punch to his face. Overestimating yourself. Yang Qian coldly regarded Xiao Chun and stated, merely a practitioner of the earth-profound realm, wielding earth-profound skills, dares to oppose me. If you were to bow in submission, I could easily help you reclaim what you have lost once my strength is restored. Otherwise, as he spoke, Yang Qian conjured a ball of yellow flame, the fierce heat enveloping Xiao Chun, scorching him as if he were to be melted away. The melting sand divine fire. A flicker of despair ignited within Xiao Chun. The divine fires of the world were not limited to the original divine fire he once possessed. The melting sand divine fire, like the original, was a supreme fire of the earth attribute, effortlessly capable of incinerating stone. Understanding the nature of divine fires left Xiao Chun devoid of any desire to fight. Hand over your spatial ring, Yang Qian commanded. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chun ripped off the ring from his hand and tossed it toward Yang Qian. Those who know the times are wise. Yang Qian caught the ring with a smile, assuring, do not worry. Yin Wuxia possesses your original divine fire, and I will deal with him in due time. I shall return that charming girl to you. Xiao Chun glanced at Mingyu, who was struggling against her chains, steeling his resolve and leaping away. Yang Qian cast a cold smile at Mingyu, softly remarking, look at how your disciple cares for you. Unwilling to see you suffer. Hence he has fled far away, bound by the soul chains. Mingyu could not muster even a hint of energy, unable to utter a word, her gaze fixed on Yang Qian. Filled with disdain. You need not look at me like that. Yang Qian toyed with the spatial ring in his hand. If it weren't for my urgent need to restore my soul's essence, I wouldn't resort to such measures against you. After all, a living alchemist holds far more value than a deceased one. As he spoke, he conjured a rune, green energy swirling around him, causing the chains to tighten even further. Shura's secret technique, soul separation. Mingyu felt the chains relentlessly siphoning her soul essence, her spirit waning, teetering on the brink of collapse. That moment, an imperial aura descended, condensing around them, accompanied by a chilling aura unique to the underworld. As a powerful force severed the four chains, who dares to disrupt my grand design? Yang Qian bellowed in fury, raising his hand to unleash a series of incantations, transforming them into countless blades aimed at the source of the power. Yet, a black golden long cloak swept through the air, dissipating the incantation blades into nothingness. Yin Wuxia, with one arm wrapped around Jiang Qiushui's waist and the other draping the cloak over his back, stood atop the ascending stone tree, resembling a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Yin Wuxia arrives just in time, allowing Mingyu the sage to suffer. Chapter 18. Forcefully seizing divine fire, a small punishment for a great lesson. Mingyu's bindings were released. Yet her soul power remained unrefreshed, leaving her weakly seated on the ground, nodding at Yin Wuxia. Chushe, take care of Sage Mingyu. Yin Wuxia commanded as he leaped down, fixing a cold gaze upon Yang Qian. Pray tell, what is your esteemed name? Yang Qian snorted disdainfully, hands clasped behind his back, and replied, since you have discerned the truth, there is nothing more to say that we are not from the same world. Even if I told you my name, you would hardly recognize it. Yin Wuxia smiled, noting that Yang Qian's cunning far surpassed that of Xiao Chun. Yang Qian, perceiving Yin Wuxia's smile, furrowed his brow and warned. Listen well, we have no grievances between us. I advise you to hand over that living soul, and I might just extend a favor to you. Ha. Yin Wuxia erupted in a laughter, declaring I, the son of the prison king, require no such favor from you. Instead, how about this? You hand over the ring, and I shall extend my favor to you. The prestige of the son of the prison king far outweighs yours. Overestimating yourself. Yang Qian sneered. I concealed my strength earlier, allowing you a momentary advantage. Do not think you are truly invincible. Invincible, I dare not claim, Yin Wuxia retorted, but dispatching a few ruffians is but child's play. Seeing Yin Wuxia's arrogant demeanor ignited a flicker of rage within Yang Qian. The powerful living soul he had almost grasped was snatched away, and now, Yin Wuxia's audacity only fueled his fury further. So be it. I had planned to deal with you once I regain my strength. Since you present yourself, I shall no longer conceal my power. Prepare to die. As Yang Qian spoke, he leaped into the air, conjuring the melting sand divine fire, the flames coalescing around his fist, causing the surrounding sand and stones to churn violently, the scorching heat threatening to turn the particles into glass. Yin Wuxie frowned slightly. This Yang Qian had indeed concealed his true strength. Earlier, he appeared to possess merely the earth profound realm. Yet now, unleashing his full power, he was no less than that of the celestial profound realm. Coupled with the melting sand divine fire and the environment of the eastern wasteland, his momentum far exceeded that of Shao Chun during the Jiang family incident. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The enhancements provided by the villain system were not limited to mere cultivation breakthroughs. Yin Wuxie raised his hands to shield Jiang Qiushui and Mingyu, summoning his own original divine fire. Coalescing it around his fist, two divine fires ignited simultaneously, the surrounding air growing increasingly heated. As the two engaged, their fists and feet collided, igniting the surrounding sand and stone into a gentle crimson glow. Jiang Qiushui watched the fierce battle, her anxiety mounting as she gripped Mingyu's hand, feeling the sweat accumulate. Mingyu cast a glance at Jiang Qiushui, softly reassuring, "Do not worry. This Yin lad is merely testing Yang Qiyun's limits." Indeed, after exchanging blows for a dozen rounds, Yin Wuxie managed to push Yang Qiyun back with a punch, chuckling lightly. "I thought you possessed considerable prowess. It appears you merely forcefully elevated your cultivation with the power of your soul and divine fire." "And what of it?" Yang Qiyun retorted with a cold smile. "As long as I can defeat you, that is sufficient." Yin Wuxie chuckled mockingly. "I fear you may not be able to win. For someone like you, whose soul surpasses the physical, my prison clan possesses a complete set of countermeasures." With that, Yin Wuxie clasped his hands together, summoning the power of the Prison King's scripture, manifesting a door that exuded ghostly energy. Underworld Black Prison open. The door swung wide open, dark and profound, as if connecting to the netherworld. An aura of dread and slaughter instantly filled the space, enough to make Yang Qiyun's heart churn. Black Prison Ghost Guards. Apprehend. No sooner had he spoken than two monstrous hands emerged from the inky portal, seizing Yang Qiyun's form and forcefully yanking him, nearly extracting his very soul. Yang Qiyun, taken aback, hastily focused his energy, forcing his spirit to retreat and reclaiming it just in time. "You little brat attempting to bind my soul. Dream on," Yang Qiyun shouted, gathering the melting sand divine fire once more. However, this time he summoned the essence of the fire, causing the surrounding sand and stone to liquefy, flowing like lava. Yin Wuxie smiled faintly, solemnly declaring, "I was hoping you would do just that." As soon as he finished speaking, several underworld guards surged forth, swiftly restraining Yang Qiyun's hands. "From the moment we engaged, I sensed your divine fire's essence was weak. It seems you only recently acquired it. You haven't had the chance to cultivate it, have you? If that is the case, then I shall take it for myself." In the hands of Yin Wuxie, the primordial divine fire coalesced, vibrant and potent, starkly contrasting the languid nature of the melting sand divine fire. "Is this the primordial divine fire belonging to Qin Er?" Mingyu felt a sudden jolt. The divine fire had been in Shao Qin's possession for nearly a year, yet it had not regained its vigor. However, just a month had passed since Yin Wuxie had acquired the divine fire from the Jiang family, and it now radiated a spirited brilliance, a mere hair's breadth away from its peak form. Could it be that Yin Wuxie is the one truly worthy of possessing this primordial divine fire? Yang Qiyun, witnessing Yin Wuxie brandish the primordial divine fire, exclaimed in surprise, "What do you intend to do?" The flames were drawn to each other, and the one with the greater strength would absorb the other. "Surely, you are aware of this, are you not?" With a cold smile, Yin Wuxie gradually brought the primordial divine fire closer to the melting sand divine fire. The two flames entwined and devoured one another. Initially, the melting sand divine fire put up a struggle, but within moments, the primordial divine fire surged forth, and the melting sand divine fire could no longer resist, ultimately merging into the primordial divine fire. The primordial divine fire danced with exuberance, the cherry-red flames melding with the golden, becoming even more resplendent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating the Child of Fortune. Yang Qiyun's luck value decreases by 100, while the villain value increases by 1,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Child of Fortune. Yang Qiyun's luck value decreases by 200, while the villain value increases by 2,000. Yin Wuxia smirked, having expended such effort only to scrape a thin layer off Yang Qian. Stripped of the melting sand divine fire, Yang Qian had long lost his initial arrogance. Now he was considerably more restrained. Silently glaring at Yin Wuxia, as he was but a reclusive old monster now subjugated by another. Yin Wuxia smiled slightly and said solemnly, "Do not look at me like that. You can only blame yourself. You dared to provoke the Medicine King Valley's Elder Yao, so taking your divine fire is merely a small punishment for a great transgression. Take him to the Nether prison." As he spoke, Yin Wuxia conveyed a message to the Nether Guard, instructing, find an opportunity for him to escape on his own. For someone like the Child of Fortune, one should use a long line to catch a big fish. After all, Xiao Chen's luck value is already quite diminished. Chapter 19. Further treatment of Xiao Chen, tensions between master and disciple wait. Mingyu suddenly interjected as the Nether Guard was about to escort Yang Qiyun away. The divine herb, Sandthorn, is in his possession. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed slightly. Xiao Chen and Mingyu had ventured deep into the eastern wilderness with the intention of acquiring this divine herb. Mingyu's thoughts were clearly still with Xiao Chen. Allowing him to obtain the divine herb and reconstruct his physical form would effectively provide Xiao Chen with a genuine saint-level ally. Yin Wuxia turned to Yang Qiyun and said, "Hand over the divine herb." With a cold snort, Yang Qiyun relinquished the Sandthorn to Yin Wuxia. Acquiring the divine herb, Yin Wuxia exchanged a glance with the Nether Guard, who then took Yang Qiyun and soared into the AIR. The fleeting moment as they turned, Yin Wuxia discreetly flickered the divine fire in his hand, vanishing in an instant, and then turned to hand the divine herb to Mingyu, saying, "Saint Mingyu, here is the divine herb you sought." Mingyu hesitated. She was acutely aware of the enmity between Xiao Chen and Yin Wuxia. For Xiao Chen, this divine herb was something she could never accept. Observing her indecision, Jiang Qiushui took the divine herb and placed it in Mingyu's hands, saying, "Saint Mingyu, the grievances between Xiao Chen and young Master Yin are their own affair. You need not be modest." "Indeed," Yin Wuxia added with a smile, "Xiao Chen has some misconceptions about me, but since they are misconceptions, they will eventually be resolved." Mingyu nodded, saying, "Chenair has a hot temper and is stubborn. I will counsel him. This divine herb is indeed effective for my physical reconstruction, so I shall not be modest." Ding. Mingyu's favorability towards you has increased. Xiao Chen's luck value decreases by 100, while the villain value increases by 1,000. As Mingyu accepted the Sandthorn, her joy suddenly froze, and she turned it over in shock, exclaiming, "What a pity! This divine herb has already been ruined." "Ruined?" Yin Wuxia exclaimed in astonishment. "How could this be? I merely touched it. Do not blame yourself." Mingyu quickly reassured him. "It must have been the intense heat from the divine fire during our battle that dissipated its medicinal properties. It is my fate, and I cannot blame others." Yin Wuxia, upon hearing this, spoke solemnly. "If Saint Mingyu requires any specific herbs, do not hesitate to inform me. With the power of the Nether prison, gathering a few divine herbs is certainly within my means that I know need." Mingyu replied with a slight nod. "I will seek out the herbs alongside Chenair during our adventures. There is no need to trouble young Master Yin." Jiang Qiushui, her expression somewhat displeased, remarked, "I had previously warned Xiao Chen to keep an eye on Yang Qiyun, yet he not only ignored my advice, but also abandoned you. This is truly excessive." Yin Wuxia promptly interrupted Jiang Qiushui's words. "Saint Mingyu, do not take offense. Qiushui speaks without thinking." Mingyu shook her head, saying, "It is of no consequence. I had also cautioned Chen as they were conversing." Xiao Chen appeared, leading a group of saints. Upon seeing Yin Wuxia present, his expression instantly darkened. The sacred son of Yaoguang hastily descended, feigning a bow. "I apologize. I failed to maintain order, causing distress to the young master." Yin Wuxia raised his hand to halt the sacred son, smiling as he said, "There is no need for such formalities. I merely brought my fiancée, for some leisure, and happened upon this incident. A mere Yang Qiyun is hardly enough to startle me." Xiao Chen, already displeased, coldly retorted, "Isn't it only thanks to the Nether Guard that you were able to repel Yang Qiyun?" "Chenair," Mingyu admonished sharply. "Do not speak." Xiao Chen fell silent, his heart brimming with resentment, yet he could only swallow it down. Mingyu stepped forward and offered a bow to Yin Wuxia, saying, Young Master Yin, my soul has sustained severe damage. I kindly ask that you return the spatial ring to Chenair, allowing me to return to recuperate. Yin Wuxia handed the spatial ring to Mingyu without hesitation, saying, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me. I shall do everything within my power to assist the saint in resolving her issues. Mingyu nodded, returning the spatial ring to Xiao Chun, and wordlessly returned to the ring. Xiao Chun cast a cold glance at Yin Wuxia, gesturing to the sacred son of Yawang, saying, I have pressing matters to attend to. I bid you farewell, before the sacred son could say anything further. Xiao Chun leaped away. The sacred son, raising his hand only to awkwardly lower it, sneered, were it not for your saving my father, I would have imprisoned you for a decade or more for trespassing. Jiang Qiushui said little. She had long since given up on Xiao Chun to at this moment. Seeing him stirred nothing but disdain within her. Yin Wuxia, feeling quite pleased, thought that if he could also sever Mingyu from Xiao Chen's side, he could thoroughly eradicate him. However, at present, Mingyu's heart still leaned toward Xiao Chun. Yet, based on Mingyu's attitude just now, she had undoubtedly begun to feel some disappointment toward Xiao Chun, and this disappointment marked the beginning of their master-disciple rift. At this moment, amidst the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, Xiao Chun traversed the endless sands, muttering incessantly, if it were not for Yin Wuxia seizing my primordial divine fire, what fear would Yang Qiyin hold? It is all because of Yin Wuxia. Mingyu, within the spatial ring, clearly heard this and felt a surge of disappointment, saying, Chenair, do you understand where the disparity lies between you and Yin Wuxia? My family background does not compare to his. Xiao Chun scoffed, if I were in his position, my achievements would surely surpass his. Mingyu sighed deeply, speaking solemnly, if you truly had a family background akin to his, I fear you would not even measure up to your current self, Master. Xiao Chun attempted to say more, but Mingyu interjected, young Master Yin possesses a broad mind, regardless of whether he favors someone. It is imperceptible from the surface. This is a testament to his depth and a method of navigating the world. Moreover, young Master Yin is not the arrogant scion you perceive him to be. Your conflict is merely a misunderstanding. Before Mingyu could finish, Xiao Chun abruptly halted, asking, Master, did Yin Wuxia give you the divine herb? Indeed, but Mingyu began, only to realize that Xiao Chun was questioning her motives. Do you believe I accepted the divine herb from Yin Wuxia, hence why I speak well of him? Mingyu felt a wave of indignation, a sensation of being insulted, especially from someone so close to her. That is not what I meant, Xiao Chun quickly retorted upon hearing the ire in Mingyu's voice. Seeing Mingyu fall silent, Xiao Chun sighed and leaped forward once more. The two fell into silence for a moment. Xiao Chun felt deeply wronged. It was clear that all the blame lay with Yin Wuxia, so why did it seem that everyone was siding with him? Not only Jiang Qiushui, but even Master Mingyu as well. This somehow created a rift between them. Master, where shall we go now? After a brief pause, Mingyu finally uttered a few words. To the northern frontier, the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 20. The Emperor's Tomb. Assassination in the imperial capital Ding. Mingyu's favorability towards Xiao Chun decreases. Xiao Chun's luck value decreases by 100, while the villain value increases by 1,000. Yin Wuxia heard the prompt from the system and immediately understood that there were issues arising between Mingyu and Xiao Chun. The animosity Xiao Chun harbored towards Yin Wuxia was unchangeable by anyone. This was not merely a choice made by those favored by fate, but also a consequence of the villain system's influence. In the original narrative, those favored by fate were already considered the righteous side, and whatever they did, even if flawed, was perceived as right. Conversely, as the antagonists, regardless of their motives or actions, were deemed wrong solely for being opposed to the protagonists. The villain system exploited this opposition to create an atmosphere that those favored by fate would instinctively despise. Only in this way could they harbor even greater resentment towards Yin Wuxia after being humiliated. At that moment, Yin Wuxia was seated in a carriage preparing to depart from the Holy Clan. With Xiao Chun's departure, there was no longer any reason to remain in the eastern wilderness. According to the system's monitoring, Xiao Chun was persistently heading north, with the most likely destination being the 10,000 Great Mountains. Pursuing him directly would seem overly deliberate, yet for a protagonist like Xiao Chun, neglecting him for a while might lead to unforeseen adventures. Jiang Qiushui noticed the slight furrow in Yin Wuxia's brow and inquired with curiosity, "What are you pondering?" Yin Wuxia relaxed his brow and smiled, replying, Have you ever been to the 10,000 Great Mountains? No, Jiang Qiushui shook her head, but an elder from my clan once visited. It is said that the 10,000 Great Mountains are rife with various exotic beasts, and some are rumored to rival those at the level of divine mysteries or even saints. Those who lead these beasts, the beast men, worship the exotic creatures. And for every tribe within the mountains, there exists a corresponding faith, each linked to an exotic beast of at least King Xian level. The highest among these beasts is referred to as the beast god, said to be at the level of an emperor. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed once more. The vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, teeming with powerful exotic beasts, also signified abundant opportunities. For a protagonist like Xiao Chun, even with diminished fortune, merely surviving in the 10,000 Great Mountains would likely result in a significant enhancement of his strength. Should we take a stroll through the 10,000 Great Mountains? Yin Wuxia suggested. That might not be wise, Jiang Qiushui responded. We've already been away for half a month, and the Emperor's tomb will open in another half month. If we do not return soon, we may miss it. It's merely a secret realm, Yin Wuxia retorted dismissively. Jiang Qiushui looked at Yin Wuxia in confusion, saying, "But that is the Emperor's tomb. You seem remarkably unconcerned." The Emperor's tomb is the resting place of several generations of emperors from the ancient Chaos Empire, opening once every 100 years, with 5 slots available for the adult heirs of the 5 royal families of the ancient Chaos Empire. Within the Emperor's tomb lie countless opportunities and treasures. The chance to unexpectedly inherit the legacy of an emperor could elevate one to great heights. The Jiang family initially decided to ally with the Yin family, with the aim of allowing their heir to bring a family member into the Emperor's tomb. However, none of this stirred even the slightest interest in Yin Wuxia. The plethora of items available for exchange in the system shop, acquired using villain points, far exceeded both the quality and quantity of what the Emperor's tomb had to offer. Take for instance the elixir for reconstructing a corporeal body. There are readily available options in the system shop. Each item exchanged with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of villain points could astonish the entire continent. With such a treasure trove at his disposal, why would Yin Wuxia still harbor any interest in the Emperor's tomb? Cultivation relies on the individual. One cannot solely depend on fortune to grow, Yin Wuxia asserted. You possess such a calm demeanor, Jiang Qiushui nodded, that I once believed my talent to be among the best in my family. But in comparison to you, I realize how far I still have to go. Yin Wuxia chuckled and added, If you wish to go, I shall take you to witness it. You are now my fiancée, after all, which qualifies you as family. Jiang Qiushui's face flushed crimson at his words. And with a playful pout, she protested, How can that be considered family? If not, then I shan't take you. You are insufferable. With a beauty by his side, the journey back was devoid of tedium, as they approached the imperial capital. A shadow guard arrived bearing a personal letter from the King of Suppression. Upon opening the letter, Yin Wuxia couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. The letter detailed the selection of several royal heirs for the upcoming visit to the Emperor's tomb, and his father had taken the liberty of advising him to exercise caution in the secret realm. Yin Wuxia casually burned the letter and turned to Jiang Qiushui, saying, Let us take a stroll around the imperial capital. The shadow guard interjected promptly, Young master, Lord King of Suppression has returned to the King of Suppression's residence, that he instructed that upon your arrival in the imperial capital, you should return home directly without lingering. Why is that? Yin Wuxia inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Lord King of Suppression did not specify, the guard replied. After pondering for a moment, Yin Wuxia quietly stated, I understand. You may leave now. Once the shadow guard departed, Yin Wuxia settled back into the carriage, remarking, It seems this trip to the imperial capital will not be peaceful. Jiang Qiushui asked in confusion, What do you mean? The details remain unclear, but I have some suspicions. In any case, our visit to the imperial capital will likely have to be postponed. No sooner had he spoken than a loud explosion echoed, and without hesitation, Yin Wuxia scooped up Jiang Qiushui, leaping through the carriage's roof, just as a siege crossbow bolt pierced through. The bolt carried with it formidable force, toppling the carriage upon exit. Before Yin Wuxia could land, a barrage of concealed weapons shot forth from all directions, glinting a menacing blue under the bright sunlight, clearly laced with poison. With a cold smirk, Yin Wuxia raised his hand and unleashed his strength, swiftly knocking the concealed weapons to the ground. He then activated his martial arts eye, revealing dozens of masked figures lurking in the surrounding woods. Your master truly underestimates me. Do you think a mere handful of you can conspire against this young master? Yin Wuxia declared as he swept his power through the area. Uprooting the forest, the hiding spots of the masked figures were exposed. They emerged brandishing their weapons, encircling Yin Wuxia and Jiang Qiushui. There isn't a single one among you at the heavenly Xian level. Are you afraid of revealing your master's identity? The masked figures remained silent, merely surrounding the pair as if deliberating their strategy. Yin Wuxia let out a cold chuckle, wrapping one arm around Jiang Qiushui while conjuring primal divine fire with the other, saying, "You attacked me with traps and concealed weapons. You wouldn't be trying to imply that you are from the Xuanji Wang family, would you?" One of the masked figures retorted sharply, "Do not speak nonsense. Our master is absolutely not Lord Xuanji Wang." Yin Wuxia merely shook his head with a smile. "It matters not who you are. Since you've disrupted my enjoyment, you shall all remain here." As soon as the words left his lips, Yin Wuxia dashed past the masked figures, leaving behind fleeting images, as the crimson divine fire danced through the air. Simultaneously, a chorus of screams erupted as the masked figures were instantly reduced to ashes by the divine fire. The battle concluded almost as soon as it began, and Yin Wuxia lightly clapped his hands, saying, "Qiushui, were you frightened?" Jiang Qiushui shook her head. Yin Wuxia was known across the continent as a figure of imperial stature, decisive in battle. Moreover, eliminating threats at their roots was a fundamental principle in navigating the continent. Were they truly from the Xuanji Wang family? Jiang Qiushui inquired. Yin Wuxia shook his head, stating, while the siege crossbow and the concealed weapons were indeed items from the Xuanji Wang family, they are certainly not their people. Can you guess who they serve? I'll give you 3 chances. Jiang Qiushui chuckled. There are only 5 great princes, aside from your family, the King of Suppression, and the Xuanji Wang family, which you have ruled out. That leaves 3. How foolish must I be to require 3 opportunities? As she pondered, she continued, their weapons are from the Xuanji Wang family, and the deliberate mention of Lord Xuanji Wang suggests they aim to divert blame, likely those at odds with the Xuanji Wang family. Yin Wuxia smiled and encouraged her, "Clever. Please proceed." Among the 5 princes, besides his uncle, the King of Suppression, the Xuanji Wang, there were also the Yushan Wang, Fubo Wang, and Ping Tian Wang. Jiang Qiushui reflected, the Yushan Wang Yin Daoji and the Xuanji Wang Yin Daoxiu have always been on good terms, and the Ping Tian Wang Yin Daojin shares a life-and-death bond with my uncle Yin Daohan. I suspect those masked figures are the subordinates of the Fubo Wang Yin Daoye. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia clapped his hands in applause. "Truly, you are a talented woman from the Jiang family. Your analysis is spot on. The power struggles have already begun even before the Emperor's tomb opens. Once the secret realm is activated, only a few of us will remain inside, and should anyone perish, no one will know." Jiang Qiushui furrowed her brow tightly, her concern evident. Yin Wuxia reached out to smooth her disheveled hair, smiling, "Do not worry. I shall protect you." As they were conversing, a cadre of specter guards suddenly swooped in, and upon seeing Yin Wuxia, they declared, "Young master, we are here under the command of King Jinyu to escort you and Miss Jiang back to the residence. Please lead the way." Yin Wuxia tightened his grip on his black gold staff and remarked, "Logically, the imperial capital should be situated in a defensible location. However, the imperial capital is quite different. That it is located at the very center of the continent, surrounded solely by a moat merely a few feet wide, offering no natural fortifications. Yet, the entirety of the continent knows that this imperial capital is the safest place, for it is under the watchful eye of the 16th generation of the chaotic ancient emperors. The 16th generation of the chaotic ancient emperor possesses a cultivation level of the 2nd rank of emperor, making him the closest to the 1st generation of chaotic ancient emperors among all previous rulers. No enemy dares to stir trouble beneath the emperor's gaze. Under the protection of the Spectre Guards, Yin Wuxia and Jiang Qiushui made their way directly to the Jinyu King's residence, neglecting to appreciate the local customs and scenery of the imperial capital along the way. Upon arriving at the Jinyu King's estate, the Spectre Guards immediately established a vigilant perimeter, creating a heavily fortified environment within the residence. Even Jiang Qiushui could sense that, in addition to the visible Spectre Guards, numerous formidable experts lurked in the shadows surrounding the estate. This display caused even Yin Wuxia to furrow his brow slightly. Could it be that something truly significant had transpired? just as they stepped into the courtyard. A resonant and commanding voice echoed, "Is that the niece of the Jiang family?" Hearing this, Jiang Qiushui promptly saluted towards the main hall, exclaiming, "Jiang Qiushui, pays her respects to Uncle Yin. Why still call me uncle?" A tall figure strode out from the main hall, dressed in a black gold robe adorned with intricate golden patterns unique to the Netherworld Black Prison. His features were sharply defined, resembling a chiseled sculpture. Were it not for the streaks of gray at his temples and the presence of a beard, he would hardly appear to be over 50, that this man was none other than Yin Daohan, the ruler of the Netherworld Black Prison. "Are you not also addressing her as niece?" Yin Wuxia chuckled. "You little rascal, you return after such a long absence, and even your father is not acknowledged." Yin Daohan immediately adopted a serious expression. Yin Wuxia pinched his nose and turned to Jiang Qiushui, saying, "Come, I shall lead you to rest. You little brat, do you still have me as your father in your eyes?" Yin Daohan retorted as he reached out to grasp Yin Wuxia by the back of his collar. Yet, Yin Wuxia deftly sidestepped, creating distance between them. This subtle maneuver even surprised Yin Daohan, who then remarked, "Have you improved your cultivation again? Come, let us exchange a few moves." With that, Yin Daohan hurled forth a chain, dark and gleaming, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a manifestation of his power. Yin Wuxia, unfazed by the chain of energy, took Jiang Qiushui by one hand and deftly waved the other, utilizing the powers of the Jinyu immortal scripture to intercept the chain repeatedly, never once turning back. "Good lad!" Yin Daohan laughed heartily at the sight. "Very well, take another hit." With a flourish of his hand, a shadowy, menacing door materialized before him. That moment, a faint purplish energy shot forth from a distance, transforming into a key that shattered the ominous door into fragments. "Using the Sinluo Nether Gate against your son during a friendly spar? How reckless! Should my son suffer even a scratch, you shall return to the Netherworld Black Prison." A woman emerged from the main hall, adorned in a flowing, sheer robe. Her beauty was striking, appearing as though she had just crossed into her 30s. With a delicate touch of makeup, her charm was magnified, revealing that she must have been radiant in her youth. She was none other than Jiang Yu, the wife of Yin Daohan and a member of the Jiang family. "Mother," Yin Wuxia called out with a smile. Having inherited the memories of his previous incarnation, he felt a deep affection for this adoptive mother, who, like Jiang Qiushui, belonged to the Jiang family. The by lineage, Jiang Qiushui should refer to Jiang Yu as aunt. After a flurry of pleasantries, Jiang Yu took Jiang Qiushui by the hand, saying, "Qiushui, go speak with your aunt and let these two discuss their matters." As she spoke, she led Jiang Qiushui into the house. Yin Daohan then turned and strode toward his study, instructing, "Follow me." Yin Wuxia accompanied Yin Daohan to the study, where Yin Daohan raised his hand to form a soundproof barrier and solemnly stated, "You must be exceedingly careful concerning the Emperor's tomb this time." "Why is that?" Yin Wuxia inquired, puzzled. Yin Daohan replied gravely, "Because the Emperor's time is nearly up. The Emperor has sustained injuries from overexertion during his training, and in his own words, he has at most a year left to live." "But what does this have to do with the opening of the Emperor's tomb?" Yin Wuxia asked, still bewildered. "Because those participating include not only the heirs of the 5 princely families but also the Emperor's son, Chu Tianque," Yin Daohan elaborated. "The first generation of the Emperor was from the Jiang family, but as the Jiang family declined, none in the 3 generations managed to inherit the legacy of ascending to emperor-level cultivation. To foster the development of the chaotic ancient empire, the Jiang family abdicated, allowing the Chu family to take the emperor's seat. To this day, the Jiang family has retreated to the 2nd tier, and even the opportunity to participate in the emperor's tomb's secret realm must be fought for through marriage alliances. Thus, the Chu family is determined to seize this opportunity. Anyone who has a chance to obtain the emperor's legacy is their enemy." "What is Chu Tianque's strength?" Yin Wuxia inquired. "That is the crux of the matter," Yin Daohan continued. "Chu Tianque is merely 12 years old, with a mischievous disposition, and his cultivation level is only at the entry level of the profound realm. However, in order to ensure that Chu Tianque successfully obtains the legacy, the Emperor will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary within the secret realm." Yin Wuxia's brows knitted together at this revelation. It was no wonder he had encountered an assassination attempt before even arriving in the imperial capital. Those masked individuals were likely not agents of the King of Fubo, but rather emissaries dispatched by the Emperor himself. What do you think I should do? Yin Wuxia asked. It's quite simple. Yin Daohan replied. Your talent is exceedingly high. Even if you enter the Emperor's tomb empty-handed, it will not affect your cultivation. You may simply seek out some fortuitous encounter. As long as you give the Emperor's people the impression that you are not vying for the Emperor's legacy, they will not act rashly against you. Yin Wuxia nodded in agreement, as this aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. The secret realm of the Emperor's tomb was merely a formality for him. Accompanying Zhang Qiushui to garner goodwill and casually obtain some benefits would suffice. Noticing Yin Wuxia's agreement, Yin Daohan shifted the topic, saying, I have heard that you dealt with a rising star from the Shao family during your time with the Jiang family. Yin Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Just an insignificant nobody. Hardly worth mentioning. Yin Daohan nodded. However, you must not underestimate him. The Shao family has also produced figures of emperor-level cultivation, and during their heyday, they were not inferior to the Jiang family. Do not forget what I have told you. Eradicate the roots of any threat. Yin Wuxia chuckled. I understand. Very well. Then there is nothing more to discuss. You and Qiushui should prepare. We shall meet the Emperor tomorrow. With that, Yin Wuxia nodded and exited the study. The Emperor's tomb would open in 2 days, allowing ample time to prepare supplies. Moreover, as the son of the Jinyu king, he need not personally oversee these matters. However, he found himself pondering the mention of the Shao family's past emperor-level figure with some concern. Shao Chen, just how much can the 10,000 great mountains augment your strength? After a night of tranquility, the following morning, Yin Daohan brought Yin Wuxia and Zhang Qiushui to the chaotic ancient imperial palace. In the court, several princely heirs exchanged pleasantries until the sun reached its zenith, at which point the current emperor emerged from the inner palace. Ding! The child of destiny has been detected. Spending 500 villain points to view his past. Yin Wuxia furrowed his brow. Child of destiny? Could it be this emperor, who is already on the brink of death? Though the emperor appeared relatively spirited at present, Yin Wuxia's martial insight revealed multiple blockages in his meridians. With his energy flowing chaotically. Indeed, his time was short. Such a person is still considered a child of destiny. Yin Wuxia instinctively confirmed the option. Child of destiny. Chu Pingfeng entered the initial profound realm at age 3. Ascended to the King Profound realm at 25, currently 67 years old, with a cultivation level of the second rank of emperor. Sustained injuries from reckless cultivation, leading to damaged meridians and energy imbalance. Luck value, 1500. Destiny value, 1000. Ding. Child of Destiny detected. Initiating optional quest. Option 1. Assist the Child of Destiny in prolonging his fate. Success will yield luck value. Option 2. Assassinate the Child of Destiny. Seize power and usurp the throne. Success will yield villain points. Option 3. Abandon the quest. Yin Wuxia frowned at the choices before him. The quest appeared straightforward, yet it was fraught with peril. The first option would likely involve healing Chu Pingfeng's internal injuries, enabling him to advance further as emperor. Such an action would undoubtedly elevate Yin Wuxia's status within the chaotic ancient empire, but it would also incite resentment from those who covet the emperor's position. Among them were numerous ancient beings who had long been dormant, many of whom were no less than saints. Conversely, the second option posed equal danger, with his current cultivation merely at the heavenly profound realm. Even if he managed to usurp power, he would likely be unable to withstand the counterattacks from the Chu family's ancient entities that I shall abandon the quest. Yin Wuxia is not foolish. He would never undertake a task for which he lacks certainty. After exchanging a few words with the princes, Chu Pingfeng turned and returned to the inner palace, prompting immediate discussions among the court officials that at this moment. Seeing that nothing was amiss, Yin Wuxia was about to take his leave when a voice resonated from outside the hall. What is there to see? They are all subordinates of my father. Is it necessary for me to meet them? A youth strode into the grand hall with impatience that he appeared no older than 12 or 13. Yet his youthful countenance was marred by an air of arrogance. Upon entering the hall, he glanced around disdainfully and remarked to those beside him, I've seen them. Is that sufficient? This young man was none other than the son of the emperor. Chu Tianqua. Yin Wuxia could not help but smirk. With such conduct, it was no wonder the emperor sought every means to eliminate his rivals at that moment. The system's voice echoed in Yin Wuxia's mind. Ding. Destiny Child detected. Spend 500 villain points to view his past information. Another Destiny Child. And it was this spoiled brat, Chu Tianqua. Without hesitation, Yin Wuxia spent 500 villain points. genuinely curious to discover what made this 12-year-old, who had just reached the entry level of the profound realm, so exceptional. Destiny Child Chu Tianque, current son of the chaotic ancient emperor Chu Pingfeng, entered the initial profound realm at the age of 8 and reached the entry profound realm by 12. His physique is extraordinary, possessing a natural imperial destiny. Should he break through to the true profound realm before the age of 15, his cultivation would advance at an astonishing rate that if not, he would struggle to make any progress for the rest of his life. Luck value, 5,000. Destiny value, 5,000. Ding. Destiny Child detected. Optional mission initiated. Option 1. Assist the Destiny Child in breaking through the Ming Palace and become the Emperor's master. Success will increase luck value. Option 2. Seek to exploit the Destiny Child's destiny value and prevent his breakthrough to the true profound realm. Success will increase villain points. Option 3. Abandon the mission. Here we go again, an optional mission. Yin Wuxia felt a pang of anxiety, pondering his choice, when he heard Jiang Qiushui whisper beside him, "What a rude child." Jiang Qiushui's voice was not loud, yet it seemed Chu Tianque had heard, as he pointed at her without hesitation and exclaimed, "You insolent wretch! What did you say? Someone, seize her." The Emperor's guards, aware that Jiang Qiushui was the daughter-in-law of the prison king, dared not approach, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Seeing this, Chu Tianque became infuriated, stepping forward and declaring, "Very well, I shall teach you a lesson myself." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, ready to strike. Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed, and he leapt forward, gripping Chu Tianque's arm and commanded, "Apologize." "What did you say?" Chu Tianque struggled momentarily, but the immense strength in Yin Wuxia's grip rendered him immobile, that he continued to curse. "Who is this brat? Release me, or I will slaughter your entire family. Someone, help!" "Assassins!" Yin Wuxia, irritated by his outcry, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Chu Tianque's face. The sound of the slap echoed, and Chu Tianque staggered back, falling to the ground. Has Yin Wuxia gone mad? How dare he strike Chu Tianque? The Emperor is present, and yet he dares to lay a hand on the Emperor's son, no matter how strong he is. He is merely a thoughtless fool. I had some reservations about him, but now it seems I have overestimated him. Meanwhile, Chu Pingfeng, now retreated to the inner palace, observed the scene through the curtain's point. One of his guards asked, "Your Majesty, should I intervene on behalf of young Master Yin?" "Do not," replied Chu Pingfeng, cough, cough. "The son of the prison king is said to embody the Emperor's spirit. He cannot be a fool. Let us observe further." In the grand hall, Chu Tianque sat on the ground, clutching his face. Yin Wuxia coldly commanded, "Stand up." At this, Chu Tianque's anger surged, and he sprang to his feet, defiantly glaring at Yin. "What? Do you understand where you have erred?" Yin Wuxia asked in a calm tone. "That you're mistaken," Chu Tianque retorted stubbornly. Before he could finish, Yin Wuxia raised his hand once more and delivered another slap, sending Chu Tianque crashing to the ground. Has he truly lost his mind? Yin Wuxia is genuinely insane. The guards nearby were left in a state of shock. One was the Emperor's son, the other the son of the prison king, neither of whom they could afford to offend. "What should we do? Should we stop the son of the prison king?" "Do not concern yourself. The Emperor's personal guards have certainly witnessed this. Their inaction signifies the Emperor's tacit approval." Hearing the murmurs around him, Chu Tianque, disregarding everything, defiantly stood once more, glaring at Yin Wuxia. "What? You don't seem to be convinced." Yin Wuxia smirked. "Are you merely relying on your superior cultivation? If our levels were equal, I would surely defeat you." Chu Tianque gritted his teeth and replied, "Is that so?" Yin Wuxia smiled, his voice low and steady. "That if that is the case, let us wager to do you dare." "How shall we wager?" "You are currently at the entry profound realm. First tier, that I will fight you using only my initial profound realm. 5th tier strength." Yin Wuxia declared that if I lose, I will accept my fate, but if you lose, he pointed at Jiang Qiushui, "you must apologize to my fiancé and acknowledge me as your master." Though the difference between the 5th tier of the initial profound realm and the 1st tier of the entry profound realm is merely 1 tier, it still constitutes an entire realm. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianque stepped forward, pointing at Yin Wuxia and demanding, "Did you say that? No turning back. Once spoken, a promise is as unyielding as a team of horses." Ding. Favorability with the chaotic ancient emperor Chu Pingfeng has increased. Host's luck value increased by 100 points. Just then, An elder emerged from the inner palace, approaching and stating, "By the emperor's command, the duel between the son of the prison king and young Master Chu shall be presided over by me." As the elder drew near, he whispered to Yin Wuxia, "The emperor wishes to know your level of confidence." Hearing this, Yin Wuxia smiled slightly, replying, "10 out of 10. My apologies for the imposition," the elder said, gathering a flow of energy in his hand and striking Yin Wuxia's body. Instantly, Yin Wuxia felt a subtle force coursing through him, sealing off his energy channels and reducing his cultivation to the 5th tier of the initial profound realm. "Fear not, young master. I shall discreetly protect you," the elder assured him. Yin Wuxia smiled, turning to face Chu Tianque. "So, shall we begin?" Without hesitation, Chu Tianque lunged forward, channeling his energy into a punch aimed at Yin Wuxia. Unfazed, Yin Wuxia activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, rendering Chu Tianque's movements painfully slow, allowing him to discern the trajectory of his energy to eye in a swift motion. He seized Chu Tianque's wrist, gracefully dodging, and using the force of his attack to throw him across the hall. The nearby guards hastily dodged aside as Chu Tianque crashed to the ground. Yet undeterred, he scrambled up, snatching a dagger from one of the guards and lunging at Yin Wuxia. With a cold smile, Yin Wuxia retreated while channeling his energy to parry Chu Tianque's strikes. After exchanging several blows, Yin Wuxia discerned his fighting style, lightly tapping the path of the dagger with his fingers, igniting a spark of divine fire that effortlessly melted the blade into two. Yin Wuxia pinched the broken blade between his fingers, leaping gracefully, the searing edge pressed against Chu Tianque's shoulder. With a sharp hiss, the blade burned through the fabric of his clothing, releasing a plume of acrid smoke that assaulted Chu Tianque's nostrils. Frozen in shock, Chu Tianque dared not breathe. The dagger pressed firmly to his shoulder, causing it to clatter to the ground with a metallic ring. "Do you concede?" Yin Wuxia inquired softly, furrowing his brow. Chu Tianque stubbornly avoided Yin Wuxia's gaze, turning instead to Jiang Qiushui and muttering, "I apologize." Yin Wuxia smiled and dropped the dagger, asking, "Do you realize where you went astray? You should not speak so arrogantly or insult others." Chu Tianque retorted defiantly. Yet, Yin Wuxia shook his head, countering, "No, arrogance and insults reflect your character. Your youth excuses part of your transgressions. Your true flaw lies in your weakness. A weak individual is wrong in all they do. The fear and reverence others show you stem solely from your status as the emperor's son. Should your father no longer be present one day, your reckless arrogance will lead to your demise due to your own frailty." Before Chu Tianque could respond, a voice rang out. "Well said. What an emperor's demeanor." Applause echoed as Chu Pingfeng emerged from the inner palace, his voice resonant. "Why have you not knelt to pay your respects to your master?" "Father," Chu Tianque exclaimed upon seeing Chu Pingfeng. Yin Wuxia, recognizing the moment, also bowed respectfully, stating, "Wuxia acted impulsively. I seek the emperor's forgiveness." "Young Master Yin, no need for such formalities to occur. Did you not hear my words? Kneel and pay your respects to your master." At last, Chu Tianque knelt before Yin Wuxia, saying, "Master, please accept my bow." "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your task and becoming the master of the destined child. You have earned 500 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking a self-selected mission. Option 1. Master of the Emperors. Assist the destined child in becoming the next great emperor. Success will yield a substantial amount of fortune points. Option 2. The Tyrant's Rise. Take the destined child as a puppet, using the great emperor's authority to command the world. Success will grant a considerable amount of villain points. Option 3. The Cunning Scoundrel. After the current emperor's demise, leverage the destined child's influence to ascend as the new emperor. Success will yield a significant amount of destiny points. This task has no time limit. The final rewards will be determined based on the host's performance. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yin Wuxia let out a sigh of relief. All three tasks ultimately share a singular goal: to enable Chu Tianque to break through to the true mysterious realm and obtain the legacy of a certain emperor within the secret realm of the emperor's tomb. Only in this way will the current emperor, Chu Pingfeng, be able to pass the throne to Chu Tianque without facing opposition or rebellion. Whether to genuinely assist Chu Tianque or to exploit him for personal gain remains a matter for the future. With this thought in mind, Yin Wuxia extended a hand to help Chu Tianque up, saying, "Rise, my disciple. Be prepared to endure hardships. Although Chu Tianhua harbored some reluctance, he refrained from voicing his discontent in the presence of Chu Pingfeng. The other princes and heirs merely shook their heads at this sight. The guardian king, Yin Daohan, stationed at the northern borders, had a son, Yin Wuxia, whose reputation had already spread far and wide. Now, as the master of the destined child, he was undeniably at a higher standing in terms of influence than as for strength. There was no need to elaborate. Tomorrow marks the day the emperor's tomb will be opened. Everyone should return and rest. Yin Wuxia, accompany me to the inner palace for a discussion. You come too. Yin Wuxia nodded and turned to Yin Daohan and Jiang Qiushui, saying, Father Qiushui, you may return first. Yin Daohan gave Yin Wuxia a knowing look, patting his shoulder as he said, Be cautious in all matters. Do not act recklessly. Yin Wuxia nodded and proceeded toward the inner palace. Inside, Chu Pingfeng appeared to have shed all vitality, instantly becoming listless, unable to suppress his cough, to the point where words eluded him. The elder beside him took a pill, splitting it in half and offering one portion to Chu Pingfeng while dissolving the other in water to hand over. After taking the medicine, Chu Pingfeng exhaled in relief, saying, Young Master Yin, I assume you have heard the rumors circulating outside. Yin Wuxia nodded, replying, Indeed, but I am somewhat curious. Typically, when a cultivation technique encounters issues, leading to disruptions in the meridians, an emperor of your caliber should easily resolve it. Why has it come to this? Chu Pingfeng shook his head, saying, Because my condition stems not merely from a flawed technique, but from a backlash caused by forcibly breaking through my cultivation. The notion of a forced breakthrough startled Yin Wuxia. My family's cultivation method allows for a forced breakthrough to a higher realm upon reaching the second tier of emperor, that I attempted this as soon as I reached that level. Chu Pingfeng explained, but alas, I was still somewhat lacking. Throughout the centuries, there have been fewer than 10 who have truly achieved a breakthrough to higher realms on the chaotic ancient continent, that I was simply too eager for success. Yin Wuxia was taken aback. Even the first chaotic ancient emperor did not dare to attempt a breakthrough lightly, ultimately exhausting his lifespan in bitter regret. Was Chu Pingfeng ignorant or fearless? Now my time is short, and Quer is unfit, which is why I have sent him to the emperor's tomb in search of opportunities. Even if he cannot obtain the legacy of the emperor, improving his constitution to allow for steady growth in his cultivation would suffice. As Chu Pingfeng spoke, he began to cough again. Seeing this, Chu Tianhua sat beside him, gently patting his back. Yin Wuxia remarked, In truth, I have already examined Quer's condition. What were the results? Chu Pingfeng inquired eagerly. His constitution is extraordinary. Should he break through to the true mysterious realm before the age of 15, his future cultivation will be unimpeded. If not, progress will be exceedingly difficult, Yin Wuxia stated. Chu Pingfeng and the elder exchanged glances, at which point the elder said, I had already discerned the same, but alas, I am powerless to assist him. For the emperor's condition, I may possess a solution, Yin Wuxia declared. Have you heard of Elder Mingyu from the Apothecary Valley? Upon hearing this, the elder's lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately sighed. A skilled healer with a benevolent heart, the celestial gifted maiden. But she has been deceased for many years. Had she still been alive, not only would young Master Chu have been cured, but even the emperor's internal injuries would have been resolved. Yin Wuxia nodded, saying, In fact, she is still alive. What did you say? The elder exclaimed in shock. Who told you this? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yin Wuxia replied that a month ago, the descendant of the Shao family who fought against me in the Jiang family is a disciple of Elder Mingyu. However, Elder Mingyu now exists only as a soul within a ring. I see, the elder said, his eyes glistening with tears. Noticing Yin Wuxia's astonishment, he wiped his eyes and said, I have lost my composure, and I apologize for causing the emperor and the young master to witness this. Elder, do you know Elder Mingyu? Xiao Chen asked, perplexed. Chu Pingfeng interjected, Young Master Yin, this man is the elder of the Apothecary Valley from a century ago. Known as the King of Reviving Hands, Hisoge. The King of Reviving Hands is merely a jest. Hisoge replied that a century ago, he was indeed of the same era as Mingyu. Could it be that this Hisoge has some connection to Mingyu? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, their relationship must be quite profound. Please continue, young Master Yin. What became of Elder Mingyu? Chu Pingfeng prompted. Yin Wuxia then recounted the events concerning the Shaking Light Holy Clan. The elder was immediately furious. exclaiming, as a disciple, to abandon one's master and flee. Such a person is unworthy of learning the medical arts of my apothecary valley. Were it not for the presence of the young master, Elder Mingyu would have surely met a calamitous fate. Yin Wuxia smiled, saying, "It was merely a small effort on my part. Moreover, it was Elder Mingyu who provided me with a pill said to extend life. Even if only a breath remains, it can prolong life by 10 years. The life-extending pill?" the elder exclaimed, suddenly excited. She truly managed to concoct it. Yin Wuxia nodded and casually produced a pill to offer it. The elder eagerly accepted it, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face as he said, "This doesn't seem to be the life-extending pill, of course. This is not the life-extending pill, but rather the Nine Suns rebirth pill, which I exchanged for 1,000 villain points." Chapter 25, The Emperor's Recovery and Other Schemes. Hisugue hesitated with the medicine in hand, but Chu Pingfeng interjected, "He Lao, please hand over the medicine. How could young Master Yin possibly have ill intentions toward a dying man like me? Moreover, I believe young Master Yin would not consider a deceased Chu Pingfeng more valuable than a living emperor." As he spoke, Chu Pingfeng consumed the Nine Suns rebirth pill. Instantly, his countenance changed dramatically, prompting Hisugue to exclaim urgently, "Emperor!" Yet, Chu Pingfeng gestured for Hisugue to remain calm, indicating that he was fine, and then exhaled a long sigh. In just a moment, a greenish-white mist enveloped Chu Pingfeng. Exuding a fragrant aroma of medicine, Hisugue exclaimed in delight, "Indeed, it's the manifestation of a terrestrial-grade pill. Emperor, quickly cultivate and absorb this medicinal energy." Chu Pingfeng promptly sat cross-legged, and the medicinal energy gradually permeated through his pores, transforming his previously pale complexion into a healthy, rosy hue. Moments later, Chu Pingfeng finally stood up, and with a wave of his hand, an astonishing aura surged forth. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on healing the internal injuries of the chaotic ancient emperor. Chu Pingfeng, the destined child's favorability has increased, and you have earned 500 fortune points." Yin Wuxia felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Chu Pingfeng, causing his heart to tremble in astonishment, even disregarding the system's notification. The might radiating from him was incomparably greater than that of Elder Mingyu. Even a mere gesture seemed to possess the power to move mountains and seas. Is this the power of an emperor? The pinnacle of strength in the lower realm. Indeed, it is the terrestrial-grade pill. Emperor, your meridians have been restored. Congratulations on your recovery. Emperor, congratulations, father, on your recovery. Hisugue and Chu Tianqua exclaimed in joy. Yin Wuxia, however, was somewhat astonished. He had merely intended to prolong Chu Pingfeng's life, yet he had not anticipated the Nine Suns rebirth pill to possess such formidable effects, even healing his internal injuries at this moment. Chu Pingfeng's meridians were thoroughly organized. The dispersed energy was dissipated, and even the physical damage incurred from his prolonged illness had been largely repaired. Chu Pingfeng's recovery brought both benefits and drawbacks for Yin Wuxia. The advantage was that he no longer needed to worry about Chu Tianqua's prolonged growth. The downside was that Chu Tianqua likely would not ascend to the position of emperor in the near future. Yin Wuxia promptly said, "Congratulations, Emperor, on your recovery." Chu Pingfeng nodded and turned to Yin Wuxia, saying, "Young Master Yin, thank you for your miraculous medicine. Earlier, I even sent people to assassinate you. Thankfully, you came to no harm." Yin Wuxia smiled and said, "The Emperor has no intention of harming me. Otherwise, with my 10 lives, I would not be able to stand here before him." Chu Pingfeng chuckled softly, then sighed. "The 5 princes of the Yin family have been the hereditary guardians of the 5 directions for centuries. So I have no cause for concern regarding you. Why true apprehension lies with the Qin, Ji, Long, and Han families." Yin Wuxia replied solemnly, "Does the Emperor suspect they might act against Tianqua in the secret realm?" "Not suspect, but certain." Chu Pingfeng stated thus, "I can only place my hopes on young Master Yin. Tianqua is now my disciple. Out of both emotion and reason, I must protect him, so please rest assured." "Indeed," Chu Pingfeng nodded. "Moreover, concerning my recovery, I ask that young Master Yin refrain from discussing it with outsiders." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia immediately grasped Chu Pingfeng's meaning. Even now, there are those who covet Chu Pingfeng's imperial position. Lurking in the shadows, with his recovery, as long as the outside world perceives him as still half-dead, it will reverse the situation, placing him in a position of concealment. Rest assured, I know what should and shouldn't be said. Yin Wuxie replied with a smile. Chu Pingfeng nodded, saying, Then I thank you, young Master Yin. My body has just begun to heal, and I still require some recuperation, so I shall not see you off. Exiting the inner palace and leaving the grand hall, Yin Wuxie encountered several individuals standing at the entrance. Drawing upon the memories of his original self, he instantly recognized their identities. Qin Shiguan, the eldest son of the Qin family; Ji Langsha, the eldest son of the Ji family; Long Qinxue, the eldest daughter of the Long family; and Han Yueguan, the eldest son of the Han family. Yin Wuxie sneered. Seemingly ignoring them as he passed, Ji Langsha coldly mocked. The emperor's demeanor. Nothing remarkable. Even the Chu family's impending decline is lost on you. Han Yueguan added with a laugh. You are mistaken, in my view. This emperor's demeanor is not necessarily flattering, given the current state of the emperor. Hey, you understand. Long Qinxue chimed in cheerfully. Stop talking, for he is now Tianqua's master. Be careful lest the imperial guards take you to the dungeons. If anyone is to be captured, let it be to the underworld black prison. After all, he is the heir of the prison king. Upon hearing their words, Yin Wuxie halted, turning to face the four with a puzzled expression. Who are these nuisances? What did you say? Qin Shiguan exclaimed angrily. Yin Wuxie, say that again if you dare. In an instant, Yin Wuxie moved, appearing before Qin Shiguan and striking him across the face. You are not much stronger than Tianqua. How dare you bark in front of me? You four are such useless fools that I find even insulting you a waste of breath. As he spoke, Yin Wuxie looked at the other three and asked, What about you? Do you wish to try as well? Qin Shiguan struggled to rise from the ground, spitting out blood along with a few teeth, and sneered, Yin Wuxie, do not be arrogant. You will regret it in the secret realm. Umph. Yin Wuxie disdainfully glanced at them, fools. He did not even deem it worth his while to engage with them. The Qin, Ji, Long, and Han families, much like the Jiang family, were originally aristocratic families of the Chaos Ancient Empire. Yet they were inferior even to the Shao family, perpetually playing the role of mere clowns. Striking them would yield no worth in terms of villainous points. With a dismissive leap, Yin Wuxie departed, though his mind was abuzz with questions. Just moments ago in the Grand Hall, these four had stood alongside the four princes, fully aware of the enmity among them. Why had they gathered together? And why were they here, deliberately waiting for him? Moreover, Qin Shiguan's last remark left him bewildered. These individuals lacked even the strength of the Earth's profound realm. Even if they banded together, what could they accomplish? Could it be that there were other plots within this emperor's mausoleum? Confused, Yin Wuxie shook off the thoughts that he was now at the fourth tier of the heavenly profound realm, and if he wished, he could break through to the fifth tier that very night. Such cultivation rendered him the most formidable among the 10 who would enter the emperor's mausoleum, with the others scarcely comparable, even Shao Chun being inferior. Furthermore, with the origin divine fire, even if the other 8 attacked together, they would be no match for him. Chapter 26. The mausoleum opens, and the crowd scatters. In the southeast of the imperial capital stood a hill approximately 100 meters high, covered in lush greenery, and amidst the dense forest lay a mausoleum. From the outside, the mausoleum appeared merely as a stone tower, standing 6 or 7 meters tall, consisting of 6 tiers. Outside the tower was a stone tablet etched with the names of past emperors. Typically guarded by heavy troops, today it was surrounded by even more people, including the current Chaos Ancient Emperor, Chu Pingfeng. The Chaos Ancient Emperor today seemed even more prominent than he had the day before in the Grand Hall, appearing somewhat unsteady as he walked. Wuxie, Chushu, you must be cautious upon entering, Yin Daohan said gravely. Though the secret realm harbors countless opportunities, it is fraught with dangers as well. My advice remains. Do not force matters. Understood, uncle, Jiang Shishui nodded. Yin Wuxie, however, did not respond. Qin Shiguan continued to regard him with a cold smirk. The time had come. The mausoleum would open. Chu Pingfeng produced a small porcelain vial, walking to the mausoleum's stone tablet and pouring the liquid within onto it. Is that blood? Yin Wuxie inquired, surprised. Though the vial contained only a few drops, it emanated a remarkable aura. Opening the emperor's mausoleum requires the blood of the first Chaos Ancient Emperor, Yin Daohan explained softly. That blood was preserved using secret methods. That was the blood of an emperor at the 5th tier. No wonder the aura was so formidable. The blood dripped onto the stone tablet. It suddenly emitted a blinding white light, and a golden energy surged from the top of the tower, piercing the clouds and transforming into golden specks that rained down, coalescing into a golden door before the stone tower. "Go! Stay safe," Yin Daoan instructed. Yin Wuxia nodded, taking Jiang Qiushui's hand as they moved forward. However, the other 8 rushed ahead, leaping into the golden door, and Qin Shiguan cast a cold glance at Yin Wuxia as he said, "Yin Wuxia, I'll be waiting for you in the mausoleum." Yin Wuxia sneered, "Are you waiting to be slapped again?" Without another word, Qin Shiguan vanished into the secret realm. Yin Wuxia paid him no mind, instead turning to Chu Pingfeng and asking, "Where is Tianqua?" No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures descended from the sky, revealing themselves to be Chu Tianqua and a woman who appeared to be of similar age to Jiang Qiushui. With a graceful figure, though she wore a mask for some unknown reason. "Uncle." The masked woman greeted Chu Pingfeng before seizing Chu Tianqua and entering the secret realm, seemingly indifferent to their surroundings. Yin Wuxia grasped Jiang Qiushui's hand, saying, "Stick close to me." As they stepped through the door, Yin Wuxia was suddenly overwhelmed by dizziness, losing consciousness before he knew it. Upon awakening, he instinctively called out, "Qiushui." Yet there was no response. Only then did he realize he was utterly alone, that he found himself beneath a massive waterfall, surrounded by the roaring sound of rushing water. Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed slightly. He and Jiang Qiushui had entered while holding hands tightly. Yet they were now separated, whether due to the secret realm's design or some other reason remained unclear. Fortunately, Yin Wuxia had left a tracking system on Jiang Qiushui, and through it, he discovered she was not far from him, less than 3 miles away, and was heading in his direction. Reassured, Yin Wuxia began to carefully observe his surroundings. Aside from the waterfall, a swift river flowed nearby, and the area was enveloped in dense forest. The system could only track Qiushui. It seemed unable to locate Xiao Chun or Yang Qiyun, suggesting this was an independent space. This space spanned at least 100 miles, and the waterfall, flowing water, and flora were all genuine. It was evident that the creator of this space possessed formidable strength that I should find Qiushui first, Yin Wuxia mused, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, the relentless torrent of the waterfall came to an abrupt halt. Time seemed to freeze as countless droplets hovered in midair, and sunlight refracted through the mist, creating a rainbow. Yin Wuxia was astonished by the sight before him. That moment, a pale blue light flickered behind the waterfall, and the cascade resumed, the sound of splashing water echoing once more. There must be a treasure. Yin Wuxia felt a jolt in her heart. It is no wonder that countless extraordinary encounters are said to exist within this secret realm. She had only just entered the domain, not even having traversed 100 meters, when she beheld a treasure so remarkable that it could almost halt the flow of water. Just as Yin Wuxia was about to soar into the waterfall to investigate, she inadvertently noticed that Jiang Qiushui, as indicated by the system's locator, had halted in her tracks and was swiftly departing in another direction. That no matter how splendid the treasure, it could not compare to a product of the system. Moreover, Jiang Qiushui had not yet fully belonged to her. She could not allow her to come to harm, lest it result in a significant loss of fortune and villain points, suppressing her curiosity regarding the treasure behind the waterfall. Yin Wuxia took flight towards Jiang Qiushui. At that moment, Jiang Qiushui was soaring back towards her point of origin, not once glancing back. Behind her, the relentless sounds of crashing trees echoed, accompanied by the earth-shaking thuds of footsteps and intermittent roars. Time seemed to stretch as she flew, and only when the cacophony of pursuit and roars began to fade did Jiang Qiushui pause, panting heavily while glancing back at the unfolding situation. Just then, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, followed by a robust tree hurtling towards her like a bolt from a crossbow. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Qiushui unsheathed her long sword and channeled her energy to splinter the incoming tree into sawdust. However, in that fleeting moment, a massive figure charged towards her, swinging a colossal fist. With no time to evade, Jiang Qiushui hastily raised her sword in defense. A resounding crack echoed as the fist shattered her sword into several pieces, one of which lodged itself into her right shoulder. The impact sent Jiang Qiushui hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Upon surveying her surroundings, she found the colossal fist belonged to a gigantic ape, nearly 5 meters tall, its muscular frame resembling a titan, glaring fiercely at the injured Jiang Qiushui. With a deafening roar, the ape leaped, seemingly intent on crushing the intruder to its territory. Did I end this critical moment? Two powerful energies surged forth, followed by a massive stone, measuring 2 meters in circumference. The ape, suspended in midair without a means to gain leverage, was struck by both energies and the stone, which sent it sprawling back to the ground. Its wrath directed at the figure behind Jiang Qiushui. Several individuals surged forward, one of whom addressed the ape. "This massive ape is mine. I trust you have no objections." The others shook their heads. But soon more figures arrived, one of whom sneered, pointing at Jiang Qiushui. "Oh, is that not Yan Wuxia's fiancée, the esteemed Jiang family lady?" Chapter 27. Qiushui in peril. Fury unleashed. Jiang Qiushui furrowed her brow. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, that it was unclear whether these individuals were friend or foe, especially since Qin Shiguan seemed to have some entanglement with Yan Wuxia. Without hesitation, she stood and attempted to depart, only to be intercepted by Qin Shiguan, who admonished her, "Your Jiang family is descended from emperors. Do not say I did not warn you. Yan Wuxia has grown too close to the Chu family. Keep your distance, or you may find yourself entangled in unforeseen troubles, and do not blame me for lacking respect for your Jiang family." Jiang Qiushui was taken aback by his words. His tone suggested a readiness to bring harm to Yan Wuxia. Meanwhile, the others approached, one of them mockingly asking Qin Shiguan, "Are you perhaps smitten by her beauty?" Qin Shiguan scoffed, "What nonsense. Once our plans come to fruition, women of her beauty will be abundant. Why would I concern myself with her?" Hearing their derisive remarks, Jiang Qiushui coldly retorted, "Shameless." Qin Shiguan's expression shifted as he was about to respond when a series of dull thuds interrupted him. The fourth prince's son was sent flying by the giant ape. The colossal creature wielded a freshly uprooted tree, creating a fierce wind as it attacked, its immense power overwhelming even the fourth prince's son. "Fools," Qin Shiguan grumbled, "if we had dealt with it sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Everyone attacked together. As he spoke, he took to the air, followed by the others. Jiang Qiushui, intent on fleeing, suddenly found herself surrounded by rising stone walls, a massive rock descending from above, sealing her within. Meanwhile, Yan Wuxia, noticing Jiang Qiushui's halted movement, felt a surge of curiosity but was immediately startled by the cacophony of desperate roars ahead. Was Jiang Qiushui in danger? With that thought, Yan Wuxia quickened his pace. After a brief flight, he spotted several figures engaged in a fierce battle against a towering ape, none other than the fourth prince's son and Qin Shiguan. Yan Wuxia's brow furrowed. How had they converged so swiftly? Yet he had no time to ponder further. The system indicated Jiang Qiushui's proximity, yet she was nowhere to be seen. Feeling a pang of urgency, Yan Wuxia finally noticed the stone walls and the massive rock nearby, beside which lay a broken sword. He instantly recognized it as Jiang Qiushui's blade. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, kicking aside the rock to discover Jiang Qiushui leaning against the wall, her complexion pale, a shard of sword embedded in her shoulder, blood soaking her garment. She had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yan Wuxia inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, as he lifted Jiang Qiushui into his arms. Though she was initially unconscious, sensing someone near, she stirred awake, instinctively preparing to strike. "Qiushui, it's me." Yan Wuxia whispered softly, that a faint smile graced her lips as she allowed him to carry her. He set her down beneath a nearby tree and, without hesitation, exchanged for a healing potion to administer to her. He then carefully extracted the shard from her shoulder and applied hemostatic powder. Almost immediately, color returned to Jiang Qiushui's face. "Stay still. Rest well," Yan Wuxia urged gently. Yet Jiang Qiushui grasped his arm, imploring, "Don't go. It's not worth it." Yan Wuxia reassured her with a light pat on her arm. "Do not worry. I have everything under control." As he spoke, he slowly rose to his feet. Jiang Qiushui could feel a formidable aura emanating from him, a blend of anger and coldness that chilled her to the bone. The combatants, Qin Shiguan and his companions, had already noticed Yan Wuxia, but the giant ape was in a frenzied state, consuming much of their energy just to contend with it. "What shall we do, young Master Qin?" Long Qinxiu asked anxiously. "Should we employ secret techniques now?" Qin Shiguan remained silent, observing Yan Wuxia as he merely watched them, showing no intent to engage. He then declared, "Wait, he hasn't attacked yet. It seems he intends to let the ape wear us down before striking, as long as he remains passive. Once we deal with the ape, he will be no match for us. Everyone, give it your all. The ape's frenzy is nearing its end. We shall strike together. Qin Shi Huang commanded, and no sooner had he spoken than the giant ape released a tremendous roar, its surrounding power visibly waning. Now, Qin Shi Huang cried, abruptly thrusting his spear, channeling energy for a decisive strike, with the others following suit, unleashing their most powerful attacks, that in an instant, ape forces collided with the giant ape, slaying it, its massive form collapsing into a cascade of shimmering particles that coalesced into golden shards. As Qin Shi Huang moved to collect the shards, a figure sped past, snatching them up. You all expended so much effort for this fragment. Yan Wuxia scoffed, holding the shard aloft. Now, tell me, what is it? What purpose does it serve? Qin Shi Huang, seeing this, sneered. Yan Wuxia, you truly refuse to heed the warnings of heaven and earth. Blame only yourself for not attacking us earlier. Yan Wuxia merely chuckled. Your words missed the mark. He then lunged forward, delivering a powerful slap that sent Qin Shi Huang sprawling. That if you have no memory, I shall bestow upon you 3 more slaps. As his words echoed, the remaining individuals swiftly surrounded Yan Wuxia, with Qin Shi Huang rising from the ground. He glared at Yan Wuxia, declaring, 3 slaps. You shall pay dearly for this. Yan Wuxia surveyed the group, his voice low and resolute indeed. You are merely a rabble relying on numbers. And so what? Today, before Qin Shi Huang could finish, Yan Wuxia interrupted. Today, you shall learn that sometimes sheer numbers do not equate to strength. As soon as Yan Wuxia raised his hand, a portal to the black abyss manifested, and several pitch-black iron chains flew forth, instantly binding the body of the 4th prince's heir. Subsequently, the Zen Prison Sutra transformed into shackles, further restraining the 4th prince's heir in fetters. The Zen Prison Sutra was the ancestral secret art of the Zen Prison royal family, with all its techniques designed for guarding the netherworld's dark prison. Once shackled, escape was utterly impossible unless one possessed a higher level of cultivation. Upon witnessing Yan Wuxia's swift subjugation of the 4 individuals, Qin Shi Huang became somewhat flustered and hastily urged, Quick, utilize the secret techniques. Hearing this, Long Qinxue immediately produced a porcelain vial and crushed it, causing a dark purple gas to escape and swiftly enter her body. Chapter 28. Strange Secret Techniques, the Mole Presence Treasure. Long Qinxue was fairly good-looking, but as the dark purple gas permeated her being, her expression twisted into a terrifying grimace. Ethereal purple runes began to radiate from her body, coalescing into what resembled a suit of armor. Even more astonishing to Yan Wuxia was the visible surge in Long Qinxue's aura, which almost instantaneously reached the pinnacle of the Earth's profound realm, and continued to escalate. Yan Wuxia furrowed his brow. This only solidified his suspicion that Qin Shi Huang and the others were indeed conspiring. Soon, it appeared that Long Qinxue's ascension had plateaued, her eyes transforming into a deep purple hue, devoid of any whites as she stared vacantly around, clearly having lost her senses. Her cultivation had skyrocketed from the 1st level of the Earth's profound realm to the 1st level of the Heaven profound realm. Not hesitating at all, Yan Wuxia summoned divine fire, swinging his hand forcefully, causing it to vanish completely, while thick flames enveloped his hands. Qin Shi Huang, pointing towards Yan Wuxia, commanded, Attack! Long Qinxue lunged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Sensing the impending danger, Yan Wuxia frowned. It was evident that Qin Shi Huang was the mastermind behind this scheme. With this thought, he launched a powerful punch, imbued with fire energy, shattering a significant portion of the purple armor encasing Long Qinxue. Yan Wuxia's heart leapt with joy. The divine fire truly lived up to its name, proving effective against such nefarious forces. Qin Shi Huang narrowed his eyes, his teeth grinding audibly, coldly addressing Ji Longsha and Han Yueguan behind him. You too, use your abilities as well. Startled, Ji Longsha exclaimed. Have you lost your mind? Don't forget our objective, that if we use up our secret medicines here, what will we do when we encounter him? Gritting his teeth, Qin Shi Huang waved his hand, summoning Long Qinxue, who was engaged in battle with Yan Wuxia, to his side. Yan Wuxia, do not think I am afraid of you, Qin Shi Huang said in a deep voice. Once I finish my business, I shall return to deal with you. Just wait. Thinking to flee, Yan Wuxia prepared to pursue, only to be interrupted by Jiang Qiushui's startled cry, prompting him to abandon the confrontation and rush towards her. Upon seeing this, Qin Shi Huang quickly instructed Long Qinxue to shatter the portal, freeing the fourth prince's heir, and the 8 of them fled in a panic without looking back as Yan Wuxi reached Jiang Qiushui's side. He found her rushing into his embrace, urgently pointing behind her, exclaiming, "An old mouse!" Turning to look, Yan Wuxi noticed a fist-sized hole in the ground, from which a small head emerged. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Take a good look. This is no ordinary mouse." Jiang Qiushui slowly turned around, only to see the small creature crawling out of the hole was indeed a jet-black mole. Jiang Qiushui gasped in shock. The little mole glanced at her with curiosity before nonchalantly continuing to dig in the dirt. Observing her pale face, Yan Wuxi chuckled. "I never imagined the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family would be afraid of a mouse." Jiang Qiushui's face flushed with embarrassment as she was about to retort when the mole emerged from the ground, holding a stone in its tiny paws and presenting it to the two. Despite her fear, Jiang Qiushui bent down and asked, "Is this for me?" The mole pointed towards the spot where the giant ape had fallen, then gestured to itself, and the two understood its intent. It seemed that the presence of the giant ape had made survival difficult for the mole, and now that it was gone, the mole had come to express its gratitude. Nervously, Jiang Qiushui accepted the stone, only to feel an invigorating coolness emanating from it, refreshing her spirit merely by holding it. "This stone is peculiar," Jiang Qiushui remarked, handing it to Yan Wuxi, saying, "Take a look." Upon receiving the stone, Yan Wuxi sensed its unusual properties, prompting him to activate his martial Dao Heavenly Eye for inspection. That he noticed that the stone's outer appearance concealed an object slowly emitting energy from within, crushing the stone and blowing away the powder. He discovered a ring shimmering with silver light nestled within. At first glance, the ring appeared ordinary, lacking any gemstones. However, it was intricately engraved with countless runes, and through the lens of the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, these runes formed a miniature array that absorbed surrounding energy, transforming it into a calming aura. Yan Wuxi smiled as he explained the ring's function, then solemnly stated, "I never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable stone would conceal such a precious item." He then placed the ring on Jiang Qiushui's finger, bending down to address the little mole. "Little fellow, where did you find this?" The little mole appeared somewhat intimidated by Yan Wuxi, trembling as it noticed him crouching. And upon hearing his question, it swiftly burrowed back into the hole. Yan Wuxi touched his face in confusion, muttering, "Am I truly so unlikable?" Jiang Qiushui laughed heartily. Yan Wuxi joined in her laughter, saying, "It seems this imperial tomb indeed holds wonders at every turn. By the way, I know of another extraordinary treasure. Qiushui, follow me." The two soared towards the waterfall. Although the recent episode had relieved much of Yan Wuxi's worries, it also left him with numerous questions. The encounter between himself and Jiang Qiushui hinged entirely on his system's tracking capabilities. Even so, their meeting still occurred later than that of the other 8. Now, what method had those 8 employed to gather together immediately upon entering the secret realm? What was the nature of that purple gas, and what were they referring to as serious business? Through the system's monitoring, Yan Wuxi noted that Qin Shi Huang was already at a considerable distance and still moving away, leaving him uncertain of their destination. With these thoughts, Yan Wuxi chose not to dwell further. Qin Shi Huang and his companions were neither the protagonists nor bearers of destiny. Their demise or survival held no benefit for him. He would leave them to their own devices, as long as they did not interfere with his pursuits. After flying for a while, the sound of the thundering waterfall reached their ears. The waterfall cascaded with relentless force, rendering it impossible to discern what lay behind it. Yan Wuxi pointed towards the waterfall, stating solemnly, "That was where the flash appeared earlier. It could very well be a remarkable treasure that can pause such a massive waterfall." Jiang Qiushui remarked. Yan Wuxi nodded in agreement. "Let us venture inside and see." Concentrating his divine fire, he enveloped both himself and Jiang Qiushui in a protective blaze and soared towards the waterfall. Shielded by the flames, they passed through the waterfall without a single drop touching them. Just as Yan Wuxi was about to assess the situation, he was startled by the scene that unfolded before him. Chapter 29. 3 Generations of Emperors, Heaven's Endless Vault. Upon entering the cavern behind the waterfall, they were immediately drenched in cold sweat, for within lay a dark beast in deep slumber. The creature bore a resemblance to a bull. albeit hornless, with a colossal azure-white eye atop its head. That it became clear that the azure-white glow was not a treasure, but rather emanated from the massive eye of this beast. Yin Wuxia whispered. "We should retreat. We must not disturb it." Jiang Qiushui nodded in agreement. The aura exuding from this bull-like creature surpassed that of the giant ape and was on par with a formidable King Xian realm expert. The two cautiously began to back away. That moment, the waterfall inexplicably paused in midair once more. Yin Wuxia's heart skipped a beat as he turned to see the bull-like beast glaring at them with its crimson eyes. With a loud moo, the beast emitted a cry, and the enormous eye atop its head flickered with azure-white light, sending forth a rumbling sound from behind. Yin Wuxia positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Qiushui, whispering, "You take the opportunity to escape. I will hold it off." Jiang Qiushui quickly countered, "No, let us leave together while it is not yet attacked." Just then, the massive eye on the creature's forehead flickered again, and the bull-like beast let out a mournful wail, its colossal body thrashing violently in the narrow cave, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. "Wuxia, that eye seems to be separate from it." Jiang Qiushui expressed her confusion, and Yin Wuxia nodded in agreement before activating the martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Below the eyeball, roots resembling those of a plant had taken hold on the forehead of the bizarre bull beast. With each flicker of the bluish-white light, a surge of power flowed into the beast's brain. Rather than a symbiotic relationship, it appeared more akin to a parasitic one, that though the bull beast writhed in agony, it refrained from attacking the two. Instead, tears streamed from its eyes, which were fixed longingly on Jiang Qiushui's hand. Following its gaze, Yin Wuxia noticed the ring adorning Jiang Qiushui's finger. "Qiushui, lend me that ring for a moment," Yin Wuxia said in a low voice. Jiang Qiushui removed the ring and handed it to Yin Wuxia, who, upon receiving it, shook it twice. Indeed, the bull beast's gaze shifted in sync with Yin Wuxia's movements. "Can this ring aid you?" Yin Wuxia inquired tentatively. The creature seemed capable of comprehending human speech, much like the mole from earlier. The bull beast blinked in response. Yin Wuxia nodded, gradually approaching the beast while holding the ring. Suddenly, the eyeball began to flicker with bluish-white light, pulsating violently, causing the bull beast to let out a pained roar. That it then sprang to its feet, its blood-red eyes transforming into a bluish-white hue. Lowering its body, it scraped the ground with its hoof, seemingly preparing to attack. "Not good!" Yin Wuxia exclaimed. "Qiushui, retreat quickly." No sooner had he spoken than the bull beast charged towards them at breakneck speed, filling the narrow cavern with its massive form, leaving no room for escape. Yin Wuxia swiftly waved his hands, conjuring 3 gates of the underworld to block its path. However, the bull beast shattered the first 2 gates with ease, only to be firmly grasped by the 3rd gate's spectral hand. Seeing this, Yin Wuxia leapt forward and slammed the ring onto the bluish-white eyeball. The eyeball immediately ceased its flickering and emitted a piercing shriek that echoed throughout the cavern, almost shattering their eardrums. Through the lens of the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, the roots from the eyeball slowly withdrew from the bull beast's forehead. In that moment, the bull beast forcefully slammed its forehead against the nearby wall, producing a resounding crash as the eyeball detached from its body. Yet it seemed unwilling to give up. The eyeball floated unsteadily in the air, heading towards Yin Wuxia. In a flash, a shadow darted past, and the bull beast raised its front hoof, crushing the eyeball beneath it, releasing a noxious fluid that pooled on the ground. Then, the ring began to shimmer, and the bull beast, with the ring in its mouth, slowly retreated, occasionally stopping to glance back at Yin Wuxia and Jiang Qiushui. Jiang Qiushui remarked, "It seems like it's beckoning us to follow." Yin Wuxia nodded, grasping Jiang Qiushui's hand as they pursued the creature. After walking several hundred steps, they found themselves in a vast chamber. Above them, a crystalline ceiling allowed them to glimpse the rushing waters of a river above, and upstream of a waterfall. The bull beast led them to a stone door, where it dropped the ring onto a stone step before the door. With a thunderous sound, the door swung open, revealing a secret chamber. The two exchanged glances and stepped inside. As they entered, the previously dark surroundings were suddenly illuminated by several candelabra. Within the chamber stood a statue, an imposing figure of a woman clad in battle armor, atop a bowl, wielding a sword in her left hand and holding a severed head aloft in her right. The image resembled that of a female warrior deity, the great-grandmother. Jiang Xiuxi aghast in astonishment at great-grandmother. Yin Wuxie asked, puzzled, is this statue of your great-grandmother? Jiang Xiuxue nodded. Indeed, she is my great-grandmother, the third generation of the Chaos Ancient Emperor. Jiang Huan Envi, it is she. Yin Wuxie recalled from his memory. Jiang Huan Envi was the third emperor of the Chaos Empire and the only female ruler to IT that time. The empire faced a dual threat from the western Mokomofuo Kingdom and the southern Tidal Sea clan. Jiang Huan Envi personally led the charge, first repelling the Tidal Sea clan and then engaging in a fierce battle with the Mokomofuo Kingdom. The head depicted in the statue belonged to none other than the ruler of the Mokomofuo Kingdom at that time, Jin Naoyuo. However, that battle profoundly affected Jiang Huan Envi, leading to her untimely demise before the age of 60. From that point onward, the Jiang family lost its legacy and fell into decline. That it seemed evident that this was the site of Jiang Huan Envi's inheritance. Jiang Qiushui approached the statue, kneeling before it, and solemnly stated, unfilial descendant Jiang Qi pays homage to the ancestor. May the ancestor manifest and bless the Jiang family, that we may never again decline. As her words fell, the statue of Jiang Huan Envi suddenly radiated light, enveloping Jiang Qiushui in a golden glow. Descendants of the Jiang family, heed my words that I bestow upon you the divine level cultivation method. Endless heaven, along with my treasured sword, Luan Xiuhua. Remember, regardless of who wields power in the Chaos Empire, the Jiang family must always protect the citizens of the empire. I hope you will not betray my heartfelt intentions. As soon as the words concluded, the stone slab shattered, revealing a simple yet elegant long sword. The blade, slender and narrow, was nearly a meter in length. Yin Wuxie stepped forward to grasp the sword, and upon drawing it, a melodious sound resonated. With a casual wave, the slender blade sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash in the ground beneath. Truly a fine sword, Yin Wuxie remarked, handing it to Jiang Qiushui. This sword is named Luan Xiuhua. It seems tailor-made for you. Jiang Qiushui accepted the sword, vowing, I shall not fail my great-grandmother's expectations. Yin Wuxie smiled and said, now that the inheritance has been obtained, let us make our exit. As they left the chamber, the bull beast rushed forward. Jiang Qiushui caressed its forehead, saying, so you are the ancestral steed, Qin Yun. You have endured much over the years. The bull beast let out a low moo, stepping onto the stone step to return the ring to Jiang Qiushui. Its form shimmered, transforming into a cascade of starlight that enveloped the ring. Witnessing this, tears welled in Jiang Qiushui's eyes. Yin Wuxie solemnly remarked, no wonder every individual who obtains an inheritance in this secret realm ultimately ascends to become an emperor. The cultivation methods and treasures are bestowed in a complete set. Even the dullest among us can rise to greatness. Jiang Qiushui, amused by Yin Wuxie's words, chuckled through her tears and playfully chided. So you think I'm dull? How could I dare to say so? My wife is wise beyond measure, the best in the world. Yin Wuxie replied with a grin. Yet, Jiang Qiushui sighed deeply and said, Wuxie, thank you. I've been worried all these years and have not slept well a single night. Yin Wuxie gently squeezed Jiang Qiushui's hand, asking, were you worried that I might be a frivolous playboy, or that Shao Chen would fail to rescue you from your plight? Yes, Jiang Qiushui nodded. The Jiang family hopes I can rely on you for the emperor's inheritance. And I need this for myself too. Even if Shao Chen were to surpass you in power and take me away from the Jiang family, it would only sever my ties with them. And the consequences would not be better than the current situation. Your actions have dispelled my doubts and resolved my inner turmoil. Looking at Yin Wuxie, she asked, will you resent me for being a woman of influence? Without a word, Yin Wuxie embraced Jiang Qiushui, leaning down to kiss her lips, which opened in surprise. Ding! Jiang Qiushui's favorability reached its peak. The female lead, Jiang Qiushui, returned to her heart, achieving the accomplishment Autumn Water's heart, and gained 1,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely winning the female lead's heart, successfully slapping Shao Chen in the face, causing Shao Chen to lose 500 fortune points, while the host gained 10,000 villain points. Yin Wuxie felt elated, growing bolder in his advances. Jiang Qiushui, blushing, pushed him away playfully, saying, you naughty boy, do you wish to do this here? Yin Wuxie chuckled, well, it's not entirely out of the question. Absolutely not. Jiang Qiushui quickly protested. This is the tomb of the Jiang ancestors. Hearing this, Yin Wuxia burst into laughter, taking Jiang Qiushui's hand. I was merely jesting. Now that you've obtained the inheritance, let's be on our way. Where to? Jiang Qiushui asked, perplexed at to find Chu Tianque. Yin Wuxia replied earnestly, I have a feeling they are scheming something significant this time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Shiguan and the others pressed onward, at this moment. Long Qinshua's secret technique had expired, leaving her feeling as if her soul had been drained. Her eyes were dark and sunken, her complexion pale. Merely following the group seemed to tax her strength. Young Master Qin, are you certain the demon egg is in this direction? Long Qinshui inquired with great effort that I lack the stamina to continue. If we do not find it soon, I will need to rest. Qin Shiguan, growing impatient, replied, I understand. I am certain it is in this direction. If you cannot keep up, you might as well rest. After all, the potion you possess has already run out. Following us would be futile. Upon hearing this, Long Qinshui's expression momentarily froze. Not to mention her father's incessant admonitions to witness the hatching of the demon egg with her own eyes, even if it were right here. The possibility of encountering a colossal ape again would leave them with no place to bury their remains. With this thought in mind, Long Qinshu could only grit her teeth and follow closely behind Qin Shiguan and the others. After the group had flown a short distance further, Qin Shiguan suddenly exclaimed, Wait! He carefully surveyed the surroundings and pointed towards a small lake not far off, saying, Over there! Search for a tree that has been scorched by fire. The group promptly veered towards the lake, only to find that the area was exceptionally lush with trees, a sea of verdant green, devoid of any signs of a fire-scorched tree. Qin Gongzi, it has been 100 years. Any tree that was burned should have healed by now. Is your grandfather foolish? The heir of the Fubo, Wang retorted in a deep voice. What are you saying? Qin Shiguan immediately shot back in anger. Stop with the nonsense. If you wish to join, then search diligently. If not, then so be it. That a mere 100 years. I refuse to believe that the remnants could vanish entirely. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their protests and dispersed to search for the so-called fire-scorched tree. However, after only a brief search, the heir of the Ping Tian, Wang, shouted excitedly. The group gathered around him to find a tree that, although it had sprouted anew, bore patches where the bark had been charred away. Appearing starkly bare, this is it. Dig around here, Qin Shiguan proclaimed with fervor. The others quickly brandished their weapons and began to excavate the earth beneath their feet. Moments later, Ji Longsha cried out, I found something. The group hurried over to the pit, where indeed, a wooden plank-like object began to emerge. Quickly retrieve it. Qin Shiguan urged eagerly. Step aside, let me handle this, declared the heir of the Yushan Wang. With a swift motion, he parted the surrounding soil as if it were a surging stream, revealing a massive wooden chest. Yes, they unearthed the chest. Qin Shiguan's excitement reached a peak. Do you see this? This is the demon egg that my grandfather left behind. If we pour the potion onto it, it will hatch, and the power of the ancient demon king will randomly bestow itself upon one of us. Then, the legacy of the chaotic ancient emperor will be within our grasp. The group, stirred by his words, felt a surge of exhilaration. Enough talk. Let us begin, Han Yueguan urged. Qin Shiguan nodded and reached to open the chest, but to everyone's astonishment, it was completely empty, save for a few decayed fragments of dark material. What has become of the demon egg? Qin Shiguan exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Long Qinshu felt something dripping from above her. She looked up to see a grotesque and terrifying face looming overhead. Chapter 31. The demon fetus emerges, ancestor of the Shao family. Long Qinshu screamed, pointing at the creature above them. The group looked up to see the shadow had descended from the treetops. Its claws aimed directly at Long Qinshu. Seeing this, Qin Shiguan instinctively pushed Long Qinshu aside, saving her from a certain death. It was then that the group finally beheld the true form of the monster. It had disheveled hair cascading down to the ground, its body clad in tattered garments made from various animal hides. Crouching low, it resembled a malevolent wolf stalking its prey, fixating intently on Qin Shiguan and the others. What astonished Qin Shiguan even more was the volatile energy radiating from the creature. From its appearance alone, it was evident that it was no less than a being of the divine realm. Do not move, Qin Shiguan whispered urgently. The creature seemed disinterested in the motionless group, instead turning its gaze toward Long Qinshu, issuing a chilling growl. Long Qinshu, already weakened, was drenched in cold sweat at the sight. And she turned to Qin Shiguan in desperation, pleading, "Qin Gongzi, save me." Qin Shiguan furrowed his brow, about to respond when he caught the monster's glare directed at him. He quickly said, "Qin Shue, be careful. We will come for you once we locate the demon fetus." As he spoke, he turned to the others, urging, "Hurry, go." The remaining members of the group took flight without hesitation. Long Qinshue, witnessing this, felt a surge of fury and opened her mouth to protest. But before she could speak, the creature lunged at her. In a moment of panic, she drew her short sword, ready to end her own life. But just then, a flash of light hurtled towards her, an elegant long sword, adorned with glowing crimson runes. Upon contact with the runes, the monster was sent sprawling backward. Two figures, one large and one small, landed protectively in front of Long Qinshue. "You!" Long Qinshue exclaimed in surprise. The newcomers were none other than Chu Tianque and her cousin. "Long girl, how fortunate to see you well," Chu Shi greeted with a bow. The woman waved her hand, causing the long sword to soar into her grasp. She turned back to Long Qinshue, her brow furrowing slightly as she asked, "Have you used the potion?" Long Qinshue, now flustered, stammered, "Double potion. There is no need for further concealment." Chu Shi stated resolutely to "My uncle has long been aware of your intentions, to use the potion to unseal the demon fetus and offer yourself as sustenance to it. How could you conceive such a plan? Having used the potion, demon energy now courses through your veins. It is no wonder the demon fetus is pursuing you." "The demon fetus? Are you implying that it is the demon fetus?" Long Qinshue asked, her eyes widening in shock. "Your forebears have schemed for decades, yet they failed to realize that the demon fetus had already been hatched by someone a century ago, did they?" Chu Shi replied calmly. "When the ancient tomb was opened 100 years ago, one person never emerged from this secret realm. Surely, you are aware of this. Are you suggesting it was Xiaosheng?" Long Qinshue exclaimed, incredulity etched on her face. "That is impossible. Xiaosheng never possessed the potion. How could he hatch the demon egg?" "Of course, he utilized his own blood," Chu Shi replied in a low voice. Qin Shiguan's grandfather allied with the three major families to ambush Xiaosheng within this secret realm. Otherwise, with the Xiao family's strength, how could your Long family have had any opportunity to enter the emperor's tomb? Long Qinshue chose not to respond further. The Long family had always been at a disadvantage among the great families, and their entry into the emperor's tomb had relied on the connections with the Ping Tian Wang family. Noticing her silence, Chu Shi continued earnestly, "I shall not say much more. Once you exit this place, all will become clear." As the two conversed, the monster let out a fearsome roar, prowling back and forth in front of Chu Shi, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike. "Tianque, take Long Qinshue and flee." "I will hold it off. Cousin, let us depart together," Chu Tianque insisted, glancing at the creature warily. Chu Shi waved her hand dismissively to "My purpose here is to resolve this matter. You both must leave." No sooner had she spoken than the creature roared again, charging towards them like a bolt of lightning. With a single hand gripping her sword, Chu Shi unleashed a surge of power, condensing multiple runes that once again repelled the creature. 100 years ago, the Xiao family's most exceptional genius has now become this. Chu Shi murmured solemnly, "Today, let me aid you in finding liberation." As she spoke, her long sword shimmered with runes, and with a flick of her blade, the runes transformed into an array, ensnaring the creature within its confines. Seeing this, Long Qinshue's heart sank as she realized, "So it is true, you have practiced the Demon Suppression Immortal Sutra." Understanding that the plans devised by the four great families had long been seen through by others, and that she herself had become a pawn in this scheme, the weight of disappointment bore heavily upon her. Noticing that the creature was trapped, Chu Shi finally exhaled in relief, thinking to herself, "The Demon Suppression Immortal Sutra is indeed the bane of demonic entities." I had expected a fierce battle. However, just as she allowed herself a moment of respite, the monster suddenly roared ferociously, its energy erupting, nearly scattering the runes. Chu Shi, alarmed, swiftly focused on her sword, reconcentrating the runes to reinforce the seal. Yet, with each struggle and roar from the creature, the strength of her seals weakened, threatening to dissipate entirely. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Chu Shi urged, "You must leave now. I cannot hold it for much longer." "Cousin," before Chu Tianque could escape, The creature unleashed another surge of energy. Altering its form, it rose upright within the seal, gazing skyward, its once disheveled hair now cascading down its back. After a moment, it looked at Chu Shi and spoke. Has a century truly passed? Chu Shi, taken aback, exclaimed, Why, you have regained your consciousness. Regained? Perhaps, the creature sighed. You are of the Chu family? I never anticipated that my insistence for the Chu family to practice the Demon Suppression Immortal Sutra in case of emergencies would ultimately be turned against me. Xiao Leiazhuran, how do you fare? Chu Shi inquired, her voice low. Xiao Leiazhuran. Haha, indeed. I have become an old monster now. Xiao Sheng replied with a rueful smile. I am well, exceedingly well. I feel as though I hold the entire world in my grasp. At his words, Chu Shi's heart raced. Xiao Leiazhuran. The demonic essence within you is merely suppressed by the Demon Suppression Immortal Sutra. You must also control your emotions to prevent the demonic energy from reclaiming your consciousness. Xiao Sheng had yet to utter a word when several figures appeared in the sky. Surprisingly, it was Qin Shiguan and his companions returning. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I told you that the creature must be the demon fetus. Chu Shi, upon seeing this, furrowed her brows and spoke in a grave tone. Qin Shiguan, what brings you back here? Chu Shi, this is none of your concern. Step aside quickly and allow me to subdue this demon fetus. Qin Shiguan retorted, reaching into his bosom to retrieve a porcelain vial that Dio not. Just as he spoke, Xiao Sheng cast a fierce glare at Qin Shiguan. Hissing demon drug? Ha! So it is the demon drug. Chapter 32. The crisis approaches. Enraging Xiao Sheng fool. Chu Shi, witnessing the unfolding events, could not help but scold angrily. She activated the Demon Suppression Celestial Scripture, unleashing runes to reinforce the formation once more. Yet Xiao Sheng merely chuckled coldly, saying, You think a mere fifth tier of the earthly profound realm can seal me? With that, he swung his fists, gathering immense power until his fists glowed a fiery red. Heavenly Incineration Palm. Suddenly, Xiao Sheng slammed his hands onto the ground. A torrent of searing fire energy erupted, scattering the formation's runes in an instant. With a swift motion, he dashed forward, seizing Qin Shiguan by the throat. You, Qin brat, hand over the demon drug, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will make that old beast Qin Lianggong send you to the grave. You know my grandfather? Qin Shiguan was taken aback, exclaiming, You are Xiao Sheng. Enough with the pleasantries, hand over the demon drug. Xiao Sheng commanded fiercely that Dio not give it to him. Chu Shi interjected hastily, If he obtains the demon drug, we will all perish here. Talkative, Xiao Sheng declared, sending a palm strike that sent Chu Shi flying that if you refuse, I shall kill you regardless, and you will die a more horrific death. Having been struck, Chu Shi felt the fiery energy surging through her veins, rendering her nearly speechless. Qin Shiguan, perceiving her plight, hurriedly offered the porcelain vial, pleading, Here, don't kill me. It was my grandfather who harmed you. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Sheng snatched the demon drug with a mocking smile. Tossing Qin Shiguan to the ground, I never imagined the Qin family could produce such a cowardly wretch like you. This is retribution. Retribution. With that, he uncorked the vial and consumed the demon drug in one gulp. A thunderous roar erupted from him as demonic energy surged, forcing Ji Langsha and the others down from the sky. There is more demon drug. You all have more demon drug, Xiao Sheng bellowed, his demeanor becoming increasingly ferocious as he glared at the remaining individuals. Hand over your demon drugs. Quickly, all of you. Chu Shi, gritting her teeth, endured the blazing energy coursing through her meridians, biting her finger to smear blood on her sword. She declared, Blood Suppression Demon Luo. A surge of blood energy erupted from the sword. Shooting into the heavens, the blood-red runes appeared on the blade, forming a formidable array that surged toward Xiao Sheng. However, Xiao Sheng merely scoffed. Lunging forward to crush the crimson runes with ease, that he seized Chu Shi's sword, thrusting it into her abdomen, that as Chu Shi was pierced through by the sword, she could no longer utter a word, trembling as she collapsed, struggling to shield Chu Tianqua. Qin family, Ji family, Han family, Yin family, including your Chu family, once I escape this secret realm, none of you shall be spared. Xiao Sheng shouted fiercely, You all, hand over your demon drugs, and I shall spare your lives. Ji Langsha and the others were already petrified by Xiao Sheng's madness, trembling as they knelt, retrieving the demon drugs from their bodies. Seeing this, Xiao Sheng erupted into laughter, seizing the remaining 7 vials of demon drug and consuming them in one breath. Chu Shi watched in despair as her heart turned to ashes. She had just mocked the Long family for plotting for decades. Yet after 20 years of practicing the demon suppression celestial scripture, it had proven utterly futile. Xiao Sheng, exhaling a mouthful of demonic energy, raised his head and howled to the heavens, the demonic energy surrounding him exploding outward, instilling terror in all present. Next, it shall be your turn to be dealt with. Who shall I start with? After his howl, Xiao Sheng turned to the crowd with a sinister smile, the young lady of the Chu family. You are gravely injured. Tio spare you further suffering. Let us begin with you. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqi stepped forward to shield Chu Shi, declaring, Old monster, if you wish to harm my cousin, you must first step over my corpse. Oh, you are also from the Chu family? Xiao Sheng replied coldly. Very well, it matters not. You shall die first. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Sheng raised his hand, gathering the fiery energy of the heavenly incineration palm, and vanished beside Chu Tianqi, striking at his chest. To that moment, a wave of pitch-black nether energy erupted from the surroundings, and a nether gate appeared beside Xiao Sheng, binding his hands with iron chains. Yuan Wuxia descended, swiftly lifting Chu Tianqi and nimbly distancing them from Xiao Sheng, while Jiang Qiushui retreated with Chu Shi to the side. The Black Prison Nether Gate. The people from the Suppression Prison King family have arrived? Xiao Sheng remarked darkly, glancing at Yuan Wuxia. Yuan Wuxia seemed unfazed, turning to Chu Tianqi. Are you all right? Chu Tianqi nodded, urging Master, please save my cousin. Yuan Wuxia glanced at Chu Shi, producing a healing pill and a packet of powdered medicine. Handing them to Chu Tianqi, take the pill orally and apply the powder externally. Although the pill and powder were produced by the system, they were of lesser quality, easily attainable with a small amount of villain points. Seeing Yuan Wuxia ignoring him, Xiao Sheng's fury escalated. You insolent brat, come and pay with your life. Without hesitation, Yuan Wuxia soared toward him, condensing divine fire in his hands and attacking Xiao Sheng. Even before he got close, Xiao Sheng sensed the intense fire energy in Yuan Wuxia's hands. The Xiao family's signature technique, the heavenly incineration palm, was exceptionally sensitive to fire. Yet the fire energy in Yuan Wuxia's hands far surpassed that of his heavenly incineration palm. Leaving him quite astonished in his astonishment, Xiao Sheng hastily retreated, demanding, You insolent brat, what kind of fire is that? Yuan Wuxia, seizing the opportunity, replied, This fire has quite the pedigree. Have you ever heard of the Raging Sands Divine Fire? Xiao Sheng's brow furrowed. The Raging Sands Divine Fire from the Eastern Wilderness. Impossible. I have seen that fire before. Its intensity, while formidable, pales in comparison to yours. Yuan Wuxia smiled and continued, I haven't finished speaking. Besides the Raging Sands Divine Fire, my flame also incorporates the 9 Heavens Glaze Fire, Tidal Annihilation Fire, and the 6 Profound Dark Ice Fire. Throughout his explanation, he never mentioned the origin Divine Fire. Those divine fires he referred to indeed existed but fell short compared to the origin Divine Fire. Although not as fierce, the origin Divine Fire had one unparalleled trait. It exclusively burns living beings. Regardless of your level of cultivation, once scorched by the primal divine flame, even an emperor would find it futile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sheng was taken aback. Noticing Yin Wuxia's smiling countenance, he retorted with a cold sneer, No matter how many flames you possess, it is of no consequence. You cannot approach me at all. As he spoke, Xiao Sheng waved his hands, unleashing a fierce surge of fire energy into the air, boasting wildly, The divine fire cannot detach from its host. But my heaven-burning fire can slay enemies within 100 paces. Yin Wuxia let out a derisive laugh, deftly evading the attacks with agile movements, the fire energy failing to touch him even slightly. This outcome was precisely what he desired, for Yin Wuxia needed to buy time for Chu Shi to recuperate. Xiao Sheng continued to unleash palm strikes, yet he failed to even graze a piece of Yin Wuxia's clothing. Causing him to become increasingly agitated, he turned his gaze towards Qin Shiguan and the others nearby, stating in a deep voice, You little brat, you can evade, but let us see how they will escape. As Xiao Sheng spoke, he struck out with the palm, and the already frightened Qin Shiguan and his companions found themselves caught off guard by Xiao Sheng's sudden onslaught that in an instant. They were struck directly by the heaven-burning palm. Their cultivation levels were already inferior to Chu Shi's, and at that moment, with Xiao Sheng having consumed all manner of demonic potions, the malevolent energy infused in his technique was far more potent than the strike he had delivered to Chu Shi. Qin Shiguan and the others felt a searing fire energy surge through their chests, as if they were engulfed in flames, prompting them to leap into the lake in desperation. Long Qinxue observed their plight, uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. Just recalling their panic flight made her heart ache, yet she turned away, unwilling to witness their escape. Yin Wuxia, however, remained unfazed. The fates of these individuals were of no concern to him. And his relationship with the four princes had long since cooled that if not for their shared surname, he would be even closer to the Jiang clan. Xiao Sheng, noticing this, spoke with a somber tone. You little brat. You truly care not for their lives? Yin Wuxia shrugged, making a gesture of dismissal. Xiao Sheng furrowed his brow, then turned to Jiang Xiushui and the others nearby, sneering. You may not care for them. But surely you must care for those few women. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia's expression darkened as he replied, Old fool. You and your grandson are alike, one with lofty ambitions yet fragile as paper. The other bullying the weak with no respect for age. It is no wonder your Xiao clan has fallen into ruin. What did you say? My grandson. Xiao Sheng was momentarily taken aback, quickly retorting, You claim I have a grandson? Let me tell you the truth. This divine fire in my possession was snatched from him. Yin Wuxia sneered. If you have the ability, then reclaim it yourself. Xiao Sheng was infuriated by Yin Wuxia's brazen attitude, pointing a finger at him. You little brat, just like your ancestors, you are detestable to behold. Today, I shall surely make you aware of the might of my Xiao clan's heaven-burning palm. What about Chu Shi? Yin Wuxia noticed that Xiao Sheng was genuinely enraged and called out loudly. From behind came Chu Shi's voice. Are you anxious? Why didn't you bring out the medicine sooner? Yin Wuxia turned around in a fury, only to see Chu Shi standing with her long sword drawn, her blood staining the blade, now glowing a vivid red. Summon the blood demon array. Chu Shi traced intricate runes in the air with her sword, and the power and size of these runes far exceeded those earlier. In an instant, the runes took shape, racing toward Xiao Sheng. Seeing this, Xiao Sheng let out a cold laugh, preparing to shatter the runes with his heaven-burning palm. Suddenly, a dark prison gate arose behind him, countless iron chains ensnaring his hands, while a pair of shackles flew in, binding him tightly to the array enveloped him. A crimson formation encircled Xiao Sheng. Yet he continued to struggle against the shackles and the prison gate, showing no signs of being sealed by the array. Rather, he appeared even more frenzied. What is happening? Yin Wuxia inquired solemnly. Is it unable to contain him even for a moment? Chu Shi replied. In his restored mental state, he can utilize his demonic energy more adeptly. We must awaken the demonic nature within him to effectively seal him with the array. At that moment, Xiao Sheng indeed exhibited an unusual state. His speech became slurred, interspersed with heart-wrenching howls. Next comes the sealing, Chu Shi declared, raising her longsword once more, the blade shimmering with runes. With a swing, another array emerged around Xiao Sheng, who suddenly fell silent. Now is the time. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia soared into the air, gathering divine fire in his hands. Under the crimson flames of the primal divine fire, golden flames lay hidden, and in an instant, he struck Xiao Sheng. The scarlet flames ignited upon contact with Xiao Sheng's body. Chu Shi could no longer maintain the array. Xiao Sheng, in agony, howled while struggling violently, ultimately channeling the heaven-burning palm to shatter the dark prison gate. Even so, he remained unable to extinguish the primal divine fire raging upon him. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Sheng leaped into the lake, causing Qin Shiguan and the others to scramble to the surface in fright. Even submerged, the flames on Xiao Sheng's body continued to blaze, and within moments, he was reduced to a charred husk. Chapter 34. Harvesting the Demon Embryo, the Emperor's Legacy, as the flames gradually subsided. Xiao Sheng's physical form was entirely reduced to ashes, yet where the fire had burned, a deep purple mist lingered upon the water surface. What is that? Yin Wuxia inquired with curiosity. It is the demonic energy, of the demon embryo. Chu Shi responded solemnly. That is what resides within Xiao Sheng. Yin Wuxia scoffed. So this is what Qin Shiguan and the others sought. It is hardly impressive. Chu Shi shot him a sidelong glance. What do you know? Xiao Sheng has been influenced by the demonic energy of the demon embryo, losing his wits for nearly a century, that if one were to use demonic potions to attract demonic energy, they would not lose their senses as he has. At that time, his cultivation would rise alongside the demonic energy, and within 10 years, he could attain emperor-level cultivation, at the very least reaching saint-level status. ISNT that akin to inheriting an emperor's legacy. Jiang Qiushui exclaimed in astonishment. The inheritance of an emperor also depends on individual aptitude, but being possessed by demonic energy requires no such gift. Even a congenital cripple can achieve it. So ruthless? There must be some limitations. Yin Wuxia asked in surprise that I refuse to believe that there exists anything in this world that comes without effort. Even systems require completion of corresponding tasks to enhance. How could demonic energy surpass a system? You are not mistaken, Chu Shi replied gravely. Those possessed by demonic energy will henceforth be compelled to consume flesh and blood, showing no interest in cooked food. And they will lose their humanity. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia shook his head. After using it, one becomes a waste. What use is there in possessing great power? Qin Shiguan and the others, hearing this, felt a chill of apprehension. As young scions, being rendered inhuman would be more torturous than death. Before them, the demonic energy gradually coalesced, transforming into a deep purple egg floating on the water's surface. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in Yin Wuxia's mind. Ding. Demonic embryo seed detected. Spend 500 villain points to view detailed information. Having learned from previous experiences, Yin Wuxia understood some hidden functions of the system. Such sudden prompts typically indicated the presence of subsequent tasks, and the rewards were generally substantial. Without hesitation, he selected Confirm. Demonic embryo seed, formed from condensed demonic energy, can be prematurely hatched using blood or demonic potions to produce demonic energy. Those possessed by demonic energy will fall into madness, gaining immense power while bearing the cost of such madness to be why nurturing with demonic energy. Complete hatching of the demon embryo can yield a juvenile demon god, who will obey only the commands of the one who hatched it and possesses formidable strength. Ding. Optional tasks available. Option 1. Prematurely hatch the demon embryo and become possessed. Success will yield villain points. Option 2. Allow another to hatch the demon embryo. Villain points will be awarded based on the impact of the possessed individual. Option 3. Harvest the demon embryo to fully hatch with demonic energy, nurturing a demon god. Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed tightly. Without a doubt, the first option must be discarded at AS for the second option. While it could temporarily yield villain points, even if someone were to be possessed among those present, how significant could the impact be? The third option, however, was intriguing. In the long run, nurturing a demon god would be the most rewarding approach. Yet he lacked any demonic energy. Upon contemplating this, Yin Wuxia hastily searched the marketplace and indeed discovered the sale of demonic energy. 500 villain points for a portion, solely applicable for nurturing a demonic embryo and not for personal enhancement. Simultaneously, he found an independent space exclusively designed for the habitation of demonic embryos and demonic gods, somewhat akin to a Pokeball, which could be summoned by merely calling upon the demonic god within one's consciousness. The price for this was 5,000 villain points. Even more astonishing to Yin Wuxia was the revelation that the marketplace also offered demonic embryos for sale at a staggering 20,000 villain points, requiring 10 portions of demonic energy for hatching. Calculating this, it became evident that nurturing a demonic god would demand at least 25,000 villain points, and providing an independent space for said demonic god would necessitate a total of 30,000 villain points. The techniques Yin Wuxia possessed had not even surpassed 10,000 villain points, leaving him somewhat astounded by the exorbitant cost that as he pondered these matters. He observed Chu Shi producing a piece of yellow silk adorned with various intricate runes. Exuding a remarkable elegance, she deftly sent the yellow silk flying towards the demonic embryo, wrapping it up and securing it. Yin Wuxia, witnessing this, promptly inquired, "What are you doing?" Chu Shi replied, "The demonic embryo can only be completely destroyed once I return to my sect. Naturally, I must take it back with me." Just as Yin Wuxia was about to respond, The lake's surface suddenly began to churn violently, as if something were striving to emerge from its depths. The onlookers swiftly retreated into the air. Before long, a massive figure began to rise from the water, gradually revealing itself to be an imposing stone statue. The statue depicted a man wielding a hefty long sword, standing atop a miniature city, as if he were towering over it. The crowd gasped in unison. "It is the first emperor." Yin Wuxia was taken aback, realizing it was indeed the legacy of the first emperor, Jiang Yin, a figure of the fifth rank of the emperor realm, who had single-handedly established the chaotic ancient empire. The tomb of the emperor had never before revealed the legacy of the first emperor. It was truly unexpected for it to appear now. Chu Shi spoke in a hushed tone, and the crowd, captivated by the statue, felt a surge of excitement, even Qin Shiguan and others harboring a flicker of hope. The emergence of the statue signified the arrival of its inheritor. They merely awaited to discover the identity of this individual that as the statue of Jiang Yin fully surfaced. It slowly rotated until it faced Yin Wuxia, coming to a halt. Suddenly, a beam of golden light emanated from the sword's hilt, illuminating Yin Wuxia. "It is him. It is indeed him. How infuriating!" A wave of discontent surged through Qin Shiguan and the others. Yet they found themselves powerless to alter this outcome, for the legacy of the earth was never something that could be influenced by mortal means. "Inheritor of the legacy, reveal your name." A deep voice resonated. Yin Wuxia furrowed his brows and replied, "I am Yin Wuxia. Yin Wuxia, today I bestow upon you the legacy of the chaotic ancient emperor. From henceforth, you shall guard the chaotic ancient empire alongside me, living and dying with it, unwavering until death do you accept." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia shook his head resolutely. "I do not accept." "What?" The crowd was immediately taken aback, including Jiang Qiushui, who exclaimed in astonishment, "Wuxia, what did you just say?" Yin Wuxia spoke earnestly. "I, Yin Wuxia, act solely according to my heart, that if the chaotic ancient empire deserves to exist, then it is only natural for me to protect my homeland. However, should the empire be riddled with corruption, I would not hesitate to use my sword to overturn it." The crowd fell into a profound silence. Arrogant, utterly audacious, Chu Tianqua stood nearby. With such words from Yin Wuxia, he feared that Chu Pingfeng would not let him off easily upon their return. Just then, the deep voice boomed again. "Haha, I have not misjudged you. With your talents, even if you refuse my legacy, it is merely a matter of time before you break through to the emperor realm. Therefore, this technique is most suited for you." The sword of the statue radiated a brilliant light, enveloping Yin Wuxia. The chaotic ancient emperor's technique is an auxiliary method that allows you to remain perpetually alert. Yin Wuxia sensed the uniqueness of this technique, feeling a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. Just as the statue described, the chaotic ancient emperor's technique indeed enabled one to maintain a state of constant awareness. Moreover, it would automatically enhance itself in accordance with the practitioner's cultivation level until it reached the pinnacle of the chaotic ancient emperor's heart, ensuring that the mind remains eternally clear and unclouded. After imparting the technique to Yin Wuxia, the statue turned its attention to Chu Tianqua, stating, "You possess the emperor's mandate. Indeed, you are also a promising candidate. Reveal your name." Chu Tianqua, taken aback, stammered, "I am Chu Tianqua." "Chu Tianqua, heed my words that I shall seal my legacy within you, but the emperor's mandate you must resolve on your own. If you cannot break through, it signifies your inability to bear my legacy. At that point, the seal will instead claim your life. Your fate is ultimately in your hands." As the statue spoke, another beam of golden light enveloped Chu Tianqua. Witnessing this, Qin Shiguan and the others were consumed with jealousy, simultaneously harboring even greater resentment towards Yin Wuxia. The opportunities that others could only yearn for, he had so easily cast aside. At this moment, unable to contain his frustration, Qin Shiguan declared, "Let us depart." Yin Wuxia, observing their departure, merely smirked disdainfully. He could not be bothered to lift a finger against such individuals. Since Chu Shi was aware of their intentions, it indicated that Chu Pingfeng had also learned of them. All that awaited them was the reckoning from Chu Pingfeng. It was merely a matter of time. Yin Wuxia's interest, however, lay squarely on the demonic embryo that Chu Shi possessed. After all, it was an item priced at 20,000 villain points in the system. He was determined to find a way to acquire it. As the radiant light gradually faded, the statue dimmed once more, sinking back into the depths of the lake. After receiving the legacy, Chu Tianque approached Chu Shi with a mournful countenance, lamenting, "Cousin, I feel as if I'm on the verge of death." Chu Shi sighed, well aware of Chu Tianque's predicament. Yet, given that so many within their family were unable to resolve the issue, what could she possibly do? Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia chuckled, "Tianque, fret not. It is merely a matter of breaking through to the true profound realm, and I possess a method." Chu Shi, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. "The entire Chu family cannot resolve it. What method could you possibly have? I suggest you sever your master-disciple relationship with Tianque before you mislead him." Yin Wuxia furrowed his brow in response to her words. Having just saved her, and now she was turning her back on him. In truth, Chu Shi remained irked over his earlier reluctance to part with the medicinal pills. With a cold smirk, Yin Wuxia proposed, "How about this? Let us make a wager that if I can assist Chu Tianque in ascending to the true profound realm, you shall agree to 3 conditions of my choosing. What say you?" Chu Shi shot him a sidelong glance, declaring, "If you truly can achieve this, I would agree to not just 3, but 30 conditions. The question is, can you?" Yin Wuxia chuckled in response. Naturally, he could not accomplish it alone. But with the system at his disposal, no challenge was insurmountable. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 3 lower-grade limit-breaking pills from the system, each costing 2,000 villain points, capable of breaking the first rank's cultivation limit for those below the true profound realm. These 3 pills are Xian-grade limit-breaking pills. Tianque, consume them. Remember, take them one at a time. Chu Tianque, receiving the pills, gazed at Yin Wuxia in astonishment. "Can this truly allow me to break through my limits?" Yin Wuxia smiled. "Only one way to find out." With the pills in hand, Chu Tianque hesitated, but upon recalling the seal's power, he realized that failing to break through the true profound realm could lead to his demise. Thus, with a determined resolve, he bit the bullet and swallowed the pill whole. Immediately, a visible whirlpool of energy began to form around him, enveloping Chu Tianque in a radiant crimson glow. "That I have broken through." "Chu," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. She glanced at Yin Wuxia, noting the smile on his face, which sent a wave of unease coursing through her. Could he truly possess the ability to facilitate Tianque's breakthrough? If Tianque truly ascended to the true profound realm, would she then be compelled to fulfill his 3 wishes? As the whirlpool dissipated, Chu Tianque stared in disbelief at his own hands, realizing that he had genuinely broken through. Upon seeing the second pill offered by Yin Wuxia, Chu Tianque's confidence surged, and he eagerly consumed it without hesitation. With the manifestation of yet another breakthrough phenomenon, the exhilaration within Chu Tianque was palpable. "Yes, I can do this. I have never experienced such a series of breakthroughs in my life." In stark contrast to Chu Tianque's elation, Chu Shi was now in a state of turmoil. She found herself grappling with a singular question. If Yin Wuxia made any excessively outrageous demands, how would she respond? As Yin Wuxia presented the 3rd pill, Chu Tianque eagerly swallowed it. Once again, a whirlpool of energy enveloped him, gradually solidifying into a formidable aura that radiated outward. Though it was weak, it was sufficient to intimidate those around him. At this point, Chu Shi's resolve was utterly shattered. She could only await Yin Wuxia's proposal of the 3 conditions. Meanwhile, Chu Tianque, brimming with excitement, rushed towards Yin Wuxia, exclaiming, "Master, I have broken through. I have truly broken through." Yin Wuxia smiled, replying, "Indeed, you have broken through." Suddenly, Chu Tianque seemed to recall something, turning to Yin Wuxia and inquiring, "Master, have you always possessed this elixir?" Yin Wuxia cast a glance at him, the corners of his mouth curving upwards in a subtle smile as he replied, "Indeed, I have had this broken limit pill from the very beginning. The reason I withheld it was to wait until your temperament had stabilized before bestowing it upon you. However, upon witnessing your selfless act of shielding Miss Chu Shi, I discerned that you are not devoid of emotion and loyalty, but rather demonstrate a commendable willingness to protect your loved ones. Such virtue is more than sufficient. I do not impose upon you a strict expectation to refrain from bullying the weak or abusing your power, but remember this. Always consider the plight of others. Strike only when necessary and do so without hesitation, and then I shall have no concerns." Observing Yin Wuxia's increasingly serious demeanor, Chu Tianque nodded earnestly, stating, "I understand, Master. I shall not disappoint you, Ding." assisting Chu Tianqua in breaking the imperial decree. He gained 500 fortune points, ding. Chu Tianqua's affinity increased, earning him 200 fortune points and 2,000 villain points. Hearing the system's notification, Yan Wuxia turned to Chu Shi and asked, Miss Chu, what say you? A wager is a wager. Please, tell me what those 3 conditions are, as long as I can fulfill them. I shall not hesitate. Chu Shi replied solemnly, but Yan Wuxia chuckled, what 3 conditions, if you did not state them yourself? 30 would pose no problem at all. At this, Chu Shi's expression shifted, and she hastily exclaimed, that was merely a casual remark. How could it be taken seriously? Yan Wuxia feigned anger, saying, I did not expect Miss Chu to be one who speaks without thought. Hearing this, Chu Shi furrowed her brow tightly, gritting her teeth as she declared, very well. 30 it shall be. At that moment, Jiang Chushi tugged at Yan Wuxia's sleeve, laughing, Wuxia, do not tease Miss Chu. She looks ready to cry. Yan Wuxia smiled as he playfully patted her nose and said, all right, I shall heed your advice. Turning back to Chu Shi, he continued, Miss Chu, I was merely jesting. The 30 conditions and the 3 conditions were all in good fun. I, Yan Wuxia, am not one to take advantage of others. Upon hearing this, Chu Shi frowned, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. Observing the playful banter between Jiang Qiushui and Yan Wuxia stirred a twinge of jealousy within her. Nevertheless, she added, however, I do indeed have a request. Yan Wuxia suddenly interjected, Miss Chu, might I ask for that demon embryo? He gestured toward the demon embryo wrapped in yellow silk at Chu Shi's feet. May I inquire as to why Lord Yin desires this demon embryo? Chu Shi asked, puzzled. Forgive my candor, but while the demonic energy it contains can greatly enhance one's cultivation, the state of possession is not something just anyone can endure. Moreover, with such a promising fiancé, would it not be a disservice to her? Yan Wuxia chuckled, Miss Chu, you misunderstand. I seek this demon embryo for alchemical purposes. Alchemical purposes? Chu Shi questioned. Can this demon embryo truly be used in alchemy? Why not? Yan Wuxia replied. Alchemy is fundamentally about merging the energies of heaven and earth, and this demon embryo is also a form of energy that asks for how to expel the demonic essence while retaining its beneficial properties. That depends on the composition of the medicinal materials. After pondering for a moment, Chu Shi remarked, this demon embryo was destined for destruction. If it can be repurposed, that would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. However, should Lord Yin prove unable to utilize it, please inform me promptly to prevent any calamities from arising. With that, Chu Shi handed the demon embryo to Yan Wuxia. Without hesitation, he exchanged it for an independent space and 10 portions of demonic energy. As the demon embryo absorbed the energy within its independent space, a remarkable transformation occurred. The previously veiny purple mass, now riddled with tumor-like nodules, began to swell, morphing into a smooth, tender purple sphere. Inside, radiant lights flickered. Accompanied by a rhythmic heartbeat that the heartbeat quickened, the purple sphere gradually cracked open, revealing a small creature resembling a lion. The tiny lion emerged and promptly devoured the sphere, its form rapidly expanding from that of a kitten to that of a small dog. Ding! Congratulations on hatching the true and shape-shifting demon god, Fire 8, master of shape-shifting techniques, equipped with the Eye of Truth, capable of seeing through all disguises that IT ranks 5th among the 72 demon gods. Possessing the cultivation of the Wangxian realm in its juvenile form, and upon maturity will ascend to the rank of sage, ultimately becoming an emperor in its fully developed state. Yan Wuxia was taken aback by this revelation. First, by the astonishing fact that this creature held the cultivation of the Wangxian realm and, upon maturation, could achieve the status of an emperor. Second, he was astonished that there were a total of 72 such demon gods. This left him pondering the origins of this demon embryo. To the east of the Chaos ancient continent lies a vast wasteland. To the west, the demon Buddha kingdom. To the north, the beast territory of the 100,000 Great Mountains. And to the south, the domain of the Tidal Water Clan, that if there indeed exists a source, it is most likely the demon Buddha kingdom. Miss Chu, do you know where this demon embryo originated? Yan Wuxia inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Chu Shi shook her head, replying, I am also unaware of its origins, that I only know that several hundred years ago, a powerful batch of demon gods invaded the demon Buddha kingdom, and it was resolved by the elders of my sect. Subsequently, This demon embryo appeared on the Chaos Ancient Continent. It indeed came from the demon Buddha kingdom. However, the fact that these demon gods possess sage-level cultivation in their adult forms and emperor-level cultivation in their mature forms left Yin Wuxia incredulous about how her sex elders could subdue them. Wuxia, this secret realm still has 6 days remaining. Why not explore it further? Jiang Qiushui suggested. Indeed, this secret realm is quite picturesque. A leisurely exploration would do us well, Yin Wuxia responded, glancing at Chu Shi. Miss Chu, would you care to join us? Upon hearing this, Chu Shi immediately replied, certainly. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she felt somewhat abrupt and quickly turned to Jiang Qiushui, saying perhaps it would be better if I abstain. Cousin, let us go. Chu Tianque, noticing Chu Shi's reluctance, quickly tugged at her sleeve. Seeing this, Jiang Qiushui smiled and took Chu Shi's hand, saying it would be wonderful to have Miss Chu accompany us. It would also allow Wuxia to offer more guidance to Tianque regarding his cultivation. Chu Shi, unable to resist, cautiously glanced at Yin Wuxia and said, Then I shall not impose. At that moment, a faint voice called from behind, May I join you? Turning around, the group saw Long Qinxue looking shyly at them. She is frail. It would be dangerous for her to remain here, Chu Shi stated. Let her accompany us. Yin Wuxia nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. The 6 days passed swiftly as the group traversed the landscape, occasionally encountering the exotic beasts of the secret realm, which they dispatched with ease. Over the course of several days, Chu Tianque made considerable progress in his cultivation, hinting at a breakthrough into the second tier of the true Xian realm. After breaking the imperial decree, his cultivation finally found its footing, and with the inheritance of the first-generation Chaos Ancient Emperor, his progress accelerated remarkably. Finally, as the 6th day came to an end, a brilliant light enveloped them, and as it faded, they found themselves feeling dizzy. Upon regaining their senses, they discovered they had emerged from the secret realm. There, they saw Chu Pingfeng and others waiting at the entrance. And accompanying them were only Hisoge, the king of the underworld, Yin Daohan, and several imperial guards. Upon seeing the group emerge, Chu Pingfeng waved his hand, pointing at the 7 battered and weary figures of Qin Shiguan and his companions, exclaiming, Arrest them! Qin Shiguan, taken aback, exclaimed, Why? Without further ado, the imperial guard sprang forward, encircling the group. Your Majesty, what crime have we committed? Why must we be detained? Qin Shiguan protested, I demand to see my father. Hisigui stepped forward and declared. Qin Shao Gcun, Han Wuyang, and Long Xing conspired with the 4 princes to rebel and have now been captured. The 4 princes have repented in time, retaining their titles while serving penance, but the rest shall be imprisoned and sent to the Nether Black Prison. Chapter 37. Intrigues and machinations. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Qin Shiguan and others turned ashen. Yin Wuxia, however, cast a glance at Chu Pingfeng and, noting his radiant demeanor and robust spirit, felt a genuine admiration for this great emperor. Merely 7 days had elapsed, and through some unknown means, he had managed to apprehend Qin Shiguan's father and his entourage, a feat that could only be described as decisive and unyielding. The other princes of the Yin family likely escaped dire consequences solely because of their roles in safeguarding the realm, their positions preserved under the guise of merit despite their transgressions. It appeared they would spend the remainder of their lives confined to their posts. Long Qinxue was escorted by several imperial guards, her eyes occasionally revealing a yearning gaze directed at Chu Shi and Yin Wuxia. With a sigh, Chu Shi approached Chu Pingfeng and whispered a few words. Chu Pingfeng then waved his hand, signaling the guards to release Long Qinxue, who was led away with Qin Shiguan and the others. Chu Shi turned to Long Qinxue and said, Miss Long, my uncle has heard of your selfless act of rescue and is willing to forgive your transgressions. I hope you will mend your ways in the future. Long Qinxue managed a sorrowful smile and replied, Thank you, Miss Chu. With that, she turned and left, lost in despair. Observing this, Chu Shi sighed once more. Jiang Shui couldn't help but shake her head, remarking, Her family is either dead or imprisoned, and she is left all alone. I truly wonder how she will cope with her solitude. Yin Wuxia remained silent, acutely aware of his role as a villain in this narrative, but he understood that this world was one of winners and losers. Had Chu Pingfeng faltered, Chu Shi and Chu Tianque would have faced fates far worse than Long Qinxue's at that moment. A voice echoed in Yin Wuxia's consciousness. Ding! Xiao Qin is too far from the host to be monitored. Furrowing his brow, Yin Wuxie swiftly checked the system's location, discovering that Xiao Chen's last known position was within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. 2 days prior, a cold smile crept across Yin Wuxie's face. Xiao Chen's fortune had already been significantly diminished by him, yet he still had numerous fortuitous encounters awaiting him. The system was indifferent to distance, and the only plausible explanation for this too far was that Xiao Chen had entered some hidden realm. As Yin Wuxie pondered this, he heard Chu Pingfeng say, "Young Master Yin, I have been informed of the events that I appreciate your care for Quer in the hidden realm, which allowed him to inherit the legacy of the first emperor and enhance his cultivation." Yin Wuxie waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Your Majesty is too gracious. This child, Tianque, is also my disciple. It is only natural that I look after him. Such modesty is unwarranted," he interjected with a smile. "Had it not been for the assistance of the king of the prison, our plan to eradicate the traitors would not have succeeded. Moreover, the young master disrupted their other schemes within the hidden realm. You and your father have both made significant contributions, and the emperor merely wishes to express his gratitude." Chu Pingfeng smiled and said, "Let it be thus. The king of the prison shall be granted the title of Guardian King, commanding the 5 princes of the Yin family, while young Master Yin shall be bestowed the honorary title of Imperial Master, a mere nominal title for now, with future rewards contingent upon your accomplishments." Yin Wuxie exchanged a glance with Yin Daohan and bowed in gratitude. By the way, young Master Yin, please return to rest for a while. I am hosting a banquet in the palace tonight, and there is a matter on which I require your assistance. Chu Pingfeng added with a smile. Yin Wuxie promptly replied, "Your Majesty need not stand on ceremony. Whatever I can do, please do not hesitate to ask. Then let us discuss it further tonight," Chu Pingfeng said, leading the Chu family and imperial guards away. Yin Daohan sighed, remarking, "This guardian king seems intent on placing me in the eye of the storm." Yin Wuxie furrowed his brow and sighed as well. Jiang Qiushui, hearing this, expressed her confusion. "Isn't the emperor's bestowal a good thing? Why do you all seem somewhat displeased? My dear daughter-in-law, matters are far more complex than they appear." Yin Daohan replied. Yin Wuxie immediately inquired, "Father, what transpired during our days in the hidden realm?" Yin Daohan glanced around to ensure the emperor's people had departed before speaking in a low voice. "The emperor faked his death, which prompted your several cousins and the Qin, Ji, Long, and Han families to join forces to assault the imperial capital, only to fall into an ambush. The other 4 families were annihilated on the spot. Had you not informed me of the emperor's recovery in advance, I might have been drawn in as well." Yin Wuxie frowned. "Only 4 cousins in the Qin, Ji, Long, and Han families? No wonder Chu Pingfeng conferred titles upon us. This emperor is indeed a masterful strategist." "Indeed," Yin Daohan replied solemnly. "Without someone unifying them, they would have clashed long ago. Thus, there must be a significant figure behind the scenes that it seems our family has inadvertently become bait. Likely in an attempt to lure out that hidden shark. A wolf in the mountains." Yin Wuxie scoffed. Yet this also presented him with an opportunity. Since Chu Pingfeng was devoid of compassion, there was no need for him to uphold any notions of loyalty. With the presence of the villain system, it would be exceedingly simple to leverage Chu Tianque to overthrow the chaotic ancient empire. "By the way, Father, do you know what the emperor seeks from me this time?" Yin Daohan shook his head. "I do not know, but I suspect it may pertain to the northern border." "The northern border?" Yin Wuxie felt a sudden tightening in his chest and exclaimed, "The 10,000 Great Mountains?" "I share your suspicion." Yin Daohan replied that a few days ago, the underworld prison sent urgent news. There has been a significant earthquake in the northern border, affecting even our underworld prison to some extent. The first thought that crossed Yin Wuxie's mind was Xiao Chen. Furthermore, the timing seemed to align perfectly. Could it be that he had truly stumbled upon some grand opportunity? Setting aside those thoughts, Yin Daohan urged, "Hurry back, wash up, and rest a bit. Tonight you will encounter that old fox." Yin Wuxie nodded. The 3 returned to the king of the prison's residence under the escort of the Yin guards. Once they had freshened up, the sky had darkened considerably, and it was only when Chu Pingfeng sent someone to summon them that they followed the imperial guards to the banquet. The banquet. Besides Chu Pingfeng, Chu Shi, and Chu Tianque, there was also Tianque's mother. The group engaged in light-hearted conversation, discussing the events that transpired in the hidden realm, and soon the banquet was nearing its conclusion. Throughout, Chuxi appeared notably distracted, her gaze flitting anxiously between Yin Wuxie and Jiang Qiushui, as if she were concerned about some matter. Finally, as the banquet was drawing to a close, Chu Pingfeng waved his hand, and an imperial guard approached, holding a letter. Upon seeing this, Yin Wuxie couldn't help but smirk. The main event was about to unfold. Chu Pingfeng picked up the letter and said, "A couple of days ago, I received a letter from the northern border. Perhaps the Guardian King and young Master Yin would care to guess its contents." Yin Daohan exchanged glances with Yin Wuxie, then said, "Is it related to the earthquake in the northern border?" Chu Pingfeng smiled at Yin Daohan. The Guardian King is indeed well informed. Yin Daohan chuckled. "The underworld prison is located in the northern border. This earthquake has had a widespread impact that if I were unaware of such news, I would be unworthy of the title king of the prison." Chapter 38. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Dispatching to the northern border. As Yin Daohan spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing. "However, I am uncertain about the cause of the earthquake. I have dispatched someone to investigate, and they should be en route to the northern border." The king of the prison acts with commendable decisiveness. Chu Pingfeng remarked with a smile, "But there is no need. My letter already elucidates the matter in detail." Yin Daohan immediately clasped his hands in respect. "Your Majesty is truly the master strategist." "I am in awe." Hearing their exchange, Yin Wuxie smirked internally. Chu Pingfeng was testing the waters with the letter, gauging how much his benefactor knew about the northern border. Meanwhile, his own father was not to be outdone, showcasing his knowledge of what was appropriate to know while feigning ignorance of the rest. Moreover, Chu Pingfeng's awareness of his superior position served as a subtle warning to Yin Daohan, indicating that even in the northern border, he could remain well-informed of all developments at this moment. Yin Wuxie finally grasped the depth of Chu Pingfeng's cunning and scheming. That it was no surprise that someone capable of ascending to emperor and maintaining his position for decades would possess such acumen. With this in mind, it was entirely reasonable for him to forcibly break through to the 5th tier of the emperor's realm. Chu Pingfeng opened the letter and declared, "The earthquake in the northern border was caused by the awakening of the legendary beast god. An emperor-level deity of the beast tribes. What is the beast god?" Chu Tianque inquired in a solemn tone. Chu Pingfeng replied, "The beast god is the protector of the beast tribes of the 10,000 Great Mountains. A pinnacle existence of the emperor's cultivation level. The 10,000 Great Mountains have traditionally remained uninvolved with the chaotic ancient continent, but this was merely due to the prevailing belief in the beast god's existence as a mere legend. Now that the beast god has truly awakened, the numerous tribes of the beast race will undoubtedly unite, and this could very well mark the onset of war. What does the emperor seek from me?" Yin Wuxie asked, puzzled. "That I heard from Chu Shi that you intended to use the demon fetus for alchemical purposes. Is that correct?" Chu Pingfeng turned to Yin Wuxie and inquired. Yin Wuxie immediately cast a glance at Chu Xie, only to see her hastily lowering her head, which led him to a swift understanding. Chu Xie was merely an inexperienced young woman, likely having spent all her time cultivating within the sect, resulting in her knowledge of matters being superficial at best. In contrast, the old fox, Chu Pingfeng, was quite different. As he had stated, he was aware of almost everything he wished to know. Even if Chu Xie refrained from speaking, he could glean information about the occurrences within the secret realm from Chu Tianque. Thus, it was clear that not only did he know about the demon fetus, but he was also fully cognizant of Yin Wuxie's divine fire and the fact that he had brought forth profound-grade elixirs to aid Chu Tianque's breakthrough and treat Chu Xie's injuries. "Rest assured, young Master Yin, I do not seek to reclaim the demon fetus. Rather, I wish to bestow upon you another," Chu Pingfeng proclaimed, gesturing for an imperial guard who promptly approached, carrying a yellow, silk-wrapped mass. "You may take this demon fetus for your alchemical pursuits, but I hope you can transport this one to the 10,000 Great Mountains in the northern border." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxie felt a jolt in his heart. What a cunning scheme! Chu Pingfeng undoubtedly understood the implications of the demon fetus. Once it reached the northern border and fell into the hands of the beastmen, regardless of whether the beast god awakened, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon the beast tribes of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Furthermore, if the beast god did indeed manifest, facing the immortal demon fetus, there would be no sealing methods nor source divine fire available, which would likely lead to significant repercussions. Delving deeper, this demon fetus had first appeared in the demon Buddha kingdom centuries ago. even if the beast god had a way to resolve the demon fetus. It was likely that any future focus would be directed toward the demon Buddha kingdom, never suspecting the involvement of the Chaos Ancient Empire. Such a masterfully intricate plan was enough to cause even Yin Wuxia to silently applaud its brilliance. No wonder he was the system-designated person of destiny. Even with less than 2 years of life left, his destiny and fortune values remained impressively high to at present. He was likely on par with, or even surpassing Chu Tianhua in terms of destiny value. Having such an emperor ruling over the Chaos Ancient Continent, one could only wonder whether it was a blessing or a curse. Seeing the troubled expression on Yin Wuxia's face, Chu Pingfeng immediately asked, "Does young Master Yin face any difficulties?" Yin Wuxia replied in a solemn tone, "To speak candidly, I have made preparations to wed my fiancée in the coming days, and I fear this may delay your significant undertaking." "Your Majesty," Chu Pingfeng chuckled and turned to Jiang Qiushui, saying, "I see. I was indeed presumptuous. How delightful that you two are to be wed. Congratulations." "Not at all," Yin Wuxia and Jiang Qiushui hastily responded. "Marriage is a significant matter and should not be rushed." Chu Pingfeng stated, "The Jiang family has yielded to my Chu family, and our family share a profound friendship. Moreover, young Master Yin, as the imperial teacher and Chu Tianhua's mentor, your status is not trivial. I propose this. You undertake your business in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and upon your return, I shall host a grand wedding for you both. What do you think?" A cold smile crept across Yin Wuxia's heart. The old fox, truly a cunning old fox. Now that the matter had reached this point, if he were to refuse, it would not only create an impasse between the two parties, but could also earn him the old fox's enmity. Yin Wuxia began to calculate in his mind. He would remember this debt, and upon his return from the 10,000 Great Mountains, his foremost objective would be to devise a way to eliminate this old fox. Since the emperor placed such importance on him, if he were to decline again, it would appear inconsiderate. Yin Wuxia promptly stated in a solemn tone, "Then I must express my gratitude in advance." "Your Majesty," Chu Pingfeng beamed with delight. "Then I shall express my thanks to you, young Master Yin. Furthermore, my niece Chu Xie is quite familiar with this demon fetus, and she shall assist you in your endeavors. You both need only transport the demon fetus deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. My people will take care of its hatching." Yin Wuxia nodded in agreement. "Understood." Indeed, Yin Wuxia comprehended fully. If it were merely a matter of transporting the demon fetus, there would be no need for Chu Xie to accompany him. However, if surveillance over Yin Wuxia was also required, then Chu Xie's role would be crucial. "May I wish you success, young Master Yin." Chu Pingfeng raised his cup towards Yin Wuxia. Yin Wuxia also smiled and raised his cup in return. Then on the way back, Jiang Qiushui expressed her concern. "Wuxia, are you truly going?" "There is no choice." "You heard him," Yin Wuxia replied solemnly. "The emperor has spoken. Even if I wish to avoid it, I have no option. Moreover, he specifically summoned Chu Xie to monitor me. This matter is unavoidable." "Then I shall accompany you," Jiang Qiushui declared resolutely. "No," Yin Wuxia countered. "The 10,000 Great Mountains are not like the Chaos Ancient Continent. Here, I have the protection of the Underworld Guards and Elder Ming. Wherever I go, my identity ensures I am surrounded by supporters. The 10,000 Great Mountains, however, are fraught with peril. I may not even be able to protect myself, let alone take you into such danger." Yet Jiang Qiushui, with a serious and earnest demeanor, insisted precisely because of that. "I must accompany you to do not forget. I also possess the inheritance of the Chaos Ancient Emperor." At that moment, Yin Daohan let out a sigh, saying, "Enough, you both should go." Upon hearing Yin Daohan's words, Yin Wuxia turned to him in confusion. Yin Daohan spoke with a grave tone. "If you go, Chu Pingfeng will undoubtedly assign someone to keep watch over me and your mother. If Qiushui remains, it would merely provide him with another hostage." Yin Wuxia frowned upon hearing this. "Old man, what are you planning? Are you going to confront Chu Pingfeng?" "Brat, how dare you speak to me in such a tone?" Yin Daohan's expression darkened. Then he continued solemnly. "This way, you will have no worries that if things go awry, do not return." Jiang Qiushui, upon hearing this, grew anxious and exclaimed, "If that is the case, I shall not go either. I will stay with uncle and aunt." Yin Daohan's expression immediately darkened, and the ominous energy of the Jinyu Xianjing emanated from him. causing both Yin Wuxia and Jiang Qiushui to shiver involuntarily. That I said, if you go out together, then you all go together. I am still the head of the family, Yin Daohan declared firmly. Yin Wuxia gazed at Yin Daohan, feeling an unexpected surge of genuine emotion towards this adoptive father. For a fleeting moment, he truly regarded him as his own father. Father, rest assured I will return, Yin Wuxia vowed earnestly. Yin Daohan nodded, saying, you too, do not worry that I have been stationed in the underworld black prison for decades, encountering numerous treacherous and cruel villains that if things take a turn for the worse, I will certainly find a way to escape with your mother. Yin Wuxia nodded in acknowledgement. That as the three spoke, they had already arrived at the Jinyu Wangfu. That a night passed without further incident. And the following morning, Yin Wuxia was awakened by the noise. Stepping outside, he found Isigue and Chu Xie had already arrived at the Jinyu Wangfu. Are we leaving now? Yin Wuxia asked in surprise. Better sooner than later, Isigue replied that it is best to set off as early as possible. Yin Wuxia nodded that I will go gather my belongings. No need, Isigue said, handing over a bundle. Inside are 2 black crystal coin cards. Anything you need can be purchased along the way. There are also some provisions and water for your journey. Yin Wuxia shot a glance at Isigue. Then I will wake Qiushui. That Isigue paused. Surprised, she is coming too. What? Is that not allowed? Yin Wuxia glared at Isigue. Isigue shook his head. That it's not allowed, but having too many people may expose our whereabouts. Fewer people are easier to hide. Yin Wuxia scoffed. The news of my engagement to Qiushui is well known throughout the northern border. If I were to appear alone with Miss Chu, it would damage my reputation. Who would compensate for that? Or do you imply, Yin Wuxia shot a cold glance at Isigue, that your majesty does not trust me, planning to use Qiushui as a hostage? Isigue quickly shook his head. You worry too much. Young Master Yan, that it was my oversight. It is perfectly fine for Miss Qiushui to accompany you. Additionally, I have one request. Yin Wuxia inquired. Please speak. Isigue produced a letter and handed it to Yin Wuxia. If you happen to encounter Elder Mingyu on your journey, please deliver this letter to her. Yin Wuxia took the letter, noticing it was sealed with wax. Giving it an air of importance, he nodded and tucked it away. Rest assured, I will deliver it. After waking Jiang Qiushui, the two hastily gathered their things and went to bid farewell to the Jinyu Wang couple. That Isigue, having made a request of Yin Wuxia, did not press them to leave and lingered until midday before the three finally departed the imperial capital. Traveling from the imperial capital to the northern border by carriage would take over 10 days, and another 10 days from the northern border to the northern wilderness. Upon reaching the boundary of the northern wilderness, it was uncertain how deep they would need to venture into the 10,000 great mountains. As they journeyed, Yin Wuxia and Jiang Qiushui maintained a light-hearted conversation, while Chu Xie remained silent, her demeanor withdrawn. Initially, Yin Wuxia attempted to engage her in conversation, but her wandering gaze and evasive responses soon discouraged further inquiry. With his intelligence, how could he fail to notice that Chu Xie was burdened with guilt? She felt remorseful for having spoken too freely, which led to Yin Wuxia being dispatched on this perilous mission. Simultaneously, she felt guilty because her sect was originally responsible for sealing the demon fetus, and now she found herself involved in its exploitation for destruction, drawing no distinction from the likes of Qin Shiguan and his associates. Accompanied by the peculiar and unsettling emotions directed towards Yin Wuxia, Chu Xi found herself unable to confront him directly. However, when Jiang Qiushui engaged her in conversation, she managed to respond with a few half-hearted remarks. Thus, the three of them swiftly traversed from the imperial capital to the northern region, and then onwards to the northern frontier, a journey that had already consumed nearly a month of time. Throughout this month, Yin Wuxia remained fixated on the system surveillance, yet he was unable to ascertain Xiao Qin's whereabouts, as if the moment he vanished from the monitors, he had truly ceased to exist. Upon reaching the border, their carriage could advance no further. The trio disembarked and unloaded 3 horses from the carriage, riding them into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Despite its name, the 10,000 Great Mountains consists of only a singular true mountain, the towering snow-capped peak in the far north, rising nearly 10,000 meters and piercing the clouds. Even from the border of the northern frontier, one could catch a glimpse of its majesty. The other areas predominantly consisted of dense forests, interspersed with patches of desolate plains and lakes, presenting the entire 10,000 Great Mountains as a self-contained microcosm. They meandered on horseback through the thickets, Numerous small wild creatures scuttled through the underbrush. Displaying no fear of the trio, in fact, when the three dismounted to retrieve provisions, these animals approached curiously, seeking food. Jiang Qiushui exhibited almost no resistance against these little beings, forgetting her own meal as she joyfully broke her food into pieces to share with them. These creatures are remarkably unafraid of humans. It's quite a rarity, Yin Wuxia remarked with a smile. Chu Shi, intending to interject, glanced at Yin Wuxia but ultimately remained silent, her lips moving without sound. Noticing her reticence, Yin Wuxia chuckled softly, having given her the cold shoulder for long enough. Now that they had reached the 10,000 Great Mountains, it was time for mutual support, that he promptly inquired. Miss Chu, how long do you plan to remain silent? Startled by his words, Chu Shi shook her head and replied, I simply do not know what to say. Yin Wuxia sighed, saying, the emperor is meticulous in his affairs. And considering you are his kin, there are certain matters he will glean from Tian Kuo, even if you choose not to speak. Upon hearing him mention this, the pent-up grievances within Chu Shi transformed into tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Jiang Qiushui, observing this, rushed forward to embrace her, saying, Miss Chu, Wuxia is not one to judge without reason. You are overthinking this. Nodding, Chu Shi wiped her tears and said, Young Master Yin Qiushui, it is precisely because of your kind hearts that I feel a sense of guilt towards you. I never anticipated my uncle to be such a person. Yin Wuxia waved his hand dismissively, stating, let us not dwell on the past. Once this matter concludes, I shall distance myself from the court. It is said that accompanying a ruler is akin to being with a tiger, and this is no exaggeration. Hearing Yin Wuxia's words, Jiang Qiushui eagerly added, indeed, in the future, we can roam the mountains and rivers, reveling in the joys of life. Yin Wuxia cast a glance at Jiang Qiushui and suddenly realized that, at this moment, she seemed to have forgotten the very reason for her alliance with the Yin family. Sensing his gaze, Jiang Qiushui appeared to understand his thoughts, smiling gently as she replied, I have never held much interest in fame or fortune. Witnessing the two engage in flirtation once more, Chu Shi could only shake her head in wry amusement, saying, this is the order of the Beastmen. What? Both Yin Wuxia and Jiang Qiushui seemed momentarily taken aback. Chu Shi pointed at the small animals, explaining, the Beastmen adhere to the order of the Beast God. They do not hunt wild beasts but tend to them instead. Their sustenance derives from the beasts they domesticate, and they do not harm the creatures of the wild. Yin Wuxia nodded in understanding. Recognizing that this demonstrated the absolute obedience of the Beastmen to their deity, that if the Beast God were indeed a leader advocating for conquest, the collective fighting prowess of the assembled Beastmen would be nothing short of terrifying. It was no wonder that Chu Pingfeng regarded the Beastmen as formidable adversaries. As the group conversed, a sudden commotion erupted around them, causing the small animals to scatter in alarm, while even the birds in the trees took flight in panic. Yin Wuxia furrowed his brow, activating his martial arts vision, and observed several figures racing through the dense foliage, propelled by a fierce energy that he intoned solemnly. Someone is approaching. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of spears came hurtling toward them, propelled with incredible force and speed. Yin Wuxia swiftly evaded, and the spears pierced the trees behind him, embedding themselves deep within the trunks. With a cold smirk, Yin Wuxia called out, show yourself, lurking specter, with a swift motion. He reached out, unleashing a surge of energy that ensnared one of the figures, pulling it from the cover of the trees. Following a clear, ringing cry, a young woman tumbled before him. She was clad in a short skirt of animal hide, adorned with a cloak of feathers, with her chest wrapped in a piece of fur. Her face was obscured by a mask made of bone, while the exposed skin of her limbs and neck bore a smooth, firm quality. Barefoot, she had a grass ring adorning her ankle, seemingly a decorative element. Her entire presence radiated a primal allure. Yet, Yin Wuxia had no time to admire her beauty, as he continued to sweep his arm, capturing the remaining individuals. They were a mix of young men and women, all appearing to be around the age of 10, dressed similarly to the animal hide maiden. Their faces were marked with fear as they positioned themselves defensively between Yin Wuxia and the first captured girl, attempting to intimidate him with aggressive gestures. Is this what constitutes a beast man? Yin Wuxia questioned, perplexed. They hardly resemble beasts. They are indeed human, Chu Shi clarified. Their level of civilization differs, and they revere various exotic beasts as deities, thus referring to themselves as descendants of beasts. Observing their attire, Chu Shi inquired. Whom do you serve? The initially captured maiden rose and declared, We are the children of the leopard eagle. How dare you trespass upon our territory during the beast goddess awakening ceremony? The leopard eagle god shall surely punish you. She can speak. Yin Wuxia exclaimed, astonished that I've already stated they are human. Chu Shi replied. Turning to the maiden, Chu Shi continued, We mean no harm, as you can see. We have not harmed your kin. According to your customs, one is either an enemy or a friend. Is this how you treat your friends? The maiden hesitated, then conferred with her companions before saying, We apologize. It was our recklessness. Chu Shi waved her hand, asking, What is this beast god awakening ceremony you mentioned? It is a secret of our tribe, and I cannot divulge it, the maiden replied. You should leave quickly. The beast men do not welcome outsiders at this time. Upon hearing this, Chu Shi turned to Yin Wuxia, asking, What shall we do? Just as Yin Wuxia was about to respond, the ground trembled violently, prompting everyone to crouch down. Only after the tremor subsided did they cautiously rise to their feet. Seeing this, the maiden urged urgently, You must leave now. Do not return. If the priest sees you, you will be unable to depart. As she spoke, she and her companions began to ascend the trees, swiftly disappearing into the thicket. Yin Wuxia spoke in a low voice. They mentioned the beast god awakening ceremony, which implies that the beast god has yet to awaken. Chu Shi nodded. While that may be the case, this area is now off limits, that we must be cautious in our further endeavors. Should we continue? Jiang Qiushui asked. Can we not simply leave the demon spawn here? We cannot, Chu Shi replied. This location is too close to the chaotic ancient continent, and the demon spawn must hatch where there are more people for the maximum impact. Chu Shi insisted if we carelessly leave it here, it could potentially affect the northern frontier in the future. Yin Wuxia was equally disinclined to abandon their mission. His concern lay not with the demon spawn, but rather with Xiao Chun, whose prolonged absence over the past month instilled a lingering sense of unease within him. Coupled with the timing coinciding with the beast god awakening ceremony, it was impossible not to speculate. As the three hesitated, a voice suddenly resonated in Yin Wuxia's mind. Ding! The son of fortune, Yang Qiyun, has been detected. Open the map to view his location. Yang Qin. Yin Wuxia was taken aback, surprised that he too had come to this place. This was not entirely unexpected, as those marked by fortune often gravitate towards the most rewarding circumstances. This was the nature of their fate. Presently, with the beast goddess emergence, there was no greater opportunity. Yin Wuxia promptly activated the system's monitoring in his mind, discovering that Yang Qiyun was heading in the direction where the beast men had retreated. Moreover, from the trajectory of Yang Qiyun's movements, it appeared he was engaged in some sort of confrontation. A plan began to form in Yin Wuxia's mind as he smiled and declared, Let us proceed. Jiang Qiushui and Chu Shi, upon hearing the words, rose to their feet without hesitation and followed Yin Wuxia forward. Yin Wuxia moved at a deliberate pace, seemingly cautious and vigilant, though in reality, he was merely observing Yang Qiyun's actions. The trio traversed approximately 2 miles when a commotion erupted in the woods ahead. Yin Wuxia exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Qiushui and Chu Shi, and they instantly leaped to the treetops. Before them, the young girl they had previously seen came rushing forth, closely pursued by an individual who swiftly positioned himself directly in her path. Upon recognizing this person, Yin Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly. It was none other than Yang Qiyun, whom he had discreetly instructed the Ming guards to release. Chapter 41. A hero saves the beauty. Princess Longding deftly stepped in front of the girl, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he taunted. Well, how about it? Do you intend to keep running? The girl, clutching 2 bone daggers, gasped for breath and furrowed her brow at Yang Qiyun, declaring, Villain, you shall be punished by the god of the leopard eagle. Yang Qiyun let out a boisterous laugh, responding, What god of the leopard eagle? That mere beast. If I were to regain my strength, I could crush it with a single hand. As their conversation unfolded, several individuals emerged behind the girl, armed with chains and shackles, ready to bind those previously captured. The leader approached Yang Qiyun, bowing slightly as he asked, So, how do these few fare? Acceptable at best, but those you have are utterly inferior. Yang Qiyun scoffed coldly. To restore my soul, I require powerful living souls, and these beast men, lacking even the true Xian realm, are utterly useless to me. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia immediately understood Yang Qiyun's purpose for being here. He had been usurped by a powerful entity and needed living souls to regain his strength. Although the Ruangu Empire was replete with potent living souls, they were mostly within the confines of various sects or prominent families, making them difficult for him to capture. Thus, he resorted to collecting souls from these beast men bit by bit. The leader of the newcomers chuckled. In that case, may I take these few? Take them. Yang Qiyun waved dismissively. However, the matter is not yet concluded. You must continue to hunt for me. The group nodded in agreement. Yang Qiyun then turned to the girl, saying, Rest assured, the extraction of your soul will be instantaneous and painless. Horrified, the girl gasped and attempted to flee, but Yang Qiyun's hand shot out, grasping her delicate neck. Witnessing this, Yin Wuxia couldn't help but smirk coldly as he leaped down, unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed at Yang Qiyun. Caught off guard, Yang Qiyun was sent flying by the force of the blow, and the girl was tossed aside. Fortunately, Jiang Xiushui and Chu Shi descended swiftly to catch her. Enraged by the sudden attack, Yang Qiyun bellowed, Who dares to ambush me? What? Has it really been so long that you no longer recognize me? Brother Yang? Yin Wuxia replied with a smile. Yang Qiyun, realizing who stood before him, sneered. Yin Wuxia. With a smile, Yin Wuxia regarded the girl and the group of beastmen, his voice steady. It has been some time. Brother Yang, have you taken to the abduction of innocents? Stop pretending. If it weren't for your interference in my plans and the theft of my divine fire, I would have regained my power long ago. How could I have fallen to such depths? Yang Qiyun retorted with a cold laugh that I advise you to mind your own business, or when I regain my strength, I shall ensure your entire family pays. Yin Wuxia merely chuckled in response. You truly are foolish. Your current strength pales in comparison to mine. Had you spoken a few kind words and bowed in submission, I might have considered letting you go. However, since you have uttered such threats, I shall not grant you that wish. With that, Yin Wuxia soared upward, channeling the power of his divine fire into a fist that shattered Yang Qiyun's form into fragments. Yet, sensing an ethereal quality in the remnants, he furrowed his brow. When he looked up again, he found Yang Qiyun had already distanced himself by several meters. You've made some progress, Yin Wuxia remarked with a cold smile. Yang Qiyun glared at Yin Wuxia, growling, Yin Wuxia, remember this. I will not spare you. As his words faded, Yang Qiyun's figure dissipated like mist. Yin Wuxia activated his martial vision, only to discover that Yang Qiyun was nowhere in sight. Upon checking the system monitoring, he realized Yang Qiyun had escaped several hundred meters away. This revelation left Yin Wuxia somewhat astonished, and he became wary of Yang Qiyun's peculiar movement technique. Nonetheless, Yang Qiyun's appearance had served its purpose. With the system's surveillance in place, there was no way he could escape Yin Wuxia's grasp. Turning to the remaining individuals, Yin Wuxia spoke solemnly. What are your intentions? Chu Shi interjected. Young Master Yin, do not let them slip away. They belong to the Hunters Guild. The Hunters Guild? Yin Wuxia recalled this organization from his memory. This so-called Hunters Guild was not a faction formed by hunters, but rather one that specialized in the hunting of people. In the Ruangu Empire, due to the wildness and vitality of female beastmen, they often became the most coveted commodities among the elite and establishments of vice. Male beastmen, on the other hand, were frequently captured to serve as laborers. The Hunters Guild was notorious for abducting these beastmen. With the prison king guarding the northern borders, and given the proximity to the North Wilderness, the Hunters Guild had long been a thorn in Yin Daohan's side. Hearing Chu Shi declare them to be members of the Hunters Guild, Yin Wuxia scoffed. How ironic. You have sunk to the depths of human trafficking, truly the epitome of villainy. If I had brought my Ming guards, I would have shown you the true nature of the underworld's hell. The Hunters Guild members were instantly alarmed, pleading, Young Master Yin, spare us. In a blur, Yin Wuxia darted among the members of the Hunters Guild. Moments later, flames erupted around them, and before they could utter a cry, they were reduced to ashes by the primordial divine fire. Seeing this, Jiang Xiushui approached and used the autumn whirlwind to shatter the chains binding the beastmen. They immediately knelt before the girl, saying, We have failed to protect the princess. We implore the princess to punish us. Yin Wuxia and his companions were taken aback. It turned out this girl was a princess. She waved her hand, saying, Do not blame yourselves, rise. The girl then approached Yin Wuxia, stating, Benefactor, please allow Allah to pay her respects. Yin Wuxia raised his hand, a gust of energy lifting Liya, and replied, It is but a trifling matter. Princess Liao need not be overly formal. Benefactor, may I inquire about the flames you used earlier? Luo pointed toward Yin Wuxia's hand. Yin Wuxia revealed the primordial divine fire, asking, "Is this what you mean?" Luoya's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Crimson flame. So you are the one foretold by the beast god to aid in his awakening." Just as Yin Wuxia was taken aback by this revelation, Luoya, along with the beastmen, knelt before him, pleading, "We beseech you to accompany us to the tribe and assist the beast god in the awakening ceremony." Yin Wuxia glanced at Chu Shi, who urged him through a mental message. "Let us go take a look first, then decide." Nodding, Yin Wuxia responded, "Princess, please rise that if there is any way I can assist, I shall not hesitate." Upon hearing this, Luoya stood and grasped Yin Wuxia's hand, exclaiming, "It must be the beast god's spirit guiding you to the leopard eagle tribe. Benefactor, please follow me to the tribe. My father will be thrilled by your arrival." Chapter 42. Leopard Eagle Tribe. Captain of the Guard Yin Wuxia stood momentarily dumbfounded as he turned to Jiang Qiushui, who was smiling slyly, seemingly indifferent to Luoya's overtures. This, in turn, made Yin Wuxia feel slightly embarrassed as he withdrew his hand, saying, "Princess Luo, please, no need for such formalities. Lead the way." Luo beamed and began to guide the three forward. As they walked, Yin Wuxia heard Jiang Qiushui's voice in his mind. "Is she soft?" Instantly, Yin Wuxia shot back. "She initiated it. I am but a victim." "Haha," Jiang Qiushui chuckled softly. This laugh only added to Yin Wuxia's unease. Princess Leia, accustomed to life in the jungle, possessed a physique devoid of any excess, her form lean and athletic. The 10,000 great mountains, dense with forest, seldom allowed sunlight to penetrate, resulting in her skin being as pale as the moon. Coupled with her attire, animal hides that concealed only the most vital areas, she was undeniably captivating. It would be impossible not to feel a stirring of attraction. Any normal man would find it hard to remain indifferent to such a graceful figure. With fair and youthful skin, holding his hand, she wears a mask, and I have yet to see her face. How could I possibly entertain any improper thoughts? Do not misunderstand. My heart belongs solely to you." Yin Wuxia quickly sent back. Just as he finished, Luoya removed her mask, saying, "Benefactor, our tribe is just ahead. Please do not rush." Yin Wuxia could only respond in disbelief. This Princess Liao was indeed quite cooperative. Her visage indeed rendered one speechless. There was even a fleeting moment when Yin Wuxia felt that her figure paled in comparison to that enchanting face. Upon glancing at Jiang Qiushui again, he noticed the mirth in her eyes had intensified. "The mission is of utmost importance," Yin Wuxia conveyed telepathically. "Umph." To alleviate the awkwardness, Yin Wuxia cleared his throat twice and inquired, "Princess La, what exactly does the beast god awakening ceremony entail? What is it that you require of me?" As Princess Leia walked, she elaborated, "The beast god is the supreme deity of our orc tribe, safeguarding us from external threats for centuries. However, ever since the beast god ascended to the beast realm hundreds of years ago, we have been deprived of his protection. Consequently, the various tribes have turned upon one another, leading to the demise of many." "Why is that?" Yin Wuxia asked, perplexed. "Even without the beast god, war should not arise among you." Luoya sighed, "Because the beast god not only shielded us, but also ensured the abundant reproduction of our livestock. After losing his favor, livestock numbers dwindled, compelling us to barter with other tribes for sustenance. Those tribes lacking alternative food sources resorted to plunder through warfare." Now Yin Wuxia understood. It was simply a matter of insufficient food, hence the pillaging. Jiang Qiushui, puzzled, questioned, "Then why don't you capture creatures beyond your tribe?" At that, Princess Leia's expression changed instantly, and she hastily replied, "Please refrain from suggesting such a thing. We would rather starve than prey upon creatures from outside. They are, like us, children of the beast god. How could we consume our own kin? To regard animals as kin. These orcs are indeed intriguing," Yin Wuxia remarked with a light chuckle. "But why do you not cultivate crops?" "Cultivate crops?" Princess Leia inquired. Bewildered. "How does one do that?" Yin Wuxia found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that the orcs did not merely avoid farming. They lacked any concept of it. Their sustenance derived entirely from wild fruits, fungi, and domesticated animals in the jungle, consuming whatever the beast god provided. Suddenly, an idea struck Yin Wuxia, one that could effortlessly earn the allegiance of the pivotal 10,000 mountains. should circumstances necessitate a future fracture with Chu Pingfeng. The orcs could serve as invaluable pawns. The trio followed Princess Leia, weaving through dense foliage until they finally arrived at a settlement constructed from trees. The village was encircled by sharpened wooden stakes. Resembling a wall of timber, its scale akin to that of a small town. Upon reaching the wooden enclosure, Princess Leia called out, "Open the gates. I have returned." The wooden door slowly descended, allowing Leia and the others to enter. A young man, similarly clad in animal hides, approached and said, "Princess Leia, you have returned." Yin Wuxia cast a glance at him, just then hearing a voice resonate within his consciousness. Detected a child of fate. Spend 500 villain points to view his past. Perplexed, Yin Wuxia scrutinized the young man once more. His cultivation appeared to be merely at the true Xian realm. How could he be a child of fate? He immediately decided to spend the 500 villain points. Child of fate. Gear, an orc from the 10,000 Mountains Leopard Eagle tribe. Destined to become the future beast god after the failure of the beast god awakening ceremony and the fall of the divine rank upon him. Current fate value, 1,000. That the brief revelation sent shockwaves through Yin Wuxia's mind. This was the future beast god. However, the low fate value puzzled him. It was 500 points lower than Yang Qiyun's. Was he not at risk of plummeting to the lowest fate value after 2 setbacks? Considering this, Yin Wuxia couldn't help but observe the young man more intently. Gear, sensing Yin Wuxia's gaze, turned to him and the others, inquiring, "Who are they? Why have you brought outsiders back to the tribe?" Gear, "Do not be rude. They are my esteemed guests. I intend to introduce them to my father." Princess Leia retorted angrily. "That is unacceptable. As the captain of the guard, I cannot permit unidentified individuals to approach the leader. I will escort them away," Gear declared, waving his hand as a group of orcs armed with long spears encircled the trio, pointing their weapons at them. Seeing this, Yin Wuxia let out a cold laugh that he had not provoked Gear, yet he was intent on confronting him. Why not extract all his fate value and prevent him from becoming the beast god? With that thought, Yin Wuxia smirked and said, "It appears we are not particularly welcomed here. Princess Luoya, that I in that case. We shall take our leave." He feigned to depart. However, Leia quickly blocked his path, grasping his hand and imploring, "Benefactor, please do not leave." She then turned to Gear, stating, "Gear, I command you to stand aside. If you anger this esteemed guest, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." Unexpectedly, Gear, seeing La tightly clutching Yin Wuxia's hand, became even more enraged, proclaiming, "Princess La, I have a duty to ensure the leader's safety. Even as a princess, you are no exception. Seize them and remove them from here." Yin Wuxia stepped forward with a cold smile, saying, "A mere captain of the guard dares to flaunt his power before me. Boy, do you dare to duel with me?" Chapter 43. The orcs go berserk, and Gear gets slapped. Gear, furious, retort, "You wish to duel with me? Fine, just for Princess Leia holding your hand. I shall have yours severed." Upon hearing this, Leia cried out, "Gear, step back. You cannot defeat him." Gear, infuriated, replied, "Princess Leia, this is a conflict between men. Please do not interfere." Seeing that Gear could not be dissuaded, Leia turned to Yin Wuxia and pleaded, "Benefactor, Gear did not mean to offend you. Please show him mercy." Yin Wuxia smiled and assured, "Rest assured, Princess Leia, I shall not harm him," as he raised a hand. He declared, "Since Princess Leia has interceded on your behalf, I shall grant you one hand. Come forth." Gear, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Outsider, you underestimate me. You shall pay dearly for this." With that, Gear lunged forward, spear in hand. Yin Wuxia waved his hand, pushing Princess Leia behind him and handing her to Jiang Qiushui, swiftly dodging the spear. He then pinched the spear between 2 fingers, channeling his strength and effortlessly snapping it in half. Realizing he was facing a formidable opponent, Gear drew 2 bone daggers from his waist and charged at Yin Wuxia. In an instant, Yin Wuxia's toes barely grazed the ground, and he moved with the agility of a reed in the wind, evading Gear's frenzied dagger strikes, which failed to even graze his clothing. Princess Leia, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "What kind of skill is this? How does the benefactor evade all attacks as if dancing?" Jiang Qiushui chuckled. "This is called lightness skill." "Lightness skill? How impressive!" Seeing the princess nearly enthralled by Yin Wuxia, Jiang Qiushui sighed. With Chu Shiqi still unresolved, now another Princess Leia had appeared. Yin Wuxia truly seemed to attract romantic interest everywhere. On the other hand, Gear, growing increasingly frustrated as his attacks continued to miss, began to flush with fury. As he swung his arms violently, his body emanated a crimson energy, causing his long hair to dance without wind. Benefactor, be cautious. Gear has gone berserk. Berserk. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, observing Gear enveloped in a red aura. His muscular physique flushed, even his eyes glowing crimson. This moment, Gear was nearing the realm of Heavenly Xian. Such a phenomenon was astonishing. Yin Wuxia exclaimed. This was no ordinary leap in levels. Gear, originally at most a true Xian realm cultivator, had forcibly transcended 2 realms upon going berserk. Gear moved, and the ground beneath him cracked as if struck by a heavy hammer. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yin Wuxia, his bone dagger thrusting toward him like a gale. Yin Wuxia let out a cold laugh, waving his hand to summon the Black Abyss Gate. Whereupon countless chains emerged to ensnare Gear, binding him momentarily. Yet, just as Yin Wuxia prepared to tighten the chains, Gear's aura surged again, causing his body to swell, breaking free from the chains that had yet to be secured. Yin Wuxia couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time someone had escaped the confines of the Black Abyss Gate without surpassing him in cultivation. Once freed, Gear charged at Yin Wuxia, who bellowed, "Come forth." Yin Wuxia enveloped his right hand in power as he prepared to meet Gear's oncoming dagger with a punch. Great destruction of the abyssal prison fist. A punch filled with boundless destructive energy, steeped in the ominous aura of the Black Abyss, descended upon Gear's dagger with the weight of a closing prison gate. Boom! As Gear was flung backward like a kite severed from its string. The bone dagger that faced the punch was reduced to mere powder, along with Gear's left arm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slapping the face of the fated child. Gear has lost 200 fortune points, while the host has gained 2,000 villain points. Upon seeing the mere loss of 200, Yin Wuxia furrowed his brow. This did not seem to affect the embodiment of the beast god at all. Princess Roya, witnessing Gear's defeat, clenched her teeth and solemnly declared, "Gear, this is the price of your arrogance." What transpired? A figure emerged from the depths of the tribe, a robust man adorned with a feathered headdress, who frowned upon witnessing the scene before him and directed his gaze towards Roya, saying, "Have you caused trouble again?" Gear, struggling to rise, had already shed his berserk state. Despite his arm being shattered, he managed to stand. A testament to his indomitable will, which even Yin Wuxia found somewhat admirable. However, that admiration was fleeting as Gear pointed accusingly at Yin Wuxia and the others, exclaiming, "They are assassins who have taken Princess Roya hostage, intending to harm the chief." The chief immediately turned his attention to Princess Roya. Zhang Qiushui had indeed been holding on to Princess Roya, and upon hearing Gear's words, she quickly released her. Roya, frowning, approached Gear and said, "Gear, how could you be such a person? In the face of the apostle of the leopard eagle god, my father, do you dare to lie again?" At this, Gear lowered his head, then reluctantly retorted, "But they are unknown outsiders. You cannot deny that. Is it wrong for me to prevent them from meeting the chief?" Princess Roya scoffed, pointing at Yin Wuxia. "Let me tell you, they are indeed outsiders, but they are by no means unknown. Preventing them from meeting my father is a grave mistake, for he is the one foretold in the beast god's prophecy, the one who can aid in its awakening." The middle-aged orc, taken aback, glanced between Yin Wuxia and Roya, saying, "Roya, what on earth is happening? Clarify this." Princess Roya approached Yin Wuxia, saying, "Benefactor, could you show my father your flames once more?" Yin Wuxia nodded and extended his hand, conjuring divine fire. The scarlet flames illuminated everyone present. Upon witnessing this, Gear's face turned ashen, and he slumped dejectedly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slapping the face of the fated child. Gear has lost 200 fortune points, while the host has gained 2,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully sowing discord between Princess Roya and Gear. Gear has lost 100 fortune points, while the host has gained 1,000 villain points. Yin Wuxia was elated at this development. That was 500 points gone, leaving Gear with only 500 fortune points remaining. Surely, the beast god would not be foolish enough to bestow its divine essence upon Gear now. "Roya, you have indeed found the one who can truly aid in the awakening of the beast god." The middle-aged orc exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the flames in Yin Wuxia's hand. "I truly do not know what to say." You have saved our tribe. You are indeed the lucky star of our leopard eagle tribe. No, father, the one who truly saved our tribe is he, Roya said, pointing at Yin Wuxia. Chapter 44. The Plea of the People. Aiding the awakening, seeing Princess Roya and her father gazing at him in astonishment left Yin Wuxia somewhat bewildered, prompting him to ask, Princess Roya, what exactly is this awakening ceremony for the beast god? What must I do? Roya solemnly replied, on the way here, I have already explained the importance of the beast god to you. However, despite its significance to the orcs, the beast god has not appeared among us since its fall hundreds of years ago. Until 2 months ago, when news from the Winged Tiger tribe reported that an outsider had brought the egg of the beast god, and this outsider possessed a crimson flame, closely aligning with the prophecy of the beast god. The only difference is that the flames in the prophecy are scarlet, an outsider. More than 2 months ago, could that possibly be Shao Chun? In such a short span of time, he has acquired another divine flame? Yin Wuxia pondered. However, this was not impossible. After all, Yao Lao Mingyu was well-versed and knowledgeable about the distribution of divine flames, and gathering a few easily obtainable ones would be a trivial task for Shao Chun. If his conjecture was correct, then Mingyu would certainly want to obtain it. The only thing the system currently could not exchange was the divine flames. With Mingyu, it would be akin to possessing nearly all the divine flames in the world. Are you implying that Wuxia is the one foretold in the prophecy? Jiang Qiushui spoke up, but what can he do? Using the scarlet flame to warm the beast god's egg. Once the temperature reaches a certain level, the radiance of the beast god will once again illuminate the 10,000 great mountains. Roya exclaimed excitedly. Yin Wuxia was momentarily speechless. Warm the egg with the source divine fire. Was the beast god truly playing a self-destructive game? Or did it not wish to be reborn at all? Roya's father then looked at Yin Wuxia and said, the outsider has already attempted this twice, each time causing significant earthquakes that if the third attempt fails. Not only will the beast god be unable to be reborn, but the 10,000 great mountains will also be destroyed by half due to the fall of the divine essence. As our leopard eagle tribe is relatively close to the awakening site, destruction is inevitable. Thus, for the sake of the 10,000 great mountains and the orc people, we beseech you, benefactor, to accompany us in participating in the awakening ceremony of the beast god. As Roya spoke, she knelt before Yin Wuxia, and even the chief followed suit. In an instant, all the orcs present knelt before Yin Wuxia, leaving only Ger standing. Yin Wuxia glanced at Chu Shi, who shook her head and transmitted a message, saying, don't look at me. You must decide this for yourself. Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed, not because he was unsure of what choice to make, but rather because he found it peculiar. Typically, at such a juncture, the system would prompt him to make a choice, and at this moment, agreeing or refusing would represent the duality of good and evil. The villain system should have intervened by now. Contemplating the villain system, a thought suddenly flashed through Yin Wuxia's mind. Could it be that the absence of a task from the system indicates that, regardless of the choice made on this path, it aligns with the actions of a villain? Assisting in the awakening of the beast god would eventually grant him the capability to confront Chu Pingfeng directly, whereas not assisting would lead to the destruction of half the 10,000 great mountains, which would be a boon for the chaotic ancient continent. What then should he choose? As Yin Wuxia pondered deeply, Ger coldly remarked, look at him. He has no intention of helping our orc people. In fact, it is strange that he is even here. Perhaps they are actually agents sent by the chaotic ancient empire to incite chaos within our orc tribe. Yin Wuxia could not help but glance at Ger. This fellow was quite perceptive. And he was right. Yet akin to the fate of most protagonists, Princess Roya stood up without hesitation and slapped Ger across the face, saying, to what extent must you be arrogant? I will not allow you to be rude to our benefactor. Ding! Princess Roya has developed a dislike for Jar. The fated child Ger has lost 200 fortune points, while the host's villain points have increased by 2,000 at seeing this. Yin Wuxia couldn't help but smirk internally. Maintaining a facade of composure as he said, Princess Roya, Chief, since you believe I can assist your orc tribe, I shall take on this responsibility. However, you mentioned that the earthquakes result from the failure of the awakening ceremony. If that is the case, are they not already underway? Do we still have time? Roya's father immediately replied, rest assured, the awakening ceremony requires ample preparation. The next ceremony can only take place at the earliest 3 days from now. If we set off now, we will certainly make it in time. Yin Wuxia nodded and stated solemnly, "In that case, let us depart at once." Princess Roya promptly said, "I will go prepare the leopard eagles. This will expedite our journey." The crowd then dispersed, seemingly to gather supplies at this moment. Only Ger remained, glaring furiously at Yin Wuxia. Yin Wuxia scoffed, pointing to Ger's shattered arm. "Aren't you going to attend to that?" Ger coldly laughed and replied, "I am the bravest warrior of the Leopard Eagle tribe, and indeed of the entire 10,000 Great Mountains. I can hardly feel any pain." Yin Wuxia sneered, finding it absurd that Ger would still try to maintain bravado in such a dire state. Even if he felt no pain, once the blood in that arm began to necrotize, he would undoubtedly succumb without Yin Wuxia lifting a finger. Jiang Qiushui, witnessing this, gently pulled Yin Wuxia aside and whispered, "Ignore him. He annoys me." "But Wuxia, are you truly prepared to help the orcs? Why not take this opportunity to let them suffer disaster? Wouldn't that complete your task?" Yin Wuxia shook his head, saying, "You think too simplistically. The destruction of half the 10,000 Great Mountains does not necessarily mean the annihilation of the orcs, that if they understand how to evade disaster in time. What will they do when their habitats are severely reduced? Are you suggesting that they might instead attack the chaotic ancient continent?" Jiang Qiushui inquired. "Indeed," Yin Wuxia affirmed. "Moreover, the orcs are human too. They possess flesh and emotions. To prevent the chaotic ancient empire from suffering turmoil, I cannot bring myself to condemn the orcs to death. Moreover, we have aided in the awakening of the beast god, and we are indeed the heroes of the orc tribe. In doing so, we will facilitate the alliance between the Chaos Ancient Empire and the 10,000 Great Mountains, effectively alleviating the Emperor's concerns regarding the orcs. Would it not?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiushui was struck with sudden clarity and exclaimed, "Wuxia, you never cease to astonish me. In such a brief span of time, you can conceive of such profound matters." Even Chu Shi gazed at Yin Wuxia with wide eyes and remarked, "You are far too talented to be merely the heir of the King of Hell. You ought to be an emperor." Yin Wuxia smiled faintly, for his thoughts did not align with theirs. Whether half of the orcs perished or all were annihilated, whether the Chaos Ancient Empire was engulfed in turmoil or embraced tranquility, held no significance for him. He sought only the greatest profit. What benefit could a languishing 10,000 Great Mountains, devoid of the beast god, offer him? His ambition was to command all the tribes within the 10,000 Great Mountains. To achieve this, the foremost task was to ensure the safe awakening of the beast god. Chapter 45. The Leopard Eagle Winged Tiger. The ceremony begins as they conversed. A call echoed from the sky not far off. The three raised their heads to behold Princess Roya riding upon a fantastical beast. This creature, with the body of a leopard and the head of an eagle, boasted muscular contours that formed an elegant arc. Its fur shimmered in the sunlight, filtering through the branches, occasionally punctuated by a clear eagle's cry, accompanied by the laughter of Princess Roya from midair. To the astonishment of all, it bore immense wings, nearly 4 meters in span. Following closely behind Princess Roya were 4 or 5 similar beasts, albeit slightly smaller in stature. Jiang Qiushui exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the legendary leopard eagle?" As Princess Roya descended gracefully on the leopard eagle, she produced a piece of meat from her waist and tossed it, whereupon the leopard eagle eagerly caught the morsel and devoured it with delight. It was then that the trio noticed a woven basket slung at Princess Roya's side, filled with dried meat chunks, seemingly prepared for feeding. "Dear benefactor, simply ride our leopard eagle tribe's sacred steed," Princess Roya said excitedly, "and we shall reach the winged tiger tribe in no time." Yin Wuxia, taken aback, responded, "Isn't the leopard eagle a deity of your tribe? How do you dare to ride it about?" Princess Roya chuckled as she patted the leopard eagle, now munching on the dried meat, and replied, "Precisely because we are the subjects of Lord Leopard Eagle, do we possess the privilege to soar through the skies. Should we not grant our permission, the leopard eagle can indeed be quite fearsome." The others nodded in understanding. At that moment, Roya's father approached, holding an object resembling a beast's bone, and declared, "Let us depart." Yin Wuxia cast a glance at the bone, although Roya's father did not specify its nature. The fact that he had gone to retrieve it indicated that it was no ordinary item. The group promptly mounted the leopard eagles. True to Roya's words, the creatures initially resisted Yin Wuxia and his companions, nearly injuring Chu Shi. This nearly provoked anger in Roya's father, but ultimately, It was Princess Roya who personally calmed the leopard eagles. Soon, the group was carried aloft by the leopard eagles, soaring through the branches above and heading deep into the snowy mountains of the 10,000 Great Mountains. These leopard eagles flew with remarkable speed, nearly matching Yin Wuxia's maximum flying velocity, and appeared to possess additional stamina. The group flew from midday until close to evening, when they finally glimpsed flickering flames amidst a grove ahead. "We are nearing the territory of the Winged Tiger tribe," Princess Roya announced. "Let us dismount and allow the leopard eagles to return, lest they provoke the Winged Tiger tribe into a skirmish." They dismounted, and Roya distributed the dried meat from the basket to each leopard eagle. The lead leopard eagle let out a clear call before turning and flying back at that moment. A contingent of orcs approached, led by a male orc clad in tiger skin. Upon spotting Princess Roya's father, he sneered, "Ah, it is Chief Roma. You should be aware that the awakening ceremony of the beast god is about to commence. So what brings you to our Winged Tiger tribe?" Roma snorted disdainfully and retorted, "What I intend to do requires no report to you. Where is Tyan? I wish to see him." "The chief is currently occupied with Mr. Xiao preparing for the third awakening ceremony and cannot meet with you," the orc replied sternly. "You should leave. I can pretend you were never here. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Princess Roya, astonished, interjected, "They have already failed twice. Why attempt a third time? Do you wish for the 10,000 Great Mountains to be destroyed?" The orc cast a glance at Princess Roya, then sneered. "Chief Tyan personally witnessed Mr. Zhao's flames nearly hatching the beast god. Had it not been for Mr. Zhao's exhaustion, our Winged Tiger tribe would have successfully hatched the beast god. Now that Mr. Zhao's power has greatly increased, he is bound to succeed." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia swiftly checked the system's monitoring and indeed saw Xiao Chen appearing 3 miles away. "Nonsense. If that outsider could truly hatch the beast god, how could he have failed twice?" Roma bellowed. "Step aside, or it will be too late. Do not waste time with him," Yin Wuxia declared, taking a step forward and swiftly appearing beside the orc. Drawing the short sword from the orc's side and pointing it at him, "Lead us there." Indeed, harboring ulterior motives. The orc sneered, "Look up." Yin Wuxia raised his gaze and saw a row of armed orcs atop the wooden palisade, aiming their bows and arrows at him and his companions. "The chief has already set up defenses. Should you dare to disrupt the awakening ceremony of the beast god, you will meet certain death." The orc showed no concern for the bone sword pointed at his throat. "Let them shoot. Whether I live or die is uncertain, but your demise is guaranteed," Yin Wuxia replied in a low voice. At that moment, a crimson light illuminated the depths of the Winged Tiger tribe, prompting Chief Roma to exclaim, "This is bad. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. How could they prepare the materials to open the volcanic vents so swiftly?" Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed at the sight. He raised his hand and sent the orc flying with a powerful strike, stating firmly, Chu-Shi, look after the chief and the princess. I shall investigate with that." Yin Wuxia leaped over the wooden wall and soared towards the source of the red light. "Stop him!" The orc shouted. "Sound the horn! Raise the alarm!" A thunderous blast of a bullhorn echoed, and figures began to soar from within the Winged Tiger tribe. They were orcs riding winged tigers. These winged tigers resembled the leopard eagles, with the heads of tigers yet adorned with swan-like wings. That as the orcs witnessed Yin Wuxia's incredible speed, they radiated a red aura. Entering a frenzied state, their cultivation, previously at the initial profound realm, surged to near the earth profound realm in an instant. Yin Wuxia's expression darkened at this sight, and he unleashed the energy of the Jinyu immortal scripture, weaving countless iron chains into an intricate net that obstructed their path. The winged tigers, with wings spanning over 4 meters, found it impossible to break through the energy chains. They could only advance once Yin Wuxia had flown far enough away for the energy to dissipate, rendering them slower than those running on the ground. The orcs, seeing this, quickly dismounted the winged tigers and began to tread upon the gathered chains, running and swinging as if traversing solid ground. Chasing after Yin Wuxia, troublesome. Yin Wuxia scoffed, opting to retract all the chains. With a wave of his hand, he conjured several imposing black prison gates to block the road ahead. The orcs, upon seeing this, scrambled up the nearby trees, navigating the branches as they pursued him. Yin Wuxia, undeterred, channeled his full strength, soaring like a shooting star, and in the blink of an eye, He outpaced the frenzied orcs to AT that moment. A great crimson flame gate appeared before Yin Wuxia, and standing before it was none other than Shao Chen. Chapter 46. The Molten Lava Below, the Wuxian Calamity Fire Shao Chen. Yin Wuxia called out as he leaped down, his black gold spear trailing behind him. Grabbing Shao Chen's arm, he declared, "You are not to participate in the ceremony any longer." Surprised by Yin Wuxia's presence, Shao Chen's expression shifted to one of resentment, and he forcefully shrugged off Yin Wuxia's grip, retorting, "Release me. Who do you think you are?" Yin Wuxia then turned his gaze to the ring on Shao Chen's finger and stated, "Elder Mingyu, do not allow Shao Chen to enter. His divine fire cannot hatch the beast god, and should we fail again, half of the 10,000 great mountains will be obliterated." Upon hearing this, the Elder Mingyu, who had been surprised by Yin Wuxia's arrival, felt a twinge of hesitation at his words. However, Shao Chen sneered and gritted his teeth. "Yin Wuxia, what tricks are you trying to play? You think I am unaware of your intentions? You covet the Wuxian Calamity Fire in the realm of molten lava, do you not?" "Wuxian Calamity Fire?" Elder Mingyu echoed, surprised, and quickly inquired, "Chinner, do you mean to say the Wuxian Calamity Fire resides in the molten lava below? How do you know this?" Shao Chen's heart raced, and he quickly explained in his mind to Elder Mingyu, "Master, I will explain everything to you later." Mingyu, upon hearing this, immediately furrowed her brows. After Shao Chen had fled from the eastern wilderness with her, they had traversed to the 10,000 great mountains. The purpose was twofold: to assist Shao Chen in seeking the Emu divine flame hidden within these mountains, and to search for another divine herb to reconstruct the physical body. However, while the divine herb remained elusive, they unexpectedly found an unhatched egg of the beast god and established a connection with the winged tiger tribe, the AT this moment. When Shao Chen mentioned the Wuxiang Joa, Mingyu was taken aback. Throughout this journey, she had never encountered the Wuxiang Joa. It was said to grow only in the molten lava beneath the earth, colorless and formless, nearly transparent, yet capable of dispelling all forms of energy, making it the nemesis of protective techniques. Even Mingyu had never laid eyes on it, nor did she know its location. Why did Shao Chen possess such knowledge? Contemplating this, Mingyu could not restrain herself. She manifested her soul form from the ring and, with a grave expression, addressed Shao Chen. "Chinner, what exactly is the realm of lava like? What secrets lie within the beast god's awakening ceremony? What did young Master Yin mean when he spoke of half of the 10,000 great mountains being destroyed? How many things are you concealing from me?" Yin Wuxia, upon witnessing Mingyu's emergence and hearing her words, immediately turned his gaze toward Shao Chen. From Mingyu's words, it seemed she was woefully uninformed about the beast god's awakening ceremony, even unaware that if the ceremony failed 3 times, half of the 10,000 great mountains would be obliterated. This was quite intriguing. Shao Chen glanced at Mingyu. Noting her piercing gaze filled with confusion and reproach, he lowered his head, pondering for a moment before responding. "Master, I understand that I should not hide things from you. But please trust me, my intentions are not without reason." Upon hearing this, Mingyu sighed deeply. "Chinner, I am aware of your ambitions, yet I hope you do not stray from the righteous path this time. I choose to trust you, but I implore you not to disappoint me." After speaking, Mingyu cast a glance at Yin Wuxia before re-entering the ring. To Mr. Shao, "The ceremony is about to commence. Please enter promptly." At that moment, an orc emerged from the crimson fiery gate, addressing Shao Chen. Shao Chen turned to Yin Wuxia with a cold smirk, handing the ring to the orc. "Hold this for me." The orc accepted the ring, and Shao Chen leaped into the fiery gate. Yin Wuxia then inquired, "Are you the chief of the winged tiger tribe, Tian?" The orc, upon seeing Yin Wuxia, spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you? How did you enter my tribe?" Yin Wuxia raised his hand, conjuring crimson flames, and replied solemnly, "Who I am is not important. You must recognize this fire, no?" The orc was taken aback, quickly turning his gaze to the fiery gate, exclaiming, "This is bad. I have been deceived." As he spoke, the orc grasped Yin Wuxia and pulled him into the fiery gate. Surrounded by searing heat, Yin Wuxia found himself in a molten lava ravine, where mere meters below, torrents of lava flowed, and a narrow pathway descended alongside the blistering rock walls. Just as Yin Wuxia was about to speak, Tian's ring illuminated, and Mingyu appeared, stating gravely, "Young Master Yin, I cannot remain here for long. Otherwise, my spirit will gradually wither. Please take me out. Yan Wuxia finally comprehended why Xiao Chun had managed to conceal matters from Mingyu. That it was no wonder that after 2 entries into this secret realm, Mingyu remained so uninformed about the ceremony. Yet if Xiao Chun had indeed been involved in something beneath this lava cave, how could he prevent Mingyu from witnessing it? At that moment, Tian declared, "No. This gentleman possesses the true fire capable of awakening the beast god. He must descend with me." Mingyu's expression darkened upon hearing this. Yan Wuxia then proposed, "Elder Mingyu, if you do not mind, you may rely on me. I will envelop you with the power of the Jinyu Xianjing. The energy of the Jinyu Xianjing is dense within, which should protect you from the surrounding heat." As he spoke, he surrounded himself with the energy of the Jinyu Xianjing, causing the temperature in the vicinity to seem to drop. Seeing this, Mingyu hesitated no longer. She transformed into her soul form and adhered to Yan Wuxia's back. Tian then led Yan Wuxia downward. "Young Master Yan, you mentioned that if we fail again, half of the 10,000 great mountains will be destroyed. Is that true?" "Absolutely." Before Yan Wuxia could respond, Tian interjected, "It is my fault for believing that lad. He deceived me into thinking that his fire was a blend of other flames, which is why I became so easily misled." Yan Wuxia explained, "The awakening of the beast god requires the primal divine fire. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's primal divine fire is in my possession. Did he not inform you?" Mingyu sighed. "Since we left the eastern wilderness last time, this child has seemingly transformed into a different person. His stubborn temperament unchanged, and he has become increasingly irritable. At times, he even deliberately removes the ring, as if he fears I might glimpse his thoughts." "Is that so?" Yan Wuxia chuckled coldly to himself. Considering this the perfect opportunity to separate Mingyu from Xiao Chun? Could it be that you are overthinking it? Yan Wuxia smiled and said, "Though Xiao Chun acts recklessly, he is perceptive regarding significant matters." Mingyu remained silent, but after a moment, she transmitted to Yan Wuxia's ear, "I fear that Chin'er might forsake the 10,000 great mountains in pursuit of the Wuxiang Jiehua." Upon hearing this, a plan formed in Yan Wuxia's mind, and he transmitted back, "That seems unlikely, but if he truly intends to do so, please do not blame Elder Mingyu. I will certainly stop him and ensure he does not endanger innocent lives." Mingyu sighed. "If he dares to act thus, even at the cost of my life, I shall strip him of all his powers." Chapter 47. Confronting Xiao Chun, Master and Disciple clash. Hearing this, Yan Wuxia smirked coldly inside but said aloud, "Let us clarify matters first. Xiao Chun should not be that kind of person." After descending nearly several dozen meters into the lava, they finally arrived at a broad platform surrounded by flowing lava rivers. In the center of the platform, a round hole contained a glowing red stone egg, which was continually washed and rolled by the flowing lava below. Xiao Chun stood beside the stone egg, concentrating a greenish-blue flame in his hand, heating the egg steadily. Upon witnessing this, Tian shouted, "Stop!" Xiao Chun turned to see Tian and Yan Wuxia soaring towards him and, with a fierce voice, unfastened the giant ruler from his back. "Do not approach, or I shall shatter it." Tian immediately halted and blocked Yan Wuxia, gritting his teeth. "Mr. Xiao, I have treated you fairly. Why do you deceive me? Do you understand how vital the beast god is to my people?" Xiao Chun furrowed his brow, responding solemnly, "I apologize, Chief Tian. I did not intend to deceive you, that I genuinely wish to help awaken the beast god, and I am indeed making efforts, aside from the crimson flames. No other flames can awaken the beast god. I have already informed you of this." Tian replied, "Mr. Xiao, since you also desire my people to awaken the beast god, please allow this gentleman to give it a try. He is the one who possesses the crimson flames." However, upon hearing this, Xiao Chun replied sharply, "No. Anyone can, but he cannot." Yan Wuxia shook his head. "Xiao Chun, putting our grievances aside for now, the beast god concerns the countless lives of the 10,000 great mountains. I cannot stand idly by while you go astray." Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun's eyes turned wild as he shouted at Yan Wuxia, "Yan Wuxia, do not feign righteousness. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You desire the Wuxiang Jiehua within that stone egg, do you not? I tell you, if I cannot awaken the beast god today and you take away the Wuxiang Jiehua, I would rather destroy it than allow you to have it. Let us be buried together beneath this snow-capped mountain for 10,000 years. You say the Wuxiang Jiehua is within that stone egg." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia exclaimed, activating his martial Dao heavenly eye. And indeed, he perceived a surge of intense energy emanating from within the stone egg. Realizing his own recklessness, Xiao Chen cursed himself inwardly. The moment he laid eyes on Yin Wuxia, an inexplicable anger surged within him. Clouding his judgment, that I care not for any Wuxiang Jiehua. If you desire it, I can grant it to you, Yin Wuxia sneered, but the beast god must be awakened by me. Do you think I would believe your words? Xiao Chun retorted with a cold laugh. In your dreams. Hearing this, Yin Wuxia solemnly declared, Then I am afraid I must take action. With that, he raised his hand and conjured several chains that shot toward Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, upon seeing this, coldly smiled and swung his giant ruler. Effortlessly swatting the chains aside, he then aimed a powerful kick at the stone egg, causing it to spin rapidly, with torrents of scorching lava being flung chaotically around as a result. Flame Ruler's three-wave surge. With a flourish, Xiao Chen wielded the colossal ruler as if it were merely a tool for splashing water, directing the molten lava entirely towards Yin Wuxia. Simultaneously, the force transformed into a second wave of assault. As he swung the third ruler, a swirling orb of verdant flame coalesced upon it, manifesting a third fierce onslaught that surged towards Yin Wuxia. Observing this, Yin Wuxia let out a cold chuckle. With a deft motion, he turned his palm downward and exerted force, instantly suppressing all three waves of energy, which then crashed heavily onto the platform beneath him, fracturing it and creating a gaping hole from which torrents of scalding lava erupted. In a flash, Yin Wuxia leaped aside to evade the molten flow. Oomph. Yin Wuxia, do not presume that winning against me twice grants you dominion over me for eternity, I assure you, for over a month. I have honed myself and the Imu divine fire amidst this lava. I am no longer the same. As Xiao Chen spoke, he raised his hand to summon the verdant flame, gliding it over the colossal ruler, which ignited into a massive flame-wreathed weapon. Yin Wuxia, witnessing this, smirked disdainfully. With the eye of martial arts, he discerned Xiao Chen's current cultivation level at a single glance. First rank of the Tianqian realm, a considerable advancement since his time at the Jiang residence. Explaining his audacity, displaying a contemptuous expression, Yin Wuxia declared, I neither practice nor meditate. At any moment, I could ascend to the Qingxian realm. This is the disparity in our innate talents. Humph, such arrogance. Xiao Chen retorted with a sneer. Propelling himself towards Yin Wuxia with the colossal ruler in hand, but he swung it fiercely, the ruler slicing through the air with a tail of verdant flame racing towards Yin Wuxia in response. Yin Wuxia scoffed, channeling the primal divine fire throughout his body. Merging it with the might of the Jinyu immortal scripture, he unleashed a punch that dispelled Xiao Chen's verdant flames entirely, that he then planted 1 foot atop Xiao Chen's colossal ruler. Mockingly stating, How does it feel? Do you comprehend the chasm between us now? Infuriated by Yin Wuxia's audacity to stand upon the ruler, Xiao Chen lifted it, preparing to strike downwards. Yin Wuxia, however, descended gracefully, like a falling leaf, saying, Xiao Chen, you have vented your frustrations enough that I lack the time to engage in further discourse. Step aside and allow me to unseal the beast god. Only then did Xiao Chen remember, turning to the stone egg, where Tian stood resolutely in front of it. Step aside, or I shall crush you alongside it. Xiao Chen threatened, raising the colossal ruler to smash the stone egg and Tian in that critical moment. A figure suddenly burst forth from behind Yin Wuxia. It was Mingyu, who had remained silent until now. She soared forward, slapping Xiao Chen across the face with such force that he was sent flying. Master, Xiao Chen exclaimed in astonishment. What are you doing here? Hurry back, this place will incinerate you. Mingyu coldly replied, pointing at Xiao Chen, You have disappointed me greatly. I had thought, despite your impetuous nature, you possessed a fundamentally good character and would not commit heinous acts. Yet, I am proven wrong. Master, believe me. The stone egg can be awakened not only by the primal divine fire, but by me as well. Xiao Chen implored desperately, Just let me try once more. Yin Wuxia shook his head. Speaking gravely, you may attempt it, for you can afford to. Even in failure, you would merely perish, but the lives of countless beings in the 10,000 mountains would be your price. Mingyu then turned to Xiao Chen, saying, Chener, heed Yin Wuxia's counsel. Halt your reckless pursuit and turn back. I will not hold it against you. Unbeknownst to her, those words struck a nerve within Xiao Chun, who erupted in fury. Enough! Yin Wuxia, Yin Wuxia. Your name is all I hear. Chapter 48. Xiao Qin's setback, the emergence of the beast god. With that, Xiao Qin slammed the colossal ruler into the ground, roaring, "Why does every one of you incessantly mention Yin Wuxia? Yes, he is stronger than I am now, but that does not mean it will last forever. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Given time, I, Xiao Chun, will surpass him." He pointed the colossal ruler at the stone egg, insisting, "This Wuxiang divine fire was my discovery. From the first moment I touched the stone egg with flames, it communicated to me through intuition that the Wuxiang calamity fire lay within. This is my fortune, my serendipity. I will never relinquish it to Yin Wuxia." Yin Wuxia furrowed his brow at this declaration, speaking in a low tone. "Are you claiming that the stone egg revealed to you the presence of the Wuxiang calamity fire?" "Indeed, and what of it?" Xiao Qin replied defiantly. "Yin Wuxia, I am resolute. The Wuxiang calamity fire is mine. Otherwise, we shall all perish here together." Yin Wuxia felt a flicker of doubt within. Both the stone egg and the Wuxiang calamity fire were inanimate. Perhaps they possessed some semblance of consciousness, but they could not communicate with Xiao Chun. Unless, of course, the true informant was not the stone egg or the Wuxiang calamity fire, but the divine essence of the beast god within the egg. Could it be that the Imu divine fire truly had the capacity to awaken the beast god? Yet, if the beast god had not yet stirred, how could it have possibly conveyed anything to Xiao Chun? Lost in thought, he noticed the lava around them churning violently, with countless bubbles rising from the molten river, carrying a noxious scent that, oh no, the time is nearly up. It's over. The Beastman tribe will be annihilated because of me. Taiyan lamented, his face a mask of despair, that I shall become the eternal sinner of the Beastman tribe. Yin Wuxia interjected, "Xiao Chun, I can no longer afford to waste time on you. This ritual must be completed by me. In the presence of your master, I swear that if there is any Wuxiang calamity fire within that stone egg, you may take it as you wish. I will not trust you," Xiao Chun scoffed. Just then, Mingyu leaped away from Yin Wuxia, seizing Xiao Chun with a firm grip. "Yin Wuxia, proceed with your plans. I will hold him." Seeing this, Yin Wuxia took flight, summoning crimson flames towards the stone egg. At that moment, he seemed to hear a whisper, a voice urging him. "Yes, increase the firepower. Do you sense the Wuxiang calamity fire? Break open the stone egg, and it shall be yours." Ding, detecting mental assault, activating passive defense. Mental strike initiated. Before Yin Wuxia could react, a wail echoed in his ears, followed by the sound of the stone egg shattering, the cries fading into silence. As he intensified the flames, the stone egg unfurled like a blooming lotus, revealing a crimson orb within. Moments later, the orb's radiance dimmed, unveiling a tiny monkey no larger than a palm. Its golden fur glistened, and its oversized head was dominated by two bright, vigilant eyes fixed on Yin Wuxia. "This is the beast god?" Yin Wuxia exclaimed in astonishment. The Taiyan promptly knelt, proclaiming, "Leader Taiyan of the Winged Tiger tribe pays homage to the beast god." Yet the beast god seemed indifferent to Taiyan, instead glaring at Yin Wuxia and extending its hands, demanding, "Hug." Yin Wuxia was momentarily speechless when a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, detecting the child of destiny, spending 500 villain points to view their past. Without hesitation, Yin Wuxia spent the points. Ding, the beast god. Originally a transcendent deity, often roamed the lower realms, appearing in the 10,000 mountains. Attempting to control its host through mental shock led to a backlash from the system, resulting in the loss of all memories. However, its power remains formidable. Destiny points, 5,000 luck points, 500 to Ding. Congratulations on unlocking a branch mission. Option 1. Capture the beast god as a pet and utilize its power to control the 10,000 mountains. Success yields substantial villain points. Option 2. Spend 1,000 villain points to restore the beast god's memories and gain its trust. Success yields substantial luck points. Option 3. Slay the beast god and replace it with a demon god to directly control the 10,000 mountains. Success yields substantial villain points and destiny points. Another trap? Yin Wuxia chuckled coldly. Among these three options, the last was nearly impossible to achieve. Although the demon god could transform, it would never possess the beast god's essence. If exposed, He would face relentless pursuit from countless beast men and the genuine beasts of the tribe, each of which would be beyond his current capabilities. As he pondered the remaining two options, Shao Chun, in a frenzy, rushed towards the beast god, hastily flipping it over, urgently demanding, "Where's the Wuxiang Calamity Fire? Where's the Wuxiang Calamity Fire?" Do not disrespect the beast god. Upon witnessing the scene, Tien was instantly taken aback, and with a swift leap, he moved forward to take action. It was evident that the beast god was being held aloft by him, unleashing a furious roar, its mouth agape as a surge of searing flames shot toward Shao Chun. This fire, formless and colorless, did not register with Shao Chun until he felt a sharp pain coursing through him. Hastily dropping the little monkey, he summoned the might of the Imu, divine fire, to blow it away, successfully creating a barrier against the flames. The formless tribulation fire had, astonishingly, been extracted from it. Shao Chun, in disbelief, pointed at the little monkey and exclaimed, "How is this possible? In my estimation, that formless tribulation fire has always resided within it." Yin Wuxia stated gravely, "When I ignited that stone egg with flames, I detected that sound. It was merely luring one to use divine fire upon it, hastening its hatching. As for whether the Imu divine fire could incinerate the stone egg, that remained uncertain, especially since the beast god had lost its memory." The beast god tumbled from Shao Chun's grasp, settling on the ground as it glanced helplessly around, only to clamber swiftly onto Yin Wuxia's shoulder, clinging to his clothes in terror. This was no beast god. It was plainly a little monkey. Yin Wuxia, rendered speechless, realized that the beast god had already adopted him as its parent. This spectacle left both Yin Wuxia and Tien utterly astonished, rendering them momentarily speechless. Tien even contemplated reaching out to retrieve the little monkey, but was immediately silenced by its fierce display of teeth. Shao Chun, with vacant eyes, stared at the little monkey, seemingly in disbelief. Yin Wuxia, observing his demeanor, understood the gravity of the blow he had suffered. It was akin to a falling out with Mingyu, only for it all to end in futility. Upon seeing Shao Chun's state, Mingyu could not help but sigh. "I must trouble young Master Yin to escort me out." Chapter 49. Betrayal and despair. Yin Wuxia nodded, declaring, "Leader Tien, let us discuss this further outside." Tien, resigned, could only respond, "It seems we have no other choice." The three then proceeded to exit. Mingyu noticed that Shao Chun remained rooted in place, lost in thought, and with a cold huff, she remarked, "How long do you intend to stand there?" Upon hearing her words, Shao Chun, in a daze, followed the others. Yin Wuxia chose to remain silent, recognizing that although Mingyu appeared furious with Shao Chun, her feelings mirrored that of a mother witnessing her child err. Despite her anger, love outweighed resentment. It seemed that to truly dishearten Mingyu, one would have to target Shao Chun directly. The group soon reached the surface, and as they emerged from the molten lava cave, the fiery gate vanished entirely. Outside, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of people, including the father-daughter duo of Roma and Roya from the Leopard Eagle tribe, along with Jiang Qiushui and Chu Shi, and countless warriors from the Winged Tiger tribe encircling them. Seeing this, Tien sighed and addressed the guards, "You may disperse. The beast god is present, and the beastmen cannot raise their weapons against their kin." Roma, taken aback, inquired, "Beast god? Where is the beast god? Did Mr. Yin truly complete the awakening ceremony?" Tien, in a despondent manner, gestured toward Yin Wuxia. The crowd then beheld a small monkey clambering atop Yin Wuxia's head. Emerging from his hair, "Did I ask this the beast god?" They gasped in disbelief. That Tien solemnly commanded, "Warriors of the Winged Tiger tribe, heed my call and pay homage to the beast god." Upon hearing their leader's words, the warriors of the Winged Tiger tribe immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, while thousands more emerged from the dwelling, kneeling along the path. Roma and Roya swiftly followed suit and knelt. Meanwhile, the little monkey appeared oblivious, busily toying with Yin Wuxia's hair, as if searching for something. To Tien, witnessing this, let out another sigh and stood up. Roma approached Tien with a furrowed brow, asking, "Leader Tien, what on earth is happening?" Tien shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain of the specifics, but it is indeed the beast god. I witnessed it hatch from the beast god egg. How can such a beast god lead us beastmen toward prosperity?" Roma glared at the little monkey, gritting his teeth. "I believe we should take it to the Valley of the Gods. Perhaps we can find answers from the tribal deities." That may be our only recourse. Taiyin conceded. However, if they refuse to acknowledge the existence of the beast god, I fear our tribes will be regarded as adversaries by others. Roma suggested, let us not raise alarm that if they approach, we shall say that the beast god has just awakened and needs rest, allowing time before they can pay their respects. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiushui had noticed Xiao Chun and curiously inquired, what brings you here, Xiao Chun? Yin Wuxia quietly replied, he was the one who assisted the beast clan in the awakening ceremony. I only just realized he was present. Jiang Qiushui scoffed, saying nothing, as her heart had already returned to Yin Wuxia, leaving her devoid of curiosity regarding Xiao Chun. Mingyu, noting the ring on Yin Wuxia's hand, desired to reclaim it but saw Xiao Chun still in a daze, shaking her head and saying, young Master Yin, how did you end up in this mountain range? Yin Wuxia glanced at Chu Shi before responding. There have been consecutive earthquakes in the northern territories, originating from this mountain range. As the heir of the northern borders Jinyu King, I felt compelled to investigate. Mingyu, feeling guilty, quickly stated, due to Xiao Chen's entanglement. I apologize for troubling you, young master. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen snapped back to reality, scoffing, troubling. He's the one who has caused me trouble. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this predicament. As he spoke, his emotions surged, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Yin Wuxia, exclaiming, if it weren't for him, the Jiang family would not have annulled our engagement. If it weren't for him, I would have entered the Jiang family without having my source divine fire seized. His words drew the attention of the onlookers, and as they turned to him, Xiao Chen grew increasingly agitated, brandishing his massive ruler toward Yin Wuxia, declaring, Yin Wuxia, dare you face me in a battle with nothing but physical strength? Without divine fire or techniques? Enough. Mingyu could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. Xiao Chun, how long will you continue this folly? Taiyin and Roma glared fiercely at Xiao Chun, stating, who dares harm the benefactor of our beast tribe? Jiang Qiushui remained silent, drawing her sword to stand protectively in front of Yin Wuxia, her intentions unmistakable. Xiao Chun, sensing the tension, sneered, well, you all choose to side with him. How wonderful. Yet Yin Wuxia simply smiled, raising a hand to halt both beast leaders and Jiang Qiushui, speaking solemnly, Xiao Chun, I am willing to accept your challenge, but have you considered the purpose behind your challenge? Is it for your own pride, or to grow stronger? Xiao Chun replied gravely, does it matter? The difference lies in how I shall defeat you. Yin Wuxia remarked with a smile, if it is the latter, I would not mind offering you a few pointers while preserving the dignity of Qiushui and Elder Mingyu. However, if it is the former as he spoke, Yin Wuxia extended a single finger, stating, seeking pride here will only lead to further humiliation. Xiao Chun, incensed, retorted, are you implying that you can defeat me with a mere finger? Go ahead and try. Yin Wuxia chuckled, very well. In a fit of rage, Xiao Chun swung his massive ruler, the air whistling as he leapt forward with tremendous force, the ruler descending upon Yin Wuxia. In terms of strength, Xiao Chun had long trained under the waterfall, wielding the nearly 100-pound ruler with ease, confident that his might was unmatched. Yet he had chosen the wrong opponent. Yin Wuxia subtly shifted his stance, activating his martial arts vision, clearly perceiving the fulcrum of Xiao Chen's strength. With a single step forward, he evaded the ruler, extending a finger to strike Xiao Chen's wrist. Instantly, Xiao Chun felt a jolt of pain shoot through his wrist, the ruler slipping from his grasp. Yin Wuxia caught it midair, twisting the heavy ruler around to point its back towards Xiao Chun, asking, so, how does it feel? Are you convinced? You used a technique. Xiao Chun protested defiantly, that I knew you wouldn't concede. Yin Wuxia chuckled coldly, tossing the ruler aside. In that case, I have no further words for you. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. As he spoke, Yin Wuxia removed his storage ring and returned it to Mingyu without a word, turning to leave. Just then, Mingyu called out, young Master Yin, please wait. Chapter 50. The Dispersal of Master and Disciple. The perils of the demon embryo. Mingyu approached Xiao Chun, stating gravely, Xiao Chun, I need you to swear an oath to never again be adversarial with young Master Yin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun turned to Mingyu, perplexed. Master, why would you? If young Master Yin had any ill intentions toward you, you would have perished 3 years ago. He has spared you time and again and has rescued me multiple times. Anyone with a shred of conscience would no longer view him as an enemy. Mingyu spoke as she retrieved the ring, declaring, "If you vow never to be adversaries with young Master Yin again, I shall remain your master." However, she observed Xiao Qin's countenance darken instantly, his gaze filled with fury directed at Yin Wuxia and Jiang Qiushui. Subsequently, he turned to Mingyu and said, "If I refuse, will you then choose to align yourself with Yin Wuxia? Master, it seems even you are one to curry favor. Do you feel that after all this time spent with me, you have yet to regain your corporeal form and thus are in a state of desperation? Go ahead. I, Xiao Chun, require no assistance from anyone. Yin Wuxia, I shall eventually slay him." Upon hearing this, Mingyu's heart sank, her hands trembling with indignation as she pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Chun, exclaiming, "Xiao Chun, repeat that once more." Realizing he may have spoken too harshly, Xiao Chun was about to retract his words when Yin Wuxia interjected with a smirk, "Xiao Chun, regardless of our enmity, it should not tarnish the bond between you and your master. You should promptly apologize to her." Fury surged within Xiao Chun once more as he turned away, stating, "If you wish to leave, then depart. I, Xiao Chun, require no aid from anyone." Mingyu then coldly remarked, "Very well. I truly have raised a fine disciple. In my life, I have misjudged two individuals. One who has turned me into this forlorn specter, and the other who, for an obsession, would forsake their master. Truly remarkable." As she spoke, Mingyu raised a hand, only to lower it once more, saying, "According to the rules of my Yaolong Valley, those who betray their master must forfeit all their cultivation. However, considering I have relied on your power to awaken my consciousness, you may keep your abilities. Depart now. I no longer wish to see you." Though regret gnawed at Xiao Qin's heart, the words had already taken root, leaving no room for retreat. He gritted his teeth, shot a glare at Yin Wuxia, and turned to walk deeper into the forest. "Ding, congratulations, host. Xiao Chun and his master have parted ways. Xiao Qin's fortune value has plummeted to its lowest point, and the protection of fate has vanished." Triggering Xiao Qin's ending choice. Option 1. Shatter the heavens and kill Xiao Chun, gaining a substantial amount of villain points. Option 2. Let the heavens fall, enticing Xiao Chun to tread the path of villainy, earning a large sum of villain points and receiving a small amount based on the impact he creates. Yin Wuxia smiled slightly. With Xiao Qin's fortune value depleted, killing him would be a trivial matter. The best course of action was to exploit him for greater gain. Utilizing his divine sense to manipulate the demon god, Yin Wuxia stealthily followed the departing Xiao Chun. Just then, Roma and Taiyan approached Yin Wuxia, saying, "Mr. Yin, may we request your company for a moment?" "Where to?" Yin Wuxia inquired. "To the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, to the valley of the gods." Roma replied, "That we seek to meet the deities of our various orc tribes." Yin Wuxia paused momentarily before responding. Puzzled, "Are you referring to those strange beasts?" "Indeed, as you outsiders would phrase it. However, we hope you will refer to them as gods," Roma insisted. "Currently, the beast god regards you as its kin. Should it depart the 10,000 great mountains with you, the future of the orc race would be perilous." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia nodded that if he wished to leverage the beast god to control the orc tribe, understanding the remaining deities was imperative. "When shall we depart?" he asked at no rush. "The sky has darkened. Please, rest for the night, and we shall set off at dawn," Roma advised. Yin Wuxia turned to Mingyu, noticing her despondent demeanor, and cheerfully asked, "Elder Mingyu, what are your plans?" Mingyu, staring at the ring in her hand, appeared pallid and sighed. "I do not know. Without a reliable ally, my soul energy will soon dissipate, and I will inevitably return to the ring." Yin Wuxia replied, "Elder Mingyu, I understand that due to Xiao Qin's words, it is not appropriate for you to follow me. Why not entrust the ring to Qiushui? This way, you can gradually seek someone worthy of your trust. And perhaps, in due time, you may find the divine medicine to restore your corporeal form, freeing you from reliance on anyone else. What do you think?" Mingyu realized that following Jiang Qiushui was no different than accompanying Yin Wuxia. Yin Wuxia suggested this merely to alleviate her concerns, knowing that as long as she stayed with him, he would eventually claim her. Indeed, upon hearing Yin Wuxia's words, Mingyu responded, "Then I must thank young Master Yin. If Xiao Chun possessed even half of your magnanimity, he would not have reached this lowly state." As she spoke, Mingyu turned to Jiang Qiushui, assuring her, "Fear not, Miss Qiushui. I shall enter seclusion for a time and will not intrude upon your thoughts." Jiang Qiushui hurriedly replied, Elder Mingyu, you worry too much. Observing this, Chu Shi quietly pulled Yin Wuxia aside, asking, Young Master Yin, what shall we do about the demon fetus? Yin Wuxia smiled, do not worry. I have made all the necessary arrangements. Upon hearing this, Chu Shi's brows furrowed in concern, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked softly, will this not greatly impact the Orc tribe? They are not inherently malicious beings. Yin Wuxia glanced at Chu Shi, smiling as he replied, to achieve harmony between two powers, it is not enough for one side to simply weaken. Peace relies on the decisions of the leaders of both races. What can we truly do? As Chu Shi processed his words, she seemed to understand, nodding gently, I see. Thankfully, you are Tian Qua's master. With you around, the ancient Chaos Empire will surely have a true emperor in the future. Yin Wuxia smiled but said nothing further. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen wandered through the forest, lost in despair, repeatedly mulling over a single thought. Am I at fault? Why does everyone abandon me? Is it truly my error? He could not comprehend how, from the very beginning, it had been Yin Wuxia who had seized his love, yet he now stood alone, forsaken by all. Could it be that I, Xiao Chen, am nothing more than a worthless being? As Xiao Chen drifted aimlessly through the woods, a dark mist began to coalesce, gradually forming a female orc who held a deep purple flesh orb in her hands. Excuse me, friend ahead, could you lend me a hand? The female orc called out to Xiao Chen. Instinctively, Xiao Chen approached her, glancing at the orb in her grasp, and asked, How may I assist you? The female orc replied hastily, Would you be able to hold on to this demon fetus for me? Demon fetus? Xiao Chen exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the purple orb. You mean this is a demon fetus? Being a member of the Xiao family, he had some understanding of demon fetuses. Indeed, this is a demon fetus. I have exerted tremendous effort to locate it, and I must cast it into a volcano to prevent anyone from hatching it with their blood and succumbing to demonic corruption. That would be disastrous. The female orc explained. Xiao Chen quickly interjected, But we are so far from the volcano. How do you plan to transport it? Why not ask others for help? This is a demon fetus. Ordinary individuals would be irresistibly drawn to its demonic nature. If one were to inadvertently hatch it with their blood, my efforts would be in vain, the female orc asserted. Then why do you ask me for assistance? Xiao Chen queried, puzzled. Were you not the one who aided the Qihua tribe in the beast god awakening ceremony? I recognized you from the Qihua tribe. You should be a trustworthy person, the female orc replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart stirred. Having faced betrayal from all sides, the feeling of being trusted was akin to a rebirth. He promptly said, How can I help you? Just keep an eye on this for me, that I need to rest for a moment. I have been walking all day and am utterly exhausted, the female orc stated. Xiao Chen nodded, You may rest. I will guard it here. The female orc smiled and nodded, climbing to the treetops and selecting a comfortable branch to sleep upon. Understanding this was a customary practice for the orc tribe in the wilderness. Xiao Chen refrained from further comment and silently sat beside the demon fetus, unknowingly slipping back into a state of confusion. The night in the jungle was tranquil as water, with only the sounds of insects and the occasional hoot of an owl. While Xiao Chen's heart was tumultuous, he incessantly replayed the recent events, an indescribable sensation lingering in his mind, causing him to sigh repeatedly. At that moment, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear, Do you desire power? Startled, Xiao Chen exclaimed, Who is it? The female orc in the tree seemed to awaken, groggily asking, What is it? What happened? Xiao Chen quickly inquired, Was that you speaking just now? Speaking? I have not spoken, I have not spoken. The female orc murmured, and unexpectedly drifted back into slumber. Xiao Chen felt that the voice he had just heard did not originate from the female orc. Although her voice was somewhat rugged, it undeniably bore the characteristics of femininity, while the previous voice had sounded dry and aged, seemingly echoing right beside him. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Chen pondered, Could it be that I truly misheard? The recent series of traumatic experiences had left him in a state of self-doubt. As if he had become slightly neurotic, at that moment, another voice rang in his ears. What's the matter? Do you not desire the power to reclaim what you have lost? Xiao Chen's scalp prickled, and he sat up abruptly, drawing his long staff in a defensive manner, exclaiming, Who is hiding and lurking about? Show yourself. In his frantic state, Xiao Chen's gaze finally fell upon the demonic embryo before him. And he gasped in shock, speaking in a low voice. "Could it be you?" "Indeed, it is I," the voice responded once more in his ear. Beneath the moonlight of the dark night, the demonic embryo emitted a faint, cold glow. "Do you wish to tempt me into darkness?" "Absolutely not," Xiaochen exclaimed in alarm. "This is not temptation. It is persuasion." The demonic embryo replied. "You lack power, and I lack a physical form. This is what we call cooperation. Furthermore, your enemies outside are formidable. How long will it take for you to cultivate enough strength to exact your revenge? Do you truly not wish to reclaim what you have lost?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun was momentarily rendered speechless. His eyes glazed over as he murmured, "I will reclaim what I have lost. I must reclaim it." As he spoke, he raised his hand to concentrate a surge of energy, slicing open a wound on his right hand, blood gushing forth in an instant. "Are you certain that the power I gain will allow me to retrieve what I have lost?" Xiao Chun inquired once more. The demonic embryo seemed to sense the blood so near, and it exclaimed excitedly, "I am certain. Hurry, give it to me. I can hardly wait for the taste of blood." Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chun raised his hand and let the blood drip onto the demonic embryo. Slowly, the embryo began to hatch, its flesh transforming into a purplish mist that surged into Xiao Chun's nostrils, instantly turning his face a shade of deep crimson, and a pained growl escaped his throat. Just then, the female orc suddenly leaped down from a tree. Although Xiao Chun was in the midst of succumbing to darkness, his mind remained clear upon seeing the female orc realize his state. He felt a surge of shame and instinctively wanted to hide. However, the female orc merely broke into a grin, emanating a wave of black mist. From the mist emerged a bizarre creature resembling a lion. "What in the world are you?" Xiao Chun roared, his throat emitting cries of anguish. "I am the demon god under the esteemed Yin Wuxia. You may call me Huoba," the lion-like being replied. Its eyes filled with mockery as it regarded Xiao Chun. "Yin Wuxia." Xiao Chun gasped in disbelief. "Are you saying that this demonic embryo was also given to me by him?" The demon god let out a cold laugh and whispered, "Not just that." As it spoke, the demon god transformed into the likeness of Yin Wuxia, a dark golden cloak billowing behind it, and it spoke in a deep voice. "Xiao Chun, listen well. From the moment you entered the Jiang family, all your experiences have been under my control. It was I who sowed discord between you and Jiang Xiushui. It was I who drove a wedge between you and Mingyu. Even this demon god speaking to you now is a product of my actions following the death of your grandfather." Xiao Sheng. The demon god leaned close to Xiao Chen's ear and whispered, "In your lifetime, you are but a puppet in my hands. To toy with you until your demise is a trivial matter." Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with bloodlust, his jaw clenched so tightly that his gums bled, crimson streaks flowing from the corners of his mouth as he roared, "Yin Wuxia, I will ensure your demise." At this moment, Xiao Chen's mind was entirely consumed by demonic influence. Further fueled by the demon god Huoba's provocations, his thoughts solely fixated on revenge, enveloped by a sinister aura. "Yin Wuxia, I shall kill you." Xiao Chen's eyes burned crimson as he swung the massive staff, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that surged towards the demon god. Seeing this, the demon god merely sneered and vanished into a wisp of smoke. Xiao Chen's mind was now filled with wrath and slaughter. With the demon god gone, his fury turned towards his surroundings, and he swung his staff, snapping nearby trees asunder. Before long, a group of orcs approached, their faces filled with shock as they exclaimed, "Who are you?" A wicked smile crept across Xiao Chen's lips as he wielded his staff, unleashing demonic energy into the midst of the orc horde. Chapter 52. The Valley of the Gods, the Grand Altar. Reporting to you, Master, everything has been executed according to your commands. The demon god Huoba knelt before Yin Wuxia, stating, "Xiao Chen has completely succumbed to darkness. I even deliberately led a group of orcs to witness him slaughter all of their kin before departing." Yin Wuxia nodded, smiling, "Excellent. Return now." The demon god's capabilities were simply extraordinary. With this elusive ally, Yin Wuxia need not dirty his hands with any task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of Xiao Chun succumbing to darkness, earning 10,000 points of villain value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Xiao Chun branch mission. Receiving the reward, Demonic Heart Secret Repository. The Demonic Heart Secret Repository is a top-tier cultivation method of the lower realm, divided into 12 grades. While practicing, one passively accumulates demonic energy. Every 4 grades unlocks a layer of ultimate skills. The first ultimate skill, Demonic Seed, allows the user to transform demonic energy into a demonic seed, capable of temporarily controlling the target's speech and actions, with duration increasing with the cultivation level. The second ultimate skill, Demonic Ascendance, temporarily breaks through cultivation limits, consuming half of the currently accumulated demonic energy to unleash a strike surpassing one's cultivation level, with strength determined by the amount of accumulated demonic energy. The third ultimate skill, Celestial Demon Heart Concealment, consumes all demonic energy to activate a state of invulnerability. While active, one cannot die or be destroyed, and upon conclusion, all wounds are healed. This unexpected reward brought Yin Wuxia a sense of pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen's fate had granted him such a top-tier cultivation method. Watching the system monitor displaying Xiao Chen flailing about the jungle like a headless fly, Yin Wuxia couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't that he lacked sympathy for Xiao Chen. It was simply that Xiao Chen's personality was too easily manipulated. The 3-year agreement had allowed him to amass countless grievances, which he sought to convert into strength to shock the world upon returning to the Jiang family, only to encounter an immovable obstacle in Yin Wuxia. Not only had his 3 years of cultivation turned to dust, losing the only bug-level item, the Source Divine Fire, but he had also alienated Jiang Qiushui. If given time to grow and refine his character, Yin Wuxia's simple psychological manipulation techniques would become utterly ineffective. Alas, he was simply too young and impulsive. Yin Wuxia smiled, reclining on his bed, while the beast god Little Monkey sleepily glanced at him before turning over and dozing off again. Yin Wuxia soon followed him into slumber. The next morning, Taiyan and his daughter Romaroyo waited at the door. As soon as Yin Wuxia finished his morning routine, they hurriedly approached him, saying, "Mr. Yin, something terrible has happened. What has occurred?" Yin Wuxia feigned ignorance, inquiring that at least 3 orc tribes were ambushed last night. The attackers possessed formidable combat prowess, and even dozens of berserk orc warriors were utterly ineffective against them. Roma stated solemnly. Moreover, based on their descriptions, the assailants' attire and weaponry bear a striking resemblance to Xiao Chen. Taiyan added that he even mentioned seeking vengeance against his benefactor. Princess Roya chimed in hastily. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia feigned deep contemplation for a moment before saying, "Why would he go on a rampage across various tribes? Where is he now? Rumor has it that he fled deeper into the jungle." Taiyan replied, "He is likely to encounter other tribes along the way." As they conversed, Jiang Qiushui and Chu Shi approached, inquiring curiously, "What is happening?" Yin Wuxia succinctly recounted the events, prompting Jiang Qiushui to furrow her brow as she remarked, "Xiao Chen has grown so intolerant of failure that he resorts to indiscriminate slaughter. He is truly becoming more outrageous." Chu Shi cast a puzzled glance at Yin Wuxia, asking telepathically, "What is going on?" "I am not entirely sure, but I suspect he may have stumbled upon the demonic embryo I lost," Yin Wuxia replied. Given his temperament, he would certainly attempt to unseal the demonic embryo. However, I am curious as to how he learned the method of unsealing it. Upon hearing this, Chu Shi sighed. That is quite normal. He is from the Shao family, which possesses some familiarity with demonic embryos, so it is not surprising that he knows the unsealing method. However, it is rather lamentable that both Xiao Chen and his grandfather fell to darkness due to the demonic embryo. We have already dispatched the strongest warriors from the Ke tribe to assist other tribes in pursuing him. I believe they will soon capture him. Taiyan stated that if that fails, we can certainly call upon the gods from the Valley of the Gods. They will surely be able to apprehend him. Yin Wuxia nodded, saying, "After all, he is my friend. If you manage to capture him, please do not make things difficult for him." Upon hearing this, Princess Roya smiled. "Your kindness is truly heartwarming." Taiyan nodded. "In that case, let us set forth. It will take some time to reach the Valley of the Gods from here." Subsequently, Taiyan also summoned a group of winged tigers as mounts. Due to the return of the leopard eagles, both Roma and Roya each rode a winged tiger and soared for a while. Yin Wuxia then discerned the distinction between the leopard eagles and the winged tigers. The speed of the leopard eagles was exceedingly swift, almost rivaling Yin Wuxia's maximum velocity, their only drawback being a lack of endurance, necessitating several rests during the journey from the leopard eagle tribe to the winged tiger tribe. In contrast, although the winged tigers could not match the leopard eagles in speed, they excelled in stamina, flying tirelessly throughout the day without a pause, allowing the group to even partake in their meals atop the winged tigers. At last, just as dusk began to descend once more, the group arrived at a profound valley. One half of the valley was enveloped in lush jungle, while the other half lay barren under the expanse of yellow sand. Separated by a broad river, the overwhelming sand and the vibrant greenery appeared as two distinct worlds, which left the onlookers somewhat astonished. Tyan spoke. "Follow me, everyone down in the Valley of the Gods, apart from the deities of our respective tribes. There exists some exceedingly ferocious, malevolent gods who care not whether we are the offspring of beast gods." The group descended into the valley and proceeded further until they reached the river at the junction of the yellow sand and the jungle, where they were met with yet another astonishing sight. The confluence of the four land masses delineated by the river and the gorge stood a magnificent altar, its stone pillars towering to a height equivalent to 20 men. The altar was supported at each corner by 4 stone columns, hovering above the flowing river. Upon witnessing this, Chushi exclaimed in awe, "What a breathtaking spectacle! Did your kind truly construct such an edifice?" "No," Princess Roya replied. "This was established by the primordial beast god so that the deities could heed the prayers of our beastly kin. Please wait a moment," with a wave of his hand. Tyan signaled to a contingent of beast men accompanying them, who brought forth a number of domesticated animals to the altar. They were swiftly slaughtered, and blood soon pooled upon the ground at that moment. A group of beastmen gradually gathered behind them, seemingly from other tribes, each bearing offerings. Upon seeing Tyan and Roma, they promptly bowed in greeting and ascended the altar with their tributes in a brief span. Hundreds of various animal carcasses accumulated on the altar, filling the air with a pungent scent of blood. Chapter 53. The Sacred Beasts and the Wrath of the Beast God. At this juncture, Chu Shi and Jiang Xiushui had already covered their mouths and noses, their expressions turning increasingly grim. This scene was undeniably difficult for them to endure. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from all directions, each call distinct, some booming like thunder, while others were high-pitched and prolonged. Then, an astonishing sight unfolded that a beast towering nearly 10 meters descended, its appearance reminiscent of a swan, yet its beak was elongated like that of a crane. It swooped down upon the altar, effortlessly gulping down several large fish. Among the beast men, a group immediately prostrated themselves, exclaiming, "We of the Sky Crane tribe pay homage to the Sky Crane god." The Sky Crane glanced at the beastmen, flapped its wings, and a sudden gust of force lifted them to their feet before it gently settled on one of the stone pillars at that moment. A whistling sound pierced the air, and a massive tree came hurtling towards the Sky Crane. The Sky Crane, nonchalantly, waved a wing, causing the tree to soar past its feet and plunge into the lake with a resounding splash. The Sky Crane then gracefully returned to the stone pillar, turning to face the direction from which the tree had come, only to see a massive black bear leap forth from the forest. This black bear was also several dozen meters tall, and while it bore the name of a bear, its limbs resembled the arms of a gorilla, enhancing its considerable bulk with remarkable agility. "We of the Ape Bear tribe pay homage to the Ape Bear god." A contingent of beast men immediately prostrated and proclaimed. The black bear leaped onto the altar, seized a few fish, and upon inspecting their meager quantity, erupted in anger towards the group of beast men, demanding, "Where are my fish? Why are there so few?" The beast men, taken aback, stammered, "Yes, it was I who consumed more than my share." The Sky Crane, unimpressed, retorted, "Consider this a punishment for your earlier offense. Foolish bird, do you wish to engage in a battle? I am not afraid of you." Just then, Yin Wuxia's little monkey let out a soft chuckle. Both the Sky Crane and the black bear turned their attention towards Yin Wuxia, who held the little monkey in his hands, saying with a smile, "One must not be impolite." The little monkey erupted into gleeful giggles. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and the Sky Crane was rendered nearly speechless. "It is the beast god. It must be true. This presence is undoubtedly that of the beast god," the black bear exclaimed in astonishment, immediately kneeling before the beast god, declaring, "I pay my respects to the beast god." The Sky Crane followed suit, kneeling on one leg. "The beast god has returned, and the blessings of the 10,000 mountains are upon us." The little monkey, seeing this, leapt onto the stone pillar, clambering up to the altar. Entirely disregarding the Sky Crane and the black bear, and grabbed a calf to devour it. Observing this, Yin Wuxia swiftly ascended, seizing the little monkey by the neck and pulling it down, while simultaneously slicing off a small piece of meat from the calf. He then leapt back, stating, "You cannot eat raw meat. It will lead to parasites." As he spoke, he utilized divine fire to roast the meat before offering it to the little monkey. The sky crane and the black bear were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. How could the beast god appear to be akin to a mere human's pet? Strangely, the beast god seemed entirely unperturbed, even appearing quite amused at that moment. More roars and long cries echoed, as several enormous beasts soared towards the altar, including the winged tiger god and the leopard eagle god, instantly filling the altar with colossal creatures, alongside the sky crane and the black bear. There were also the elk, fox wolf, lion elephant, and crocodile rhino. Chu Shi and Jiang Qiushui swallowed hard. They had never encountered such a multitude of extraordinary beasts in their lifetimes. Moreover, these were not ordinary beasts. Even at first glance, their cultivation levels were at least that of saints. Not to mention, the beastmen possessed the astonishing secret technique of frenzy. Should these beasts also enter a frenzied state, their combat prowess could rival the chaos of the ancient continent. It was well known that, even in the ancient continent, only 13 saints were publicly acknowledged. The bizarrely shaped beasts seemed to have a contentious relationship with one another, exchanging jibes before selecting offerings to consume. Then, they turned their incredulous gazes towards the sky crane and the black bear. "What troubles you two?" the group of beasts questioned in confusion. The sky crane pointed at Yin Wuxia, exclaiming, "The beast god has manifested." All the beasts turned their attention to Yin Wuxia and were taken aback to see the little monkey, covered in grease from the roasted meat, nestled in his arms. Is this truly the beast god? They gasped in disbelief. How could it possibly be worthy of such a title? Just as the beasts were rendered speechless in astonishment, a voice suddenly resounded from above. Another beast descended from the sky, considerably smaller than the others, measuring just over 3 meters, with the head of a bull and the body of a monkey, wielding a large blade across its back that a scar ran from above one eye down to its mouth. And the remaining eye coldly regarded the little monkey in Yin Wuxia's grasp, declaring, "The beast god is the mightiest deity of our kind. How could it possibly be reduced to the pet of mere insects?" "Nyoema, what do you mean?" The black bear bellowed in outrage. "The beast men have forged a pact with the beast god. They are our kin, not mere insects. The pact was made by the beast god, and it has nothing to do with me." Nyoemo scoffed at to protect a horde of insects. How ludicrous! No wonder they met their demise. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed, and he quietly inquired of Princess Roya, "Who is this Nyoemo? He seems to lack respect for the beast god." In the Valley of the Gods, there are deities who are amicable towards the beastmen, as well as malevolent gods who oppose them. Nyoemo is the leader of the malevolent gods. You see the scar on its eye that was inflicted during its struggle for dominance against the previous beast god, Princess Roya whispered urgently. However, even in this hushed tone, Nyoemo caught the words, and with a furious snort, he bellowed at Princess Roya, "You, an insect from the leopard eagle tribe, dare to expose my scar? You seek death with that." Nyoemo drew forth his enormous blade and leapt from the altar, aiming the weapon directly at Princess Roya. Yin Wuxia's expression darkened as he swiftly raised his hand, summoning dozens of chains to intercept the descending blade. However, the blade, nearly 3 meters in length, combined with Nyoemo's immense strength, cleaved through the chains in an instant. In a moment of desperation, Yin Wuxia propelled Princess Roya away from harm's path, inadvertently placing himself in the line of fire, while the little monkey's roasted meat flew from its grasp. As Nyoemo's saint-level strike was poised to cleave Yin Wuxia in two, a thunderous roar echoed. Get lost. Chapter 54. The Challenge of the Bull Demon. The initial seed of the demon heart suddenly. The small monkey cradled in Yin Wuxia's arms emitted an astonishing aura. This presence manifested as a colossal monkey form, extending its palm to seize the bull demon, flinging him away with tremendous force. The abrupt appearance of the giant monkey left the onlookers, be they beastmen or other creatures, momentarily stunned. It was but a fleeting instant, and by the time they regained their composure, the formidable figure had vanished in a thin air. Turning his gaze back to the small monkey, Yin Wuxie observed it clutching the ties of his cloak with both hands, its big eyes wide open as it exclaimed, "Meat, meat!" A shiver of apprehension coursed through Yin Wuxie. His instinctive rush to save someone had nearly cost him his life, for the bull demon was indeed a true saint-level being. Observing the small monkey's demeanor softened his heart, and he leapt onto the altar, deftly selecting a piece of untouched meat from the remains before soaring back. "What more can you say now?" The ape bear coldly laughed, addressing the bull demon, although it was unclear where the beast god had faltered. One thing was certain. He was indeed the beast god. As the bull demon finally stabilized in midair, he scoffed at the ape bear's words, declaring it was merely a momentary surge of aura. "I refuse to believe it can transform at will." With that, he grasped his long blade, raising it with a force that sent an overwhelming energy rippling outward for dozens of meters, plunging into the river and causing the water to boil instantly. "Bull demon, have you lost your mind?" The gathered creatures gasped in alarm, rushing to shield the bull demon, that if you dare harm a single hair on the beast god, we shall become sworn enemies. To harm the beast god, you must first get through me. With a collective resolve, the creatures encircled the bull demon, desperately attempting to thwart his strike. But the bull demon merely chuckled, saying, "You are the ones who are deluded. Look closely. Is he truly the beast god? Even if he is, how can he lead the beast race to glory in his current state? It would be better for me to slay him with a single blow, allowing his divine essence to be reborn." At his words, the creatures turned to glance at the small monkey. Though they doubted its ability to resurrect the beast race, they considered that perhaps it was indeed better for the bull demon to strike it down. Seeing the hesitation among the creatures, Yin Wuxie couldn't help but chuckle, turning to Princess Leia and saying, "Is this what you consider the deity of the beastmen? This pack of ingrates, human brat." "What did you just say?" The leopard eagle growled furiously. "Had it not been for your presence alongside my tribe, I would have devoured you by now." Yin Wuxie, cradling the small monkey, sneered, "Am I wrong? When the beast god was absent, you were frantic to summon him, conducting rituals. Now that he has appeared, you wish to slay him simply because you doubt his ability to strengthen your race? Is this your notion of unity among the beast race? If I am not mistaken, Tianhe and Ape Bear, your tribes often engage in fierce disputes, correct?" Yin Wuxie inquired, glancing at the leaders of those tribes. "Conflicts arise often due to the ownership of fish," the two leaders admitted. Yin Wuxie chuckled disdainfully. "A crooked beam cannot support a straight roof. You deities are perpetually at odds, and as a result, the beastmen are embroiled in endless strife that don't claim there is no beast god. Even if there were, could you refrain from your petty feuds?" The creatures, having lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, grasped the truth of his words, yet were blinded by their own perspectives, leading to their incessant quarrels. Upon hearing Yin Wuxie's remarks, the creatures felt a wave of shame wash over them. It was then that the bull demon interjected with a cold laugh. "In that case, the beast god is even less necessary. According to the rules established by the last beast god, if anyone can defeat him, he shall relinquish his title. Today, I, the bull demon, shall redeem my past failures and challenge the beast god." "Despicable," Jiang Qiushui exclaimed. "The small monkey has only just been born 2 days ago. You are taking advantage of the weak. Nature is ruthless. Only the fittest survive. A starving wolf does not refrain from preying on the young." The bull demon retorted coldly. "There is no concept of despicability among the beast race. That is a pretense unique to you humans. I slay him, and I become the new beast god of the beast race." Chu Shi gasped in shock, transmitting to Yin Wuxie. This bull demon harbors prejudice against humans that if he becomes the beast god, he will undoubtedly incite conflict between the beastmen and the ancient empire. Yin Wuxie furrowed his brow at her words, but then a sudden idea struck him, and he smirked. "What if the small monkey were to win against you?" The bull demon, momentarily taken aback, laughed derisively. "What a joke! If he manages to defeat me in such a state, I shall willingly bow down, serving him like a steed. Is that truly your word?" Yin Wuxie inquired with a cold smile. "We beastmen never utter empty boasts," the bull demon scoffed, "provided he can genuinely defeat me." Tianhe glanced at the bull demon and swiftly flew to Yin Wuxie's side, saying, "Human lad, the bull demon has already reached the 5th tier of the heavenly beast realm, equivalent to your human saints that do not act recklessly. If things go awry, You can flee with the beast god while we hold him off. But Yin Wuxia replied gravely, fleeing is not a solution. If he wishes to pursue, you cannot guard him forever. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. With that, Yin Wuxia gently spoke to the small monkey. This is to protect your position. Do not blame me. As he spoke, he summoned the demonic energy from the demon heart's secret stash, implanting a demon seed within the small monkey's body. The small monkey possessed absolute trust in Yin Wuxia, even as the demon seed took root. It offered no resistance, its eyes gradually losing their luster. Meanwhile, Yin Wuxia entered a profound state, perceiving the world through his own eyes while controlling the small monkey's form. Simultaneously, an astonishing power surged from within that body. Even a mere flick of its hand could shatter mountains and rivers. This the power of a fifth-tier emperor? Astonishing, truly astonishing. Yin Wuxia guided the small monkey forward, leaping onto the altar, addressing the bull demon above. Come forth. Seeing this, the bull demon felt a pang of alarm. Could it be he had misjudged? Was the beast god merely feigning weakness? Noticing the bull demon's hesitation, Yin Wuxia, concerned that the effect of the demon seed might fade, insisted, if you do not come, it will be deemed your loss. Snapped back to reality, the bull demon sneered, trying to intimidate me. Watch as I turn the tides. With that, the bull demon drew his long blade, spinning in half a rotation. The blade's aura, extending dozens of meters with his movement, sliced through the mountaintop, leveling a section of it as it rushed toward the small monkey. Chapter 55. The Bull Demon Bows. Xiaochen arrives. The bull demon towered over 3 meters, his blade's aura spanning dozens of meters, while the small monkey was scarcely larger than a palm. The spectators could scarcely bear to witness the impending doom. Fearing that the beast god, the small monkey, would be cleaved into oblivion in the next moment, roars suddenly, an enraged bellow echoed as the giant monkey's ethereal form reappeared, effortlessly shattering the blade's aura with a single sweep of its hand. Then, the small monkey leapt, the giant monkey's ethereal form delivering a mighty punch, unleashing a force akin to a massive wave crashing down, swift as the wind and powerful as a mountain, creating a thunderous sound as it barreled towards the bull demon. The bull demon, taken aback, quickly evaded, yet the force surged forward, soaring through the canyon for over 100 meters, crashing into the cliffside, obliterating an entire protrusion into a cloud of dust that settled into the river. Not even creating a ripple. The bull demon felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, while the onlookers stood in stunned silence. This was merely a casual punch, yet the towering cliff, hundreds of meters high and over 10 meters wide, had been reduced to ashes in an instant. Was this the latent power contained within the seemingly frail, small monkey? Yin Wuxia, controlling the small monkey, smirked as he prepared to strike again. The bull demon dared not confront it directly. Swiftly dodging the blow, the force radiated outward, setting the canyon ablaze as it expanded dozens of meters in mere moments. As the bull demon evaded, the arrogance he once displayed had vanished. Each punch that struck him, though it may not lead to immediate death, would certainly leave him with more than just a scar. Just then, the small monkey abruptly halted its assault, the giant monkey's ethereal form gathering energy in its hands, emanating a searing heat that raised the temperature throughout the valley. The air between the giant monkey's hands warped under the intensity. This is the beast god's Wuxian Calamity Fire, Tianhao exclaimed, excitement evident in their voice. The ape bear added loudly, Bull demon, you've provoked the beast god into unleashing true fire. Are you aware of the power of this Wuxian Calamity Fire? Upon hearing this, the bull demon felt a jolt of dread. Previously, he had dared to challenge the beast god, believing the beast god would show restraint due to their shared kinship. The scar he bore was merely a result of his own blunder, a gash inflicted by his own blade. But if the beast god were to unleash the Wuxian Calamity Fire, it signified that he was truly intent on killing. At this moment, the bull demon found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Surrendering was not an option, yet refusing would lead to being consumed by the formless Calamity Fire. Just then, Yin Wuxia deftly maneuvered the little monkey, leaping into the air with a fist imbued with the formless Calamity Fire. Aiming directly at the bull demon, in that critical instant, a voice rang out, shouting, Yin Wuxia, I will kill you. It was the possessed Xiaochen, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, emerging from the shadows, wielding a gigantic ruler infused with demonic energy. poised to strike Yin Wuxia. Yin Wuxia felt a jolt of apprehension. Controlling the little monkey to block Xiao Chen would undoubtedly endanger his own body, regardless of whether Xiao Chen lived or died. Yet, to allow Xiao Chen to attack would mean certain injury, if not death, for him, given Xiao Chen's newfound strength after succumbing to darkness. Just as time seemed to hang in the balance, the little monkey's formless calamity, fire abruptly extinguished. Coinciding with the fleeting moment when the magic seed's influence faded, causing the little monkey to leap directly into the bull demon's embrace. Meanwhile, having regained control over his own body, Yin Wuxia wasted no time. He swiftly turned, unleashing the full might of the Jinyu Xianjing, causing countless chains to erupt in a chaotic web, forming an impenetrable barrier to intercept Xiao Chen's assault. After halting Xiao Chen's strike, the chains swiftly reconfigured into a spherical prison, ensnaring Xiao Chen's form, leaving only his head exposed. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the bull demon, the other strange beasts, and even Zhang Qiushui and Chu Shi, who stood beside Yin Wuxia, momentarily stunned. The bull demon grasped the little monkey, his expression fraught with confusion. He could not comprehend why the beast god had ceased his advance the moment the formless calamity fire approached. The little monkey, grinning widely with wide eyes, pointed at the remaining meat on the altar and exclaimed, "Meat, meat!" Upon witnessing this, Tiana chuckled, "Bull demon, do you not understand the beast god's intention? He simply desires a piece of meat as an act of reconciliation." Upon hearing this, the bull demon bowed his head solemnly, declaring, "Beast god, the bull demon submits. From this day forth, I shall serve you loyally and unconditionally." With that, the bull demon leaped down from the altar and offered a piece of meat to the little monkey. The little monkey sniffed it, glanced at Yin Wuxia, and remarked, "Raw, can't eat." "That's easily resolved." The bull demon laughed, channeling his energy through a long knife, rolling the meat upon it until a savory aroma wafted through the air. Meanwhile, Yin Wuxia, shaken and still reeling from the recent events, gazed at the imprisoned Xiao Chen, cursing himself internally for his negligence. How careless! He had nearly lost his life. The state induced by the magic seed could not be exited voluntarily, and he had almost allowed the already outmatched Xiao Chen to take advantage of him. He had relied on the system for too long, and today's near brush with death had taught him that despite its presence, this world remained fraught with peril, demanding unwavering vigilance. Seeing Xiao Chen's condition, Chu Shi furrowed her brow and stated, "He has indeed succumbed to darkness. It appears he has come drawn by the scent of blood." Zhang Qiushui, taken aback, exclaimed, "You mean he has succumbed to darkness, just like his grandfather? Where did you dispose of the magic seed?" As Zhang Qiushui spoke, she turned towards the group of beastmen, lowering her voice urgently. "Where did you cast away the magic seed?" He couldn't have discovered it on the road from the leopard eagle tribe to the winged tiger tribe. Yin Wuxia sighed, "Miss Chu, is there a way to dispel his demonic energy?" Chu Shi shook her head. "The descent into darkness is dependent on the flaws within one's heart." Xiao Sheng, in his quest for vengeance, was consumed by demonic energy for 100 years. And it was only then that my sect sent me to suppress his dark energy. Now, Xiao Chen, driven by the same desire for revenge, bears an even deeper obsession than Xiao Sheng's. At this, Zhang Qiushui drew her sword, her voice firm. "Though our bond is faded, I cannot bear to see him suffer thus. Allow me to end his torment." Just then, Mingyu emerged from the storage ring, interjecting, "Hold on, let me try." Zhang Qiushui sheathed her sword, and Mingyu produced a pill, stating, "This was originally intended to save another who had succumbed to darkness. Yet alas, circumstances have changed." With that, Mingyu placed the pill into Xiao Chen's mouth. Instantly, the purple demonic energy erupted from Xiao Chen, coalescing and lingering in the air, while a glimmer of clarity returned to his eyes. "Where am I?" Xiao Chen shook his head and surveyed his surroundings. Chapter 56. Manipulation of the Demonic Seed. Xiao Chen's desperate end seeing this. Yin Wuxia stepped forward, placing his hand upon the iron sphere, binding Xiao Chen while stealthily implanting a demonic seed within his body. Murmuring, "Xiao Chen, I am deeply sorry. Had it not been for my actions, you would not have been tainted by demonic energy." Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, regarded Yin Wuxia with confusion before his expression shifted dramatically. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, "It was you, Yin Wuxia." "Yes, it was I." Yin Wuxia sighed. This matter bears great weight, and I cannot say much that my error led to your corruption by demonic energy, should you wish to blame me. I will accept it willingly. Mingyu furrowed her brow, whispering to Jiang Qiushui, what does Yin Wuxia mean when he claims Shao Qin's corruption is linked to him? Jiang Qiushui glanced back at the group of strange beasts and replied softly. The magic seed was brought by the mighty Emperor Chu Pingfeng to threaten Wuxia, intending to weaken the beastmen. Wuxia, unable to bear it, discarded the magic seed, but who could have foreseen? Mingyu nodded in understanding. Turning her gaze back to Shao Chun, let us speak of this outside. Shao Chun, hearing this, sneered, Elder Mingyu, have you already sided with Yin Wuxia? Why do you not question the fact that he framed me? Using the demon god to lure me into hatching the magic seed. Luring you with the demon god? Yin Wuxia scoffed, when have I ever had the power to control the demon god? Shao Chun, my mistake allowed you to encounter the magic seed, but do not twist this into something it is not. Chu Shi, sensing the tension, interjected, Yin Wuxia did not leave the beastman's territory yesterday. How could he possibly have the means to manipulate the demon god against you? Moreover, after the demon god war, there are no surviving demon gods. How could one suddenly appear to tempt you? As Shao Chun faced a barrage of doubt from those around him, his anger surged. The demon god that I encountered explicitly revealed to me that it was controlled by him. From my understanding of the magic seed, what you saw was likely an illusion created by it. Did you not witness the so-called demon god only after shedding blood upon the magic seed? Shao Chen's expression turned perplexed at this revelation. That is precisely it. Chu Shi continued. Once the demonic energy infiltrates the body, it amplifies the obsessions and hatred within, leading the affected to perceive various illusions. Forgive my candor, Shao Chun, but your resolve appears alarmingly frail. I have never encountered such a deep descent into darkness as yours. Were it not for Elder Mingyu's potion, your demise would have been inevitable. Shao Chun, recalling Chu Shi's words, was haunted by the visage of the demon god transforming into Yin Wuxia, mocking him incessantly, murmuring, impossible, impossible. That figure must have been Yin Wuxia. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. I told you, everything is within my control. Shao Chen's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Yin Wuxia, only to see him wearing a troubled expression, shaking his head with a sigh. It is you. It must be you. Shao Chen could no longer contain his fury, shouting at Yin Wuxia, stop your pretense. Today, I will unveil your true nature. No sooner had he spoken than Shao Chen's gaze dulled, the demonic seed igniting, granting Yin Wuxia control over his body. Yin Wuxia directed Shao Chun to draw the giant ruler. Charging toward himself, Mingyu, incensed, shouted, enough. She swiftly positioned herself before Yin Wuxia, her fingertips striking Shao Chen's chest, releasing a surge of force. Yin Wuxia, manipulating Shao Chun, feigned rage as he glared at Mingyu. Even now, you choose to assist him. I have no master such as you. With that, he advanced once more, the giant ruler swinging menacingly toward Mingyu. The beastmen finally found their voice, declaring, villain, you have harmed many of our kin and still dare to commit violence at the altar of the gods. In unison, the beastmen erupted into a frenzy, their crimson energy flooding the canyon, surging toward Shao Chun. Yet, Yin Wuxia, controlling Shao Chun, showed no fear as he swung the giant ruler, infusing it with the essence of the Imu, divine fire. Sweeping toward the approaching beastmen, Mingyu could no longer restrain herself, whispering urgently, Shao Chun, cease this madness. Meanwhile, Chu Shi's brow furrowed in concern. She could still sense lingering traces of demonic energy within Shao Chun, and she spoke gravely. He still harbors some demonic energy that is yet to be purged, which incites his violent tendencies. What should we do? Mingyu inquired. There is no remedy. Can you concoct another potion to cleanse this residual demonic essence? It must rely on his own will to resist. Otherwise, that trace of demonic energy may ultimately lead to his loss of sanity or a return to darkness. Chu Shi replied solemnly. Mingyu, upon hearing this, turned to Shao Chun. Then it appears the burden falls solely upon him. As the orc warriors relentlessly besieged Shao Chun, he valiantly resisted amidst their onslaught. Under the control of Yin Wuxia, Shao Chun struck without an ounce of mercy. The presence of the Imu divine fire, making the orcs wary and hesitant to approach too closely, that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens, relying on the power of divine fire to oppress my dominion. Step aside. As the words fell, the leaders of the strange beasts leaped down from the altar, surrounding Shao Chun and declaring, "You have harmed the lives of my kin. Thus, you shall pay with your own life." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia was about to command Shao Chun to attack when the latter suddenly regained control of his body, having exhausted all his stored magical energy for the day. Shao Chun, dazed, looked up to see a multitude of towering beasts encircling him, his countenance shifting dramatically as he hastily inquired, "What do you intend to do? A life for a life. You slaughter my people. It is only just that you pay with yours," thundered Tianhe. Shao Chun's face paled at once, the memories of his actions while possessed by darkness hazy and dreamlike. Mingyu, witnessing this, quickly interjected. He was invaded by demonic energy, and his actions were not of his own volition. "Might you spare his life? And what of my kin who perished?" the bear-like creature replied sternly. Mingyu, realizing her position was precarious, turned to Yin Wuxia and implored, "Young Master Yin, could you intercede on Shao Chun's behalf?" Yin Wuxia, aware of Mingyu's lingering feelings for Shao Chun, replied earnestly, "Elder Mingyu, rest assured, I shall not allow them to harm Shao Chun." Taking a step forward, Yin Wuxia addressed the assembly. "I understand that Shao Chun's actions were egregious, yet he was indeed under the control of demonic energy and did not intend to slay the orcs. Could you, for my sake, grant him clemency?" Upon hearing this, Tianhe replied quietly, "Friend of the human race, I can consider your request. But what of these leaders? Will the families of the slain beasts grant you such leniency?" Yin Wuxia responded, "Shao Chun has but one life. Even if you seek retribution, he cannot repay it. However, I propose an idea, and I wonder if you might entertain it. What is it? Deprive him of his cultivation and let him labor within the orc tribe, constructing dwellings and tending livestock, never to set foot beyond the 10,000 mountains, as recompense for his misdeeds. How does this sound?" Yin Wuxia stated solemnly. Shao Chun, upon hearing this, was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "I would rather die this very moment." "You have no choice," retorted Niuemo, descending swiftly and casting a binding spell upon Shao Chun, declaring, "This spell will ensure your life is spared. Even if others wish to kill you, they will be unable to do so. And you cannot take your own life either. You shall dutifully repay your debt within the orc tribe." "Wait," Mingyu interjected, looking at Yin Wuxia. "Young Master Yin, Shao Chun still harbors the Imu Divine Fire. Please use your Source Divine Fire to take it away." Upon hearing this, Shao Chun was horrified, glaring at Mingyu and shouting, "Mingyu, are you still my master? You are casting stones while I am in a pit." "I loathe you," Mingyu bit her lip, ignoring Shao Chun's tirade, casting a helpless glance at Yin Wuxia. "Did I understand?" Yin Wuxia sighed, "I believe he will eventually grasp your intentions." With that, Yin Wuxia soared into the air, summoning his Source Divine Fire to hover before him. The flames began to draw upon one another, and soon a verdant flame erupted from within Shao Chun's body, drawn forth by the power of the Source Divine Fire. Observing this, Yin Wuxia swiftly used his Source Divine Fire to engulf the Imu Divine Fire, intertwining the green flame with the golden essence of the melting sand fire. "I detest you, Yin Wuxia. Mingyu, Jiang Qiushui, I hate you all. Do not let me escape, or I shall ensure your demise." Shao Chun's furious shouts echoed louder and louder. Niuemo, witnessing this, raised his hand and commanded, "Take him away." The orc leaders promptly escorted Shao Chun out of the canyon. Mingyu watched with tears streaming down her face as Shao Chun was led away. In her eyes, the transgressions he had committed warranted 10 deaths. Yet if he retained the divine fire, should he ever escape from the 10,000 mountains, the calamity he could unleash might endanger both the orc tribe and the chaotic ancient empire. Yin Wuxia, however, was filled with delight at having acquired the Imu Divine Fire, further advancing his own Source Divine Fire. Niuemo, glancing at the small monkey in his hand, asked, "Lord Beast God, do you wish to eat?" The little monkey waved his hand, clutching his belly, and replied, "I'm full." Tianhe chuckled. "Niuemo, have you turned over a new leaf? Would you like me to share some of the tribe's members with you, so you can also become a leader?" Niuemo cast a sidelong glance at Tianhe, saying, "Did you not call me the evil god? In that case, I shall continue to act as the evil god, punishing those tribe members who have erred, thereby serving the Lord Beast God. Moreover, I shall lead the remaining beasts who have not allied with the Beast God to form a supervisory team. Should any of you tribal leaders transgress the laws of the Lord Beast God again, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Upon hearing this, Chushi's expression changed dramatically, and she whispered to Yin Wuxia, "This is dire. Nyomo's submission has only united these beasts further, that if they were to launch an assault on the chaotic ancient continent in the future, what shall we do?" Yin Wuxia smiled reassuringly and replied, "Do not fret." He then turned to the now spherical demon fetus and addressed the strange beasts. "My dear friends of the beast tribe, may I take this demon fetus? I wish to investigate its origins." "What is there to investigate?" Neo-Mo retorted with a scoff. "It is well known that the demon fetus originates from the demon Buddha kingdom. This matter lies between our beast tribe and the demon Buddha kingdom. You need not concern yourselves." Yin Wuxia shook his head. "No, this demon fetus is one I brought with me." The assembly gasped in shock, and Chushi exclaimed in astonishment, "Young Master Yin." Yin Wuxia raised his hand to silence Chushi and continued, "The reason I seek to investigate is to ascertain how this demon fetus came to be present in our chaotic ancient continent. But to be candid, my purpose in venturing to the 10,000 Mountains was to fulfill the Emperor's command to investigate the origins of this demon fetus." "What nonsense! The demon god's chaos is known to all. You come to the 10,000 Mountains to investigate the origins of the demon fetus. Do you think our beast tribe would send the demon fetus to your chaotic ancient continent?" Tianhe, now visibly angered, interjected. Yin Wuxia shook his head. "This is a well-known fact, and I need not investigate it further. However, I must ascertain where the demon fetus in the chaotic ancient continent originated from. And I must conduct this investigation myself. But as it stands, it is indeed implausible for the beast tribe to be involved. It appears I have erred in my assumptions." The strange beast erupted into derisive laughter. "You people from the chaotic ancient empire are simply too paranoid. If we, the beast tribe, had any designs against the chaotic ancient continent, why would we engage in such underhanded schemes?" Yin Wuxia nodded in agreement. "With your words, I can confidently report back to the Emperor, hoping that our two races can maintain everlasting peace and support one another. You aided our Lord Beast God in awakening. That is a great favor to our beast tribe. I can assure you, as long as you live, our beast tribe will not launch an attack on the chaotic ancient continent," Neo-Mo declared. Yin Wuxia, upon hearing this, smiled broadly. "I thank you all for granting me this favor. Since the matter has concluded satisfactorily, I shall take my leave." However, upon hearing that Yin Wuxia intended to depart, the little monkey seemed to sense something and immediately leaped from Neo-Mo's grasp. Bounding onto Yin Wuxia's shoulder, grasping his hair, and climbing to the top of his head, waving at the assembly of strange beasts with an expression of sheer delight. "Lord Beast God, you cannot go with them," Tianhe urged anxiously. Yet the little monkey tilted its head, completely ignoring Tianhe. The strange beasts exchanged glances, bewildered. Neo-Mo spoke gravely. "If the Lord Beast God wishes to depart, let him do so that he is still young. Exploring the world to broaden his horizons is a good thing. Were you not all capable of transforming into human form and traversing the continent in your youth?" But the strange beast hesitated. But Neo-Mo waved his hand, transforming into a robust man over 2 meters tall, asserting, "Rest assured, I will accompany the Lord Beast God and ensure his safety." This should suffice, no? Yin Wuxia was elated at this prospect. With the demon heart seed within him, the presence of the little monkey Lord Beast God was a formidable weapon, the only drawback being the limited time of its manifestation. Now, with Neo-Mo accompanying him, he had secured a powerful protector of the 5th-rank saint. However, Neo-Mo cast a cold glance at Yin Wuxia, warning, "Boy, do not think I am unaware of your intentions, that I am solely responsible for the safety of the Lord Beast God and will not serve as your free enforcer." Yin Wuxia chuckled. "That goes without saying. I merely fear that in the end, you may find yourself unable to act as you wish." With matters resolved, the sky darkened, and the group began to make their way out of the canyon. Outside the canyon, Xiaochen had already been taken away by the orc soldiers, while the leaders awaited Yin Wuxia and his companions. Upon seeing them emerge, they promptly said, "Esteemed guests, the night has fallen. Why not rest at our tribe for a while?" Chapter 58. Roya's quiet arrival and the encounter with enemies. Upon hearing the words, everyone nodded in agreement. Although the majority of the beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains do not attack humans proactively due to the restraint of the beast god, there exists a minority that is different that to prevent any troubles. The group chose to stay, put that Mingyu's mood remained somewhat despondent. After numerous attempts at consolation from Jiang Qiushui, she was finally persuaded to retreat into her spatial ring for the time being. Chu Shi, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, this journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains seemed destined to claim numerous lives, yet it was surprisingly resolved effortlessly by Yin Wuxia in just a matter of days. Of course, the most jubilant among them was Yin Wuxia, who lay comfortably in bed, while the beast god, the little monkey, had already fallen into a deep slumber. This expedition to the 10,000 Great Mountains had yielded considerable rewards for him. On the surface, he had gained nearly 20,000 villain points, acquired the magic heart secret technique, enhanced his primordial divine fire, and even secured the aid of the beast god along with a seemingly invincible ally. At that moment, a knock echoed from his door, prompting Yin Wuxia to call out, "Come in." The door swung open, and bathed in the moonlight, he was astonished to see none other than Princess Roya standing before him. "Mr. Yin, you are leaving tomorrow. I came to see you," Princess Roya spoke softly. "Thank you for your concern, Princess Roya." Yin Wuxia replied hastily. "Will you return?" she inquired. "Well, I should," Yin Wuxia replied with a smile. "My home is in the northern regions of the Chaos Ancient Empire." "Not too far from here." Princess Roya's eyes brightened. "Really?" "Of course," he affirmed. At that moment, a sudden jolt of realization struck him. Could it be that Princess Roya had developed feelings for him? It had only been a short while since their acquaintance. Yet there was no denying her beauty. Just then, Princess Roya extended her hand and presented him with a bracelet, saying, "Mr. Yin, I know we come from different worlds, but I hope you will always remember Roya. Remember that there is a friend named Roya in the 10,000 Great Mountains." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia smiled and assured her, "Princess Roya, rest assured, I will remember you. I shall never forget," with a nod. Princess Roya dashed out of the room. Yin Wuxia felt the warmth of the bracelet in his hand and let out a sigh. "You young men are quite fortunate. Here you are accompanied by two lovely ladies. And you even managed to captivate one of our Beast Clan's maidens." At that moment, a voice resonated from above. It was Nyo Mo, lounging on the beam of the room. "But that's to be expected. After all, you are a man." Yin Wuxia scoffed dismissively. "Don't overthink it. Point one of them is indeed my fiancé, but the other is merely a friend." "A friend, you say? Friends don't gaze at each other so intimately." Nyo Mo retorted with a sneer. "All right, even if she is just a friend, what about that girl named Roya from the Leopard Eagle tribe? She has simply misjudged her affections. That is not my fault." Yin Wuxia replied. "You fool. She gave you a bracelet." Nyo Mo scoffed. "Yes, and so what? For a woman from the Beast Clan, giving her bracelet to a man signifies a vow of fidelity for life. It is a traditional declaration of loyalty made by the bride during marriage. The man, in turn, offers a lock of his hair, symbolizing his unwavering commitment to the relationship." Nyo Mo explained with a grin. "Regardless of whether you accept it or not, she will not marry anyone else." At Nyo Mo's words, Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed slightly, and he lay back down. "Why do you show no reaction at all?" Nyo Mo asked, somewhat irritated. "She is still young. She will encounter many people in the future." Yin Wuxia replied. "How can you be so certain she won't develop feelings for someone else?" "I'm merely offering a word of caution. How you interpret it is up to you." Nyo Mo huffed. "I'm going to sleep." Yin Wuxia fell silent, his mind lingering on Nyo Mo's words as he gradually drifted off to sleep. The following day, after Yin Wuxia awoke, he found that the members of the Leopard Eagle tribe had already departed before dawn, as informed by the leader of the Elephant tribe. Hearing this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Nyo Mo leaned in, asking, "Feeling dejected now?" Yin Wuxia shot him a glare, that if you keep talking so much, you might as well go back to where you came from. Nyo Mo shrugged. The leader of the Elephant tribe brought forth several horses, which resembled regular horses but with a striking black and white pattern, and their trunks were elongated like those of elephants. Riding these half-horse, half-elephant beasts, they swiftly approached the vicinity of the Leopard Eagle tribe. To Yin Wuxia's astonishment, upon inquiry, he learned that these creatures, a hybrid of zebra and elephant, were called elephantine horses, a variant from the elephant tribe. This mutation had surprisingly made the elephantine horse one of the fastest beasts among all tribes. Historically utilized as mounts for battle, aside from their inability to fly, their capabilities were truly exceptional as they neared the Leopard Eagle tribe. Yin Wuxia hesitated but ultimately decided against visiting, turning to ride the elephantine horse onward. Continuing his gallop beyond the 10,000 great mountains that in the foliage of the jungle, Princess Roya's visage was faintly visible as she silently watched Yin Wuxia depart. Soon, they exited the 10,000 great mountains, with the leader of the elephant tribe returning with the elephantine horses, while Yin Wuxia and his companions resumed their journey towards the northern frontier. Glancing back at the 10,000 great mountains, Yin Wuxia spoke softly. "Miss Chu, there's something I would like to ask of you." "What is it?" Chu, she inquired. "Once we reach the imperial capital, please refrain from mentioning that the little monkey is the beast god." Yin Wuxia implored. "Tio, share this with you. The emperor is exceedingly suspicious and ruthless. If he discovers that the little monkey is the beast god, he will stop at nothing to control it. I wish to avoid unnecessary troubles. Does he dare?" Neo Mo stated with conviction that as long as I am here, who would dare to lay a finger on the beast god? Yet Yin Wuxia replied with a cold chuckle. "What is there that he would not dare? The imperial capital is fortified with the strongest barriers of the Chaos Ancient Empire. I do not underestimate your status, even if you were merely a fifth-rank sage. The Emperor's prowess will diminish by 30% once the barriers are activated. Furthermore, the Emperor Chu Pingfeng is himself a third-rank emperor, and the Chu family has several ancient sages among their ranks. To them, you, a mere fifth-rank sage beast, would be seen merely as material for alchemy and crafting. If I were to risk my life, he would not find it any easier." Neo Mo expressed his dissatisfaction. "I refuse to accept that." Chu Shi nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "However, this matter cannot be kept under wraps for long, as my uncles and aunts have eyes everywhere, I understand, which is why I have decided to leave after reporting back to the imperial capital." Yin Wuxia affirmed, "Yes, that's so. I understand," Chu Shi said, her expression tinged with melancholy, yet she nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, I will never utter a word of this." Just then, Neo Mo interjected with a sudden cold laugh. "Let us postpone the chit-chat. It seems we have company." Chapter 59. The hunter's leader and a renewed threat. As Neo Mo's words fell, several figures emerged from the nearby woods, clad in the attire of the Hunter's Guild. The leader, carrying a long spear on his back, approached Yin Wuxia with a grin. "Young master of the prison-suppressing king, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Yin Wuxia, sensing the situation, replied in a somber tone. "Since when did the Hunter's Guild grow so bold as to appear before me uninvited?" The man chuckled. "In the eyes of the Hunter's Guild, there are only two types of people, those with business and those without. Ordinarily, as the young master of the prison-suppressing king, we would have little business to discuss. However, that is no longer the case." "Oh," Yin Wuxia scoffed, "are you suggesting that we have business to conduct?" "Indeed," the man replied with a smile. "Someone is willing to pay for your life. Initially, this was a transaction between him and me, but the terms were not quite suitable to as business people. We are solely motivated by profit. If you can offer a higher price, I would not hesitate to sell his life to you." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia chuckled. "You must be referring to Yang Qiyun, correct?" "Indeed, young Master Yin is quite astute. Brother Yang had previously collaborated with our Hunter's Guild, and with several of our brothers missing, this debt naturally falls upon your shoulders. However, since you are the young master of the prison-suppressing king, should our partnership succeed, this debt will be wiped clean, and I could also assist you in dealing with Yang Qian. What do you think?" Realizing the man's intentions, Yin Wuxia smiled and said, "You want me to turn a blind eye to your dealings in the future? Is that it?" The man laughed heartily. "No wonder you are called the young master of the prison-suppressing king. But do not worry. Once we begin our collaboration, the Hunter's Guild will ensure you receive your share of benefits. Each year, the guild will provide you with this sum." He extended 5 fingers. Yin Wuxia, however, merely scoffed. "I know your identity. How can I trust your words?" The man turned to the members of the Hunter's Guild beside him. "Tell young Master Yin who I am." "Young Master Yin, this is our guild's third-in-command, known as the Nine-Eyed Raccoon, who has been sent by the guild's leader to negotiate collaboration with you." The Nine-Eyed Fox chuckled and remarked, "I wonder if this identity is worthy of discussing this business with young Master Yin." Yin Wuxia smiled faintly and replied, "It is worthy, but I shall not engage in this business." Upon hearing this, the Nine-Eyed Fox's expression darkened, and he forced a smile as he inquired, "Oh, is it because the price does not meet your satisfaction?" Yin Wuxia shook his head, looking into the eyes of the Nine-Eyed Fox and said, "No, It is simply that I have no interest in your business whatsoever. Yin Wuxia, the nine-eyed fox exclaimed furiously, cooperating with you is a favor. Do not refuse a toast, and instead drink a punishment. Yin Wuxia smiled slightly, unfastened his black gold cloak, and handed it to Jiang Qiushui, stating, for you scoundrels, I consume no wine, and you dare to negotiate business with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Wuxia raised his hand, and several chains swiftly ensnared the subordinates of the nine-eyed fox. Yet the nine-eyed fox remained unperturbed, exuding a powerful aura that instantly sent the chains flying away. Quite impressive. Yin Wuxia furrowed his brow as he activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, discovering that the nine-eyed fox possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the third rank of the Wangxian realm. The nine-eyed fox drew a long spear from his back and pointed it at Yin Wuxia, declaring, Yin Wuxia, since you refuse to cooperate, today I shall show you who can be provoked and who cannot. Once I capture you, I believe your father will have no choice but to acquiesce to my business. As he spoke, the nine-eyed fox shook the spear, its tip darting toward Yin Wuxia like a meteor, accompanied by a chilling aura that froze the very grass and trees in its path. Observing this, Yin Wuxia concentrated his divine fire, flipped his palm, and deflected the spear's momentum while countering with a strike infused with divine fire. Surging toward the nine-eyed fox, the nine-eyed fox retreated swiftly, the spear spinning like a windmill, unleashing a frigid wind that froze the ground beneath Yin Wuxia, binding his boots to the ice. Seeing this, Jiang Qiushui attempted to rush to his aid, but Niu Mo restrained her, saying, Do not fret. That lad can handle this minor matter. Just watch. Jiang Qiushui complied, her gaze filled with anxiety as she observed the battle between Yin Wuxia and the nine-eyed fox. The nine-eyed fox lunged forward with a spear aimed directly at Yin Wuxia, the chilling force attacking him before the spear even drew near. Yet, Yin Wuxia scoffed, releasing his energy, which combined with the divine fire, melted the ice beneath him, that he then waved his hand, conjuring 3 black gates to intercept the spear's trajectory. The nine-eyed fox, undeterred, thrust the spear forward, piercing through the 3 black gates effortlessly, with a flick of his spear. The gates dissipated in a dark mist. At that moment, the nine-eyed fox suddenly realized that behind the gates lay nothing but emptiness, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Feeling an intense heat at his back, he turned to find Yin Wuxia wielding divine fire, now standing right before him. Alarm surged within the nine-eyed fox. He rotated his spear to block the fiery strike. Boom! The spear shattered into 2 segments. And leveraging that force, the nine-eyed fox swiftly retreated. Though the flames singed his clothing, that in an instant he vanished, leaving only his smoldering garments behind, reappearing several dozen meters away, a method reminiscent of Yang Qiyun's escape technique. Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed. He must capture him and extract detailed information about this technique. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance. Stop! Yang Qiyun appeared, grasping another individual while accompanied by another. They flew forth, positioning themselves before the nine-eyed fox. Yin Wuxia's brows knitted in concern, recognizing the figure beside Yang Qiyun as Gu'er, the son of the Beastman tribe's fortune, whose arm had been severed by Yin Wuxia earlier. The individual in Yang Qiyun's grasp was none other than Princess Luo Ye. Third Master, I warned you that Yin Wuxia would not cooperate. Yang Qiyun spoke sternly. Now do you believe me? Fortunately, you have established contact with Gu'er. Otherwise, I would have perished at the hands of this lad. The nine-eyed fox sneered. Yang Qiyun chuckled coldly, directing his gaze at Yin Wuxia. Yin Wuxia, if you wish to keep this Beastman girl who has secretly followed you safe, you will step aside obediently. Otherwise, she will perish before your very eyes. Chapter 60. The Divine Medicine Bait. The rescue of Luo Ye. Seeing this, Yin Wuxia halted, his expression grim as he glared at Yang Qiyun. Very well, I shall not move, but you must release her. No, you cannot, Gu'er exclaimed urgently. You promised that Princess Luo Ye is mine. Without hesitation, Yin Wuxia waved his hand, and chains ensnared Gu'er like a venomous serpent, drawing him toward Yin Wuxia, that I never expected even the Beastman tribe would harbor such traitors. Yin Wuxia seized Gu'er by the head, lifting him aloft. Yang Qiyun exchanges life for Luo Ye. Yang Qiyun shrugged, having remained unresponsive since Yin Wuxia's sudden attack on Gu'er. He now regarded Yin Wuxia with disdain. Kill him if you wish. I do not care. Princess Luoya is my trump card. If I hand her over to you, we are as good as dead. Yin Wuxia, incensed, lunged at Yang Qiyun, but as Yang Qiyun tightened his grip on Luoya's neck, she gasped in pain. Yin Wuxia immediately retreated, furrowing his brow. What exactly do you want? I want nothing. Yang Qiyun sneered. Did I understand you? You are meticulous, and extracting any advantage from you is akin to climbing the heavens. The Hunters Guild actually thinks they can cooperate with you. What a farce. Yin Wuxia regarded Yang Qiyun with a smile. Engaging in trade with me is not as difficult as you presume. That I can make you an offer right now. Release Luoya, and I will provide you with a medicine to restore your soul. What do you say? As he spoke, Yin Wuxia expended 10,000 villain points to acquire a pill, declaring, this pill is called Soul Return. It repairs all soul damage. Surely, you require it. Yang Qiyun burst into laughter. Do you take me for a fool? How could you possibly possess a soul-repairing medicine? Xiao Qin's master is with me. If you doubt me, let her verify. Yin Wuxia gestured toward Jiang Qiushui, understanding his intention. She summoned Mingyu, who had been in seclusion within her ring. Upon appearing, Mingyu was momentarily bewildered, but accepted the pill from Yin Wuxia, exclaiming in shock, this medicine. Elder Mingyu, is this pill indeed a remedy for soul restoration? Yin Wuxia inquired solemnly. Mingyu, astonished, was uncertain of Xiao Qin's intent, yet recognized the pill's potential to restore soul damage. That I have never seen this medicine before, but based on its aroma and medicinal properties, it seems beneficial for the soul. Even if it cannot completely restore soul damage, it would certainly enhance soul strength. Where did you acquire this? Mingyu marveled. Yin Wuxia refrained from answering, turning to Yang Qiyun. What do you think? Elder Mingyu hails from the Medicine King Valley. Surely, you can trust her now. How do I know you two are not colluding? Yang Qiyun retorted with a cold laugh, his gaze fixated on the pill in Mingyu's hand. What a joke. My disciples from the Medicine King Valley value medicine more than their own lives. They would never offer a harmful potion to the injured. I swear this on my soul, Mingyu asserted. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, Yang Qiyun's expression flickered with hesitation that if the pill truly restored the soul, he could recover his strength, making it impossible for both Luoya and Yin Wuxia to escape his grasp. Yet could he genuinely trust Yin Wuxia? After pondering for a moment, Yang Qiyun suppressed his excitement, stating solemnly, Yin Wuxia, you are quite impressive. You have made me waver so easily. However, precisely because of this, I shall trust you no longer. The pill shall remain with you for now. If you wish to exchange it for Luoya, bring it to the Hunters Guild headquarters. I shall grant you 1 month. I believe you will find your way here. Or else Princess Luoya's life will no longer be in my hands. With that, Yang Qiyun and the nine-eyed fox transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. Yin Wuxia quickly scanned Yang Qiyun's last known position, noting he had already appeared several dozen miles away, a greater distance than before. This indicated that Yang Qiyun's strength was still on the rise. The heirs of fortune truly should not be underestimated. In such a brief time apart, their powers had advanced significantly. Noticing the furrowed brow of Yin Wuxia, Jiang Qiushui hastened to reassure him. Wuxia, do not worry too much, since he granted you a month's time. Luo, you will surely be safe during this period. We must simply find the whereabouts of the Hunters Guild as soon as possible. I understand. Yin Wuxia nodded and said, I shall pursue them now. Miss Qiushui, I entrust the matter of reporting to the Great Emperor to you. No, I must accompany you. Jiang Qiushui exclaimed hastily. This is not a leisure trip. Yin Wuxia furrowed his brows immediately. Since Yang Qiyun dared to invite me to the Hunters Guild, it indicates they are well prepared that I cannot allow you to tread in danger. Then will it not be dangerous if you go alone? Jiang Qiushui retorted, I am not alone. Yin Wuxia smiled as he pointed at the bull demon. I have him. Upon hearing this, the bull demon snorted coldly and said, I have stated before, I am solely responsible for the safety of the beast god. Yin Wuxia chuckled, turned to Jiang Qiushui, took her hand, and said, Rest assured and wait for me at home. When I return, we shall wed. Jiang Qiushui gazed at Yin Wuxia, finally unable to withstand his gentle persuasion, and whispered, You must return, that if you do not, I will come looking for you, indeed. Yin Wuxia nodded. Mingyu, witnessing the exchange, interjected, Young Master Yin, allow me to accompany you as well. I can be of some assistance. Having Elder Mingyu along would indeed be advantageous. Yin Wuxia replied with a smile. Jiang Qiushui then removed her storage ring and handed it to Yin Wuxia. Receiving the ring, Yin Wuxia said solemnly, "Take good care of yourself, that I am off with that." Yin Wuxia leaped into the sky. Ming Yu and the bull demon followed suit. As Jiang Qiushui watched them depart, she sighed and said, "Miss Chu, let us be on our way." Chu Shi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the bull demon followed Yin Wuxia and said, "Kid, did you not claim to have no feelings for Luya? Why then are you risking your life to save her?" Yin Wuxia glanced at the bull demon and replied, "No feelings refers to romantic sentiments. As a friend, it is only right that I save her." The bull demon scoffed, "I see you've taken a liking to her." Yin Wuxia chose not to respond. Observing this, Ming Yu suddenly flew into the storage ring and asked curiously, "Young Master Yin, may I inquire where you obtained that pill?" Yin Wuxia had anticipated Ming Yu's inquiry and promptly replied, "The medicine was discovered in the great emperor's tomb. To be honest, I am unaware of its effects, which is why I hinted at it with words. However, it is indeed a pill beneficial for the soul." Ming Yu spoke solemnly. Chapter 61. The Northwest Region, the Tidal Sea Clan, is that so? Yin Wuxia chuckled. "What a remarkable coincidence. By the way, Elder Ming Yu, I recall you also require medicine to mend your soul. Do you not?" Ming Yu, taken aback, then smiled wryly. "Indeed, but this medicine is of little use to me, that if one day my soul weakens to the extreme, it may be beneficial. But for now, its effects are minimal." Yin Wuxia nodded, realizing that he had hastily exchanged the medicine, and if Ming Yu were to use it, he would truly be reluctant to part with it, especially considering the cultivation he had obtained from exchanging 10,000 villain points was sufficient to elevate him by 3 or 4 ranks. In the system's monitoring, Yang Qiyun was fleeing towards the northwestern region, occasionally pausing only for brief moments. After 2 days of pursuit, they found themselves in a remote area near the border of the northern and western regions, where signs of human habitation were scarce due to the dryness of the western region. Yin Wuxia and the bull demon arrived at a small restaurant to rest and replenish their supplies of food and water. Although the bull demon generally did not eat, when he did, he could consume enough to satisfy 3 or 5 people. Yin Wuxia casually ordered some meat, and they began to eat. "Yin, I've always been curious. How have you managed to track that kid's whereabouts so precisely?" the bull demon asked in surprise. "Could it be that you, like us beastmen, can rely on your sense of smell?" Yin Wuxia smiled and replied, "You could say that. If that is the case, why not just chase after him directly?" the bull demon inquired. "Because I have no means to deal with him," Yin Wuxia said candidly. "His escape method is rather tricky. Pursuing him directly would alert him. I plan to ascertain the Hunters Guild's exact location before making my move." As they conversed, a small monkey remained on the table, happily tearing off bits of meat and stuffing them into its mouth. 2 men at a nearby table exchanged glances and approached Yin Wuxia, saying, "This young man looks unfamiliar. You are not from around here, are you?" Sensing their intent, Yin Wuxia smiled slightly and poured himself a cup of tea, softly stating, "I hail from the imperial capital." "Ah, noble from the imperial capital." The 2 men laughed. "Seeing you with that little monkey, it's clear you possess discerning taste. Might I inquire if you are interested in something novel?" "Novel?" Yin Wuxia asked, puzzled. "May we speak privately?" The 2 men smiled and gestured for Yin Wuxia and the bull demon to follow them. Yin Wuxia exchanged a glance with the bull demon, then stood, tossing 100 crystal coins onto the table before leaving the restaurant with the 2 men. The men led Yin Wuxia and the bull demon around the small town until they arrived at a secluded house. Speaking in hushed tones, one of them said, "Gentlemen, what I am about to show you is quite extraordinary, so I wish to make a few points clear if you find it to your liking. Please make a reasonable offer, that if not, kindly refrain from spreading the word. I understand that disrupting one's financial prospects is akin to taking away a parent's life," Yin Wuxia said with a smile. The 2 men then exchanged glances, opened the door, and led Yin Wuxia and the bull demon inside. The room was small and sparsely furnished, appearing seldom inhabited, with dust settled in various corners. In the corner stood a screen, and the 2 men guided Yin Wuxia to it, saying, "Please, gentlemen." Yin Wuxia and the bull demon walked around the screen and were immediately taken aback by the sight before them. Behind the screen was a wooden bathtub, in which a frail-looking woman was reclining, half closing her eyes. Her long hair floated in the water, almost filling the bathtub, and she was nearly bare, with only a scrap of cloth covering her most private areas. What shocked them the most was that the bathtub revealed half of a fish tail, Observing Yin Wuxia's astonished expression, the two men exclaimed, "What do you think? A genuine mermaid from the Tidal Sea clan? This is indeed a rare treasure." The bull demon snorted coldly, ready to speak, when he noticed Yin Wuxia gently patting his arm. Yin Wuxia smiled and said, "You two are truly remarkable, managing to procure a mermaid. May I ask how much you wish for her?" The two men exchanged glances and rubbed their hands together, saying, "To be honest, this mermaid was originally destined for the Demon Buddha Kingdom, but the journey has proven too arduous for her. She cannot endure the lack of water, making it difficult to transport her any further west. If you do not mind, she can be yours for 100,000 crystal coins." "Are you saying she is on the verge of death?" Yin Wuxia frowned and inquired. "Not at all," the two men quickly replied. "The Tidal Sea clan draws power from the ocean, that if she is continuously provided with seawater, we would have difficulty controlling her. Thus, we have only given her a small amount of salt water to sustain her life. She merely struggles with fresh water, which is why she appears so weak that if you buy her, simply add some salt to the bathtub, and she will regain her vitality." Yin Wuxia nodded and pondered for a moment before asking, "May I inquire about something I am uncertain about?" "Please, go ahead. The Tidal Sea clan resides in the Southern Sea. Why did you not transport her directly from the southwest to the Demon Buddha Kingdom, instead of taking the longer route from the Southern Sea to the northwest?" Yin Wuxia questioned. The two men exchanged glances and whispered, "This matter concerns a secret we are not privy to, so we cannot disclose much to you." Seeing their reluctance to answer, Yin Wuxia shifted the topic. "If I purchase her, how will you explain it to the Demon Buddha Kingdom?" "You need not worry about that. We have another caravan that supplies goods. This is merely an extra." Yin Wuxia smiled and said, "Very well. Quite impressive. So, are you willing to make the purchase?" the two men asked eagerly. "I had not anticipated that the Hunters Guild would extend its reach not only to the 10,000 Great Mountains, but also to the Tidal Sea clan." Yin Wuxia sneered, "Indeed. You are quite impressive. What did you say?" The two men were taken aback, drawing short daggers from their waists and demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Yin Wuxia coldly laughed, "I'm the one who sends you on your way." With a wave of his hand, he summoned a portal, and the hands of the underworld reached through, instantly seizing the two men and dragging them into the portal, leaving behind only their daggers. The mermaid seemed to sense something, slightly opening her eyes to glance at Yin Wuxia before closing them once more. Yin Wuxia then summoned Mingyu and said solemnly, "Elder Mingyu, please guard this place while I fetch some salt." Mingyu nodded, assuring him, "Do not worry." Yin Wuxia pondered for a moment, casually picking up the two short blades from the ground, and leaped away. Chapter 62. Capturing the Hunter, the Genius of Misty Huayan. Yin Wuxia purchased some salt, but did not return directly. Instead, he took the two blades to the archway outside the town, channeling his energy to embed the short swords atop the archway. A day prior, the system's tracking of Yang Qian had abruptly ceased, much like it had with Xiaoqun before him. Perhaps he had ventured into some secret realm or barrier. This was a ploy to lure the Hunters Guild into revealing themselves. Upon returning to the room, he found Mingyu sustaining the life of the Tidal Sea tribe woman with her inner strength. Yin Wuxia promptly dissolved the salt and poured it into the water. The woman's complexion gradually improved, and after a moment, she opened her eyes, gazing at Yin Wuxia as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." Yin Wuxia nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "No need for such formalities. Typically, your Tidal Sea tribe resides in the deep sea. How did you come to be captured?" The woman replied, "My name is Bai-Ro, that I am a maidservant to Princess Muse, the third princess of the Tidal Sea tribe. The princess was merely playing by the shore when she encountered a group of people who captured her, that I, in our attempt to rescue her, we maidservants were also seized and brought ashore." Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia's brows furrowed deeply as he spoke solemnly. "Are you saying that the mermaid princess has been captured?" Bai-Ro nodded, saying, "Yes. I heard them say she was to be taken to the Demon Buddha Kingdom. But for some reason, they separated me from the princess along the way and attempted to sell us. Originally, several of us maidservants and guards were sold, and I alone, being too weak, was brought here." Yin Wuxia frowned and asked, "Was the princess not with you from the beginning?" "Indeed," Bai-Ro confirmed. Yin Wuxia contemplated for a moment before a cold smile appeared on his face. "What a clever tactic to divert the waters." "What do you mean?" Neo Mo inquired, puzzled. Mingyu reflected for a moment and said, The young master means that the Hunters Guild deliberately used these maidservants to distract the Sea Tribe, making them believe the princess was not with them. Not only that, Yen Wuxia replied gravely that if I am not mistaken, they also aim to make the tidal Sea Tribe believe that the Chaos Ancient Empire has acquired the princess. At that point, the tidal Sea Tribe will undoubtedly retaliate, seeking to reclaim her. Even if they exhaust their national strength, they will likely find no trace of her, as she has already been transported to the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Ming Yu, astonished, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that they wish to incite war between the tidal Sea Tribe and the Chaos Ancient Empire?" Yen Wuxia scoffed. "I fear it is not just the tidal Sea Tribe. Even the abduction of Luo Ye and the appeasement of the Demon Buddha Kingdom are part of this scheme. Their goal is for the Orcs, the tidal Sea Tribe, and the Demon Buddha Kingdom to simultaneously wage war against the Chaos Ancient Empire." Niao Mo disdainfully glanced at Yen Wuxia and remarked, "They cannot be blamed. It is your Chaos Ancient Empire that is so contemptible. Otherwise, why would they bother to purchase our Orc tribe's ruling clan and the merfolk of the tidal kingdom?" Yen Wuxia retorted with a cold laugh. Such is the nature of those aristocratic sects, brazen and heedless of the law. Moreover, in these past 2 years, Chu Pingfeng has neglected state affairs due to illness, allowing them to act with even greater impunity. Ming Yu, concerned, asked Bai Rou, "How long have you been captured?" 2 months, Bai Rou replied. 2 months, and the mermaid princess has likely been sent to the Demon Buddha Kingdom by now. Ming Yu said solemnly, "It seems this war is inevitable." "Not necessarily." Yen Wuxia mused after a moment, that as long as the princess is still alive, she can serve as evidence that in that case, the Demon Buddha Kingdom will also become a target. And the tidal Sea Tribe will at least refrain from collaborating with them. Upon hearing this, Bai Rou pleaded, "I beseech you, young master, save Princess Muse. If she can be rescued, I assure you she will not wage war against the Chaos Ancient Empire, and may even assist us in resisting the Demon Buddha Kingdom." Yen Wuxia contemplated and replied, "We must indeed rescue her. As it happens, we are looking to trouble the Hunters Guild, so we shall settle old scores and new ones together. First, we must locate the headquarters of the Hunters Guild and capture them all." Just as he spoke, Niao Mo subtly waved his hand, pointing towards the entrance, whispering, "Someone is coming." Yen Wuxia immediately activated his martial eye and discerned several weak auras surrounding the doorway. They arrived quite swiftly. Yen Wuxia remarked gravely, "Leave one alive." As he spoke, he leaped into the air, pressing himself against the rooftop. Niao Mo and Ming Yu followed suit, ascending to the rooftop as well. The door creaked open, and a head peeked inside, surveying the room before cautiously stepping further in. Following him, around 10 others leaped in, one of whom said in a low voice, "What happened? The blades of 19 and 23 are stuck in the archway. Where are they? Could it be that they fled with the mermaid? Quick, check if the mermaid is still here." Just then, a door slammed shut, and suddenly, countless tendrils of black mist emerged, with chains intertwining and swiftly filling the entire room. The hunters of the Hunters Guild found themselves tightly bound by the chains. Yen Wuxia approached them like a spider navigating its web, speaking in a deep voice. "Which of you is the leader?" The hunters turned to one among them, whose face paled as he stammered, "I am not the leader. We have no leader here. I am merely ranked higher than them. Our Hunters Guild typically operates in groups of 24, numbered from 1 to 24, and all follow the commands of another. I am the highest ranked in this team, number 3. They call me Old 3. Seeing him spill his words like beans, Yen Wuxia coldly remarked, "Very well. Lead me to the headquarters of the Hunters Guild. I wish to see your chief." Old 3 quickly shook his head, saying, "I do not know where the headquarters is. Please do not make me take you." At this, Yen Wuxia waved his hand, causing the chains to tighten once more, squeezing the hunters to the brink of breathlessness, that if you do not speak, then you hold no value to me. Those without value I can kill without remorse, Yen Wuxia declared sternly. "Now tell me, where is the headquarters?" Old 3, tightly bound by the chains, gasped, "We truly do not know how to reach the headquarters. Only the leader of each team can enter." "Where is your leader?" Yen Wuxia pressed that he took a mermaid to the Misty Huayan sect and will return to the town to rendezvous with us in a few days, Old 3 replied. Ming Yu furrowed her brows and asked, "Misty Huayan sect? What do they want with the mermaid? What is their background?" "They are a subordinate sect of our Medicine King Valley," Ming Yu explained. They are responsible for cultivating and gathering medicinal herbs that can only be produced in the Northwest. I heard that the Misty Huayan sect has recently produced a genius. Old 3 interjected that he was originally a low-ranking disciple, yet he can refine 5th-grade human-level pills, and the Medicine King Valley intended to promote him to a formal disciple. However, he insisted on remaining in the Misty Huayan sect. Chapter 63. Misty Huayan Medicine Mountain. An extraordinary genius. Upon hearing this, Yan Wuxia's heart trembled slightly. Old 3's words were clear. The genius within the Misty Huayan sect intended to use the mermaid for alchemical purposes. Yet, why did this genius's plight sound so familiar? Another child of fate. The Medicine King Valley's prohibitions strictly forbid the use of humans in alchemy. How dare he defy this? Mingyu frowned. It appears that during my absence over the past century, these subordinate sects truly do not care for the authority of the Medicine King Valley. At that moment, Bai Rou struggled out of the bath and leaned before Yan Wuxia, pleading, I implore you. Young master, save my kin. Yan Wuxia quickly helped her back into the bath, softly assuring her, do not worry. I will find a way to rescue them. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Wuxia waved his hand lightly, tightening the chains, and the members of the Hunters Guild were instantly crushed into a mist of blood, absorbed entirely by the dark energy. Old 3, witnessing this scene, was terrified, scrambling backward in fear as he pleaded, do not kill me, do not kill me. However, Yan Wuxia shook his head, raising his hand to brand Old 3's face with 5 characters. Take us to the Misty Huayan sect, then serve your sentence in the Nether Black prison for 5 years. After that, you may go wherever you wish. Yan Wuxia spoke in a low voice. This is an opportunity. You should be able to seize it. Old 3, hearing this, immediately prostrated himself, saying, thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. I will take you to the Misty Huayan sect at once. Yan Wuxia turned to Bai Rou and said, this place is not safe. Other members of the Hunters Guild may come, that I will take you somewhere else. You need not worry, young master. Bai Rou replied, slowly rising from the water, that a stream of water flowed up her fish tail, splitting into 2 slender jade legs beneath the enveloping water. Seeing this, Yan Wuxia quickly turned and handed her a piece of clothing, saying, please put on this garment. Bai Rou complied and donned the clothing. Niao stared, astonished, exclaiming, a mermaid can transform into a human. Does it not hurt when her tail splits? Bai Rou spoke softly. This is merely the final water-splitting technique of the tidal aquatics. A mere mimicry, not a true transformation into human legs, that I have absorbed some salt water, regaining a portion of my strength. Thus I can accompany you. As she spoke, she waved her hand toward the basin, and a bucket of water instantly surged forth, flowing gently between her fingers, before morphing into a tiny pearl. Moments later, an entire basin of water transformed into a string of pearls that formed a necklace. This saltwater pearl necklace will allow me to remain moist even on land. Let us proceed, Bai Rou declared. The group departed from the quaint town, guided by the 3rd brother as they traversed several dozen miles in a southeast direction, ultimately arriving at a low hill adorned with pavilions. The pavilions, though not extravagant, exuded an air of antiquity, with a variety of plants flourishing halfway up the hill, appearing from afar like a patchwork of mottled patches. As they approached the base of the hill, they noticed a stone tablet standing tall at the foot, the base of the Medicine King Valley, within the territory of the Misty Flower sect. Idlers are forbidden to tread. Seekers of healing must be aware. Minor ailments such as colds and fevers shall not be treated. Great illnesses, where life hangs by a thread, shall also not be treated. Those over 80 are not to be treated. Infants under 1 year are not to be treated. Beggars shall not be treated. Those of ill repute shall not be treated. And those without consultation fees shall not be treated. What nonsense! Mingyu's face turned ashen upon reading the inscription on the tablet, that a healer should not discriminate between the rich and the poor, between major and minor afflictions. That to erect such a tablet at the mountain gate is utterly outrageous. Yan Wuxia chuckled upon witnessing the scene, channeling his energy to uproot the stone tablet with ease. Elder Mingyu, there is no need for anger. Let us bring this tablet and inquire for clarification. The group made their way toward the mountain gate, causing the guarding disciples to break into a cold sweat, fearing an invasion. They promptly drew their swords, pointing them at Yan Wuxia, demanding, who goes there? Why have you removed our mountain gate stone tablet? Yan Wuxia set the tablet down with a wave of his hand, smiling as he said, "Tell your sect leader that the young master of the town of Hell, Yin Wuxia, has arrived. Request his presence to greet me." The guarding disciple, upon hearing this, fled into the mountain without a backward glance. Yin Wuxia turned to the third brother and instructed, "When you meet your leader, inform him directly." The third brother nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, a group descended from the mountain, led by a middle-aged man nearing 60, donned in a splendid robe. Upon seeing Yin Wuxia, he approached and said, "I am Wu Ji Mao, the sect leader of the Misty Flower sect, and I have the honor of meeting young Master Yin. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Yin Wuxia smiled and replied, "It is nothing of great concern. I recently caught a chill and came to assess my condition. Upon seeing this stone tablet, I wish to ask sect leader Wu why such a chill cannot be treated here." He even gave his nose a gentle rub. Wu Ji Mao's complexion turned pale as he hastily responded, "Young master has misunderstood. This stone tablet was erected only recently, and the line at the bottom is missing. Noble families, aristocrats, and royal kin are all eligible for treatment. Then I can receive treatment?" Yin Wuxia inquired with a smile. "Indeed, indeed," Wu Ji Mao replied with a grin. "Then this tablet has been misconstructed," Yin Wuxia stated with a playful smile, raising his hand to unleash a burst of energy that instantly reduced the tablet to dust. Wu Ji Mao's face twitched, but he managed to force a smile as he addressed Yin Wuxia. "Please, young Master Yin, ascend the mountain, that I will arrange for someone to treat you." The group then followed Wu Ji Mao up the mountain, during which they discovered that the vibrant plants were, in fact, various medicinal herbs, with even the trees potentially possessing medicinal properties. Noticing Yin Wuxia's astonishment, Mingyu spoke softly from within her ring. "The Misty Flower sect specializes in the 7 stars of the Northwest, which are 7 medicinal herbs exclusive to that region. Furthermore, there are over 1,400 types of medicinal herbs on this mountain, making the Medicine King Valley the largest medicinal herb base in the Northwest." Yin Wuxia smiled and remarked, "With such abundant resources at their disposal, it is no wonder their heads are held so high." Mingyu retorted coldly, "Although the Misty Flower sect possesses many herbs, their ability to produce medicines is quite limited. In fact, there was only one inner disciple from the Misty Flower sect in the entire Medicine King Valley back in the day. That is understandable. A gardener may not necessarily be a chef, and a blacksmith may not be a warrior. Besides, did they not recently produce a genius?" Yin Wuxia quipped. "Whether a genius or a demon, one must see them to distinguish." Mingyu replied with a huff. Yin Wuxia then turned to Wu Ji Mao and inquired, "I have heard that your sect has recently produced an unparalleled genius, one who even declined an invitation from the esteemed Medicine King Valley. Is there truth to this?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ji Mao's face brightened with pride, and he squinted, saying, "Young Master Yin speaks of Tianyi. He is indeed the most exceptional genius alchemist in the Misty Flower sect, or rather, in the entire chaotic ancient continent in a millennium." Yin Wuxia chuckled. "It seems this individual possesses remarkable talents. Otherwise, he would not receive such praise from sect leader Wu. Might I have the honor of having this esteemed individual treat me?" Chapter 64. The Unparalleled Alchemist. The beginning of conflict to his surprise. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji Mao's expression faltered slightly as he hesitated. "Young master." Seeing him stammer, Yin Wuxia coldly interjected, "Am I not qualified?" "Not at all," Wu Ji Mao quickly clarified. "Tianyi just obtained a rare medicinal herb this morning and is currently concocting a new remedy. It would be inappropriate to disturb him. Young master is suffering from a chill, and our sect does have a few capable individuals who can treat it." Yin Wuxia scoffed. "So it seems I am indeed unworthy of the best alchemist's care. In that case, I shall proceed to the Medicine King Valley. Since your sect's genius is evidently too good to even glance at the Medicine King Valley." Wu Ji Mao's expression shifted dramatically at this proclamation. Yin Wuxia was clearly making his stance known. If Tianyi did not treat him, he would report to the Medicine King Valley, with his identity as the young master of the town of Hell. Accusing the Misty Flower sect of disrespecting the esteemed Medicine King Valley would be a simple task. Should that occur, the Misty Flower sect would lose its primary source of income and might quickly fall into decline, potentially being squeezed out of the Northwest by the Medicine King Valley. Contemplating this, Wu Ji Mao's teeth ground in frustration, yet he maintained his composure, stating, "Rest assured, young Master Yin, since you have spoken, I will ensure Tianyi attends to your ailment." Hearing this, Yin Wuxie finally smiled. In that case, I extend my thanks to sect leader Wu. Wu Zhimao forced a smile, leading Yin Wuxie into the main hall of the Misty Flower sect, where he called out, "Young Master Yin, please wait here while I summon Tianyi to attend to your illness." Yin Wuxie nodded slightly. Niuemo, observing this, snorted and remarked, as the sect leader, "Does he truly need to go fetch a disciple himself?" Yin Wuxie chuckled in response. Niuemo is quite observant. Even such minor matters do not escape your notice. Tianyi is practically a treasure to the Misty Flower sect, as long as he remains. The sect may even one day stand independently from the Medicine King Valley. That Wu Zhimao's intentions were clear. Not even the ancient creature Niuemo, who had lived for over 1,000 years, could miss them. Nor could the third brother from the Hunter-S Guild fail to grasp the situation. After a brief wait, Wu Zhimao returned with a young man and TOW'd as the young man approached. Yin Wuxie heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Detected protagonist template. Child of Destiny. The villain's fortune system has been activated. Spend 500 villain points to view his past. Just as expected, Yin Wuxie narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young man who had entered, and promptly expended 500 villain points. Ding! The Child of Destiny, Wei Tianyi, was an ordinary disciple of the Misty Flower sect who unexpectedly acquired the Ultimate Alchemist system, thus embarking on a remarkable journey. The Ultimate Alchemist system allows for the acquisition of cultivation points through alchemy, herb gathering, and medicine consumption, which can be exchanged for techniques and tools. Wei Tianyi's attributes: cultivation level, heavenly profound realm. First tier, technique, divine elixir classic, skill, 5 fire lotus hand. Luck value, 2,000. Possessions, creation cauldron, thunderstrike sword, 5 cubic meters of portable spatial ring, and the annihilation divine fire. Ding! Plunder task activated. Humiliate Wei Tianyi. Reduce his luck value to plunder parts of the Ultimate Alchemist system. Yin Wuxie was momentarily taken aback, a surge of excitement coursing through him. He could even plunder his system functionalities. Just as he reveled in this thought, Wei Tianyi stepped forward, casting a puzzled glance at Yin Wuxie before clasping his hands and saying, "I am Wei Tianyi, paying my respects to the young master of the town of Hell." Yin Wuxie smiled, gesturing for him to rise, and stood to scrutinize him. The young man was clad in a simple robe, with his hair tied back in a modest ponytail. His features were delicate, standing shorter than Yin Wuxie by half a head, appearing to be no older than 18 or 19, a youthful visage indeed. At that moment, Wei Tianyi furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at Yin Wuxie and inquiring, "Young Master Yin, is there something about my appearance that piques your interest?" Yin Wuxie chuckled, "Not at all. I merely find it remarkable that someone so young as yourself exhibits such extraordinary talent in the field of alchemy. I cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. Might you consider joining me at the Town of Hell to develop your talents further?" "How can that be?" Wu Zhimao's expression changed drastically as he interjected hastily. Yin Wuxie smiled, not waiting for Wei Tianyi to respond, and continued, "I jest. What need do I have for another when I can procure any medicine I require?" With a mere gesture, various elders from the Yaowang Valley would come forth to concoct medicine for this young master. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wei Tianyi couldn't help but smirk with a hint of disdain, while young Master Yan's face glowed with vitality, as if to say that with the elders of Yaowang Valley present, even if he were on the brink of death, he would surely be saved. Niuemo burst into laughter at this, prompting Bai Rou to nudge him to quiet down. Yin Wuxie, however, remained unfazed and remarked, "Yet it is impossible for this young master to carry an elder from Yaowang Valley with him wherever he goes. For minor ailments, one must still seek a physician. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, Yin Wuxie extended his wrist towards Wei Tianyi. Noticing this, Wei Tianyi smiled and placed his hand over Yin Wuxie's wrist, his expression turning grave. After a brief moment, he spoke, "Young Master Yin is free from illness, in excellent health. Am I truly healthy?" Yin Wuxie inquired with a smile. "Absolutely healthy." Wei Tianyi nodded. Their gazes locked, and an undeniable aura surged between them, causing those around to sense a peculiar tension. "Why do I feel anything but healthy? In fact, my heart aches," Yin Wuxie said in a low voice. Those burdened with matters of the heart often experience such pain. "It is a matter of learning to ease one's mind, young Master Yin," Wei Tianyi replied without reserve. "Regrettably, my heartache stems from a certain individual." "A woman?" The two exchanged barbs, undeterred by the scrutiny of those around them. Their aura imposing and uncompromising. Wei Tianai coldly scoffed. So young Master Yin harbors a heartache because of me. This piques my curiosity. Could it be that you possess a penchant for unconventional affections? The members of the Wuhua sect erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Yin Wuxia joined in the mirth momentarily before fixing a piercing gaze on Wei. My heartache for you does not stem from affection. Rather, it is a lamentation for your wasted potential. A genius who ought to astound the world, yet has strayed onto a treacherous path. How could one not feel sorrow? What did you just say? Wei Tianai retorted, his demeanor growing cold. The edicts of Yaowang Valley strictly prohibit the use of humans in medicinal concoctions. A fact you cannot possibly be unaware of, Yin Wuxia sneered, suddenly slamming his palm on the table, his voice resonating with authority. Wei Tianai, you are exceedingly audacious. Wei Tianai furrowed his brow at this. Responding the edicts of Yaowang Valley. My Wuhua sect merely cultivates herbs for them. We are not their disciples, so why must we adhere to their dictates? Besides, do merfolk even count as human? Is that so? Yin Wuxia retorted with a cold laugh. The Tidal Sea clan and the Chaos Ancient Continent have historically maintained peace. Your reckless procurement of merfolk for medicinal purposes will undoubtedly incite conflict between our nations. Yaowang Valley has no authority over you, but as the heir of the Jinyu King, I shall hold you accountable for your disruption of imperial peace. The DOU accept this. Chapter 65. A duel, and the appearance of the Sage of Medicine. Wei Tianya's brows knitted tightly. His gaze fixed on Yin Wuxia. Wu Zhizhao, sensing the escalating tension, feared a confrontation that would spell dire consequences for his modest Wuhua sect, regardless of the victor, but he quickly interjected. Young Master Yin, you exaggerate. Tianai merely seeks to develop new medicines. While he may have erred, he harbors no intentions of disrupting national relations. Moreover, I've heard the Tidal Sea clan boasts a vast population. Losing just one should pose no significant issue. Yin Wuxia cast a sidelong glance at Wu Zhizhao. You seek to excuse him. Very well, then let his life be your responsibility. Wah! How could that be? Wu Zhizhao stumbled back 2 steps. That if the Tidal Sea clan truly mobilizes against the Chaos Empire, can you shoulder the consequences? With each of Yin Wuxia's remarks, he advanced towards Wu Zhizhao, eventually cornering him beside a chair, his voice icy. You wish to protect him? Do you truly believe you can? Wah! Wu Zhizhao's face turned pale. Utterly defenseless against Yin Wuxia's inquiries, he slumped into the chair, his head drooping in surrender. That moment, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a voice that cut through the tension. If Wu Zhongmin cannot protect him, I wonder if I can? Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed as he turned to see a man entering. His hair and beard pure white, yet his complexion as rosy and delicate as a newborn. Clad in a deep blue robe and adorned with a verdant gourd at his waist. Wei Tianya's eyes lit up with joy. Master. Wu Zhizhao, as if grasping at a lifeline, rushed forward. Wu Zhizhao pays his respects to the Sage of Medicine. Yin Wuxia's expression tightened. The name resonated within him. The current leader of Yaowang Valley, Sage Sun Yin. He felt a stirring in his storage ring and promptly inquired, Mingyu, what is it? Beware of this man. He is treacherous, Mingyu warned before falling silent, her spirit retreating into stillness. Sun Yin regarded Wei Tianai with a beaming smile. I told you, even if you do not wish to join my Yaowang Valley, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. After all, you are my disciple, not just any random passerby. He casually glanced at Yin Wuxia. Yin Wuxia's expression hardened. Sun Yin, as the leader of Yaowang Valley, held a position of immense authority throughout the Chaos Ancient Continent. His cultivation had long since attained the realm of the holy, already a 5th-rank sage 50 years prior. For the past 50 years, he had been in seclusion, and no one knew the extent of his current power. He might have even breached the Emperor realm. Yet Yin Wuxia smiled and said, Ah, so the Sage of Medicine stands behind you. No wonder some dare to disturb the peace of the Chaos Ancient Continent. Peace cannot be won through timidity. Throughout history, emperors have fought fiercely against external threats, while Chu Pingfeng merely retreats, resorting to underhanded schemes. As Sun Yin spoke, he suddenly moved with the swiftness of a gust of wind, appearing beside Yin Wuxia, placing a hand on his shoulder. Young man, if you wish to seize upon this opportunity, be mindful of your target. Otherwise, Chu Pingfeng will not be able to protect you. Yin Wuxia coldly scoffed, refusing to even glance at Sun Yin, stepping forward to address the members of the Wuhua sect. It appears that today will not end amicably if that is the case. I shall see just how much power your Wuhua sect possesses to dare oppose the might of the empire. As he spoke, he cast a casual glance at Wu Zhijiao and Wei Tianai, his intent clear. While he had no authority over those from Yaowang Valley, he could easily extinguish the Wuhua sect. Wu Zhijiao hastily interjected, "Sage, young Master Yin, must we truly resort to such measures? Surely we can negotiate. There is no need for mutual destruction." At that moment, Wei Tianai stepped forward, declaring, "This matter arose because of me. If young Master Yin truly seeks to punish me, I have no objections. However, I have one condition." Yin Wuxia replied coldly, "I was about to say you lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. But for the sake of Elder Sun, I shall entertain your proposal. Speak. Let us engage in a duel." Wei Tianai proposed. "Regardless of the outcome, you may take me away, but I ask that you spare the Wuhua sect." Yin Wuxia's heart leaped with joy at this, that he had little interest in the Wuhua sect. His focus lay solely on the Hunter Gang and Wei Tianai. Yet he found that Wei Tianai was the only true righteous individual he had encountered thus far, merfolk aside. A duel was acceptable, but he had no expertise in alchemy. If it were a contest of alchemy, there was no need for him to engage. "I am not so despicable." Wei Tianai declared, "that I have heard of young Master Yan's esteemed reputation. And surely your cultivation must be considerable. Let us engage in a simple martial contest that if you win, I submit to your will. If I win, you must leave." Yin Wuxia let out a cold laugh. He had walked right into his trap. Yet this was to be expected. With an auxiliary system by his side, it was only natural for him to challenge foes beyond his level. Had he been the original Yin Wuxia, even a fifth-rank Tianxian would struggle against Wei Tianai. But he was not the same. The enhancements from the antagonist system were not merely a matter of a level or two. In other words, to Wei Tianai, he was not facing a fifth-rank Tianxian opponent, but rather a formidable adversary whose true strength approached the third-rank Wangxian and perhaps even higher. "Very well, I accept your wager," Yin Wuxia replied. Sun Yin glanced at Yin Wuxia, then swiftly moved to Wei Tianai's side, asking, "Are you confident?" Wei Tianai nodded. "Master, have no worries. I am confident." Yin Wuxia observed their exchange, then turned to Niu Mo, handing him the small monkey that had been napping on his shoulder. "Look after Beast God and buy roe for me." Niu Mo nodded and replied, "Rest assured, young lad. Even if you were to perish, I would not intervene." Yin Wuxia smiled faintly, turning to join the others as they made their way to the courtyard. Wu Zhijiao stood in the center, addressing the two. "In this duel, let it be a friendly contest, and do not let it disturb the harmony. Both of you are unparalleled talents of the Chaos Ancient Continent, and we cannot afford to." Before he could finish, Sun Yin raised his hand and waved dismissively, sending Wu Zhijiao flying out of the arena, then declared with a solemn tone, "Enough chatter. Let the duel commence." Upon hearing the words, Yin Wuxia immediately held his breath, concentrating intently, while his hands coalesced with the ethereal black mist of the underworld. Seizing the initiative, he raised his hand, and 3 chains shot forth into the void, aimed directly at Wei Tianai from 3 directions: above, middle, and below. In response, Wei Tianai's hand shimmered with light, revealing a peculiar sword that appeared in his grasp. The blade, resembling a curved hook, was more akin to a wu hook than a sword, with intermittent flashes of lightning flickering across its surface, vanishing in an instant. As Wei Tianai spun with the sword in hand, the chains followed like shadows, but were swiftly cleaved by his strike, dissipating into black mist. "Quite intriguing," Yin Wuxia remarked with a cold smile upon witnessing this. The chains of the Jinyu Xianjing could only be severed by someone whose cultivation surpassed his own. Yet Wei Tianai, possessing only the first rank of the Tianxian realm, could not possibly rival Yin Wuxia in strength. The crux of the matter lay with that sword. A lightning strike sword, perhaps? Yin Wuxia pondered, contemplating the extraordinary item from his apothecary god system. That moment, Wei Tianai suddenly launched an attack, the sword erupting with a surge of lightning, transforming the blade into a brilliant azure ribbon that darted toward Yin Wuxia. With a disdainful snort, Yin Wuxia moved swiftly, but the arc of electricity pursued him like a serpent, its speed so rapid that he found it challenging to shake off its grasp. Chasing me? Ah, let me return the favor, Yin Wuxia declared, leaping toward Wei Tianai, attempting to redirect the arc of electricity toward him. Startled, Wei Tianai quickly withdrew his sword, causing the arc of electricity to dissipate. Yet in that very moment, Yin Wuxia lunged forward. Gathering a swirl of purple mist around his fist, he swung his arm, and a surge of demonic energy shot forth like a rainbow piercing the sun, crashing down before Wei Tianai. Demonic might heightened. The second-tier ultimate technique of the Demonic Heart Secret Vault unleashed half of the accumulated demonic energy from the 10,000 great mountains through this singular punch, instantly altering the very colors of the heavens and earth. Wei Tianai was propelled backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, enveloped in purple demonic energy, and collided against the mountain gate, failing to rise again. Ding, congratulations, host, for severely wounding the child of destiny. Wei Tianai. Face slapping successful. Wei Tianai's fortune value decreased by 200, and the host's villain value increased by 2,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the child of destiny, Wei Tianai. You have acquired the Supreme Apothecary System's innate divine medicine scripture. Please check for specifics. Wei Tianai's proficiency in the divine medicine scripture has decreased by 50%. Elated, Yin Wuxia swiftly examined the divine medicine scripture within his consciousness. The divine medicine scripture, intrinsic to the Supreme Apothecary System, allowed for the enhancement of cultivation through refining, gathering, and consuming medicinal substances. The higher the quality of the concocted elixirs, the greater the cultivation increase. Current proficiency, 6th rank out of a total of 12 ranks. The Supreme Apothecary System lacked medicinal items and materials for sale, only possessing recipes. All growth required the Child of Destiny to personally gather materials for refining. Nevertheless, Wei Tianai had achieved the first rank of the Tianxian realm in a remarkably short period, even surpassing Wu Jimao's cultivation. This was also the reason he refused to leave the Wuhua sect. As long as he remained there, he could freely utilize all the medicinal materials. However, Yin Wuxia differed. The Supreme Villain System offered an extensive array of items for sale. With sufficient villain points, divine pills, and even transcendent sacred pills could be purchased at will. The materials for refining were easily obtainable. With this system, Yin Wuxia's cultivation would soar like the wind. Just as Yin Wuxia reveled in his triumph, Sun Yin, with a face full of fury, rushed to Wei Tianai's side, stuffed a pill into his mouth. Then swiftly appeared beside Yin Wuxia, his expression grim. The son of the Jinyu king, the demeanor of an emperor indeed exhibits iron-blooded methods, utterly ruthless. Yin Wuxia recognized Sun Yan's murderous intent and promptly retreated. Speaking solemnly, in a contest of martial skill, light or heavy hands are inevitable. What, does the apothecary sage intend to take revenge? Sun Yan sneered. What if I do? What if I don't? He looked around, loudly proclaiming, everyone listen, I intend to kill Yin Wuxia, and it concerns no one else that it is merely a whim. If I wish to kill, I shall do so. If anyone finds this disagreeable, feel free to report me to Yin Dan or even Chu Pingfeng. Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed at his words, and he swiftly took flight. Yet Sun Yan's voice boomed behind him. Trying to run? Come down. With a raised hand, he summoned a whirlwind that erupted from the ground, ensnaring Yin Wuxia's body and pulling him back down. Furrowing his brow in frustration, Yin Wuxia glanced back to see Niu Mo holding the small monkey, who had just awakened and was rubbing its eyes. Looking at Yin Wuxia with indifference, Yin Wuxia inwardly cursed. Had he known, he would have planted the demonic seed on the little monkey first. Niu Mo had clearly resolved not to care about his life or death. Sun Yin fixed a cold gaze on Yin Wuxia, his voice low, "Go die." As he spoke, he focused a white wind blade in his hand, spinning rapidly and generating wind strong enough to uproot ancient trees. Even before it approached Yin Wuxia, the fabric of his clothing began to tear under the pressure. That moment, a radiant glow emerged from Yin Wuxia's storage ring, followed by a burst of green light enveloping him. A melodious flute tune resonated, and the surrounding green light coalesced into a wall of bamboo, perfectly blocking the swirling wind blade. Qingzhou melody. Sun Yin gasped in astonishment, quickly retreating, exclaiming, "Who is this? Conjuring illusions." Suddenly, Mingyu's soul emerged from the storage ring, gazing coldly at Sun Yin. "Long time no see, senior brother." "Mingyu," Sun Yin exclaimed in shock, "you aren't dead." "No, wait, you were dead. are a soul body. Mingyu smirked. Indeed. You never expected that my Qingju melody has been cultivated to its final level. The bamboo blossom birth melody. As long as my soul remains intact, I can rely on it to seek rebirth at any opportunity. Sun Yan's expression darkened as he pondered for a moment before saying, Mingyu, no, second junior sister, I sincerely apologize for what happened back then. In that situation, I had no choice and no need to say more. Mingyu interrupted, her voice resolute that I am fully aware of the circumstances. You and he are now part of my past that I wish only to reconstruct my physical body and reclaim what belongs to me. Sun Yan hastily replied, that should be the case. The position of the Valley Master of the Apothecary Valley rightfully belongs to you. If you desire it, I shall return it to you. What materials do you need to reconstruct your body? Tell me, and I will help you find them. No need. Mingyu asserted, if you truly wish to assist me. Spare Yin Wuxia. He has done me a favor. Hearing this, Sun Yan turned his gaze toward Yin Wuxia, his brows knitting in thought. Just then a voice called from behind, Master, I wish to challenge him for a second match. Yin Wuxia looked up to see Wei Tianai, clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Approaching Yin Wuxia. I underestimated you. Your strength is truly formidable that I wish to compete with you in a second match. Tianai, you cannot defeat him. Just let it go. Sun Yan implored that Wu Zhimao also stepped forward, urging, indeed, preserving the Green Mountains ensures a steady supply of firewood that a gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years. Do not act rashly. Yet, Wei Tianai disregarded their attempts to dissuade him, fixing his gaze on Yin Wuxia. Elder Mingyu shares a close bond with you. You cannot possibly be ignorant of alchemy. I wish to challenge you to a contest of alchemy. Do you dare? Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia's spirits soared once more. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, and hell has no door you willingly enter. Just as I have stripped you of your divine medicine scripture, you come to me, inviting me to trample upon you. Who else would I trample if not you? Chapter 67. The Path of the Dan Ding. Cultivation soars. The divine medicine scripture stripped from Wei Tianai was perfectly replicated at his proficiency, covering all recipes and methods of concoction. Whatever Wei Tianai knew, Yin Wuxia would now master. Meanwhile, Wei Tianya's divine medicine scripture, having undergone the villain system stripping, was left with only a third-rank proficiency. This round, Sun Yan was destined to lose. Feigning indecision, Yin Wuxia remarked, I do possess some knowledge of alchemy, albeit only a superficial understanding. Are you afraid? Wei Tianai sneered, stepping forward, but if you win, I shall forfeit all my cultivation and leave my fate in your hands. Whether to deliver me to the Tidal Sea clan or imprison me in the underworld black prison is of no consequence. However, if you lose, you must kneel and apologize. Hearing this, Yin Wuxia felt a surge of cold amusement within him. As expected, the fox's tail is finally revealed, inflicting such grievous injury upon me before my master. And even with my master intervening, unable to reclaim my dignity, how could one like me, a child of destiny with a system, tolerate this? But this aligns perfectly with my intentions. With a smile, Yin Wuxia declared, You needn't provoke me with such tactics. I accept your wager. Sun Yan chuckled, Junior sister, since both young ones are willing to settle their dispute through the path of the Dan Ding, let us serve as impartial judges, deciding their victory. What say you? Mingyu furrowed her brow, stepping closer to Yin Wuxia to whisper, Do you have confidence in this alchemy matter? Yin Wuxia smiled, Elder Mingyu can teach me a bit at the last moment. Can't she? Foolishness. The path of the Dan Ding is easy to learn but difficult to master. Since Sun Yan holds Wei Tianai in such high regard, it indicates that his alchemical skills are no trivial matter. In such a short time, what can I teach you? You should refuse this bet. Mingyu was about to step forward when Yin Wuxia suddenly grabbed her arm. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. If I were to retreat simply because I find myself outmatched at this moment, this duel would undoubtedly become a stumbling block on my journey of enlightenment. Losing merely means a loss of face. There is no need for Elder Mingyu to hastily decline. As she gazed into Yin Wuxia's earnest eyes, Mingyu was momentarily reminded of Xiaochun, and she couldn't help but sigh. In that case, I shall do my utmost to help you grasp the art of alchemy in a short time. However, just then, Sun Yan approached with a smile. Ordinary grade pills will surely not suffice for their duel. How about we make it a contest of heavenly grade elixirs? Upon hearing this, Mingyu shot Sun Yan a cold glance. Do not speak of heavenly grade elixirs. Even for earthly grade ones, your chances are already at 90%. Why feign modesty? Sun Yin chuckled in response. Then let it be earthly grade elixirs. Yet, Yin Wuxia interjected with a smile, there is no need. Let us proceed with heavenly grade. This proclamation left both Mingyu and Sun Yin taken aback. Compared to Mingyu's astonishment, Sun Yan's expression bore a hint of suspicion. Very well. Let us commence alchemy here in an hour. You may freely access the materials in the pharmacy, Sun Yin said, casting a glance at Wu Zhimao. I still possess this authority, correct? After receiving an affirmative response from Wu Zhimao, Sun Yin and Wei Tianai immediately made their way to the pharmacy. Mingyu sighed, young Master Yin, you truly are an enigma. Knowing you are destined to lose, why do you insist on raising the stakes? Yin Wuxia smiled. If the outcome is already predetermined, why not elevate the challenge, thereby lowering the chances of both parties in concocting their pills? Elder Mingyu, I have a suggestion. Why not create a pill for reconstructing the physical body? Are you out of your mind? Mingyu replied, both amused and exasperated. That is a divine pill. Even I would only have a 70% chance of success. Moreover, the materials for such a divine pill may not be available at the Wuhua sect. Yin Wuxia smiled. In fact, since parting ways in the Eastern Wasteland, I have sought out several divine-grade materials beneficial for the soul. Elder Mingyu, simply inform me of what is needed. Upon hearing this, Mingyu sighed again. Ah, young Master Yin, let us set aside pleasantries. Your great kindness shall not be forgotten by me. The pill for reconstructing the physical body is called the Body Forging and Soul Returning Pill. And it requires the auxiliary material, Ice Body Essence, which I have already concocted. What we lack now is the most crucial divine pill. As she spoke, Mingyu raised her hand, channeling her energy to form the shapes of the required materials in the air. The ingredients for the Body Forging and Soul Returning Pill include the divine herb, Zhu Xing Meng Tong Gua, the divine herb, Ci Sha Peng, and the divine herb, Shui Wu Ling Ji. These three are the most vital, while the rest are mostly ordinary materials, of which I have plenty. The ones we lack should be found in the Wuhua Sect's pharmacy. Yin Wuxia examined the shapes of the divine herbs that Mingyu had conjured and discovered Zhu Xing Meng Tonggua and Shui Wu Ling Ji in the other villain system, priced reasonably at 5,000 villain points. Meanwhile, he had obtained Ci Sha Peng from the Eastern Wasteland. The moment he exchanged for Ci Sha Peng, the divine herb scripture reacted, and a stream of pure energy surged into his Qi, causing a surge of power to coalesce around him. Remarkably, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Mingyu was taken aback. Yin Wuxia quickly handed over the herbs. Elder Mingyu, here are the 3 divine herbs for you. As for the remaining materials, please check the pharmacy that I must focus on my breakthrough. Mingyu accepted the herbs, glanced at Yin Wuxia, and promptly flew toward the pharmacy. Niuemo approached with a small monkey in his arms and silently sat beside Yin Wuxia, saying nothing. Seeing this, Yin Wuxia couldn't help but smile, then settled down to focus on his breakthrough. Simultaneously, he exchanged all his remaining points for materials that could enhance his cultivation, consuming them in one go. Thanks to the characteristics of the divine herb scripture, he need not worry about material conflicts or absorption issues. The divine herb scripture swiftly assimilated the abundant medicinal energy, beyond the inherent potency of the herbs. A surge of pure energy began to rush into Yin Wuxia's Qi. Niuemo, sensing the sudden outburst of Yin Wuxia's cultivation, was just about to congratulate him when he noticed Yin Wuxia remained seated. Eyes closed, his aura not diminishing but instead steadily rising. Is he experiencing consecutive breakthroughs? Niuemo exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Yin Wuxia's aura soared like a geyser, rapidly advancing his cultivation through the ranks of the Wangxian realm. From the first to the second, then the third, finally stopping at the 4th tier of the Wangxian realm. Niuemo was left dumbfounded. He had never witnessed anyone achieve such a significant leap in cultivation in a single breakthrough. From the 5th tier of the Tianxian realm directly to the 4th tier of the Wangxian realm. What kind of foundation had he laid? At last, when Mingyu returned, Yin Wuxia stood up. Brimming with vitality, his energy abundant. More importantly, the proficiency of the divine herb scripture had risen to the 8th tier. Given Wei Tianya's proficiency level, he had already established a high success rate for crafting heavenly grade pills at the 6th tier. Now, with Yin Wuxia's increased proficiency, the likelihood of creating a divine pill would surely be even greater. Chapter 68. Mingyu imparts knowledge. Alchemy commences upon seeing Yin Wuxia. Mingyu was equally astonished. Your cultivation. Yin Wuxia shook his head. Let us set that aside for now. Nearly half an hour has passed. Elder Mingyu, please instruct me on the crafting techniques for the body forging and soul returning pill and any points of caution. Mingyu nodded. Very well. Follow me. Leading Yin Wuxia to the alchemical furnace prepared by Wu Jimao, Mingyu explained, among the 3 divine herbs in the body forging and soul returning pill, Zhuxing Ming Tonggua is for condensing the blood and qi of the reconstructed body. Ci Sha Peng is for solidifying the meridians, and Shui Wu Ling Ji is for the skin. The first to be refined is Zhuxing Ming Tonggua, followed by Ci Sha Peng, and finally Shui Wu Ling Ji, corresponding to the concept of meridians containing blood within the body. There are 2 main challenges in the refining process. First, once Zhuxing Ming Tonggua is successfully refined, it can only remain in the cauldron for the duration of 2 incense sticks. Ci Sha Peng can last for only 1 incense stick, that if exceeded, the medicinal properties of both will dissipate entirely. Conversely, Shui Wu Ling Ji requires at least 1.5 incense sticks to fully release its properties. Any less will yield no effect. Yin Wuxia furrowed his brow, pondering. So, to achieve a perfect concoction, we must simultaneously refine all 3 herbs. Timing for their introduction must be precise. Mingyu shook her head. That is only one aspect. The second challenge is the most difficult. Zhuxing Ming Tong must be slowly baked over gentle heat, while Ci Sha Peng requires intense heat. The most challenging is Shui Wu Ling Ji, as its heat resistance continuously alters, necessitating constant adjustments to the heat during the refining process. Such a hassle? Yin Wuxia frowned and immediately opened the system shop, searching for the body forging and soul returning pill, only to be startled by the price, 50,000 villain points. Noticing the change in Yin Wuxia's expression, Mingyu remarked, given your current understanding of alchemical cauldrons, the success rate for the body forging and soul returning pill is barely 50%. I suggest we settle for an easier heavenly grade pill. Yin Wuxia smiled, undeterred. How can we know without trying? Ultimately, we must integrate the remaining auxiliary materials with these 3 herbs, correct? Seeing his unwavering determination, Mingyu refrained from further objections, though she felt a pang of regret for the precious divine herbs. She continued, correct. The core of the pill is the juice of Zhuxing Ming Tonggua. The essence is derived from Ci Sha Peng, and the flesh is the medicinal paste of Shui Wu Ling Ji. The other auxiliary materials will form the pill's skin. Thus, the body forging and soul returning pill will be complete. Yin Wuxia nodded, mentally reviewing the entire process, and then declared, I understand. Mingyu, seeing his confidence, couldn't help but shake her head in wry amusement. The process of crafting the body forging and soul returning pill was intricate, and if he believed he could master it after just one explanation, he was likely to waste the divine herbs. With that thought, Mingyu retrieved a 3-legged alchemical cauldron from her storage ring, saying, Young Master Yin, please use this cauldron. The cauldron was no larger than 2 palms, yet it felt remarkably heavy in hand. Its 3 legs supported a round body, appearing quite ordinary. Yin Wuxia accepted the cauldron, puzzled, and opened the lid, only to be astonished to find that unlike other cauldrons with a single chamber, this one was divided into 4 separate chambers. The central chamber was round, while the outer circle was divided into 3 equal sections. This unusual design sparked a realization in Yin Wuxia. Could this cauldron be specifically crafted for refining the body forging and soul returning pill? He asked in surprise. Yes and no, Mingyu replied. This cauldron is called the 3 Talents Returning Cauldron, designed for situations requiring the simultaneous heating of more than 3 materials. However, this particular cauldron is a replica. The genuine 3 Talents Returning Cauldron is used for crafting sacred pills. This one is merely based on legends, constructed from ordinary black iron. Yin Wuxia chuckled. Ordinary black iron may be just that, but it is also a coveted material for sword forging. At that moment, Sun Yin approached with a smile and inquired, Young Master Yin, how are your preparations coming along? Observing his self-satisfied demeanor, Yin Wuxia couldn't help but respond with unwavering confidence. I am fully assured. Even concocting a divine pill would pose no challenge for me at this moment. Sun Yin, perceiving this as mere bravado, let out a dismissive chuckle and said, in that case, please take your position. Yin Wuxia promptly placed the medicinal cauldron and herbs beside the alchemical furnace prepared by Wu Jimiao, setting his cauldron aside. Across from him, Wei Tianai similarly unveiled another cauldron before him, which was comparable in size to the Sankai Gui Yuan Ding, yet its body shimmered with a verdant hue, reflecting a faint glow. Yin Wuxia recalled from the system's information that Wei Tianai indeed possessed a life-granting cauldron, which appeared to be a product of a top-tier alchemical system. Subsequently, Wei Tianai extracted several herbs and set them beside him. Upon noticing this, Ming Yu's heart tightened. Among those herbs was a divine medicine, suggesting that Wei Tianai was also preparing to refine a divine pill. Originally, Yin Wuxia had little chance of victory, and now his odds seemed even more insurmountable. Observing both participants in position, Sun Yin turned to Ming Yu and declared, "You two, brace yourselves. The time limit for the competition is 2 hours. The one who produces the highest quality pill within this time frame will emerge victorious. Now, commence." As soon as Sun Yin finished speaking, Wei Tianai began methodically selecting the herbs and tossing them into the cauldron. Ming Yu frowned slightly at the sight. Wei Tianai's technique resembled that of an amateur, and such haphazard placement of the herbs would inevitably lead to chaotic interactions of their properties. It would be fortunate if he even managed to avoid producing poison, let alone successfully concoct a pill. Noticing Ming Yu's expression, Sun Yin approached and remarked, "Junior sister, do you find Tianai's method rather careless?" Without even glancing at him, Ming Yu replied, "As a disciple of my senior brother, I dare not make any unfounded comments." Unfazed by her demeanor, Sun Yin continued with a smile, "Indeed, if Tianai were using an ordinary cauldron, he would have long since ruined those herbs. However, Tianai's cauldron is unlike any other. Junior sister, have you ever heard of a green cauldron among the 12 divine cauldrons?" Upon hearing this, Ming Yu looked towards Wei Tianai's cauldron, puzzled. "When did a green medicinal cauldron appear among the 12 divine cauldrons? There isn't one." Sun Yin chuckled, strange indeed, but the reality is that Tianai's cauldron not only matches the quality of the 12 divine cauldrons, but it possesses a unique ability. As he spoke, he pointed playfully at Wei Tianai, who was diligently adding herbs to the furnace. The cauldron can simultaneously roast the herbs and perfectly meld their properties, even enhancing their efficacy. Ming Yu's brows furrowed once more. With inferior skill and tools compared to Wei Tianai, the scales of victory were tipping further in Wei Tianai's favor. Contemplating this, Ming Yu glanced helplessly at Yin Wuxia, only to find him remaining utterly motionless, a serene smile on his face as he observed Wei Tianai's alchemical process. Chapter 69. Leisurely walking yet anxious at heart. What is young Master Yin up to? Ming Yu wondered, perplexed. At such a moment, he appeared to stroll leisurely, as if he had already decided to forfeit. Sun Yin, observing Yin Wuxia's demeanor, couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Just wait until Tianai succeeds. Let us see how long you can keep that smile. The reason Yin Wuxia had yet to begin refining was quite simple. The materials for the body forging and returning spirit pill were only sufficient for a single attempt. And with merely half an hour remaining, he had only one chance to succeed. Thus, there was no need for haste. That, on the other hand, Wei Tianai, stripped of half his proficiency from the divine medicine scripture, had yet to demonstrate what sort of pill he would produce. This was what occupied Yin Wuxia's thoughts at present. Wei Tianai had ceased adding herbs and was now focused on controlling the temperature of the flame, intently observing the cauldron before him. Moments later, a fragrant aroma wafted from within the cauldron, and it seemed as though Wei Tianai breathed a sigh of relief as he lifted the lid, channeling his energy to extract a vibrant blue medicinal liquid exuding a rich fragrance. Suddenly, a flame resembling a lotus blossomed in his left palm, and the azure liquid swirled within his hand, appearing magnificent. With one hand managing the liquid, he gingerly added the divine herb into the cauldron, while his right hand continuously adjusted the flame's temperature that as the intensity of focus etched upon his face deepened. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Just then, the cauldron abruptly shook, and a plume of black smoke began to emerge, accompanied by the acrid scent of charring. Wei Tianai's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily opened the cauldron, only to find the divine herb had been reduced to a charred mass. Sun Yan's brow furrowed at this sight. Wei Tianai exhaled in resignation, casting the azure liquid into the flames and retrieving another batch of herbs. Yet this time, the selection lacked any divine-grade materials, replaced instead by 4 heavenly-grade herbs. Ming Yu released a small sigh of relief, though it was merely a slight alleviation, given her understanding of Sun Yan. She knew that Wei Tianai could at least produce a heavenly-grade pill. Otherwise, he would not have selected divine-grade materials that if that were the case. Yan Wuxia's chances of victory remained exceedingly slim that moment. Yan Wuxia continued to wear a broad smile, arms crossed as he watched Wei Tianai's actions, remaining utterly still. Half an hour elapsed, and he had yet to even ignite his furnace. Sun Yan, noticing the 3 divine-grade herbs beside, Yan Wuxia scoffed, presenting 3 divine-grade herbs. Does he expect others to believe he intends to refine a divine-grade pill? Mingyu, upon hearing his mockery, chose to disregard him. Silently observing Yan Wuxia, her heart filled with confusion. What are you truly contemplating? Yan Wuxia sneered. I can no longer concoct a divine-grade pill. Am I now preparing to refine a heavenly-grade pill? Wei Tianai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yan Wuxia's unlit cauldron, and sternly remarked, You should focus on your own affairs. If time runs out and you haven't even produced a healing ointment, it would be quite the embarrassment. Yan Wuxia shrugged. After all, I have never been adept at alchemy. Wei Tianai scoffed and chose to ignore Yan Wuxia, once again tossing heavenly-grade herbs into the cauldron and regulating the temperature of the flames. Yet, the image of Yan Wuxia's carefree smile lingered in his mind, filling him with doubt. Could it be that Yan Wuxia genuinely intended to concede? But why would he accept my challenge? Did he have some other plan? No, he must be putting on an act, fully aware of his impending defeat, attempting to undermine my confidence. If only I had disregarded my master's advice and directly refined a heavenly-grade pill. Now he is merely enjoying the spectacle. Why hasn't this herb finished roasting yet? Wei Tianai mused, his thoughts racing, as the heavenly-grade herb he had placed in the cauldron remained unresponsive to his temperature control. Could it be that the flame is too weak? With uncertainty, Wei Tianai increased the intensity of the flame, only to be met with the acrid smell of burning as the heavenly-grade herb was instantly reduced to ash. Panic began to set in. In his flustered state, he failed to notice the significant decline in his control over the herbs. Yan Wuxia, witnessing this, burst into laughter. You've ruined a heavenly-grade herb. I dare say you'll soon be relegated to concocting earthly-grade pills. Wei Tianai's brow furrowed deeply, and without hesitation, he retrieved yet another heavenly-grade herb and tossed it into the cauldron. Moments later, the burnt odor returned. Wei Tianai finally realized the grave error he had made regarding the timing and control of the flames. His proficiency had been derived from the divine medicine scripture, and with half of that proficiency stripped away, so too had a portion of his alchemical experience vanished. It cannot be. It cannot be. I have refined this pill countless times. Wei Tianai hastily retrieved another heavenly-grade herb, anxiously tossing it into the cauldron. This time, no burnt odor emerged, but as he opened the cauldron, the medicinal liquid exploded, splattering everywhere. Mingyu, witnessing this, couldn't help but scoff. Senior brother, how is it that your prized disciple doesn't even know that the medicinal liquid from the Jinhua Yushu fruit requires cooling before opening the cauldron? Can he truly refine heavenly-grade pills? Sun Yan furrowed his brow, calling out to Wei Tianai. Tianai, switch to earthly-grade pills. Reluctantly, Wei Tianai produced an earthly-grade herb along with other auxiliary materials, finally regaining his footing. At this point, only an hour had passed, and Yan Wuxia remained immobile, continuing to gaze intently at Wei Tianai. This time, Wei Tianai proceeded without further mishaps, systematically adding herbs, regulating the heat, and kneading the pill. Eventually, a fragrant aroma accompanied by a soft glow emerged, signaling that Wei Tianai had successfully refined an earthly-grade pill. Yet, as he beheld the pill, Wei Tianai couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation as he timidly presented it to Sun Yan. Mingyu cast a fleeting glance before remarking with a smile, though this earthly-grade pill's quality is quite poor, it is still an earthly-grade pill. For someone of his age to produce an earthly-grade pill is indeed commendable. Congratulations, senior brother, on acquiring a fine disciple. Xuanyan, upon hearing Mingyu's sarcastic remarks, felt a sudden twitch at the corners of his mouth, and with a cold snort, he retorted, Tianai has sustained severe injuries. Although he has taken medicine, it still has some lingering effects. Otherwise, concocting a divine pill would be well within his capabilities. Moreover, junior sister, you should show some concern for that lad with the surname Yan. There is barely half an hour left, and he has yet to ignite the flames. If this continues, even if neither of them succeeds in refining the divine pill, Tianai will still emerge as the victor. Hearing Xuanyan's words, Yin Wuxia turned his head and smiled, saying, "Old man, how about a wager? If I win, you shall bark like a dog." Chapter 70. The pill becomes divine, its spirituality emerges. Xuan and was instantly infuriated, coldly sneering. "You insolent brat. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall have your tongue." Mingyu couldn't help but smile at this moment. She was nearly certain that Yin Wuxia was far from the inept novice he claimed to be regarding alchemy. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would never dare to provoke Xuanyan while fully aware of his impending defeat. With this thought in mind, Mingyu feigned severity and said, "Wuxia, how can you be disrespectful to your elder? Apologize at once." As Mingyu spoke, she turned to Xuanyan and remarked, "The child speaks without decorum. Please do not take offense. But I find the wager proposal quite intriguing." Yin Wuxia naturally detected the implication in Mingyu's words and immediately responded with a grin. "Master Sun, what do you say? Are you brave enough to wager with me? If I lose, I shall forfeit my head." Upon hearing this, Xuanyan let out a cold laugh and solemnly declared, "Very well. Yin Wuxia, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for being merciless. I accept your bet." Yin Wuxia smiled in response, raising his hand to gather a stream of energy that ignited the kindling within the cauldron, officially commencing the alchemical process that moment, the experience brought forth by the divine medicine scripture manifested. In Yin Wuxia's eyes, the herbs and cauldron appeared as an incredibly clear stream of data. The flame's temperature, the timing for adding the herbs, the intensity of the heat, and the duration of the herb's volatilization all vividly unfolded in his mind. He found himself immersed in the process of alchemy, skillfully controlling the flame's temperature to maintain a gentle heat for the first divine-grade herb. Seeing this, Mingyu felt a wave of joy. She had indeed not misjudged him. Yin Wuxia was truly adept at alchemy, his techniques and control even rivaling her OWI. In contrast, Xuanyan and Wei Tianai were somewhat taken aback. However, this was merely the first herb, and the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Moments later, Yin Wuxia began to add the second herb at this point. He skillfully controlled the flames with both hands, dividing the fire beneath the cauldron into two streams, one gentle and the other fierce, without interference. Xuanyan furrowed his brow. As the master of the Medicine King Valley, and having had some dealings with the jail king Yin Daohan, he had never heard of Yin Wuxia being a genius in alchemy. This could not be allowed to succeed, Xuanyan thought to himself. Finally, with the third herb added to the cauldron, the baking of the divine medicine was nearing its conclusion that Mingyu's heart involuntarily raced. The most critical moment had arrived. Whether Yin Wuxia could successfully refine the pill depended on this very moment. At this juncture, Yin Wuxia continued to control the temperature with both hands, yet the gentle and fierce flames alternated beneath the cauldron containing the third divine herb. The snow mist Lingji. Mingyu's eyes brightened at this sight. She had not anticipated such a method of manipulating the third flame. Typically, one would need to divide their energy into three streams to control the three temperatures. However, Yin Wuxia's approach required only managing the gentle and fierce flames, adjusting the balance when the snow mist Lingji's temperature requirements fluctuated. This method undoubtedly simplified the most challenging aspect by several folds. Xuanyan felt as though a massive stone had lodged itself in his chest. Finally, he steeled himself, raising his hand to secretly gather a gust of wind energy, which swept through beneath the cauldron. The wind surged, and windy weather is the least favorable for alchemy. This is known to all alchemists. Today, there was not a whisper of wind, and this sudden gust nearly caused Yin Wuxia's efforts to collapse. Yin Wuxia immediately sensed the interference and inwardly cursed, redoubling his focus on controlling the flames. However, Xuanyan's manipulation of the wind was sporadic, forcing Yin Wuxia to continuously adjust the flames in response, making the already challenging task of control even more difficult. Indeed, it was harder than managing three temperatures simultaneously. The once secure position had now become precarious at this moment. Mingyu also noticed something amiss with Yin Wuxia and quickly realized that Xuanyan was sabotaging him. "Brother, is it too lowly to employ such tactics to disrupt a junior's competition?" Mingyu said sternly. "What are you saying, junior sister?" Xuanyan replied calmly, "It's merely a few wisps of breeze. How can this be blamed on me? We alchemists do not always refine medicine indoors. Shouldn't every alchemist master the ability to cope with wind interference? If a few breezes can thwart his attempts at pill refinement, then he is unworthy of being an alchemist. Seeing him stubbornly rationalizing, Mingyu fell silent, only able to frown at Yin Wuxia. Just then, Bai Rou raised her hand to gather a sphere of energy, forming a bubble that gently surrounded Yin Wuxia. The wind-affected bubble rolled continuously, but could not disrupt Yin Wuxia's alchemical process. Xuanyin, upon witnessing this, coldly scoffed. "What is this? Should we find someone else to assist Yan's control of the flames?" Bai Rou immediately retorted. "You were the one who cheated with the wind." Xuanyin then noticed Bai Rou and sneered. "Do you have any evidence?" At this moment, Yin Wuxia spoke with a deep voice. "Miss Bai Rou, do not worry. A mere gust of wind cannot affect me." Only then did Bai Rou disperse the bubbles. Yin Wuxia continued to control the temperature, and soon he began to add the auxiliary herbs, finally reaching the last stage of pill refinement. Xuanyin's brow furrowed tighter. At this point, controlling the wind was futile, as the stage of pill kneading did not rely on temperature. Yin Wuxia's hands danced around the cauldron, gently kneading the liquid and powder within. Finally, accompanied by a rich fragrance of herbs, a brilliant stream of golden light shot up from the cauldron, a golden pill soaring skyward. Mingyu quickly called out, "The divine pill emerges. Its spirituality has formed." Young Master Yin quickly seized that pill. Yin Wuxia soared upwards, pursuing the pill, raising his hand to gather a surge of energy that sealed all possible routes of escape for the golden pill. He then grasped it in his hand and descended before Mingyu. "Elder Mingyu, please verify the pill," Yin Wuxia said with a smile. Mingyu trembled as she took the pill, feeling the struggling spirituality within the forged body and returning spirit pill. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "A divine-grade pill of upper-tier quality. Young Master Yin, you have succeeded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning in the alchemical duel, successfully slapping the face of the Child of Fate." The Child of Fate. Wei Tianai has lost 300 points of luck. The host's villain value increases by 3,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for humiliating the Child of Fate in the field of the Supreme Alchemist System. The Child of Fate, Wei Tianai, has lost 500 points of luck. The host's villain value increases by 5,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for depriving the Supreme Alchemist System of certain functionalities. The functionality stripped this time is the Pill Formula Marketplace and the Tool Marketplace. The Child of Fate's corresponding marketplace randomly reduces the sale of half of its items. Upon hearing the system prompt, Yin Wuxia smiled and said, "I have not failed my mission. Elder Mingyu, please find a place to take the pill." Mingyu shook her head, saying, "There's no rush." She then turned to Xuanyin and asked, "Brother, what of our wager?" Chapter 71. Xuanyin departs the unparalleled alchemical furnace. Upon hearing this, Xuanyin immediately frowned, casting a glance at Mingyu. He solemnly said, "Junior sister, one should leave a path for others, so we may meet again in the future. Why must it be so absolute?" "Absolute?" A faint smile of sorrow crept onto Mingyu's face as she replied. "Compared to what I have endured over the past century, which is truly more absolute, I am merely reclaiming a slight return." Yin Wuxia observed Mingyu, noticing her shoulders tremble uncontrollably, her fists clenched so tightly that her thumbs turned red from excessive strain. Could there be a deep-seated enmity between Mingyu and the Medicine King Valley? Xuanyin furrowed his brows, his teeth clenched. Before exhaling deeply, he said, "Very well. Since junior sister refuses to forgive me, I shall amuse you as before." As Xuanyin spoke, he looked at Yin Wuxia and barked, "Woof, woof, woof." The surrounding disciples of the Misty Huazong could scarcely contain themselves, but were silenced by a fierce glare from Wei Tianai, who frightened them into submission. As expected of the master of the Medicine King Valley, he speaks and acts with conviction. Yin Wuxia chuckled and then turned to Wei Tianai, asking, "What of you? How shall we resolve our wager?" Wei Tianyin's heart sank, and he hurriedly glanced at Xuanyin. However, Xuanyin's expression of disappointment towards Wei Tianai was evident. With a cold laugh, he ignored Wei Tianyin's pleading gaze and turned to leave. Wei Tianai felt as though all hope had been extinguished. He looked at Yin Wuxia and said somberly, "I leave your judgment to you." Yin Wuxia immediately scoffed and said, "Originally, you were destined to be sent to the underworld black prison. However, I shall grant you an opportunity. Hand over the members of the Tide Sea clan in your possession. And I will also bring you the little leader of the hunter gang that delivered the mermaid, that I will take you to meet them." Wei Tianai, in a state of despair, spoke softly, leading the group to a cave within the misty Huapai. Upon entering, They were greeted by the strong aroma of medicinal herbs, and the walls were adorned with a variety of moisture-loving medicinal plants. As they ventured further in, they finally spotted a massive alchemical furnace placed in the center of a room, encircled by a circular channel for the fire, with strange markings that resembled characters. The Jetian Dragon Tiger Furnace? Mingyu exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of furnace? Yin Wuxia inquired, puzzled. The Jetian Dragon Tiger Furnace is a treasure of alchemists, Mingyu explained, gazing at the towering furnace that stood nearly 2 men high. It is the finest tool used by alchemists for their craft, with the best being the 4 furnaces and 12 tripods. The 4 furnaces refer to the celestial square dispersing furnace, the 4 lawful golden furnaces, the Sun, Li, Jun, and Jin furnaces, and this very Jetian Dragon Tiger Furnace. For ages, the 4 furnaces have been the stuff of legends among alchemists. While some have glimpsed and even utilized them, few have truly possessed them. The Yaolang Valley once owned a Sunli Jin furnace, which mysteriously vanished. It is said that these 4 furnaces possess spirituality and will appear beside those who need them most. And I never expected to find one here. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia cast a glance at Wei Tianai, realizing that his reluctance to leave the misty Huapai was tied to this exquisite furnace. Indeed, Wei Tianai sighed. It is because of this furnace that I have achieved what I have today, but alas, he shot a resentful glance at Yin Wuxia. Unperturbed, Yin Wuxia replied, that only indicates that you are not the rightful owner of it. By the way, Elder Mingyu, does this medicinal furnace possess any unique attributes? Mingyu, filled with excitement, responded, the Jetian Dragon Tiger Furnace not only maximizes the efficacy of medicinal properties, but also significantly enhances my ability to reconstruct my physical body. Are you saying that this medicinal furnace can be used as an apparatus for reconstructing the body? Yin Wuxia asked, perplexed. Mingyu nodded, saying, I have all the necessary materials for the reconstruction of my body. Now, I just need someone to guard me, and I can commence the process immediately. Yin Wuxia nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned to Wei Tianai, asking, where are the members of the Tide Sea clan? Right here, Wei Tianai waved his hand, revealing a hidden door in the rocky wall. As it swung open, they beheld a male merfolk lying on a stone bed, barely clinging to life. Beside him was another person, tightly bound by chains, eyes shut, breathing evenly as if asleep. Upon sighting the member of the Tide Sea clan, Bai Rou gasped, Here! She rushed forward, retrieving pearls formed from salt water from her body, sprinkling them over the merfolk. Though the merfolk strained to open his eyes, he remained utterly weak, unlike Bai Rou, who had once regained her vitality. What have you done to him? Bai Rou glared at Wei Tianai with fury. I extracted his blood, Wei Tianai replied. Merfolk blood can be refined into elixirs that prolong the lives of ordinary humans. Before Wei Tianai could finish, Bai Rou struck him across the face, giving Wei Tianai's strength. He should have evaded the blow, yet he stood defenseless, falling to the ground. You are not human. Bai Rou struggled to contain her inner turmoil. Niao Mo, witnessing the scene, could not help but scoff. It is precisely because he is human that he would commit such acts. Aren't humans all the same? Our Beast clan is not exempt from mass slaughter. Mingyu furrowed his brow, intending to speak, but ultimately refrained. Just then, the merfolk on the stone bed seemed to regain a modicum of strength. Struggling to speak, Kong Kong, the Bai Rou, immediately turned to him, grasping his hand. I'm sorry I'm late. Rest assured, I will bring all our kin back to the sea. At her words, the male attendant finally relaxed his grip. Slipping into eternal silence, with tears in her eyes, Bai Rou extended her hands, summoning a mist of water from her chest, enveloping the male merfolk's lifeless body, which slowly transformed into a shell that shrank and hung at her waist. Yin Wuxia stepped forward to comfort her, saying, Do not worry. Once I locate the headquarters of the Hunter Gang, I will ensure that all who purchased your kin will be found. Bai Rou nodded in agreement. Yin Wuxia then looked at the man shackled by chains and spoke solemnly. Is this one of the Hunter Gang? Wei Tianai replied with a serious tone, Indeed. This man followed me here, secretly after the transaction. Now that he has seen the Jetian Dragon Tiger Furnace, I cannot allow him to return alive. Otherwise, the greedy Hunter Gang will undoubtedly seek to steal it. Yin Wuxia approached and kicked the man. He instantly opened his eyes, filled with terror, exclaiming, Don't kill me. Please don't. Yin Wuxia leaned down, gripping him tightly, and conjured a portal to the underworld. tossing him toward the outstretched ghostly hand. "But do you know where the headquarters of the Hunter Gang is?" "I am the son of the king of the underworld. I don't know." The man hurriedly replied that I have never been to the headquarters. Chapter 72. Location of the headquarters. Mingyu's rebirth. Yin Wuxia chuckled coldly. "Good. You have spirit that I hope you can endure a little longer. That will bring me satisfaction." As he spoke, he pointed at one of the ghostly hands, clenching his fist. The hand, gripping the man's right leg, suddenly tightened, producing a sharp cracking sound as his leg dangled lifelessly. The man, now weeping profusely, cried out, I know. It's in Zangba Town at the Sori Temple." Zangba Town, Sori Temple? Upon hearing this, Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed tightly. No wonder the underworld guards had been unable to locate the headquarters of the Hunter Gang for so many years. It was hidden there. "What kind of place is that?" Bai Rou asked, puzzled. "The small town in the far northwest of the Chaos Ancient Continent, adjacent to the 10,000 Mountains and the Demon Buddha Kingdom." Yin Wuxia mused. "It is a lawless zone that I end the memories of Yin Wuxia's original self." Yin Daohan harbored a deep-seated hatred for this place, often lamenting the fugitives that sought refuge there, which in turn instilled a sense of loathing in Yin Wuxia's original self, that I have been there. Niao Mo interjected suddenly. In fact, the term Zimba originates from the Demon Buddha Kingdom, meaning god of greed, while Sori is the name of this deity. Moreover, this deity is unlike any other from the Demon Buddha Kingdom that I know. He truly exists, just like the beast god. Yin Wuxia, intrigued, asked, "What did you go there for?" "To fight." Niao Mo shrugged, revealing a 2-foot-long scar on his back. "This wound was left by Sori. When did that happen?" Yin Wuxia inquired urgently. "Several hundred years ago." Niao Mo recounted that I was still young then, just entering the sacred beast stage, and he was the most terrifying opponent I had ever faced. With a single move, he left this mark on my back. The others exchanged glances, speechless. Niao Mo's strength was clearly beyond mere 5th-tier saint level. In battles of the same tier, the prowess of abnormal beasts far surpassed that of any other race. As a battle-focused beast, Niao Mo might not even be defeated by an emperor-level opponent. The fact that this so-called Sori could effortlessly defeat Niao Mo at the sacred beast stage spoke volumes of his strength. Yin Wuxia suddenly hoped that she could be present. She had extensive knowledge of matters concerning the Demon Buddha Kingdom and the 4 races' war from hundreds of years ago. "Are we still going?" Bai Rou asked timidly. Yin Wuxia smiled. "Of course we are going. The strongest in the lower realm is merely 5th-tier emperor level. Even if that Sori deity truly exists, we still have Xiao Ho to contend with him." Though he spoke confidently, a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart. Just then, Wei Tianai approached and said, "Yin Wuxia, I have given you what you wanted. Can I leave now?" Yin Wuxia regarded him, his voice low. "Are you truly willing to depart just like that?" Wei Tianai's gaze bore into Yin Wuxia. "I am unwilling, but I have no choice. My current strength pales in comparison to yours, and I cannot even match you in alchemy. But remember, I will not give up. When I grow strong enough, I will defeat you fairly, in both battle and alchemy." Yin Wuxia chuckled at this, placing a hand on his shoulder as if speaking to a friend. "In that case, I look forward to your performance when we meet again." Wei Tianai let out a cold snort, brushing aside Yin Wuxia's arm and leaping away. The brief pressure Yin Wuxia had exerted on his shoulder had already placed him under surveillance. With the remaining 1,000 fortune points and a substantial part of the Supreme Pharmacist system at his disposal, these resources were bound to be exhausted eventually. He resolved to allow Yin Wuxia to grow stronger, to fatten him up before striking. "I have said all that I needed to say. Young Master Yin, spare my life." The little leader of the Hunter Gang hastily implored, "I assure you I will never commit wrongdoing again." Yin Wuxia smiled and replied, "I believe you won't err again, but mere verbal assurances hold little weight. For instance, I could promise not to kill you, yet I could just as easily turn around and do so." As Yin Wuxia spoke, several ghostly hands reached out from the hellish abyss, dragging the Hunter Gang members into the void, followed by a spray of crimson mist. "Moreover, given your heinous crimes, how could I justify sparing you to the deceased members of the Tidal Sea clan?" Hearing this, Bai Rou's expression dimmed as she touched the shell at her waist. Mingyu, noticing her distress, stepped forward and said, "Miss Bai Rou, may I request your assistance?" "Please go on." Bai Rou responded promptly that I am about to use the Jiachan Dragon Tiger Furnace to reconstruct my physical form. During this process, I will need Wuxia to control the temperature that my consciousness will be in slumber, and Wuxia will be managing the flames below. Additionally, I require someone to monitor the boiling state of the medicinal liquid to inform Wuxia about adjusting the heat. Thus, I hope you can assist. Yan Wuxia glanced at Mingyu, realizing that monitoring the boiling state of the liquid did not necessitate another person, that it became evident that Mingyu intended to distract Bai Rou. Hoping to help her emerge from her sorrow more swiftly, the Bai Rou said nothing further, merely nodding earnestly. Rest assured, I will perform my duties well. Mingyu smiled and nodded, turning to Nyo Mo, Senior Nyo Mo. Might you step aside? Upon hearing this, Nyo Mo snorted and expelled a plume of white vapor from his nostrils, lifting the little monkey from Yan Wuxia's shoulder and stepping outside the cave. Mingyu then waved her hand. Opening the Jiachen Dragon Tiger furnace, she concentrated, summoning a vaporous mist that thoroughly cleansed the interior of the furnace. Subsequently, she retrieved several medicinal materials from her storage ring and tossed them inside, igniting the flames at the base of the furnace. The circular ignition channel blazed to life, and moments later, the materials emitted a fragrant aroma. Mingyu then conjured another mass of water vapor, filling nearly half the furnace with water, gently stirring it until the liquid transformed into a soft pink hue, before adding a dozen more medicinal ingredients to continue the process. After a while, a fragrant pink liquid materialized within the furnace. Mingyu then addressed Yan Wuxia. Wuxia, listen closely. Maintain the heat at a level where the liquid is warm but not boiling, tepid yet not simmering. At appropriate moments, you may even extinguish the flames. You understand? Yan Wuxia nodded. Mingyu produced the divine elixir, holding it in her palm, before leaping into the medicinal liquid. This moment, Mingyu had restored her spiritual form, her body ethereal and devoid of substance. Yan Wuxia cautiously regulated the temperature. Controlling a low flame was the most challenging task, and achieving a state where the liquid was warm, yet not boiling, where it emanated steam without reaching a full boil, was even more arduous. Fortunately, with Yan Wuxia's current mastery of the divine medicinal technique, this task was almost effortless. Changes began to unfold. Just then, Bai Rou, hovering above, suddenly spoke. Chapter 73. Return and Confront. The Great Battle with Sun Yin. The divine elixir hovered at the center of the furnace, surrounded by a myriad of cultivated meridians, which shimmered a pale yellow tinged with hints of green, resembling the stems of prickly plants. As the meridians coalesced into a humanoid shape, the divine elixir began to exude a crimson liquid, coursing through the meridians like blood racing through veins, causing some of them to darken to a deep red. At this moment, Bai Rou exclaimed, Young Master Yin, the liquid is becoming too hot. Yan Wuxia sensed the surge of heat and promptly began to regulate the flames, while Bai Rou summoned a mist to gently cool the furnace. The divine elixir within underwent further transformation, beginning to dissolve, absorbing the surrounding liquid and coalescing into a white skeleton. As the skeletal structure formed, flesh gradually began to materialize around it. Yan Wuxia felt the temperature of the liquid drop sharply and quickly reignited the flames to maintain control. Under the influence of the divine elixir, the liquid coalesced into a tender, translucent body, which floated atop the liquid, absorbing its essence to gradually complete every inch of its skin. Finally, the reactions within the furnace concluded, and Mingyu's flawless form slowly rose from the furnace, her eyes fluttering open as she gently descended. Yan Wuxia watched as Mingyu, adorned in nothing but her own radiant skin, descended gracefully. His throat turned dry, and he couldn't help but swallow hard this moment. The word temptation seemed inadequate to describe Mingyu. Her body was as pure and delicate as a newborn, devoid of any hair, yet emanating a sense of sanctity and inviolability. That was precisely this aura that imbued her unclothed form with an almost blasphemous allure. Yan Wuxia inhaled deeply, quickly shedding his black gold cloak and stepping forward to envelop Mingyu. Just as he approached, Mingyu suddenly collapsed into his embrace, startling him momentarily. He thought something had gone awry and quickly asked, Elder Mingyu, are you all right? Mingyu opened her eyes, a hint of shyness apparent as she replied, I am fine. It's just that my body has only just formed, and both the bones and muscles are exceedingly fragile. With a nod, Yan Wuxia wrapped her in his cloak and carried her on his back. Elder Mingyu, I beg your pardon. Mingyu, feeling utterly drained, was relieved that Yan Wuxia did not harbor any ulterior motives, allowing her embarrassment to gradually dissipate. Just then, a tremendous crash resounded from outside the door. Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed as he laid Mingyu down on the stone bed and said to Bai Rou, "Miss Bai Rou, please watch over Elder Mingyu. I will step outside to investigate." With that, Yin Wuxia soared out, only to witness a blade of wind energy slicing through the air, cleaving a thick layer from the stone wall at the cave's entrance. Before him stood Niu Mo, wielding a massive blade, with the little monkey on his shoulder, baring its teeth and screeching. Opposite Niu Mo stood two figures. None other than Sun Yin, returned, alongside Wei Tianai. Upon seeing Yin Wuxia, Sun Yin let out a cold snort. "It seems your sister's bodily reconstruction has concluded. Timing is just right." Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed deeply as he replied solemnly, "Sun Yin, as the leader of your sect, how can you stoop to such despicable acts? Are you not afraid of becoming the laughingstock of others? Foolish child, I will slay all of you, and naturally, no one will mock me." Sun Yin retorted grimly, "I did not expect there to be a fifth-tier Saint Beast here. But dealing with you is merely a matter of time." Yin Wuxia's heart sank at his words that he had sensed Sun Yin's murderous intent, yet he had not anticipated their arrival would come so swiftly. "Yin Wuxia, take the beast god and leave. I will hold them off," Niu Mo announced, tossing the little monkey to Yin Wuxia, "that I will delay them." Yin Wuxia cradled the monkey, but his mind resisted the thought of fleeing. Mingyu was currently weakened, and with Bai Rou present, their escape would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, it seemed Sun Yin had already reached the level of an emperor. Even Niu Mo might not be able to hold them off for long. In such a case, it was likely that none would escape unscathed. The only solution was to control the beast god with the magic seed, allowing its strength to swiftly eliminate Sun Yin, thus providing a slim chance of survival. However, at that moment, Yin Wuxia was entirely unprepared. If Wei Tianai chose to attack him, this last glimmer of hope would turn into a path to ruin for all. At that instant, Wei Tianai suddenly spoke, "Master, let us depart. I do not wish to partake in this." "Silence," Sun Yin barked. "My master is taught that those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Yin Wuxia and Mingyu are obstacles in our path. They must not be allowed to leave the Wuhua sect alive. You have already disappointed me once. I do not wish to see a second." Hearing this, Wei Tianai lowered his head in defeat. Observing this, Yin Wuxia's mind began to churn as he declared, "Sun Yin, do not presume that your partnership with your disciple grants you free reign over us. For the sake of Wei Tianai, I could pretend this incident never occurred. You still have time to leave." Sun Yin, enraged, let out a mocking laugh. "Arrogant. Even if Tianai does not intervene, you are still mere prey on my plate. Tianai, step aside. Today I intend to teach this impudent youth a lesson." Wei Tianai sighed, retreating several meters. Seeing this, Yin Wuxia let out a cold laugh and dashed back into the cave. Sun Yin sneered, "You speak so boldly, yet you flee faster than anyone." As the words fell, a shadow darted past with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, it stood before him, accompanied by a gigantic fist forged from sheer force. Sun Yin, taken aback by the sudden appearance, hastily waved his hand to conjure a gust of wind to defend himself. With a resounding boom, the location where Sun Yin stood erupted into a vacuum spanning several dozen meters, obliterating everything in the vicinity into dust. Sun Yin was sent hurtling nearly 100 meters away, crashing into a large tree. There, the little monkey hovered in midair, its immense simian silhouette resembling a proud war deity. Coldly gazing at Sun Yin in the distance, upon witnessing this, Niu Mo exclaimed in delight, "Lord Beast God, you have awakened once more." Yin Wuxia silently cursed in his heart, realizing that Niu Mo had become an ardent admirer of the Beast God. Nevertheless, he was touched by Niu Mo's willingness to intervene and sacrifice himself for Sun Yin. Yin Wuxia gestured to Niu Mo, indicating for him to join in the attack. Niu Mo nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, Lord Beast God. Old Niu will not disappoint you." With that, he raised his long blade and shouted, "Shameless old cur, taste a strike from your grandpa Niu." Chapter 74. Crushing Sun Yin, journeying northwest as Niu Mo spoke. He infused his long blade with power, the blade's aura extending several dozen meters as he leapt forward, aiming to cleave Sun Yin in half. Sun Yin, already wounded from the punch delivered by the beast god-controlled little monkey, had barely regained his composure when he saw the blade descending towards him, prompting him to swiftly evade. Yet, the massive fist struck again, radiating an inexplicable heat, as if it sought to incinerate all in its path. Alarmed, Sun Yin felt the wind swirl around him, propelling him skyward like a kite, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. What is this monkey? It possesses the cultivation of a fifth-tier emperor. Sun Yin, soaring high above, was astounded, suddenly recalling Niu Mo's earlier cries of beast god, and he gasped, could it truly be the beast god of the 10,000 great mountains in person? No sooner had he voiced this thought than he beheld the colossal monkey's apparition raising 2 sturdy trees from the ground, effortlessly stripping them of their branches, wielding them like massive clubs as it soared towards Sun Yin. Simultaneously, Niu Mo bellowed, transforming into his nearly 5-meter-tall true form, brandishing his long knife as he charged forward. Sun Yin, recognizing the imminent danger, hurriedly produced a palm-sized medicinal cauldron. Entirely black and adorned with inscriptions, the it began to enlarge rapidly as he brandished it, "Denim O Jin Divine Cauldron." "Obey my command," Sun Yin declared, forming a sword gesture with his hand before hurling the black cauldron towards the little monkey. Just as Yin Wuxia prepared to dodge, he felt an immense pressure emanating from the cauldron, as if a mountain was bearing down upon him, rendering him unable to lift his head. Before the cauldron could draw near, he was forced to the ground. Niu Mo, witnessing this, was immediately alarmed, soaring upwards as both were crushed under the cauldron's weight. Sun Yin took a deep breath, descending rapidly to stand atop the cauldron, sneering, "Fifth-tier emperor, is that all? Under my Mo Jin Divine Cauldron, you shall surrender. I am quite curious about what kind of elixir can be concocted from your 2 fleshly bodies." As Sun Yin stood atop the cauldron, another wave of pressure surged forth, compressing the earth beneath Niu Mo and Yin Wuxia into a deep pit. That moment, a soft voice echoed from the cave entrance, "Withdraw." Suddenly, the pressure from the Mo Jin Divine Cauldron dissipated, and it began to shrink, a flash of black light darting past as it flew towards the cave entrance. Sun Yin was taken aback. Glancing up to see Bai Rou supporting Mingyu at the cave's mouth, his brows furrowing in concern as he grit his teeth and exclaimed, "Junior sister." Mingyu raised her hand to grasp the Mo Jin Divine Cauldron, her voice gentle yet firm. "This cauldron was left by our master for the Valley Master of the Apothecary Valley to refine medicine. You are unworthy to wield it for harm." Sun Yin froze at her words. Seeing this, Yin Wuxia leaped forward, restraining Sun Yin, while the colossal monkey's iron fist rained down upon him like a tempest, the echoes of their clash stirring up clouds of dust and causing nearby trees to topple under the tremendous shockwave. "Enough!" Sun Yin roared, and a fierce wind erupted, forcing Yin Wuxia to stumble back 2 steps, granting Sun Yin a fleeting opportunity to evade from his grasp. Now battered and bloodied, Sun Yin spat out a mouthful of old blood, barely managing to stay upright. Just as Yin Wuxia prepared to pursue, Wei Tianyi leapt in front of Sun Yin, pleading, "No, please spare him." Yin Wuxia, however, remained unyielding that a person like Sun Yin would not feel gratitude for being spared. Rather, it would only breed a deeper desire for vengeance. With that, Yin Wuxia directed the little monkey to soar forward, kicking Wei Tianyi aside, and raised his hand to summon the Wuxian Calamity Fire for a final strike. At that instant, the demonic seed's time abruptly ended, and Yin Wuxia's consciousness returned, causing the monkey's apparition to vanish, leaving only its sharp claws to etch 3 deep gashes across Sun Yin's face. Yin Wuxia, now in the cave, hurriedly flew out, calling for the little monkey, "Come back." Upon hearing him, the little monkey hopped eagerly to Yin Wuxia's feet, climbing up to perch upon his head. Yin Wuxia spoke solemnly. "Wei Tianyi, take your master and leave." Wei Tianyi, upon hearing this, looked at Yin Wuxia, bowed deeply, and then took to the skies with Sun Yin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the Child of Fortune. Increasing fortune points by 100. That can the Child of Fortune also augment their own fortune points? Yin Wuxia was taken aback, pondering that the villain system and the Child of Fortune should be opposites. However, upon further reflection, he understood that the existence of the Child of Fortune was merely a tool for enhancing his own fortune. Whether through confrontation or alliance, it was ultimately Yin Wuxia's choice. If he could absorb all of their fortune points and still recruit them as subordinates, that would indeed be the most exquisite path to victory. In summary, the villain system held limitless possibilities, though Yin Wuxia had yet to fully grasp its depths. Once he saw Sun Yin and Wei Tianyi departed at the distance, he finally sighed with relief, while Mingyu also seemed to weaken. Collapsing once more, Yin Wuxia hurried to support her alongside by Ro. Niu Mo, having reverted to his human form, expressed his discontent. Why let him go? Yin Wuxia sighed. The little monkey's strength fluctuates. If it comes to a do-or-die struggle, you may not be able to withstand him. Niu Mo, wanting to retort, realized that Yin Wuxia's reasoning held merit. He sheathed his long knife and silently stood beside him. Yin Wuxia looked down at Mingyu. Elder Mingyu, are you all right? I'm fine, Mingyu replied, struggling to rise but feeling her body weaken. I just need some time to recover. Yin Wuxia spoke gravely. In that case, we should ask Wu Zhimiao for a carriage. This way, you can rest. The month-long deadline for Yang Qiyun is fast approaching, and we still have several days' journey to Zongba town. Delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. We must set out promptly. As he spoke, Yin Wuxia carried Mingyu back into the cave, clearing out the medicinal herbs, and when he emerged, he collapsed the cave's entrance behind him. The group descended to the Wu Hua sect, where they discussed the carriage with Wu Zhimiao, who immediately expressed his full support, swiftly distancing himself from Sun Yin and Wei Tianyi. His only stipulation was that Yin Wuxia must not implicate the Wu Hua sect in the actions of Sun Yin and Wei Tianyi. For someone like Wu Zhimiao, balancing gains and hidden risks was second nature. He would not truly sever ties with the Apothecary Valley, but would certainly not align himself against the likes of the Prince of the Jinyu King. Thus, the group set off in the carriage, journeying northwest towards Zongba town, finally arriving at the remote border town 5 days later. Chapter 75. Ambushed outside the town, a bloodbath unleashed as the carriage halted outside the town. The group disembarked, greeted by an overwhelming sense of desolation and impending doom. Niu Mo furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. This town is steeped in an oppressive aura. To be precise, it is the aura of death. Yin Wuxia responded somberly. That moment, a dry wind swept through, and Bai Rou pointed towards a nearby flagpole, exclaiming, "Look!" The group turned their gaze to the flagpole, where a tattered flag had been flapping in the wind. Revealing what lay beneath, that it was a desiccated corpse clad in heavy black armor. Wei, Yin Wuxia declared solemnly. The presence of the Wei from the Netherworld Black Prison hanging in public at Zongba town was an unmistakable proclamation of defiance against the Netherworld Black Prison. Is this a demonstration of power? Niu Mo inquired. Perhaps not, Yin Wuxia replied. The Wei have been pursuing the Hunters Guild for quite some time. It is possible that this particular Wei was simply captured here. Yin Wuxia soared to the flagpole, unfastened the Soul Sentinel, and retrieved a waste token from his person. Just as he was about to descend with the corpse, he instinctively glanced towards the town. And a surge of fury rushed to his head to his astonishment. He beheld a dozen flagpoles erected in the town, each adorned with the lifeless body of a Soul Sentinel. Yin Wuxia inhaled deeply, cradling the corpse as he descended, and addressed Mingyu. Elder Mingyu, would you mind terribly if I were to unleash a massacre today? Mingyu, taken aback, was about to respond when suddenly dozens of heads popped over the town wall, armed with bows and arrows, unleashing a barrage of projectiles towards the crowd. Be careful, Mingyu exclaimed, raising his hand to conjure a force that intercepted the incoming arrows. However, he soon discovered that some of the arrows were tied with small jars. And as they fell to the ground, the jars shattered, releasing a torrent of black liquid. It's incendiary oil. Yin Wuxia, sensing danger, looked up just in time to see a flaming arrow soaring towards them. Boom! The arrow ignited the oil on the ground, engulfing the area in flames. Witnessing this, Yin Wuxia let out a cold snort, his feet sinking as he unleashed his energy, causing a whirlwind of dust to rise and extinguishing the raging inferno in an instant. At that moment, a voice echoed from the city wall. Young Master Yin, consider this a warning from our second-in-command. You have witnessed the fate of the Soul Sentinels. Kangba Town is not a place for you. People of the Netherworld Prison, to tread. The Hunters Guild is not an organization that a mere young master can meddle with. If you are willing to cooperate, all will be well. Otherwise, we kindly ask you to return whence you came. Yin Wuxia scoffed, turning to Mingyu. Elder Mingyu, regardless of your perspective, today I shall unleash a bloodbath. With that declaration, he leaped onto the city wall, his body enveloped in the formidable energy of the prison-sending immortal scripture. which intertwined like a tempestuous vine. The rolling chains were invincible and unstoppable, accompanied by the throngs of ghostly hands from the nether prison. In an instant, the entire wall was shrouded in black mist, followed by a spray of blood mist, staining the wall in a hue of dark crimson. Not bad, not bad. Neomo chuckled sinisterly. I thought he was a soft-hearted fool, but he indeed possesses a decisive side. Mingyu shot him a glare, turning back to see Yin Wuxia returning. Just then, another figure emerged from the wall. San Dongjia. Jiu Yin Li. Clutching a somewhat portly middle-aged man, Jiu Yin Li grinned ominously. Young Master Yin. Long time no see, that I never imagined you would actually dare to come here. It seems our entire Hunters Guild has laid a trap for you. Yin Wuxia sneered. Do you consider a handful of rabble a trap? Ha! Jiu Yin Li, with a flick of his wrist, hurled the middle-aged man before Yin Wuxia, who instinctively caught him with a surge of energy. Tell young Master Yin, who he has just slain. Yin Wuxia's brow furrowed as he gazed at the middle-aged man, whose face was etched with terror. It's the young and strong of the town. They were ambushed by the Hunters Guild, targeting the sole sentinels of the Netherworld prison. Yin Wuxia. Jiu Yin Li's voice dripped with malice. Did you hear that? You have slain the innocent civilians of this town, fathers, husbands, sons, who, without exception, had never spilled a drop of blood. Now, your hands are stained with their blood. How can you still consider yourself the righteous one? As Jiu Yin Li spoke, he couldn't help but erupt into laughter that moment. Yin Wuxia disdainfully replied, I have never considered myself the righteous one. Jiu Yin Li's laughter abruptly ceased, his brow furrowed in concern. Then why disrupt our Hunters Guild's business? Yin Wuxia smiled coldly, his feet lightly sinking as he soared to the wall. Seizing Jiu Yin Li by the shoulders, extending a hand before him, he proclaimed, First, my hands are clean. I have not sullied them with anyone's blood. With that, Yin Wuxia unleashed a powerful punch that struck Jiu Yin Li's jaw, sending him flying. Following up, he pursued, delivering another blow and declaring, Second, whether I am righteous or not is not for you to decide. Jiu Yin Li, battered by the relentless onslaught, felt his bones nearly shatter. Fresh wounds reopening as he spat blood and broken teeth, staring at Yin Wuxia in sheer horror. How have you improved so quickly? The last time they met, Yin Wuxia was merely at the 4th rank of the Heavenly Profound Realm. Now, his speed and strength surpassed all expectations, making Jiu Yin Li feel like a mere jester before him. But he had no doubt that Yin Wuxia had likely reached the 5th rank of the King Profound Realm. Suddenly, a realization struck Jiu Yin Li, and he gasped. Not good. With that, he raised his hand to cast an escape spell. Yet, Yin Wuxia flashed before him, seizing his wrists, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Third, I disrupt your business simply because I wish to. As Yin Wuxia spoke, he delivered a brutal kick to Jiu Yin Li's chest, pulling with all his might, causing Jiu Yin Li's arms to tear away as if they were mere dough. In that moment, Jiu Yin Li perceived Yin Wuxia as a devil incarnate. The agony in his arms nearly sent him into unconsciousness, but it was precisely because he remained conscious that he witnessed Yin Wuxia's most terrifying visage. Slowly, Yin Wuxia approached Jiu Yin Li, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he coldly discarded the severed limbs, extending his hands before Jiu Yin Li. See, my hands remain quite clean. Behind Jiu Yin Li, a dark gate of the nether prison loomed, dragging him, now speechless in shock, into the abyss. Looking upon the chaos atop the wall, Yin Wuxia remained expressionless, gathering the primal divine fire in his hands. Adjusting the fire's essence, the crimson flames dimmed, giving rise to the golden blaze of the molten sand divine fire. With a mere flick of his power, Yin Wuxia incinerated the town gate and the wall entirely. Mingyu, witnessing the scene, could only shake her head in resignation. In her heart, she had hoped to nurture Yin Wuxia as a second Xiao Chun. However, unlike Xiao Chun, who had been young and malleable, Yin Wuxia emerged from a prestigious family with a solid upbringing. Were one to identify his flaws, it was merely the influence of the Netherworld prison, rendering him somewhat excessively harsh and cold towards his enemies. Yet, this was not inherently a flaw. She could not expect to have a profound influence over him, especially since Yin Wuxia was not a villain. He simply adhered to his usual style. Witnessing the corpses of so many soul sentinels, anyone would struggle to maintain their composure. had she been confronted with the bodies of the Medicine King Valley disciples displayed upon flagpoles. She might have been even more ruthless than Yan Wuxia. When Yan Wuxia finally descended, the group ventured into the small town. Along the way, he removed the corpses of the Soul Sentinels, taking their waste tokens, and subsequently cremated the bodies. However, the townsfolk regarded him with eyes that seemed poised to tear him apart, some even hurling rotten vegetables, eggs, and stones at him. Yet, Yan Wuxia remained silent, allowing the objects to strike him without a hint of resistance. Merely continuing his grim task of retrieving and incinerating the bodies, it became evident to everyone that perhaps Yan Wuxia was not truly indifferent to the fates of those who had perished atop the city walls. He simply chose not to voice it. Finally, after cremating the last of the Soul Sentinels, Yan Wuxia turned to the group with a smile. "All right, let us depart." Seeing this, Bai Rou hurried forward, gathering water vapor to cleanse his face and attire of the grime. Niao Mo snorted disdainfully. "I truly cannot fathom how you managed to endure this." Yan Wuxia chuckled lightly. "Do not misunderstand. I am no paragon of virtue, that I simply preferred not to engage with those commoners." Niao Mo, unable to suppress himself, retorted. "Then you could simply dodge. Don't tell me that as a fourth rank of the King Profound Realm, you cannot evade a few rotten vegetables and eggs." "Why bother?" Yan Wuxia replied with a resigned smile. "They cannot harm me. It's merely a bit of throwing. You say you are indifferent, yet it seems you harbor a twinge of guilt." Niao Mo sneered. "Such hypocritical human emotions." Bai Rou, hearing this, smiled at Niao Mo. "Yet, you too have said that aside from the beast god, you care for no one, yet you proactively guarded the entrance to stop Sun Yan. Did you not?"